Chapter 1. Return to the capital. A piercing cry of an eagle sliced through the sky as a chestnut stallion galloped along the desolate official road, leading to a majestic city that stood at its end. In a hall, a messenger stood, retrieving a token and a decree from his bosom. "I bear the emperor's command to deliver a message to the general." The figure seated at the head of the table was shrouded in darkness, yet his eyes signaled a command. The individual to his left immediately descended to retrieve the token, presenting it with both hands. A slender, calloused hand took it and placed it upon the table. "Indeed, is the emperor's token. Proceed with the proclamation." The man stepped out of the shadows, entering the light clad in light armor, his stature tall and imposing. His almond-shaped eyes sparkled like autumn waters, though his appearance suggested gentleness. There was an edge of sharpness akin to a spear piercing the air. Several individuals behind him lifted their light armor and knelt. "By the will of heaven," the emperor proclaims. "The late emperor has unexpectedly passed, returning to the five elements. I, inheriting the favor of the celestial mandate and the great benevolence of the saints, shall fulfill the late emperor's final wishes, maintaining the order of succession and honoring the ancestral lineage. Today, I solemnly beseech heaven and earth as I ascend to the throne. May my reign bring prosperity and harmony. It is my desire to initiate benevolent governance, thereby ushering in reform and renewal. All affairs shall adhere to the established precedents, in reverence to the aspirations of the past. With a commitment to virtuous governance, I rely on the wise and capable to jointly chart a new course. Henceforth, the coming year shall be known as the year of abundant celebration. A general amnesty shall be granted to the realm, ushering in a new beginning for the people. A grand coronation ceremony is to be held in mid-next month, and General Song Qiongyu is expected to return to the capital at the beginning of next month to pay her respects. General Song, accept the decree." A gentle call interrupted the swirling doubts in Song Qiongju's mind. Yes, she rose to accept the decree. Another letter slipped from the messenger's sleeve, and in a barely audible whisper, he said to Song Qiongyu, "This is a secret letter from His Majesty the late Emperor, the contents of which are known only to you." Initially intending to proceed to the table, Song Qiongyu glanced at him and received the letter. "What's your name?" The man bowed his head, replying, "I am called Ming, with meaning to play and Ming meaning to remember. Henceforth, I shall be your personal attendant, General." A scoff erupted from in front of her. "Whose intention is this?" Ming, keeping his head bowed, dared not meet her gaze, responding in a lower tone, "The intention of both your majesties." Song Qiongyu said nothing and turned to leave. Upon returning to her chamber, she opened the letter, her expression gradually turning solemn. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned her second-in-command. "Gather everyone, we have matters to discuss." After the meeting concluded, Song Qiongyu exited the tent, raising her gaze to the sky that a few free-flying eagles soared above, and a bitter smile flickered across her face as fleeting thoughts crossed her mind. After a while, she entered her inner chamber, burning the letter in the candlelight, and instructed the maid standing nearby. "Qiu, pack your things, we shall return to the capital." After the court session, Hechong adjusted his attire as he made his way to the imperial study, inquiring of the hunched little eunuch beside him, "Has Pei Xinying arrived?" The little eunuch replied, "Your Majesty, young Master Pei arrived a moment ago." Hechong pushed the door open and saw a man toying with a teacup, clad in a light blue robe. His amber eyes lifted upon hearing the door open, and upon seeing Hechong enter, he rose and bowed. "Your Majesty, you have kept me waiting. You know who is returning?" Hechong asked Pei Xinying in a teasing tone. Pei Xinying cast a glance at him, saying, with such a tone, "How could I remain unaware? I wonder how she has fared in the borderlands." Raising his hand, he pushed open the wooden window of the imperial study, took a sip of the tea in his hand, and gazed at the desolate branches outside. He inquired, "What brings her back?" "Next month's coronation ceremony, she intends to return to pay her respects and report on military affairs. Moreover, before his demise, father left a letter for Xiaoyu, the contents of which I am also unaware. Perhaps we shall learn of it upon her return," Hechong replied, moving to the window to share the view with him. After a moment of silence, Hechong met Pei Xinying's gaze and asked, "This engagement you share is merely a verbal promise from our elders, lacking the exchange of marriage. Tokens, should you be unwilling, it can be rendered void that in our youth, it was merely a jest among families. After years apart, how much of that youthful bond remains? Furthermore, you are well aware of my health. Even with proper care, I cannot guarantee how long I shall endure. Pei Xinying spoke with a heavy tone, as if swallowing a mouthful of sandpaper. In Hachong slowly strolled to the desk and sat down, lifting a memorial document without opening it to examine its contents. Instead, he held it in his right hand, gently tapping it against his left palm, and sighed deeply. We grew up together. After Aunt Song's passing, Qiongyu accompanied General Song to the border. A few years ago, General Song succumbed to illness, leaving her to manage the troops while still in her youth, unaware of the countless hardships she endured. In Hachong paused, concealing his emotions with a sip of tea. He continued, I wonder if such immense grievances might sway her loyalty. Pei Xinying was taken aback, looking at In Hachong in disbelief. So, her return to the capital is a test? Not entirely. I hope she can attend the coronation ceremony. She will remain in the capital for an extended period, and I must observe her demeanor. Her every action will be monitored. I would prefer otherwise. Xinying. There are few martial officials in the court. Those old veterans who accompanied father in battles are retained out of sentiment, and father could not dismiss them. Their offspring have proven unworthy, and even though father endeavored to cultivate a new generation of martial leaders, they are still lacking. In Hachong turned his head away, avoiding Pei Xinying's gaze, as if to evade the weighty topic. Pei Xinying clenched the armrest of his chair, struggling to voice his thoughts, but ultimately swallowing them back. As a subject, how could he question the emperor's decision? The imperial study fell into a heavy silence. The sun outside gradually shifted from the east to the center of the sky, and a sigh broke the stifling atmosphere. The Song family is steadfastly loyal. Do not let General Song's spirit in the afterlife be disappointed. Rest assured, I shall trust those who prove their loyalty and remain wary of those who do not. Once Qiongyu demonstrates her fidelity, I will afford her my utmost trust. Your Majesty, it is time for your meal. The voice of the chief eunuch echoed from outside. Let's dine together. Without waiting for Pei Xinying to bid farewell, In Hachong turned and walked out. Traversing several corridors, they reached the dining area. As soon as they sat down, the dishes were served in succession. Your Highness, Your Highness, wait for me to dine together. The sound of shouting approached, as a young man clad in a light green robe, handsome in appearance and somewhat resembling In Hachong, rushed in. Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Ning ran too swiftly. We servants were unable to relay the message in time, explained the young eunuch who followed closely behind, coming to a hurried halt upon entering. Not to worry, you may leave, replied Prince Ning, casting a sidelong glance at Pei Xinying and then grinning at In Hachong. Your Highness, do grant your younger brother a share of your meal. In Hachong chuckled with a hint of resignation. Very well. Let us dine together. Please bring an additional set of chopsticks and a bowl. Chapter 2. First encounter. Beside the official road leading to the capital, there stood an ancient tea stall, where a few passers-by were scattered about, listening to the distant sound of galloping hooves. As they lifted their heads to look, amidst the dust kicked up by the horses, 5 or 6 young warriors in light armor raced forward, reins in hand. The leader, though clad in similar light armor and with her hair tied back, was unmistakably a woman, her fair and delicate features imbued with an air of ferocity. While the group engaged in conversation, the horsemen had already swept past the stall, heading towards the city gate. Upon entering the capital, the group slowed their pace, gradually making their way to the palace. Arriving at the palace gates, Song Qiongyu instructed her subordinates to wait outside while she entered the palace first. They clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Inside, In Hachong was reviewing memorials when someone announced, Your Majesty, General Song requests an audience. Quickly, let her in, he replied, and the door was pushed open. Bowing, Song Qiongyu declared, I, Song Qiongyu, pay my respects to Your Majesty. I have been stationed at the northern frontier and come to report on military matters. She presented the memorial to a high-ranking eunuch. In turn, handed it to In Hachong. As he gazed at the young woman kneeling before him, he discerned a faint resemblance to the child she once was, now transformed into a statuesque figure, her presence akin to a spear, impossible to overlook. After completing her bow, Song Qiongyu raised her head and smiled. Your Majesty, will you not grant me a seat? At that smile, Yin Hechong was momentarily transported back to the image of 6-year-old Song Qiongyu, waving goodbye to him at the city gate. "Your Majesty, please do not shed tears," she teased, observing the glimmer of emotion in his eyes. Yin Hechong chuckled in response. "I am no longer a child." However, as he composed himself, the mirth faded from his expression. Rubbing his sleeves thoughtfully, he inquired, "I know that the late emperor left you a message. Did he leave any decree for you?" Upon hearing this, a look of gravity crossed Song Qionyu's face. "Indeed, the late emperor's trusted confidant conveyed his message to me. However, the contents of the letter are quite alarming, and I must first verify them before reporting to your Majesty." Yin Hachong's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he momentarily recalled the late emperor's final moments, grasping his hand. Eyes filled with unspoken words that ultimately transformed into a deep sigh before he closed his eyes for the last time. After a brief pause, Yin Hachong, having collected himself, gazed at Song Qiongyu and asked, "Does this pertain to the throne?" Song Qiongyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. Moments passed without a word spoken. "Your Majesty, I presume your heart is not at ease. Let us discuss this matter further once you have regained your composure," she said, rising to take her leave. Yin Hachong rubbed his forehead. "I have already ordered the general's residence to be tidied up. You should return and rest early." At the entrance of the general's residence, the plaque was as pristine as ever. As she ascended the steps, memories flooded her mind, from the joyful outings of her family of 3 to her departure with her father from this dwelling. Culminating in the last moment, she turned to gaze at the plaque of the general's residence. Though her heart was tumultuous, her exterior remained composed as she set foot in this long-abandoned place. The old nanny had been waiting eagerly at the door, exclaiming, "Miss, you have finally returned. Nanny, it has been over a decade since we last met. How is your health?" Song Qiongyu gazed at the matron before her, inevitably drawing comparisons to the figure that lingered in her memories. The matron bore the indelible marks of time. "Miss, the journey must have been arduous. You should return to your chamber and rest," the matron said affectionately, observing the travel-worn Song Qiongyu. "In 2 hours, I shall summon you for dinner." Feeling indeed fatigued, Song Qiongyu settled the accommodations of the young soldiers she had brought back before retreating to her own quarters. After partaking in dinner, she convened a meeting with a few of her companions. As she pushed open the door to the study, she beheld the shelves lining the walls, filled to the brim with her father's books. With a sense of nostalgia, she caressed their spines and took her seat in the center of the study in the grand armchair. Her subordinates followed suit, gradually taking their places. One of them inquired, "General, is our return to the capital solely for His Majesty's coronation? Will we depart right after the ceremony?" With a light sigh, Song Qiongyu replied, "I fear that may not be the case. I'm the last of the Song family. Without leverage to hold against me, it could prove challenging." The individual expressed indignation, stating that it was profoundly unfair to the general, for the Song family had dedicated themselves tirelessly to the nation, yet still faced suspicion. "There is no need to feel aggrieved on my behalf. It is not merely His Majesty who harbors such thoughts. The entire court shares this sentiment. We are all complicit in this silent understanding, and the facade of cordiality must be upheld. In a matter of days, suitable justifications would undoubtedly arise." As the group gradually dispersed and twilight descended, lamps began to flicker to life within the residence. The illumination of the study waned as the sun dipped below the horizon, enveloping it in shadows. Leaning back in a grand chair, Song Qiongyu observed as the shrubs outside were consumed by darkness. 5 days later, "Miss, we have been back in the capital for many days now, yet we have not ventured out to explore. You simply remain cooped up in the study, which must be dreadfully dull. Let us go out and appreciate the splendor of the city." Qiushi crouched before Song Qionyu's armchair, gazing at her with eager eyes. With a resigned smile, Song Qiongyu remarked, "If you wish to stroll, go by yourself. If you feel lonely, invite Qianlin and the others to accompany you. Whatever you wish to purchase can be charged to the general's estate. They are utterly lacking in discernment, only wanting you to accompany me. It is a rare opportunity for rest. I implore you." Faced with Qiushi's hopeful gaze, Song Qiongyu found herself unable to refuse and ultimately acquiesced. The streets bustled with throngs of people, alive with a vibrant atmosphere. A young child, having lost their family, stood bewildered in the center of the road, scanning the surroundings. In the distance, the cacophony of noise erupted, accompanied by the clattering of hooves, the tugging of reins, and the startled cries of riders. In an instant, a horse charged toward the child, its hooves poised to trample. Suddenly, a young man surged forth, enveloping the child in his embrace, sacrificing his own back to the oncoming hooves. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still as a young woman in a light yellow dress leaped from the street's edge, grasping the back of the man's collar, executing a flawless somersault away from the center of the road. The startled shout of the man's servant was barely uttered before he curiously turned, calling out, "Young master?" only to find his master placed safely by the roadside by a girl with a high ponytail. Pei Xinying stumbled a few steps, looking toward her savior, whose expression was stern, seemingly irked. Song Qiongyu slightly raised her gaze to the man, letting out a soft huff. "Such bravery, master! You cannot even protect yourself, yet you rush to save another." With that, she turned and departed. A sense of disdain seemed to linger in the air. The young servant rushed over, tugging at Pei Xinying's clothing, circling around to examine her. Fortunately, she had not sustained any injuries. "Young master, you acted recklessly." Pei Xinying remained lost in thought, gazing at Song Qionyu's retreating figure. Chapter 3. The Grand Ceremony. Miss, came the distant call of Qiongyu, her footsteps approaching rapidly as she entered the room. Lifting her skirt, coming to an abrupt halt before the desk, she panted and asked, "Do you know who that young man you saved yesterday was?" Without lifting her head, Song Qiongyu continued to peruse her book, casually inquiring, "Which young man are you referring to?" Qiongyu, exasperated, pouted, "Miss, were you even listening to me?" A soft chuckle escaped Song Qionyu's lips as she replied, "I am indeed listening. Please continue." "It is the second son of Minister Pei, your betrothed," Qiongyu remarked, casting a furtive glance at Song Qiongyu. Noticing her subtle gesture, Song Qiongyu remained silent, giving her a meaningful look, urging her to elaborate. "Although young Master Pei is quite handsome, I have heard he is somewhat frail. How could he possibly be worthy of you when you possess such remarkable martial skills?" Qiongyu pouted, her demeanor somewhat discontented. Song Qiongyu rubbed her temples, observing her childhood made with a hint of sternness. "Qiongyu, you must refrain from speaking ill of court officials. Be wary, for walls have ears." Qiongyu clasped her hands over her mouth, wide-eyed, glancing about before meeting Song Qionyu's gaze, conveying her confusion through her expression. Amused by Qionyu's antics, Song Qiongyu laughed softly. "This is merely a reminder. Words can bring misfortune. In the future, do not act so recklessly." Qiongyu nodded, still covering her mouth. "Tomorrow is the Emperor's coronation ceremony. The ceremonial attire will be delivered to the residence this afternoon. You must keep an eye on it and ensure that nothing goes awry." "Understood." Recollecting the man she had saved earlier that morning, Song Qiongyu shook her head with a hint of helplessness. On the 15th of this month, the new emperor would ascend the throne, dressed in a crimson ceremonial robe. Song Qiongyu rode through the bustling crowd toward the towering palace. The emperor, accompanied by officials, went to pay homage to heaven and earth, while Song Qiongyu stood to the right of the emperor, with Minister Pei positioned to the left. She observed Minister Pei, known as Pei Gu, the top scholar of the previous emperor's reign, who had risen to the esteemed position of chancellor and shared a deep bond with his wife, Wen Xin, raising 2 sons together. Now past the age of 30, he remained clean-shaven, with a fair complexion and an upright posture. His achievements in governance were noteworthy, often presenting beneficial strategies for the state. Retracting her gaze, she noted that it was time for the emperor to offer incense. As the new emperor performed the rite, the Minister of Rites announced the proceedings. While Song Qiongyu did not believe in deities, she could not help but feel the solemnity of the occasion. Stealing a glance at In Hachong, she observed the emperor placing incense on the altar, eyes closed, hands clasped together as if in prayer. After a considerable time, the auspicious moment arrived, marking the conclusion of the first segment. Next, the emperor would don his imperial robes and proceed to the palace to receive the reverent kneelings of the civil and military officials. Following the crowd's lead, Qiongyu knelt and bowed before the emperor. In her heart, she understood that from this moment forth, her gaze would be met by the sovereign, the master of this realm, and the bonds of childhood friendship would no longer hold significance. As the emperor took his rightful place and received the imperial seal, he was officially recognized as the emperor. These two steps may appear simple, yet they are incredibly taxing, as officials follow closely behind, kneeling in reverence, while the emperor himself must traverse a considerable distance. Qiongyu, a military official of robust constitution, observes that some frail officials are already panting, trembling, and on the verge of fainting. When the time arrives to announce the edict to the world, these delicate literati finally receive a momentary respite. This marks the new emperor's inaugural proclamation in his sovereign capacity, which must be disseminated not only within the court, but also among the populace. The ascension of the emperor is a momentous affair for the nation, accompanied by tax reductions and a general amnesty. Bored, Qiongyu taps her toes against the ground, awaiting the completion of the edict's recitation. Once the ceremony concludes, she prepares to return to her residence, but is intercepted by Minister Pei. The two exchange a courteous bow. After years of separation, the lady of the house has expressed her deep concern for the general's well-being and inquires if he might join her family for dinner. Instinctively, Qiongyu is about to decline, but before she can articulate her refusal, Minister Pei continues, mentioning how his wife often weeps when reminiscing about the general's mother, suggesting that perhaps a visit would bring her some solace. Faced with Minister Pei's earnest gaze, her words of rejection falter on her lips, and she ultimately concedes to the invitation, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Upon returning home, Qiongyu collapses onto her bed with a heavy sigh, contemplating that had the invitation been more forceful, she might have been able to decline with equal firmness. However, as a close friend of her parents, Minister Pei's heartfelt entreaty leaves her at a loss for how to refuse. Resigned, she agrees to go. After changing out of her court attire and into a vibrant yellow gown, her maid styles her hair in a more playful manner. With everything in place, Qiongyu sits on the edge of her bed, letting out another sigh, covering her face with her hands and rubbing it vigorously. At last, when she can no longer procrastinate, she steels herself and sets off with her maid. Upon arriving at the Pei residence, she is warmly greeted by a young servant who seems to have anticipated her arrival. Though her heart is filled with trepidation, her feet carry her forward. Passing through the inner gates, she finds Madame Wenxin anxiously awaiting her in the main hall. Upon seeing Qionyu's familiar face, reminiscent of her dear friend, tears begin to flow uncontrollably. Taken aback by the sight of Madame Pei weeping, Qiongyu approaches and gently supports her arm, offering comfort. "You have grown into a fine young lady. Your mother would undoubtedly be proud of you if she were here." Madame Pei, stroking Qionyu's hand, continues, "Yet, the harshness of the frontier and the biting winds are too much for a girl like you." More tears cascade down her cheeks. Observing the genuine concern in Madame Pei's eyes, Qiongyu smiles and shakes her head. "Madam, I do not find it burdensome. Every path I have traversed and every gust I have endured are echoes of my father's experiences. I wish to stand alongside him." Inspired by Qionyu's resolute gaze, Madame Pei feels a surge of comfort regarding her dear friend. Before long, Minister Pei returns home, entering the room and immediately bowing to Qiongyu. Startled, she quickly assists him, exclaiming, "Minister Pei, what is the meaning of this? Such formalities are unnecessary." He explains that this gesture is to express gratitude for the general's recent rescue of his son. Madame Pei, taken aback, looks to Minister Pei, puzzled by the turn of events. Pei Xinying first invited his wife and Qiongyu to take their seats before he began to elucidate the situation. A few days prior, an individual had galloped through the bustling market, nearly trampling a young child. Pei Xinying, in her attempt to save the child, placed herself in peril beneath the hooves of the horse. It was Qiongyu, passing by, who rescued both Pei Xinying and the child from the center of the road, thus preserving their lives. Upon hearing this, Lady Pei rose in indignation, exclaiming that under the sovereign's gaze, one should not ride recklessly and injure others. clearly showing a disregard for the law. This incident, she surmised, was likely not as straightforward as it appeared. Song Qiongyu, intrigued, inquired why Pei Xinying held such a belief. Before he could respond, however, Lady P interjected, instructing Song Qiongyu to address Pei Xinying as uncle instead of Pei Xinying. Amused yet exasperated, Song Qiongyu complied, once again posing the question of how his uncle had arrived at such a conclusion, noting the apparent lack of evidence or direction. Chapter 4. A grant of marriage. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Xinying elucidated the reasoning behind his suspicions. The incident had occurred the day before the coronation ceremony, and fortunately, both the child and Xinying emerged unscathed. Had there been any misfortune, it might have tarnished the emperor's prestige. The Dali Temple had been tasked with a clandestine investigation, yet within a day, both the child and his family, along with the coachman, had vanished without a trace. Raising significant doubts, Lady P pressed her lips together, pondering if it could merely be a coincidence. Pei Xinying shared his own reservations, mentioning his inquiry with Xinying, who expressed a desire to save the child but also a recognition of his limitations, fearing that his attempts might lead to both their demise. At this juncture, Song Qiongyu, perplexed, noted that when he had rescued the child, Xinying had already cradled him in his arms. Why then, he wondered, did it seem as though someone had pushed him from behind? Pei Xinying chuckled softly, suggesting that it was indeed plausible. The day before the new emperor's ascension, a nobleman's son had been trampled in the capital, and it was likely that questions would arise regarding the emperor's governance. With both the assailant and the victim now missing, the case might very well become an unsolved mystery, Song Qiongyu remarked. Pei Xinying, visibly troubled, confirmed that the Dali Temple was indeed experiencing great difficulty in their investigation, as the traces of these individuals had been deliberately erased, indicating an awareness of the temple's methods, complicating their search. As dinner time approached, Lady P interjected, indicating it was time to eat. The dining table that evening was graced only by the three of them, as the two sons of the P family were occupied with their official duties and could not join the meal. After dining at the P residence, they engaged in further conversation, during which Lady P expressed her longing for Song Qionyu's mother. As twilight descended, Song Qiongyu took his leave, making his way back to his own residence. As he strolled slowly along the streets, passing bustling merchants and jovial passers-by, he felt an acute sense of disconnection from the vibrant life of the capital. Yet, amidst this lively atmosphere, he found himself smiling involuntarily. In the frontier, he was constantly surrounded by soldiers, with each day filled with training, meals, and sleep, only venturing into nearby villages for necessary transactions. Such warm and spirited moments were a rare luxury. The journey from the P residence back to the general's estate gradually transitioned from the clamor of the city to a profound stillness. Lost in contemplation, Song Qiongyu remained unaware of his thoughts until he beheld the towering walls of the general's residence, at which point he set his musings aside. The following day, the emperor summoned Song Qiongyu to the palace. In the familiar setting of the imperial study, Yin Hachong sat behind the desk, absently toying with a string of sandalwood beads. "Your Majesty," he announced, yet unlike previous occasions, he did not immediately beckon her to rise. After a short while, as if awakening from a slumber, he finally called her to her feet. Song Qiongyu understood that this was a display of authority, suppressing any sign of discontent. She inquired if the emperor had summoned her for any particular matter. Yin Hachong extracted several memorials from a stack on the table, handing them to a nearby eunuch with a gesture that instructed him to present them to Song Qiongyu. She looked up at him, puzzled, and asked for clarification on his intentions. Yin Hachong's expression remained inscrutable, concealing any trace of joy or sorrow. "Take a look," he instructed. The memorials, submitted by various individuals, conveyed a singular message. They urged Song Qiongyu to return to the frontier post-haste to safeguard the realm. Yin Hachong rubbed his temples, casting a sidelong glance at her. "What do you think? Any thoughts?" Without hesitation, Song Qiongyu knelt and presented the memorials with both hands. "I have no objections. If your Majesty requires my return, I shall go. Should your Majesty wish for me to linger longer, I shall stay." Gradually, she prostrated herself on the ground, surrendering entirely to the emperor's will. With her forehead touching the floor, she faintly perceived a low, pleasant chuckle above her. Soon, footsteps approached, and someone helped her rise. I was merely inquiring, Qiongyu. There is no need for such tension. In Ha-chong reassured her, guiding her back to her seat. He then turned, opting not to return to his own chair behind the desk, but instead sitting in the chair opposite her. Here is my thought, Qiongyu. You were once betrothed to the second son of the Pei family. Young Master Pei will come of age this September, and thereafter, you may wed. Until the wedding, it would be prudent for you to remain in the capital to nurture your relationship, and I shall officiate your marriage. Upon hearing this, Song Qiongyu inhaled deeply and knelt again, expressing her gratitude for the imperial decree. In Ha-chong assisted her once more, sighing, General Song, may his spirit be at peace. He would surely wish for you to find happiness and wed swiftly. Your Majesty speaks wisely, Song Qiongyu replied in agreement. Less than half a day after leaving the palace, the decree of marriage arrived at her residence. After gathering the household to receive the edict, Song Qiongyu entered her study with the official document in hand. Qiongyu hurriedly followed, peeking around to ensure no one was nearby before closing the door. Anger flashed across her face as she paced the floor, unable to contain herself any longer. Miss, what does the Emperor mean by this? Why must it be young Master Pei? Although the two families made a verbal agreement in their youth, it was merely a casual promise. Moreover, young Master Pei's health is frail. You will eventually return to the frontier, a harsh and bitter land. How will he endure? If he remains in the capital, the distance will strain your relationship. Not to mention the exhaustive travel back and forth. Fuming, Qiongyu glared at her mistress seated in the grand chair, but Song Qiongyu appeared to be in a trance. Seemingly oblivious to her words, embodying a state of ethereal detachment, like incense smoke drifting away with the breeze. Alarmed, Qiongyu raised her voice, Miss. You are not listening to me. Song Qiongyu cast a gentle glance at Qiongyu, saying, I have been listening. The matters you speak of are not solely within your contemplation. I too am aware, and the Emperor is even more astute. As she squinted against the sunlight streaming through the window, she continued, Minister Pei is a civilian official, while I am a military general. Together, we serve as the Emperor's left and right arms. He would not wish for us to unite, yet he cannot allow either of us to dominate. I am already isolated, with no one to counterbalance my influence. It is evidently unrealistic to release me. Therefore, he must create a concern for me. This person must hold a high position, one that neither I nor the Emperor can afford to treat lightly. He should possess leverage, whether it be a secret or a condition. If my conjecture is correct, there should be an exceptionally skilled physician in the palace who can alleviate Pei Xinying's affliction. Qiongyu, captivated by her words, could not help but inquire, but if that is the case, once he is cured, won't we lose our hold over young Master Pei? Song Qiongyu lightly responded, if I were the Emperor, I would not cure him all at once. Instead, I would transform the remedy into pills, bestowing upon him a year's supply each time we return to report. This way, we would be both appeased and held in check. Truly a clever scheme, Song Qiongyu remarked with admiration. Observing Qiongju's agitated demeanor, she sighed silently. After a while, as Qiongyu continued to mutter, Song Qiongyu interjected, all right. A few whispered grievances are acceptable, but do remember to remain discreet at home. One must not be so reckless in public. That is the Emperor, a master of strategy and balance. Qiongyu sighed in response. It is easy for you to say, miss. It seems rather unfair. Song Qiongyu replied, there will always be sacrifices. Look at this capital. While there are many with power, influence, and wealth, not everyone can have their wishes fulfilled. She gazed at the bookshelf in the room, slowly closing her eyes, turning her chair, and rocking gently. Months slipped by swiftly, and the new year approached. In previous years, she had spent the festivities with her soldiers around a bonfire, feasting on roasted meat. This year, however, she found herself in the capital, initially intending to celebrate with her household. Yet, an invitation from the Prime Minister's residence arrived, and without hesitation, Song Qiongyu accepted after a moment's reflection. On New Year's Day, everyone in the residence was filled with joy, hanging couplets, lanterns, and donning new clothes, each face radiating with smiles. Standing at the doorway, Qiongyu observed the bustling activity and smiled in return. Qiushi, busy hanging lanterns, turned around and saw her mistress clad in a red garment, which had been arranged by the matron. The red robe, adorned with white rabbit fur and grand mountain-and-water embroidery, was complemented by matching jewelry, enhancing her fair complexion. While the matron admired her beauty, Qiushi dashed towards Qiongyu, exclaiming, "Miss, Happy New Year! When will we receive our red envelopes?" Laughter erupted among the onlookers, and Qiushi pretended to glare at them, saying, "If you do not want it, just give it all to me," amidst the pleas of those around her. Qiushi turned her gaze back to Qiongyu, who smiled back, embodying the youthful exuberance that Qiushi had never witnessed before. After enjoying a meal at home, I took a brief respite before heading to the Pei residence with my New Year gifts. The Pei household was bustling with activity today. As soon as the young servant spotted me from a distance, he hurried back to announce my arrival. Upon reaching the entrance, I was met by the entire Pei family. Lord Pei and his wife were intertwined in a display of affection, followed closely by two young men. One of them, whom I had encountered before, was none other than the second young master of the Pei family, while the other was the eldest son. The eldest, dressed in a black fitted outfit, exuded an air of confidence, whereas the second young master, clad in a deep green robe, embodied scholarly elegance. After warmly welcoming me, the entourage made their way into the residence. I walked ahead with Lord Pei and his wife, engaging in lively conversation, while the two young masters fell a few paces behind, whispering to each other. The eldest, Pei Xinying, jested about how in most families is the eldest son who marries first, yet here we were, with the younger sibling taking the lead. Pei Xinying, maintaining a stoic expression, replied that he had 9 months until he reached the age of maturity, and if his brother was impatient, he could hasten his preparations. Pei Qiongyu stifled a laugh, inquiring about his future bride's presence, to which Pei Xinying retorted with a desire to confront him. With that, he quickened his pace to distance himself from his brother. I, with keen hearing, caught snippets of their conversation despite their distance. A sense of relief washed over me. Though there was no emotional foundation, marrying anyone would yield similar results. The absence of resistance from the other party was a favorable sign for both sides. With ample time before dinner, we proceeded to the study. Throughout our time there, Pei Xinying discreetly stole glances at me, believing himself to be inconspicuous, yet I had already taken note of his attention. I found myself in a quandary, unable to decipher his thoughts, and thus feigned ignorance. In the study, I share my recent speculations regarding the marriage with the Pei family. During our discussion, Pei Xinying voiced his curiosity about why he had been chosen. Upon hearing this, I turned to him, causing him to shift uncomfortably under my gaze, his face gradually reddening under the scrutiny of the others. I leisurely replied that it was, of course, due to Lord Pei's esteemed position and the fact that he was comparatively easier to manage. Pei Xinying was no fool. Upon hearing my words, his spirits dampened. Lord Pei, sensing the slight discord, remained silent. After conversing for a considerable time, the sky darkened, and we prepared to dine. The Pei family had no custom of silence at the dining table, and I regaled them with tales of customs and amusing anecdotes from the frontier, which they had not experienced, capturing their rapt attention and prompting lively exchanges. Not long after our meal, the sound of fireworks echoed from afar, and we gathered around the hearth to continue our conversation. As we approached midnight, we stepped outside under the eaves to watch the distant fireworks illuminate the sky. Lord Pei stood beside me, gazing at the blossoming fireworks, and remarked that after the new year, he intended to place Xinying in the Dali Temple. For that carriage case? I asked, a hint of confusion creeping onto my flushed face, illuminated by the fireworks' glow. For some reason, an unsettling feeling washed over me, as if a storm were brewing. I could only hope it was a mere figment of my imagination. Pei Xinying stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a calm and reserved demeanor. Observing him, Qiongyu thought to herself that this matter could be postponed until after the new year. However, there was another pressing issue at hand. A hint of confusion crossed Pei Xinying's face. "Happy New Year, Uncle! It is time for the customary red envelope," she proclaimed. Pei Xinying, both amused and exasperated, retrieved the prepared red envelope he had set aside. At that moment, He suddenly realized that the girl before him had only recently come of age, still a mere child. She was not the renowned young general of great renown, nor the legendary war machine said to slay an enemy with every 3 steps. She was simply a playful and charming young girl. Witnessing her maid's failed attempt to demand the red envelope, along with the scene of their playful bickering, brought a slight moisture to Madame Pei's eyes. From this day forth, as Pei Xinying embraces her as family, we shall care for her well, in honor of General Song and his wife's spirits above, he declared. Madame Pei rubbed her eyes and nodded in agreement. The following morning, Song Qiongyu was startled awake by the distant sound of cannon fire. As she regained her bearings and surveyed the unfamiliar decorations, she remembered that she had stayed at the Pei residence the previous night. Groggily, she rose to have breakfast and bid farewell to Pei Xinying and his wife. Upon returning to the general's residence, she collapsed in her bed and slept until the afternoon. After the Lantern Festival, Pei Xinying entered the Dali Temple. Their interactions remained limited to her occasional visits to the Pei residence. As it appeared that their relationship was stagnant, some began to play matchmaker. Towards the end of the month, Song Qiongyu received a summons to the palace. Upon entering the imperial study, she encountered Pei Xinying, and an ominous premonition washed over her, which was soon confirmed. Chapter 6. The dark shop. The emperor's expression was inscrutable, yet his tone bore an undercurrent of anger. A few days prior, spies had reported catastrophic flooding in Chongnan, devastating hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land, leaving nothing to harvest. Yet, neither the Chongnan magistrate nor the governor of Yuzhong had mentioned such a significant event in their reports, an extraordinary occurrence with no whispers of it circulating. This raised deep suspicions. In Hachong held a letter in hand, but did not reveal it to them. Instead, he incinerated it in the candle holder on the table. This matter must be resolved, he stated, fixing his gaze upon the two. Song Qiongyu met the emperor's eyes as she half kneeled before him. What is it that your servant can do for you? I would brave fire and water without hesitation. In Hachong's demeanor softened as he raised his teacup for a sip. I hope you can investigate the circumstances surrounding this issue. Song Qiongyu inquired, in what capacity shall I conduct this investigation? To avoid arousing suspicion, you two shall pose as a merchant couple. We will assign you a few companions to assist in maintaining a low profile. Should any danger arise, you are to handle it as you see fit. We? Song Qiongyu expressed her confusion. Xianying is the minister of Dali Temple. This is both a test and an exercise, yet you are aware of his health condition. This journey is fraught with peril, and you must ensure his safety. Your Majesty is wise, she conceded, but we have yet to be wed. Is it not somewhat scandalous to masquerade as a married couple? You are a union bestowed by me. Who would dare to speak against it? I shall be the first to punish them. Realizing the emperor's resolute stance, Song Qiongyu ceased her objections and reluctantly acquiesced. After a round of negotiations, Pei Xinying found himself unable to interject, watching as the emperor spoke, followed by Song Qiongyu. Despite several attempts to contribute to the conversation, he ultimately remained silent. Observing the matter solidifying, Song Qiongyu sought to secure some rights for herself, wondering if the emperor would grant her the authority to act on behalf of the ministers. In Hachong, filled with delight, waved his hand grandly, granting her request. A decree was issued in her favor, yet no one inquired about Pei Xinying's thoughts. Within a few days, they prepared to set off, disguised as a married couple, accompanied by their attendants and those bestowed by the emperor. They formed a caravan to trade silk. During their journey, Song Qiongyu found the carriage intolerable after just 2 days and resolutely opted to ride a horse, while Pei Xinying, frail in health, remained in the carriage. Lifting the curtain of the carriage, Pei Xinying gazed enviously at Song Qiongyu, who rode ahead with vigor. He had been born weak and sickly, and despite his family's best efforts to nurture him, he could not rival his elder brother's strength. There were many things others could do that he could not. One evening, after days of rough travel, they spotted an inn by the roadside. Upon entering, they found the furnishings to be quite antiquated yet fashionable. Song Qiongyu exchanged glances with several guards. The innkeeper, fiddling with an abacus at the counter, noticed their arrival and hurried to greet them, inquiring if they wished to dine or stay the night. 2 upper rooms and 5 lower rooms, Song Qiongyu requested. Very well, The group stepped out of line, addressing Song Qiongyu. Madam, if you decide to rest here, we will tend to the horses. Still surveying the surroundings, Song Qiongyu nodded approvingly. Go ahead. With that, she stepped outside and approached the carriage, knocking on the side. My lord, let us rest here for the night. Inside the carriage, Pei Xinying's face flushed a deep crimson. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he replied, as the lady wishes to rest here, so it shall be. He stepped out of the carriage and stood on the carriage frame, gazing at the inn, a 3-story wooden structure exuding an air of antiquity. Song Qiongyu leaned closer to Pei Xinying and whispered, the inn seems somewhat peculiar. You should share a room with me tonight. 2 upper rooms, one for us and one for the maidens. Pei Xinying, lost in thought, was captivated by her breath, so close to his ear that he barely registered her words. Realizing what she had said, he displayed a hint of surprise, quickly masking it with a nod to indicate his understanding. The attendant led them to their designated rooms, introducing the first upper room before preparing to take Song Qiongyu to the second. However, she halted the attendant, raising an eyebrow. Why do you find this so peculiar? We are husband and wife. Naturally, we ought to share a room. Why separate us? The attendant, bowing apologetically, replied, I assumed the lady requested 2 upper rooms because there was a disagreement between you and the young master. I misjudged the situation and offended you both. Please forgive my presumptions. Song Qiongyu waved her hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. Just fetch some water. Of course. The attendant nodded and hurried away. Pei Xinying quietly asked Song Qiongyu, didn't you mention that this inn was suspicious? What do we need water for? Song Qiongyu cast a peculiar glance at him. There was no doubt that something was amiss. However, there was no need for concern, for they could resolve the situation. After days of enduring the elements, covered in dust and grime, wouldn't it be prudent to clean up? Pei Xinying felt reassured by this and began to relax. Suddenly recalling something, her face flushed from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. As the guards tied their horses, the innkeeper approached, running his fingers through the mane, exclaiming what a fine horse it was. The guards exchanged glances behind the innkeeper's back, rolling their eyes in unison. After a while, the server knocked on the door, announcing that the water had boiled and the meal was ready. Should the guests dine first or wash up? Song Qiongyu suggested they should wash first and asked the server to inform the kitchen to prepare more water. The server complied, opened the door, and brought in the water. Shall you wash first, or shall I? The shy Pei Xinying feigned calmness and said, you go ahead. Though separated by a screen, the sound still penetrated, reaching Pei Xinying's ears. When Song Qiongyu emerged, drying her hair, Pei Xinying felt herself nearly ablaze with embarrassment. How innocent! Song Qiongyu mused, finding her adorably endearing. When Pei Xinying finally emerged, a dazzling light flashed before her eyes. It was Song Qiongyu seated on the edge of the bed, meticulously polishing her sword. The blade gleamed with a cold light as Song Qiongyu delicately wiped it with a white silk cloth, as if caressing a cherished treasure. Not daring to approach, Pei Xinying settled on a distant stool. Once the sword was cleaned and inspected, Song Qiongyu turned her gaze towards Pei Xinying, questioning why she sat so far away. To be frank, your earlier demeanor was somewhat alarming, she remarked. Song Qiongyu laughed heartily, her mirth lingering as she assured Pei Xinying. My sword shall not be aimed at you. However, there may be a battle to face tonight. The words, though sensed in advance, still astonished Pei Xinying, filling her with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Noticing the change in Pei Xinying's demeanor, Song Qiongyu felt a weight in her heart. Setting down the sword, she moved to the window and pushed it open. The server, stationed below, lifted his head at the sound of the window creaking open. Upon recognizing Song Qiongyu, he offered a hearty smile before returning to his task of chopping firewood. Chapter 7. Counterattack before long. The server brought a sumptuous meal to the room, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Dear guests, please enjoy your meal, he said, his eyes gleaming with expectation. Let be. We shall eat later, Song Qiongyu replied, seated beside the bed, engrossed in a book. After a brief pause, noticing the guests remained unmoved, the server awkwardly said, Dear guests, do partake soon. It will not taste as good if it grows cold. With that, he retreated. After a while, Pei Xinying approached the table to examine the spread of food. Are you inclined to eat? Song Qiongyu inquired, noticing Pei Xinying's interest. Pei Xinying shot her a glare, retorting, I merely lack experience with dining out. I'm not foolish enough to eat when I know something is amiss. Witnessing her flustered demeanor, Song Qiongyu couldn't suppress a laugh. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Save for the sound of the wind rustling through the branches and tapping against the window pane. Inside the room, Pei Xinying observed Song Qiongyu arranging the bedding into two shapes, covering them with a blanket. The two of them, hidden behind the screen, watched the pitch-black room, waiting patiently, but the stillness persisted, leaving them to gaze at the shadows cast by the light filtering through the window. As Pei Xinying languished in boredom, a faint sound reached his ears from outside, so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed if not for prior preparation. He raised his hand, intending to tap Song Qionyu's arm, only to realize that she had already entered a state of alertness, indicating that she had detected the disturbance before him. A mix of panic and inexplicable excitement surged within him as he focused on the doorway. Suddenly, a slender tube extended through the entrance, emitting a plume of white smoke, the fabled hallucinogenic mist. Song Qiongyu handed him a damp handkerchief, gesturing for him to cover his mouth and nose. Pei Xinying complied, only to discover that the cloth was a pristine white silk, devoid of any embroidery, exuding a faint fragrance. A wave of emotions surged within him, leaving him somewhat flustered. Noticing his discomfort, Song Qiongyu assumed he was concerned about propriety between the sexes and intended to offer an explanation. However, in the stillness of their surroundings, she could only set aside her thoughts for a later time. After a considerable pause, the individuals outside, suspecting that the mist had taken effect, cautiously opened the door. They approached the bed, raising their swords, their blades glinting ominously as they thrust downward. Pei Xinying held his breath, observing their movements. Contrary to his expectations, there was no sound of a blade piercing flesh. Instead, they withdrew their swords and lifted the covers, revealing two rolled-up forms resembling human figures beneath the bedding. Realizing they had been outwitted, the intruders turned to flee. In that instant, Song Qiongyu seized the opportunity, swiftly dispatching the nearest assailant with a single strike. The second attacker, alerted by the commotion, attempted to block her advance, but was easily disarmed by her deft maneuver, while her other hand wielded a dagger that plunged into his abdomen. In the blink of an eye, the skirmish concluded, leaving Pei Xinying astonished. He hardly comprehended Song Qionyu's actions before it was all over. Is this the prowess of a general? He pondered aloud. Song Qiongyu turned with a smile, dismissing the encounter as trivial, merely two insignificant lackeys dealt with effortlessly. He was aware of her exceptional skills, but was taken aback by her ease in dispatching such foes as though they were mere vegetables. She beckoned for him to follow, and they both cautiously peered outside, where silence reigned and not a soul was to be found. They descended the staircase slowly, only to discover the hall completely deserted. Even the innkeeper and the attendant had vanished. A flicker of confusion crossed Pei Xinying's face as he looked at Song Qiongyu and quietly inquired about the whereabouts of everyone. Let's investigate the backyard, she suggested. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily made their way to the rear courtyard, where a room glimmered with light. Pei Xinying tugged at her sleeve, urging her to approach and take a closer look. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast two shadows on the wall. Concealed beneath the window, they overheard the innkeeper addressing another individual as my lord. The figure, cloaked in black and wearing a hood, spoke in a grave tone, insisting that this matter must remain concealed, declaring that a certain Pei must perish, and that if Song Qiongyu chose to surrender, she might be spared. The innkeeper, bowing low with great respect, informed the lord that the food had been laced with a sedative, although it seemed that the intended victims had not consumed it. They had already released the hallucinogenic mist. When would they take action? After a brief pause, he continued, noting that a group was en route. Yet, given the current circumstances, they lacked certainty in their plan. The innkeeper could not comprehend why the ambushed brothers numbered around 50 or 60, even if they were not dazed by the smoke. Would it not be exceedingly simple to deal with merely a dozen adversaries? Those cloaked figures were becoming increasingly irate at the foolishness of their companions. Song Qiongyu, a martial general, was accompanied by individuals of exceptional prowess. Should they strike and miss, it would surely alert the enemy, arousing their suspicions. The innkeeper nodded repeatedly, affirming the gravity of the situation. As Qiongyu pondered, another figure crouched beside her. Upon turning, she recognized it was Qiongyu. With a grin, Qiongyu glanced at the stunned Pei Xinying and informed Qiongyu that their subordinates were prepared, inquiring when they should act. "Let us wait a moment longer and listen to their discourse," she replied, turning to Pei Xinying to explain that Qiongyu was not only her childhood maid, but also her astute deputy. Quite clever indeed. The three crouched together, eavesdropping for any further revelations. The innkeeper paced anxiously within the room, cautiously asking if his plan succeeded. Might he be transferred to Yuzhong? The cloaked figure sneered. "You certainly have your preferences. Let us discuss that once the task is complete." Their conversation meandered into trivialities, yielding no valuable information. Suddenly, the errand boy hurried in, knocking on the door. Upon its opening, the innkeeper scolded him softly for his flustered state. In the shadows by the wall, three figures hid, and just as the errand boy's footsteps drew near, Qiongyu silently maneuvered, wrapping her arm around Pei Xinying's waist and pivoting to conceal themselves behind an unobserved wall. The errand boy, breathless, announced that during a recent count, 2 individuals were missing. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that these 2 had attempted to murder the others after the smoke was released, seeking to claim the accolades. The innkeeper, alarmed, queried if they had succeeded. "No, and those 2 have vanished. Only our comrades' bodies remain. I checked the neighboring maids' quarters, and no one was there. Surely they have fled." Panic struck, they had been discovered. "Quickly act now," he urged, rushing toward the inner room. The errand boy hesitated between calling for action and alerting the innkeeper, and in that fleeting moment of indecision, Qiongyu struck him down with a single blow. In the second before losing consciousness, he glimpsed a shadow rushing into the room. The innkeeper had constructed an underground passage within his quarters, leading to a forgotten burial ground. However, upon opening the passage, he found it obstructed by rubble, rendering it impassable. Recalling the figure in black, he surveyed the room, realizing the intruder had vanished. Likely, he had sensed danger when the errand boy arrived to deliver the news, and, seizing the opportunity, fled through the secret entrance. Fearing pursuit through the passage, he resolved to destroy it entirely. Without a path, there could be no tracking. Chapter 8. The traitor fury threatened to overwhelm his senses, yet a sliver of rationality remained. His enemies lurked behind him, and he could not afford to expose his back. Whirling to seize a weapon, a shadow moved swifter than he, and before he could react, darkness enveloped him. Qiongyu clapped her hands, brushing off the non-existent dust. With a smile, she turned to seek out her companions. They should have completed their task as well. Outside the inn, the bound black-clad assassins lay in disarray. They took the errand boy, the innkeeper, and the leader of the assassins away, while the others executed the remaining foes on the spot. Within the span of a tea time, they tidied the scene. Pei Xinying hesitated, and Qiongyu cast him a sidelong glance. Noticing his expression, she turned away, choosing to disregard him. After a moment, her subordinates attended to some inconsequential individuals, ushering them into a room while setting up various traps within. Thus, when those individuals came to search, they would be met with repercussions. Once everything was in order, a guard invited Pei Xinying onto the carriage, while the others mounted their horses, quietly taking a detour under the cover of night. Outside the carriage, a guard inquired of Miss Qiongyu why they were in such a hurry to depart, and why they had chosen a different route. Qiongyu, astride her horse, did not look at him but fixed her gaze ahead, informing him that they had overheard that a large contingent of their adversaries would soon be arriving to launch an assault. Their numbers were insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. Moreover, how could they possibly know which path they had taken or when they would reach the inn? It was evident that someone was leaking information. The guard suddenly grasped the situation. Returning to the group, several others approached with questions, followed by the sound of laughter. Qiongyu observed this scene in silence, realizing that she was indeed different from them. In comparison to those who had never experienced warfare, her instinct for danger was markedly heightened. From a distance, Qiongyu watched the farce unfold, her expression as tranquil as still water. Not long after departing the capital, they encountered an assassination attempt, and the journey ahead promised to be fraught with peril. Yet, the most pressing matter at hand was to uncover the traitor concealed within their ranks. Apart from herself and Pei Xinying, there were 15 guards in the group. She had only 3 of her own, which meant that the remaining 12 were bestowed by the emperor. The informant must be among them. Qiongyu climbed into the carriage to discuss their course of action with Pei Xinying. Why are you certain the traitor is within our ranks and not among the emperor's entourage? Pei Xinying posed the question as soon as she entered, having overheard their conversation outside. You have never left the capital, have you? Qiongyu inquired playfully. Pei Xinying's ears flushed crimson. What is the connection between these two questions? Shifting slightly, Qiongyu lifted the curtain of the carriage. Look, the official road from the capital to Yuzhong should be unobstructed. It is a well-maintained path that would not present many difficulties. However, the route we have taken is a merchant's road, rather uneven. Lowering the curtain, she continued, in fact, just days before we departed from the capital, we did take the official road. We only diverted 3 or 4 days ago. And already those brigands have systematically replaced the original innkeeper. Pei Xinying questioned why there had been a replacement, rather than the assumption that they had been lying in wait. Qiongyu recalled that the inn's exterior and signboard were of a rather antiquated style, reminiscent of a trend from a century past. Yet the furnishings inside were the most fashionable of the present time. Pei Xinying grew more curious, asking if such evidence was sufficient for her conclusion. Perhaps the old tables and chairs were broken, necessitating a replacement? You make a fair point, she replied. However, all the items on the upper floor are antiquities. Yet from the staircases turned to the first floor, everything has been replaced with new furnishings. Does that not strike you as peculiar? Qiongyu posed a question and promptly provided her own answer, suggesting a singular explanation. A brawl had transpired on the first floor, resulting in the complete destruction of all tables and chairs, leaving no choice but to replace them with new ones. However, it would be unwise to draw conclusions solely based on conjecture. Consequently, while they were preoccupied in the back room, I crouched down to scrutinize the ground, where I discovered some relatively fresh bloodstains nestled in the crevices of the new tiles. Pei Xinying, about to inquire how she discerned the blood was fresh, caught sight of the sword hanging at her waist and recalled that she was a general, having traversed countless battlefields. Thus, she could surely distinguish between fresh and old blood. Pei Xinying pondered silently, a thick silence enveloping the carriage. Breaking this silence, Qiongyu asserted the necessity of identifying the traitor, lest they fall into a passive position. However, the challenge of unearthing the culprit required further contemplation. She turned to him and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" After a moment's reflection, Pei Xinying proposed that perhaps they could divide the individuals into 3 groups, informing them of the route they intended to take. They could then dispatch personnel to scout that path, identifying where ambushes might lurk, thereby pinpointing which group contained the traitor. Qiongyu regarded him with approval, encouraging him to continue. Bolstered by her affirmation, he elaborated that upon determining the group, they could further divide it into 2 factions and replicate the same strategy, necessitating scrutiny of only 2 individuals, which should expedite the search for the traitor. As he spoke, a hint of excitement colored his tone, and he lifted his gaze in search of affirmation. Qiongyu smiled and nodded, declaring his idea commendable. Yet, did this not imply a lack of execution? Pei Xinying sensed the underlying meaning. Your idea is splendid, but it suddenly occurs to me that we have 3 captives. Once we find a safe location, we can interrogate them, which may yield fruitful results. With a hopeful glance from Pei Xinying, she dismounted the carriage and turned back with a smile, suggesting that if interrogation proved fruitless, they could resort to his method. At that moment, the dawn broke, and her radiant smile illuminated the surroundings. A gentle breeze swept past, accompanied by a sound that resonated like the pounding of a heart. After traversing for half a day, the sun ascended to its zenith, casting warm rays upon them as they sought refuge in the dappled shade of a tree to rest. In the inn they had previously visited, they had procured a cart, on which the 3 captives were bound and unceremoniously tossed. After such a long journey, the captives had regained consciousness, struggling upon the cart. As the three grew weary from their struggles, Song Qiongyu approached, stepping carefully on fallen branches that snapped beneath her feet. The captives widened their eyes, intensifying their thrashing, their muffled attempts to speak evident, though silenced by their gags. Drawing her sword from her waist, Song Qiongyu delicately tapped the tip against the innkeeper's face, who instinctively tilted his head back to evade the sharp blade. "I know you want to live, don't you?" she teased with a playful tone. The innkeeper squirmed in response, realizing the futility of his voice, and nodded vigorously. Nearby, the leader of the assassins regarded the innkeeper with incredulity before reclining against the cart, adopting an air of indifference, as if unbothered by the impending threat. Chapter 9. Interrogation. She commanded her subordinates to escort the three deeper into the woods, declining the requests of Qiongyu and Pei Xinying to observe. Song Qiongyu, with a blade in hand, ventured into the woods to conduct her interrogation. Pei Xinying's eyes were filled with a hint of concern as she watched Song Qionyu's silhouette disappear among the trees. At that moment, Song Qiongyu exuded a calm yet exhilarating demeanor. Her subordinates bound three individuals to three trees that stood in close proximity to one another. Opposite these trees, they felled another, shaping the stump into a makeshift seat. Lifting her robe, she settled upon the stump, drawing forth her knife and meticulously polishing its blade. Regardless of the struggles of the three captives before her, she remained unperturbed, seemingly deaf to their muffled cries, stifled by the rags stuffed in their mouths. After a brief struggle, the three grew weary, unable to collapse due to their bindings. Once her knife was gleaming, she produced a dagger from her bosom, encrusted with numerous gems and featuring a blood channel down its center. Rising, she strode past them, the hem of her skirt brushing against their toes, and with the dagger, she lightly grazed their faces, drawing blood. The leader of the assassins displayed unwavering resolve, his eyes resolute against death, while the innkeeper's gaze darted nervously, his body betraying his fear. The young attendant glanced at the innkeeper, who, despite his apparent lack of fear, was the source of great concern for Song Qiongyu, prompting her to decide to target him first. With a menacing tone, she declared her intentions, eliciting a low grunt from the assassin leader, who had momentarily forgotten the rag in his mouth. Song Qiongyu yanked the cloth from his lips. Though the fabric was removed, he remained silent, not pleading for mercy nor hurling insults, but instead he calmly declared that she may as well kill him, for he would reveal nothing. With a smile, Song Qiongyu inquired if he understood why she had chosen him first. The assassin, closing his eyes, remarked that it was merely a display to intimidate the others, lamenting their ignorance. Regardless of the torture he would endure, the unchangeable truth remained. "Oh, you know what I wish to ask?" she probed, speaking of traitors and the situation in Yuzhong, though they were oblivious to either. "Does this imply that your communications are strictly one-dimensional?" She mused. The assassin scoffed, asserting that there was no need to extract information from him, for he would remain silent. "How can you be certain unless you try?" she challenged, pressing the dagger against the assassin leader's neck while her gaze shifted towards the innkeeper. "Indeed," she affirmed, "though it brings shame, instilling fear can be quite effective. Open your eyes and witness." As she spoke, a smile graced her lips. "Should you fail to observe carefully, I shall assist you with your own eyes." Noticing the innkeeper's complexion pale slightly, Song Qiongyu nodded with satisfaction. Redirecting her focus, she allowed the dagger to glide across the assassin's neck, while her subordinate forcefully slashed open his shirt, revealing his sturdy chest. Reversing the dagger's position, she moved it from his chest to his abdomen. The assassin swallowed hard, closing his eyes in anticipation of the impending torture. Just when the innkeeper began to relax, the dagger plunged forcefully into the assassin's shoulder blade. A muffled groan escaped him as blood flowed from the wound, some dripping onto the grass beneath. The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the striking young woman before him with the brutal reality of the injury inflicted. Although I had long been aware that Song Qiongyu was a youthful general who had endured the trials of battle, I had always held a somewhat rigid perception, believing that her achievements were merely the result of her family's military prowess. When she threatened me, I dismissed her as nothing more than a bluster, certain that she was merely a facade of bravado. However, witnessing her calmly plunge a knife into someone has instilled a sense of absurd reality within me. As Song Qiongyu observed, the crimson blood cascading along the contours of her skin, an exhilarating thrill surged through her heart, rekindled after a long absence. Withdrawing the dagger, she stepped back, tossing it into the air, catching it with ease, throwing it again, and catching it once more. The unsheathed dagger in her hand resembled a fluttering butterfly. Narrowing one eye, she raised her hand and, with the poise of a dart thrower, hurled the blade toward him, piercing just below the chest. Extracting it, she continued her onslaught. With each throw, the innkeeper and the waiter grew paler. After several attempts, the assassin's torso was left a gruesome mess, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he stubbornly remained silent except for labored breaths. With a soft chuckle, Song Qiongyu turned on her heel and approached the innkeeper, whose face had turned ashen. He shook his head, his toes shuffling nervously, unable to retreat, tapping the bloodied tip of her knife against the innkeeper's face. She bore a few splatters of blood on her own visage, rendering her appearance more frenzied and terrifying. With a smile, Song Qiongyu inquired if he had anything to say. The innkeeper, vacillating between shaking his head and nodding, seemed to falter, perhaps thinking that soon he would have something to utter. She fixed her gaze upon his eyes before turning toward the waiter, her heart coldly scoffing at the ineffectuality of his feigned madness. The innkeeper watched in horror as Song Qiongyu employed increasingly brutal tactics against the waiter. Once the waiter was dealt with, only the innkeeper remained, unscathed yet trembling with trepidation. At this juncture, Song Qiongyu appeared in no haste, returning to her perch on a tree stump, extracting a cloth to wipe the blood from her face, continuing to clean the dagger without casting a glance at the innkeeper. The innkeeper's anxiety mounted. On his left lay the unconscious assassin, unaware of his fate, and on his right, the waiter, reduced to a mere half of his former self, gasping for breath. He longed to speak, yet found his mouth sealed, unable to utter a word. As he struggled to make a sound, Song Qiongyu lifted her gaze, declaring that the pretense of ignorance could no longer be maintained. Did he have something to say? At her words, the innkeeper felt tears welling in his eyes and nodded fervently. How about a question-and-answer session? Song Qiongyu crossed her legs. The innkeeper continued to nod. Rising, she pulled the cloth from his mouth and resumed her seat on the stump. What you said regarding the traitor, they communicate through a single channel, and you are unaware of the details. Is that correct? Yes. What do you know about the situation in Yuzhong? Not much, only that there is a prominent figure there, and everyone responds to his commands. All officials in Yuzhong, great and small, are beholden to him. The innkeeper hesitated. Is there anything more? If that is all, it is insufficient. I am merely a peripheral figure in this matter, knowing very little. Then let me ask you, where does the secret passage in your room lead? Who escaped through the passage after conversing with you last night? And how did you confirm each other's identities? The innkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. The questions posed to him caught him off guard. Though he wished to buy time and seek an opportunity to flee, he found himself compelled to respond. The underground passage in that room led to a graveyard 3 miles away from the inn. The person conversing with me hailed from Yuzhong and was my superior. Prior to his arrival, the organization had dispatched a homing pigeon to notify me. As for how we would verify our identities, Chapter 10, Arrival Come Closer, and I shall whisper the truth to you, the innkeeper feigned mystery. Song Qiongyu regarded him with a smile that hovered between amusement and disdain. Each step she took towards the innkeeper snapped the brittle branches beneath her feet, echoing the rhythm of his racing heart. As Song Qiongyu approached, the innkeeper's pulse quickened, and just as she stood an arm's length away, she halted. His heart threatened to leap from his throat, momentarily paralyzed with confusion. Yet he still urged her to come a little closer, promising her the knowledge she sought. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from her, growing louder and startling a flock of unknown birds into flight. But the laughter ceased abruptly, and panic flickered across the innkeeper's face. Surely, you do not believe these trifling tricks of yours can deceive me? Song Qiongyu mocked coldly. I saw the glint of that blade while seated there, blindingly obvious. Her merciless taunt pierced the innkeeper's facade. Recognizing the blade posed no threat to Song Qiongyu, he spat it out in frustration, blood staining his lips. Song Qiongyu stepped forward. Seizing his chin, with a swift motion, she dislocated his jaw. Donning a glove, she probed into his mouth, inquiring how he had concealed the weapon. The innkeeper nearly retched, attempting to bite her in defiance, yet his dislocated jaw rendered him powerless. Realizing she could glean no useful information from him, Song Qiongyu sighed, discarding the glove and retrieving a silk handkerchief to cleanse her hands. Under the innkeeper's furious gaze, she swiftly ended his life with a single strike. She then efficiently dealt with the three men. Seated upon a tree stump, Song Qiongyu lifted her gaze, dappled light filtering through the lush leaves above, mesmerizing her as she admired the sunlight dancing upon her hands. Closing her eyes, she savored the gentle breeze weaving through the woods, a vestige of freedom's existence. After a prolonged moment, she exhaled deeply, rising to retrace her steps, leaving the three corpses behind in the forest. After a considerable distance, she glanced back to find wolves already tearing at the remains. Upon returning to the carriage, bloodstains marred her attire, splattering her skirt, yet her hair remained impeccably in place. Qiongyu approached, removing Song Qionyu's outer robe and assisting her into the carriage, presenting her with fresh garments. He quietly whispered a name in her ear, one he had noted while she bound the three men in the woods and returned bloodied. Weary, Song Qiongyu tiredly organized the subsequent itinerary, instructing, "Hand the traitor over to Qiongyu for interrogation. If he yields useful information, splendid. If not, simply execute him." The carriage resumed its journey. But this time the general had dismounted his horse and taken a seat within. Inside the carriage, Song Qiongyu leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, appearing as if she had succumbed to slumber. Pei Xinying sat across from her, quietly observing her. With her eyes closed, she appeared less formidable than when awake, revealing a certain fragility. Holding a book in her hands, she found herself unable to concentrate, her mind consumed by the image of her emerging from the woods, bloodied and somewhat weary. Her long eyelashes framed a pale face, her lips almost colorless, and her brow furrowed as if troubled by insurmountable worries even in her dreams. As Pei Xinying unconsciously inched closer to Song Qiongyu, she was abruptly struck by a punch, landing back onto the carriage seat. The force of the blow brought tears to Pei Xinying's eyes as she rubbed her sore spot and asked, "What was that for?" Still in a haze, Song Qiongyu mumbled, "I was about to ask you the same. You were encroaching on my space while I was asleep. I tend to retaliate." Perplexed, Pei Xinying retreated to her original position as Song Qiongyu drifted back to sleep. Nursing her injury, Pei Xinying exited the carriage and sat outside, next to the driver, Qiongyu. Qiongyu glanced at her, but remained silent. Unable to contain her curiosity, Pei Xinying inquired, "Is your General Cao Cao with a penchant for slaying in dreams?" Qiongyu sighed, swaying one leg as he replied, "This is not something I should divulge, but you are different. You are the future consort of the general. It is prudent for you to be informed." He reminisced about when the general was 14 during a campaign against the southern barbarians, where their cunning infiltrators managed to blend among the troops, including kitchen staff, guards, and even the general's close protection detail. Assassination attempts were rampant, both by day and night, executed by skilled combatants, rendering them difficult to defend against. During that tumultuous period, the general had to strategize with his deputies during the day while remaining vigilant against potential assassins at night, leading to his significant weight loss in mere days. Ultimately, a consensus was reached to capture most of the infiltrators. However, that very night, a trusted mate attempted to assassinate him, inflicting severe injuries before being dispatched. Pei Xinying urgently asked about her well-being. Qiongyu rolled his eyes. "Of course she's fine. Otherwise, who do you think fought in the subsequent battles over the years?" Yet, while her physical wounds healed, an emotional scar remained. Thereafter, the general could no longer tolerate anyone sleeping beside her at night, lest she lash out in anger. Pei Xinying felt a dull ache in her heart upon hearing this. Qiongju's brief account, though succinct, conveyed the peril of those times. Silently, Pei Xinying retreated back into the carriage, gazing at Song Qionyu's youthful visage, gradually lost in thought. It was a ray of sunlight that stirred Song Qiongyu from her slumber. Initially disoriented, she gradually regained her senses. The moment she stirred, Pei Xinying had already redirected her attention to the book in her hands, oblivious to the turmoil within Pei Xinying's heart. Qiongyu lifted the curtain and sat beside Qiongyu. He sighed, reflecting on the fact that it was merely a carriage ride. Yet both ladies took turns accompanying her. "Have you finished your inspection?" she asked, not looking at her, but rather gazing at the setting sun, welcoming the breeze. The review yielded no results. It was a tough nut to crack. Qiongyu felt a twinge of shame. Yet he remains loyal. "I am curious to see what secrets this Yuzhong holds." A guard approached to report, "General, in 2 days, we shall enter Qiongyu County. Shall we proceed directly into the city?" The guard inquired. "Of course not. Since someone is aware of our arrival, there will surely be others to greet us. We will send a clever one into the city to gather information while we regroup outside, and once we ascertain the situation, we shall meet them." 2 days later, upon sighting the city walls from afar, Qiongyu halted the procession to rest. Subsequently, a sharp-minded individual was dispatched into the city. Chapter 11. Entering the city, preparing to wait outside the city for 2 days, the guards busied themselves with arrangements while Qiongyu discreetly slipped away. Pei Xinying, catching a glimpse of her departure, felt uneasy and followed her. She watched as Qiongyu ascended a relatively tall tree, finding a comfortable nook among the branches to recline. After she climbed up, Pei Xinying could no longer discern Qionyu's condition. Seeing no immediate danger around, she returned to the others. After Pei Xinying's departure, Qiongyu glanced in the direction she had gone before closing her eyes. Following 2 tranquil days, the guard who had ventured into the city returned. Qiongyu summoned Pei Xinying, and the 3 gathered together. Pei Xinying eagerly inquired about the current state of affairs within the city. The guard first glanced at Qiongyu, awaiting her nod of approval before responding. "Upon entering the city, I was followed. Wherever I went, I was shadowed. Everything appeared normal. Yet it struck me as odd that there were very few men. During my 2 days there, I saw not a single able-bodied young man, only the elderly." Pei Xinying rose, contemplating the fact that being followed immediately upon entering the city indicated that the locals were already aware of our impending arrival and had made prior preparations. Qiongyu sipped her tea, blowing away the rising steam. "Any thoughts on this?" she inquired. "The absence of young men is indeed peculiar. I cannot fathom the reason at present, though it seems there are other underlying issues." Pei Xinying glanced at Qiongyu. "What are your thoughts? Do you recall what the emperor said on the day we entered the palace?" Pei Xinying pondered for a moment, recalling the devastating famine in Chongnan, where hundreds of acres of fertile land yielded no harvest. Suddenly enlightened, she remembered the document from the previous year submitted by Yuzhong to the Ministry of Revenue, which noted poor agricultural yields across 10 counties under Yuzhong's jurisdiction, along with an apology to the emperor. Given the severity of the current disaster, logically speaking, even if it did not lead to widespread starvation, it could not remain as it was. Qiongyu smiled, suggesting either they have stockpiled grain over the years, sufficient to weather the disaster and await next year's autumn harvest, or they possess some clandestine means of acquiring food. Pei Xinying, astonished, mused, what means could they possibly have? Qiongyu gazed thoughtfully towards the direction of Chongnan. The answer to this question, I fear, can only be uncovered once we enter the city. With a wave of her hand, she commanded her subordinates to prepare. It was time to enter the city. As the guard at the city gate inspected their identification papers, he exhibited no signs of suspicion, though an unsettling sensation lingered, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing them. The identification papers were undoubtedly forgeries. Qiongyu, a general of great renown, would attract attention merely by invoking his name. These counterfeit documents, crafted by the authorities, bore no flaws. Thus, the behavior of the gate guards was intriguing. Despite their efforts to appear untroubled, their demeanor seemed natural only until they reached Qiongyu, at which point one guard recoiled slightly. In that fleeting moment, Qiongyu narrowed his eyes, questioning the officer, "Is there an issue with my papers?" The guard feigned calmness, knowing that if the official deemed a problem to exist, then indeed there was one. Conversely, if the official dismissed any concerns, then all was well. The guard inhaled deeply, urging them to pass. Unperturbed, Qiongyu whistled, exclaiming, "What a formidable officer!" The guard pretended not to hear and allowed them entry. Once within the city, the group strolled along the streets, appearing no different from any ordinary marketgoers. Yet, a palpable sense of scrutiny enveloped them, as if every passerby were observing their every move. They eventually arrived at an inn, where the proprietor was a middle-aged man, while the rest of the staff, including the waitstaff and bookkeeper, were women, either young or of middle age. The inn comprised 2 upper rooms and 7 lower rooms. After depositing their belongings, Qiongyu conferred with Pei Xinying about venturing out for a possible discovery. Together, accompanied by Qiongyu, they exited the inn. Seizing the opportunity when the vicinity was clear, they swiftly concealed themselves in a narrow alley, positioned to observe the inn's entrance while remaining hidden from view. Shortly after their concealment, a waiter emerged from the inn, scanned the surroundings, and upon finding nothing amiss, hastily departed. They pursued him, only to find him heading towards a more populated area, and as they followed, an overwhelming sense of being watched returned. Qiongyu, quick to react, linked arms with Pei Xinying, feigning interest in the wares around them. Pei Xinying, momentarily taken aback, soon regained composure, patting Qionyu's hand and pretending to be a devoted couple. Although the scrutiny lessened, it remained palpable. Qiongyu gestured discreetly to Qiongyu, who then turned and blended into the crowd, soon shaking off those who trailed her. After circling the city, Qiongyu ultimately concluded that their identities must have been compromised, and it was likely that the entire populace was engaged in surveillance. As dusk descended, they returned to the inn. Shortly after sitting down, they awaited Qiongju's return. Once assured that the coast was clear, they instructed several guards to secure the entrance. Qiongju reported to the general, "The townsfolk here are quite peculiar. During my pursuit of the waiter, everyone seemed intent on obstructing me. I had no choice but to circumvent them and take a shortcut to catch up." Pei Xinying expressed her confusion. "How do you know of shortcuts when you have never been here before?" Qiongju, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "I followed from the rooftops using agile movement." "Ah, I see," came the response. "Please continue." Qiongju continued, recounting how her subordinate had pursued the matter all the way to the county magistrate's office. Observing the attendant presenting a sign to the gatekeeper, the guard permitted her entry. Qiongyu interjected, inquiring about the gender of the guard at the county office. It was a woman. However, upon entering the inner hall, there was a male guard present. The attendant seemed quite familiar with the layout of the office, effortlessly making her way to the magistrate's study. Yet, the study appeared to be a realm of its own, as the subordinate, hiding outside the window, could hear nothing. After 2 hours, the attendant finally emerged. Even after her departure, the subordinate remained perched on the roof of the magistrate's study, where he encountered a figure cloaked in black. Pei Xinying expressed her astonishment, asking if the figure was the same one from the inn by the roadside that day. The subordinate was uncertain. The black-clad individual was swathed so tightly that their face was obscured, and their discussion with the magistrate lasted no more than a quarter of an hour. "Well, that was arduous," Qiongyu remarked without glancing at them, lost in her own thoughts as her fingers absent-mindedly brushed against the sword at her waist. Observing Qiongyu in contemplation, Qiongyu and Pei Xinying began to ponder as well. After a moment, Qiongyu broke the silence, asking if they had any thoughts. The two did not respond immediately, but instead gazed up at her, under the weight of their scrutiny. Qiongyu pushed open the window with a smile, inviting them to take a look. Chapter 12. Covert Investigation. The two approached the window, standing beside Qiongyu, slightly turned, peering down at the street below. The townsfolk passing by frequently glanced up at their room, as if they were not mere citizens, but rather watchers sent by some clandestine organization. Startled by the scene, Pei Xinying could not contain her surprise. Returning to the table, still shaken, she asked what was truly happening with the townsfolk. Qiongyu echoed her sentiments, stating, "General, they are indeed peculiar. They must be monitoring us. Yet, I fail to understand their motives." Qiongyu, playfully flicking Qiongju's forehead, responded, "Without evidence, I cannot draw conclusions. We require more clues. However, with nearly the entire town observing us, it seems we cannot act freely." Qiongju lamented, resting her chin on her hand with a sigh. Qiongyu, with a serious demeanor, articulated, "This is precisely the predicament we must navigate, how to evade the townsfolk's watchful eyes and secure valuable intelligence. What we can ascertain is that the prior ambush at the inn is closely linked to this county magistrate." As the conversation unfolded, Pei Xinying stifled a yawn. Noticing it, Qiongyu suggested, "It's getting late. Let us rest. Contemplate our strategies while lying in bed, and we shall reconvene tomorrow." Qiongyu rose and returned to her own chamber. Yet, within her room, silence enveloped her. And then outside the city, they had anticipated an attack that night, remaining dressed and vigilant. However, with nightfall approaching again and no assault in sight, the two were at a loss for what to do. After pondering for a moment, Qiongyu took her blanket and moved to the adjoining room, laying down her bedding on the small bed. Pei Xinying, feeling somewhat awkward, protested, "Why should a girl sleep in the adjoining room? I shall take that place." Listening to the conversation, Qiongyu smiled, indicating there was no need for false humility. They were all aware of his physical condition. The draft in the compartment could lead to him catching a cold during the night, and he might fall ill by morning. Pei Xinying felt a twinge of guilt, his face gradually reddening as he realized he had caused trouble. With his back turned to him, Qiongyu slowly remarked that it was not a bother at all. There was no need for such careful speech. This year, after he assumed his crown, it would likely be wed. She playfully inquired whether, at that time, he would still engage in such conversations with her. Silence ensued. Pei Xinying, his voice slightly hoarse, asked if he wished to marry her. Instead of providing a direct answer, she shifted the topic, suggesting they discuss their plans for the following day. Noticing his lack of response to her question, Pei Xinying refrained from pressing further, instead echoing her sentiment by asking if she had any thoughts on their current situation. Qiongyu pondered that they must have discerned their identities and perhaps could exploit this knowledge to their advantage. After some reflection, she continued, proposing that he rest at the inn while she went out to seek information. If no leads could be found, they would then approach the county office to reveal their identities, which might yield unexpected results. As they conversed, Pei Xinying's steady breathing indicated he had fallen asleep. The journey from the capital had been arduous, with continuous travel day and night. Even those in good health would struggle, let alone someone as frail as Pei Xinying. He had never complained of fatigue or expressed a desire to rest, nor had he disagreed with their decisions. Reflecting on Pei Xinying's demeanor throughout the journey, Qiongyu found herself smiling, her perception of him shifting. The next morning, Qiongyu awoke early and peeked into the inner room, discovering Pei Xinying still asleep. She left him a note and quietly exited. Pei Xinying, faintly aware of the door creaking open, roused momentarily before being pulled back into the embrace of slumber, his consciousness fading into dreaminess. Qiongyu slipped into Qiongju's room, where Qiongju was already awake, seated on the bed, engrossed in a storybook. Upon seeing her enter, Qiongju inquired if there were any plans. "I intend to investigate on my own. You stay here and ensure the safety of Master Pei." Qiongju was eager to accompany her, but was taken aback by Qionyu's serious demeanor, reluctantly agreeing instead. Fearing Qiongyu might misinterpret her intentions, she stammered that she had no desire to neglect Pei Xinying's safety, but was simply concerned for her mistress venturing out alone. Qiongyu, somewhat exasperated, replied that even if Qiongju accompanied her, would she truly be able to protect her? In moments of real danger, the roles might very well reverse. Though Qiongju felt belittled, she could not dispute the truth in her mistress's words. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Qiongyu, Qiongju, in a fit of frustration, assumed a horse-riding stance in the room. However, after less than a quarter of an hour, her curiosity about the conclusion of the storybook drew her back to the bed in search of its ending. Qiongyu ascended to the corridor on the second floor, scanning her surroundings to ensure no one was watching before climbing onto the roof. During her reflections the previous night, she had considered that the inhabitants of the city all seemed rather similar. Finding a breakthrough might prove difficult within the city limits. It would perhaps be more prudent to venture into the outskirts, where rural households might harbor clues unattainable in the city. Qiongyu hurried across the rooftops, navigating swiftly through the less populated areas. Before long, she arrived at the city gate, where she was taken aback to discover that the guards on duty today were reduced to little more than a third of their usual number, with only 4 or 5 patrolling back and forth. Had the guards been as numerous as on her previous entry, she would have had to devise a careful plan to exit the city. Now, with just a handful of them present, she seized the opportunity to slip out during their change of shift, blending into their casual conversations. Upon reaching the outskirts, she was disheartened to find that the fields, which ought to have been teeming with crops, were instead riddled with cracks and covered in fine sand. In the records of Chongnan County, the land was described as rich, fertile black soil capable of yielding the finest grains in Daxing. Yet, following the recent deluge, this black earth had been washed away, leaving only arid sand that could not retain water. Qiongyu felt a profound sense of loss for this land. Reflecting on the generations of toil invested in nurturing such fertile ground, now rendered barren overnight. As she pondered, she spotted a farmhouse in the distance and approached quietly, leaning against the wall to listen as 2 women inside engaged in a heated argument. The younger woman shouted at the elder, insisting that the children were hers to manage and that she would not harm them after enduring such hardship to bring them into the world. The older woman, tear-streaked, pleaded, "No, Xiaoqing, they're the last of our family." From her concealed position, Qiongyu cautiously peeked in, noticing 2 cradles beside them, where infants, previously slumbering, were on the verge of awakening due to the rising commotion. The younger woman's tone softened as she lamented their dire situation. "We can barely survive, let alone prepare for next spring's planting, much less the autumn harvest." Yet, the elder woman appeared deeply reluctant. "Mother, while they are still valuable, please agree. If not, we can find another," the younger woman urged. Outside, Qiongyu felt she had grasped a vital clue. The words calamity, last year's abundant harvest, and disappeared men and children intertwined in her mind, suggesting a vast conspiracy cloaked over Chongnan City. Ultimately, the elder woman acquiesced to the proposal of exchanging 1 child. The younger woman hurriedly exited, cradling a child, and Qiongyu followed at a distance, observing her navigate through the city, making several turns until she arrived at the county magistrate's office. Concealing herself in the shadows, she watched as the woman entered with the child, and after a short interval, she emerged empty-handed with 2 men, who were pushing a cart laden with straw. Qiongyu trailed them out of the city, and upon reaching the unpaved road, she noted that the cart tracks indicated it was not merely straw. Recalling the woman's words, she surmised that beneath the straw there was likely grain. To confirm her suspicions, she returned to the woman's home, hiding once more to eavesdrop on their conversation. The 2 men remarked that the delivery was completed and they would be leaving, advising caution due to the presence of inspectors from the capital. The woman expressed her unease, to which the men reassured her, "We are being watched at every turn." "Very well, you must leave swiftly and do not let anyone see you," she urged them on. Having spoken, she recalled something and inquired when her husband and his companions would be able to take a respite this month. It seemed unlikely that they would find a moment's peace, for these individuals were quite troublesome. It appeared that they would have to wait until their departure. The woman, curious, asked whether they were high-ranking officials from the capital, greater than the county magistrate, perhaps even more esteemed than the governor. The man, adopting a serious demeanor, admonished her not to pry into matters that did not concern her and to focus on her own responsibilities. Observing the 2 hastening towards the town, Qiongyu cast a final glance at the rural homestead before turning away. She stealthily ascended to the rooftop in a secluded area and, after a few agile leaps, returned to the inn. Just as she was about to descend the corridor, she noticed a figure clad in black, hooded, being respectfully ushered into the back hall by the innkeeper. Without a second thought, she trailed silently along the adjoining rooftops. They entered the eastern wing of the back hall, and Qiongyu crouched atop the roof, lifting a tile to peer inside. The 2 individuals were engaged in hushed conversation, but their words were lost to her from above. With a soft sigh, she retreated to her room. Inside, Pei Xinying leaned against the bedside, engrossed in a book of tales, while Qiongyu awaited Qionyu's return. As soon as she pushed open the door, both looked up, resembling 2 eager dogs awaiting their master. A chuckle escaped her lips as she closed the door behind her. asking if they had been anxiously waiting. Qiongyu feigned modesty, asserting that it was not so. The general had matters to attend to, and they must not interfere. Pei Xinying remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Song Qiongyu, awaiting her words. Very well, let us discuss the pressing matters at hand. I have made a significant discovery. The trio grew serious, gathering around the table to hear her account. Indeed, the farmland on the outskirts bore the unmistakable marks of having been inundated by floodwaters. Even if crops were sown this year, the autumn harvest was likely to be meager. Qiongyu expressed some confusion, wondering how there could be a flood so soon after the new year, as floods typically occurred in the autumn. Pei Xinying elucidated that Qiongnan, being a southern city, had crops sown in 2 seasons, an autumn harvest and a spring harvest. Yet, her observation did strike as peculiar. Before setting out, I had researched the local annals of Qiongnan, which revealed that the region had historically enjoyed favorable weather with minimal disasters. The few occurrences had typically transpired in autumn, making this incident indeed strange. Song Qiongyu continued. This raises a new question. Allow me to describe the situation in the outskirts. I encountered a rural settlement, inhabited only by a young woman, 2 elderly ladies, and 2 young children, with their granary completely depleted. The young woman proposed to exchange one of the children for food, and with the tacit consent of the elder woman, she proceeded to the county magistrate's office. Upon hearing this, the expressions of her companions turned blank. They had never encountered such a situation and struggled to digest her words. Moments later, Qiongyu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "How could such a thing occur?" Shortly thereafter, the woman emerged, cradling an empty embrace, while 2 men exited behind her, pushing a cart laden with grain. Pei Xinying, now grasping the gravity of the situation, questioned, "What? Even a tiger would not harm its cub. How could they do such a thing?" Without granting them time to settle their thoughts, Song Qiongyu pressed on, stating, "Furthermore, upon my return, I noticed a figure in a black robe engaged in discussion with the innkeeper in the back hall. However, the distance rendered their conversation inaudible." Song Qiongyu turned to Pei Xinying and inquired, "At this juncture, what are your thoughts?" Pei Xinying glanced at Song Qiongyu, feeling a bit embarrassed, and began to analyze. Based on the evidence we have uncovered thus far, we can infer that someone has employed a method to redirect the flood towards Qiongnan, resulting in devastation and rendering the populace unable to sustain themselves. At that moment, news spread that children could be exchanged for food, leading desperate families to send their offspring to the county magistrate's residence. Qiongyu then posed a question. However, it seems the people in the city are not overwhelmed by the anguish of losing their children. Pei Xinying speculated. Perhaps those who took the children do not intend to harm them, but rather gather them together for care. Without the threat to their lives, there would be no suffering. Moreover, the children are provided with food and water, affording them a better chance of survival than they might have at home. In this way, the people are fed, and those in need acquire the children they desire. Yet another perplexing question arose for Pei Xinying. But why do they require so many children? Song Qiongyu continued. It is likely that not only children are involved, but also men. The men appear to have periodic leave to return home. However, given our presence here, they have refrained from allowing anyone to return recently. Qiongyu scratched her head. Even if we are aware of this, how are we to investigate? It feels insurmountable. After contemplating, Song Qiongyu concluded, it seems we have but one course of action. In unison, Song and Pei declared the county magistrate's residence. Qiongyu still did not comprehend why it was imperative to visit the magistrate's office. Song Qiongyu patiently elucidated, all the clues we have lead us to the county magistrate's residence. The magistrate must be involved, and all the townsfolk are participants. We are unlikely to glean any further insights from them. However, probing the magistrate's residence may not be straightforward. We do not know how many young men from the city might be there, and a direct confrontation would be ill-advised. Thus, we must immerse ourselves within it, seeking an opportunity to unravel the mystery. Qiongyu nodded, half understanding, and saluted with a teasing flourish. Only the general's orders shall we follow. Song Qiongyu made arrangements, stating, then tomorrow, we shall bring the imperial edict and official documents to the magistrate's residence and stay for a few days to investigate what secrets lie within. Chapter 14. Entering the residence, the plan was abruptly disrupted. Pei Xinying had fallen ill. Qiongyu rose early, practiced his morning exercises in the courtyard, and upon returning to the room, found Pei Xinying still asleep. Noting the time, he realized it was well past the usual hour for rising. Feeling concerned, Qiongyu entered the inner chamber and found Pei Xinying nestled under the covers, his cheeks flushed and warm to the touch. He quickly sent for a doctor and, while awaiting the physician's arrival, took a stool and sat by the bedside, gently wiping Pei Xinying's face with a cool, damp cloth. Pei Xinying, in a daze, could not make out Qionyu's features, only perceiving a shadow busying itself, unable to muster his thoughts, and soon drifted back into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, it was already afternoon. As he opened his eyes, thirst gripped him, and he struggled to sit up. Sensing his movement, Qiongyu immediately supported him, propping him up with a pillow against the headboard. He retrieved the tea from the table and poured a cup for him. Observing this individual, who was clearly parched, his demeanor while drinking was remarkably gentle and composed, devoid of any impatience. After consuming 2 cups of tea, Pei Xinying was fully alert. He cast a glance at Qiongyu, lowering his head in apology for disrupting the plan. Qiongyu smiled softly and shook her head, urging him not to speak in such a manner. It was also her fault for not recognizing his deteriorating health sooner. Pei Xinying felt a tinge of disappointment, recalling that according to their plan, they should have been at the county magistrate's residence by now. At that moment, the door swung open, and Qiongyu entered with a tea tray, which not only held the brewed medicine, but also a plate of candied fruits. Qiongyu placed the medicine before Pei Xinying, advising him to consume it first, as only after he regained his health could they proceed with their plans. Pei Xinying took the medicine in hand, inhaled deeply, and down in one go. Qiongyu, watching from the side, burst into applause. Pei Xinying shot him a puzzled glance. Qiongyu, casting a furtive look at Qiongyu, chuckled, revealing that their general had always been in robust health, rarely falling ill. Yet, when illness struck, it was often severe. However, she was quite reluctant to take medicine, often seizing opportunities when the doctor was distracted to secretly discard it. Pei Xinying chuckled, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Qiongyu, who, taken aback by his look, momentarily lost her train of thought. But if you don't take the medicine, you won't recover, will you? Pei Xinying queried. Eventually, I would be discovered, Qiongyu continued, and when it was time to take the medicine again, the doctor would stand watch beside me, leaving me no choice but to reluctantly consume it. She shot a glare at Qiongyu, who quickly scurried away. With a sigh, she explained to Pei Xinying, the physician who attends to my ailments is the family doctor, who has watched me grow up. He always detects my little tricks, yet after each dose, he prepares candied fruits for me. As she reminisced, her expression softened, prompting Pei Xinying to feel an urge to stroke her hair. Qiongyu pondered aloud. You must take good care of yourself. Once you recover, we shall proceed to the county magistrate's residence. Pei Xinying, following her lead, inquired, but what will we do there? Due to the chill, his head felt somewhat foggy, making it difficult to follow her line of thought. They have long known of our arrival. They likely prepared in advance. At the magistrate's residence, it is doubtful we will uncover anything significant. We must consider how to find some clues. Not receiving a response from Pei Xinying, she turned to see fatigue etching his features. She helped him lie down, urging him to rest a little longer, promising to wake him for dinner. Pei Xinying responded weakly. Before long, the sound of steady breathing filled the room. After several days, Pei Xinying's health had fully restored. They organized their contingent and set off towards the chancellor's residence, while the townsfolk continued to observe them with an indescribable gaze. Upon reaching the entrance of the county magistrate's residence, the guards approached to confer with the gatekeeper, presenting their official documents. The gatekeeper hurried inside to report. Moments later, the magistrate emerged, accompanied by various officials from the county office. Upon seeing them, he respectfully requested their credentials, examining them meticulously. He then bowed deeply before leading them into the magistrate's residence. The county magistrate's residence may appear modest from the outside, yet within, it reveals a hidden paradise, adorned with exquisite scenery that reflects the aesthetic sensibilities of its designer. Qiongyu, with a smile that dances on the edge of sincerity, observes Magistrate Li Yongchong, acknowledging his refined taste in the elegant arrangement of the estate. Li Yongchong responds with a chuckle, admitting that he enjoys tending to flowers and plants during his leisure hours, prompting a light-hearted response from the general. Curious about the accommodations of the two officials, he suggests that if they have no intentions of seeking lodgings elsewhere, they might as well stay at his residence, allowing him the pleasure of playing the gracious host. Qiongyu nods in agreement, and soon after, the magistrate guides them on a brief tour, familiarizing them with the layout before assigning them to the eastern wing of the house. Upon entering the room, Qionyu's smile fades, confirming her suspicions. Pei Xinying echoes her sentiments, noting their evident preparedness. Their arrival elicited no surprise, suggesting they were indeed privy to prior knowledge. Qiongyu, taken aback, glances at Pei Xinying, who quickly perceives his astonishment and counters, "You do not regard me merely as a figurehead, do you?" Qiongyu remains silent, his slightly guilty expression affirming her thoughts. Pei Xinying, with a hint of resignation, smiles and concedes, "Your thoughts are not unfounded. Were I in your position, I would likely feel the same." Observing his vulnerable demeanor, Qiongyu clicks her tongue, disregarding rank to accept responsibility. When the possibility of punishment arises, Pei Xinying intercedes on her behalf, only to be met with refusal from both parties. As Qiongyu exits, Pei Xinying, feeling a pang of compassion, refrains from speaking further, believing that punishment is unnecessary. Every realm has its laws, and every army its regulations. Infractions warrant consequences, she states, yet reassures him that the transgression is not severe and merely entails a reduction in salary. Noting his expression, she adds, she possesses her means of earning. This is but a minor lesson, and she understands not to dwell on it. Hearing this, Pei Xinying feels a sense of relief. The discussion shifts back to the magistrate's residence, with Pei Xinying initiating, since they were already aware of our impending arrival and made ample preparations. Any potential issues would have likely been addressed by now. Clenching her fist, she laments, "If only I had not fallen ill." Qiongyu, exasperated, replies, "What does your illness have to do with this? By the time we departed the capital, they likely knew of our plans. Any necessary relocations would have been made well in advance, and your sickness would not have delayed them." After managing to console the disheartened Pei Xinying, Qiongyu continues her analysis, recalling that the last time Qiongyu encountered the cloaked figures, they were conversing with the magistrate in the study, which presumably holds significant items. Pei Xinying follows her reasoning but interjects, "However, we have no valid grounds to request entry into the magistrate's study." Rising, Qiongyu paces back and forth, asserting, "We need a reason or an opportunity." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminates her mind, leading to an audacious idea. Chapter 15. The tunnel? No, absolutely not. Pei Xinying's face flushes with indignation. Such actions would render us no different from them. Qiongyu, exasperated, rubs her forehead, having anticipated Pei Xinying's disapproval of the plan. She strives to reassure her, "Rest assured, our intentions are not to harm lives, nor to covet their wealth. This is merely a strategic measure." Pei Xinying remains silent, seated on the bench in contemplative stillness. Qiongyu felt increasingly helpless, propping her arm against the table, her hand cradling her face as she gazed at him. With a sigh, she inquired if perhaps the chief of the Dali Temple might have a better solution. Pei Xinying, his eyes reddening with urgency, found himself at a loss for words. Observing the flush in his eyes, she felt a twinge of pity and began to question whether she had pressed him too hard. Though he was an officer of the law, he would never exploit others for the sake of an investigation. She pondered alternative methods, but found herself at an impasse. Resolving to take a stroll to observe if there were any other weaknesses in the magistrate's residence, she stepped outside. Left alone in the room, Pei Xinying felt a mix of anger and powerlessness. Days passed without any discoveries from Qiongyu, and Pei Xinying could not devise a better plan. He invited her back, looking intently at her face, and asked if she truly had no other strategies. Qiongyu regarded him seriously, stating that had he possessed a better approach, he would not have summoned her, would he? A prolonged silence ensued, and Qiongyu finally said, "If you cannot accept this method, we shall abandon it. and seek another opportunity. Pei Xinying did not lift his gaze, covering his face with his hands, his voice muffled as he confessed. I simply cannot accept it. It appears I am an official unable to protect the common folk, instead resorting to exploiting them, which is utterly futile. Rising from her seat, Qiongyu positioned herself before him, gently taking his hands into hers. Pei Xinying, with tear-brimmed eyes, looked up at her. In such a moment, she ought to offer him solace. Yet, inwardly, Qiongyu could not help but whistle softly. He seemed remarkably easy to manipulate. Having spent so many years stationed at the border, she had never encountered a man like him. Imbued with a sense of righteousness and compassion, though frail in body, he exhibited a strikingly moving demeanor. Had the timing been more appropriate, she would have been inclined to tease him playfully. Pei Xinying remained oblivious to her thoughts, continuing to express that if there truly were no other options, they would have to proceed with this course of action. However, he questioned, can we ensure the child's safety? Qiongyu placed her hand on his knee, reassuring him, there is no need for such anxiety. I will guarantee the child's safety. Our actions are driven by the hope of rescuing more children. Pei Xinying softly replied, then let us prepare for action. In the outskirts at Lu Family Village, where Qiongyu had previously gathered intelligence, two women sat in a home, amusing themselves with a child. Suddenly, they heard a commotion from the kitchen, likely caused by a rat. Concerned for the food stored there, they hurried to investigate. Upon entering the kitchen, they discovered that all the provisions had vanished, causing the elderly woman to faint on the spot. Outside, Qiongyu silently rejoiced that she had not brought Pei Xinying along. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have surely halted the operation and demanded they return the food. Among her companions, there was someone with medical knowledge, whom she instructed to discreetly monitor the elderly woman to prevent any serious issues. When the elderly woman regained consciousness from her heart palpitations, she received dreadful news. Grasping the younger woman's collar tightly, she cried out in despair, how could you let our family be left with only one child? How am I to live? She wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. The young woman wept silently, lamenting the dire circumstances they faced. Without food, it was impossible for both her and her child to survive. The elderly woman withdrew her hand, pressing it to her heart as tears streamed down her face. You are a good child, she said. I know you only wish the best for me. The young woman caressed the elderly woman's hand, saying, Mother, if the child is sent away, they will be well fed and clothed, and perhaps there will be a chance to reunite. But if we keep the child here, we will all perish. The elderly woman grasped her hand in return, acknowledging, I understand, this day was inevitable, but it feels too soon. After a moment's pause, she recalled their dwindling food supply and questioned, what has happened to our grain? Who has stolen it? Should we report this to the authorities? The young woman interjected, the officials have stated that once the grain arrives, they will no longer concern themselves with it. Reporting this would be futile. It seems someone has long been watching us. Wiping her tears, she continued, this time, let us not return. My uncle has a vacant house. We should move there where it is less populated and safer. The elderly woman nodded in agreement. Outside, those who had been eavesdropping cast furtive glances at Qiongyu, who felt a wave of helplessness wash over her as she bore the weight of their disapproving stares. If it were not for the desperate circumstances, she would not have resorted to harming others in exchange for information. Meanwhile, the two women within the room had reached a consensus. The younger would go to trade for grain, while the elder would prepare for their move. The others outside, catching the commotion, quickly concealed themselves. Following the young woman, they found themselves once again at the county magistrate's office. This time, Qiongyu had become familiar with the layout of the premises. She climbed onto the roof, trailing the woman below. Sure enough, they arrived at the magistrate's study, where guards stood vigil at the entrance. She peered through the tiles. The woman was indeed discussing matters with the magistrate. The magistrate recognized her, exclaiming, I remember you. It has barely been a few days since your last visit. What brings you here again? The woman, tears streaming down her face, replied, someone has stolen our grain. And in our desperation, we have no choice but to bring this child as well. The magistrate, taken aback, erupted in anger. What? You dare to come here? If this is indeed a deliberate act, it could endanger everything. The woman appeared distraught, unsure of how to proceed. With a dismissive wave, the magistrate said, "Enough. At this point, questioning you serves no purpose. Hand me the child, and go fetch the grain." 2 men escorted the woman out once more. The magistrate, cradling the child in his arms, contemplated his next move. After a moment of thought, he approached the bookshelf and, moving aside several volumes, revealed a small lever. He activated the mechanism, causing 2 shelves to part, exposing a hidden passageway below. Holding the child, the magistrate descended into the tunnel. Qiongyu hesitated, choosing not to follow, but instead to remain hidden on the roof to observe further. Shortly after, she saw the magistrate's head emerge from the tunnel's entrance, scanning the surroundings. Not spotting anyone, he disappeared back into the darkness. Taking advantage of the unguarded window, Qiongyu climbed inside, delaying her descent into the tunnel to first survey the magistrate's study. What she beheld was astonishing. The room was riddled with intricate traps, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. It was evident that the magistrate was an exceedingly cautious individual. Carefully, Qiongyu approached the tunnel entrance, peering down into its depths. Chapter 16. The turn of events. The tunnel was deep and shadowy, with a chilling draft that rushed towards her, suggesting it extended for quite a distance. Without further contemplation, Qiongyu pressed on. After an extensive trek, a singular thought occupied her mind. The tunnel was exceedingly long, and it must have taken a considerable time to construct. After approximately half an hour, as she seemed to be nearing the boundary of Qiongyu County, she finally reached the end, where a stone slab awaited her, needing to be pushed upward to gain access. At that moment, it remained closed, and she could discern voices emanating from above. Curiously, Qiongyu reached beneath the slab, straining to hear, and cautiously lifted it just slightly. The surface offered little resistance, yet the voices became clearer. One was the county magistrate stating, "My lord, another child has been delivered." An unfamiliar voice responded, "So soon?" Logically, a batch of children from your county was sent not long ago. There shouldn't be any new arrivals at this time. The magistrate respectfully replied, "Indeed, as you say, my lord, but due to a household theft, we had no choice but to send another child." A moment of silence ensued, with no one speaking. If I recall correctly, General Song and her betrothed still reside within your estate. The voice continued, devoid of discernible emotion. The magistrate appeared to be taken aback, asserting, "Before my entry, I ensured that no one followed." The other person scoffed, "That simply means you underestimate Qionyu's capabilities." Concealed beneath the stone slab, Qiongyu touched her nose, feeling a hint of embarrassment at being discussed so openly. The magistrate hastily clarified, "There are several guards outside my door, and I verified repeatedly before entering the tunnel. There are various mechanisms in the house, ensuring no one could intrude." Were she not eavesdropping, Qiongyu would have applauded his thoroughness. Every statement sounded astute, albeit irrelevant to her situation. The other person lapsed into silence, likely deep in thought. Yet again, a suffocating stillness enveloped the air. Finally, the voice broke the silence. "If that is the case, then you should return first. Be cautious. Do not reveal any signs." "Understood." As she heard the magistrate's footsteps retreating, Qiongyu quietly withdrew, carefully climbing out through the back window. She continued to observe the magistrate's movements from the rooftop. Before long, he returned. Upon his arrival, he initially inspected the small mechanisms within the room, discovering that nothing had been disturbed, and he let out a sigh of relief. However, moments later, he grew impatient, pacing back and forth in his study. Summoning the guards at the door, he inquired, "Did anyone enter while I was in the room?" "No." The magistrate pressed further. "Have there been any developments with those individuals today?" "No, they have remained indoors." He waved his hand, signaling, "I see. You may leave." Realizing that no valuable information would be gleaned today, Qiongyu leaped down from the roof and returned to her room. As she closed the door and settled down, her neighbor, Pei Xinying, came over upon hearing the commotion. "Why the rush?" Qiongyu teased. Pei Xinying shot her a glare and asked, "What did you discover?" "Not in a hurry. First, let me have a sip of water," Qiongyu replied, pouring herself a cup of tea. Leaning back, she languidly remarked, Our earlier conjectures were indeed correct. The magistrate's study houses a tunnel, and it is exceedingly long. After contemplating for a moment, it occurred to Pei Xinying that the distance must indicate that the person had already exited Qiongyu County. She was somewhat astonished by the length of time this would require. Considering the manpower and resources involved, Qiongyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this endeavor had undoubtedly been meticulously planned over a significant period. It was not a colossal project that could be accomplished in a mere month or two. Thus, the county magistrate had taken the child through the tunnel for quite some time to deliver him. Who, then, awaited them on the other side? Pei Xinying pondered. She had not seen the figure nor heard their voice, only noting that the magistrate addressed him as my lord. My lord? Pei Xinying found it hard to believe. Could he be a superior? After a moment of contemplation, Qiongyu remarked that without having seen him in person, one should not jump to conclusions regarding his identity or the situation. Could we quietly investigate his tunnel? Pei Xinying whispered to Qiongyu. Qiongyu corrected her, stating it was not we, but rather just herself. After a moment's thought, she suggested finding an excuse to send him away in a few days so she could explore. Observing the eager look in Pei Xinying's eyes, she resolutely declined. Turning away to avoid his disappointed gaze, she coughed lightly, contemplating a strategy. However, before they could devise a plan to send the magistrate away, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The magistrate had died, seemingly by suicide out of fear of punishment. Why seemingly? Because they could hardly believe it. Just days prior, he had been actively delivering the child to those in authority. How could he have so swiftly recognized his own transgressions? They all proceeded to the room where the magistrate had met his demise, entering his bedroom. The magistrate lay with his hands resting on his abdomen, his body lifeless, eyes and mouth agape, his complexion a deep shade of purple, his lips darkening, and his fingernails exhibiting a bluish hue. Blood seeped from his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. After a glance, Qiongyu softly remarked that it appeared to be arsenic. Can it be confirmed? Pei Xinying inquired. Approaching for a closer inspection, Qiongyu confirmed with a nod that it was indeed arsenic. They surveyed the room, directing their gaze towards Qiongyu. Qiongyu understood, moving toward the house steward, producing the imperial envoy's token, declaring that by order of the envoy, no one in the magistrate's residence was permitted to enter or exit freely, and all rooms within the magistrate's estate were not to be tampered with. The steward and others responded respectfully. After a thorough examination of their surroundings, they resolved to return and discuss their next course of action. Back in their quarters, Qiongyu appeared somewhat disheartened, letting out a sigh as he rested his head on the table. Qiongyu teased, "What a dismal sound." Qiongyu, with his head on the table, traced circles on the tablecloth with his fingers, lamenting, "It's not that I wish to be despondent, but look at where our investigation has led us. The moment we find a lead, it abruptly ends. How are we to proceed?" However, Pei Xinying interjected, capturing the attention of the other two. "Is it possible that we have stumbled upon something significant, and the mastermind behind this feared we might uncover the truth, leading him to silence the magistrate?" Qiongju's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. "Ah, indeed." He then turned to Qiongyu, who wore a knowing smile directed at Pei Xinying. "Well, it seems I was the last to grasp this," Qiongyu mused inwardly. Continuing to ponder, he questioned, "What shall we do next?" Pei Xinying responded, "Let us first investigate the magistrate himself, seeking any clues he may have left behind." After casting a glance at Qiongyu, who showed no signs of dissent, they concluded that this course of action was indeed feasible. Qiongyu rose to her feet and declared, "Let us begin. We shall first explore the study." Qiongyu suddenly perked up, exclaiming, "Let us embark on an underground adventure." Qiongyu raised a finger and gently shook her head, cautioning against harboring excessive hopes. If they could contemplate the murder of the county magistrate, would they not also consider the destruction of the tunnel? "You have a point," Qiongyu conceded, her enthusiasm waning once more. Chapter 17. Clue. The group entered the study, and upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by shelves brimming with books. While Qiongju's gaze was immediately drawn to a small mechanism within the room, prompting her to marvel at the magistrate's caution. Qiongyu shot her a glance, signaling her to refrain from unnecessary chatter, and Qiongju reluctantly began to search the bookshelves for clues. Surveying the room, Qionyu's eyes fell upon a neatly placed letter on the desk. Approaching it, she picked up the letter, shook it slightly, and opened the envelope to glance at its contents. She then rummaged through some memorials he had penned, comparing the handwriting. Pei Xinying, noticing her actions, joined her side to observe, and it appeared that both documents were indeed penned by the same hand. Qiongyu compared the memorial in her left hand with the letter in her right, shaking the paper slightly. The similarities in script were unmistakable. Sighing, she remarked that the content of the letter was truly alarming. Handing the letter to Pei Xinying, who accepted it and stood still, engrossed in its reading. Qiongyu stood beside him, listening as his breathing grew increasingly heavy, indicating his rising indignation. How dare he? In an effort to soothe him, Qiongyu gently patted him, advising him not to rush into anger, and suggested they search for additional items. Suddenly recalling the tunnel, she began to reminisce about the magistrate's actions that day, moving the books aside to uncover a small lever. With a firm pull, the bookshelf slid aside, revealing a hidden chamber. Although Qiongyu had been somewhat prepared, she was nonetheless astonished that, in just a few days, the tunnel had been transformed into a secret room. Such formidable execution capabilities must certainly be supported by adequate manpower. The thought of the missing adult men seemed to be linked to this development. The group entered the secret chamber to search, yet found little of value and ultimately returned to Pei Xinying's room with the letter. Xiao, having not seen the letter's contents in the study, eagerly inquired what it had revealed. Pei Xinying scoffed, detailing the magistrate's transgressions. Confused, Qiongyu urged him to elaborate, and Pei Xinying explained the letter's contents. According to the document, County Magistrate Li Yongchang, in his pursuit of immortality, dammed the upstream waters of Chongning County, allowing them to accumulate throughout the winter. As spring arrived, he planned to release the dam, unleashing a torrent that would devastate the farmlands. Furthermore, he had illicitly raised the tax on the grain harvested by the populace, hoarding the surplus and forcing the desperate citizens to exchange their children for his hidden provisions. During these exchanges, he promised to care for the children, ensuring they would be well-fed, clothed, and educated. Yet in truth, he intended to use their flesh and blood to concoct elixirs for his own longevity. Just last night, he consumed one of these potions, only to be haunted in his dreams by the children he had harmed, filled with dread and guilt. Unable to bear the weight of his conscience, he ultimately took his own life with poison. Upon hearing his account, Qiongyu let out a derisive laugh, drawing the attention of both men. Initially reclining against the table with her elbow propped upon her head, Qiongyu was jolted into an upright position by the piercing gazes of the two individuals. Affecting a puzzled demeanor, she inquired about the reason for their scrutiny. "Please continue," she urged. Pei Xinying, having expressed her thoughts, found herself at a loss for further commentary. "What I meant to ask was, what are your thoughts on this letter?" Qiongyu stammered, attempting to mask her lack of attentiveness. Pei Xinying, clearly skeptical, dismissed the notion as absurd. How could such a minor county magistrate possess the audacity and capability to orchestrate such a grand scheme? With a teasing glance towards Qiongyu, she queried, "Do you have any profound insights, General?" Qiongyu nodded repeatedly. "Your reasoning is quite sound. I share your sentiments." Pei Xinying fixed her gaze upon Qiongyu in silence. Feeling compelled to speak, Qiongyu continued, "The letter fails to clarify the whereabouts of those young individuals, which raises my suspicions. The manpower required to transform a tunnel into a secret chamber in such a short span is staggering. Those absent men are likely on the other side of that tunnel." She interlaced her fingers, resting her chin upon her hands as she swayed slightly. Moreover, if these individuals are using children for alchemical purposes, their families would inevitably harbor doubts. If they wish to see their children but cannot, unrest is bound to ensue. Most importantly, would his superiors truly remain oblivious to his covert activities? Why would they turn a blind eye? Summarizing these uncertainties, it seems improbable that a mere confession could elucidate the matter. Pei Xinying appeared disheartened. "What should we do then? How can we proceed with our investigation?" Unable to bear her despondency, Qiongyu proposed, "Though we lack direct evidence, Could someone as cautious as Magistrate Li possibly conceal some proof of their dealings? Pei Xinying visibly perked up. Shall we search again? No, came a firm reply. Tomorrow. There may be individuals from his office at the magistrate's residence. Venturing there now might alert them. After further deliberation, they parted ways. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qiongyu decided to take a stroll in the magistrate's garden. Although it was spring, the garden was arranged with delightful irregularity, bursting with vibrant scenery. As she wandered through the garden, her mind pondered the possibility of excavating this courtyard and transplanting it to her own general's residence. Lost in her thoughts, yet remaining vigilant, she soon sensed someone stealthily trailing her movements. Following the garden path, she arrived at the study's door, casting a sly glance over her shoulder before slipping inside, leaving the door ajar, allowing her actions to be fully visible to anyone outside. Qiongyu selected a travelogue from the bookshelf and settled into a chair. Engrossed in her reading for the entire afternoon, the person outside remained crouched, observing her throughout the day. Each time she rose to change books, they would steal a glance, like a playful tease with a pet. As their exchanges continued, the observer gradually lost interest in what she was reading, surveying the study's collection. Qiongyu noted that Li Yongchang had organized the shelves by genre, with each shelf containing a book that stood out in style from the others. Seizing the opportunity while her watcher was distracted, she discreetly extracted several of these distinctive volumes and tucked them into her sleeves, maintaining an air of nonchalance as she returned to her reading. As dusk descended and the hour for dining approached, Qiongyu declined the invitation to join her companions for a meal, citing her weariness as the reason for her retreat to her chamber. Outside her door, the guards expressed their concern, promising to send someone with warm food after the passing of an hour. Meanwhile, she had laid all her books upon the table, meticulously examining them in search of a connection. After several thorough inspections, her efforts proved fruitless, leaving her somewhat disheartened and contemplating whether she had been overthinking the matter as she rested her head upon the stack of books. At that moment, she sensed something amiss and rubbed her face against the cover of one of the books, discovering a subtle protrusion that was difficult to perceive. Chapter 18. The secret letter. Had it been another young lady of the inner chambers, she might have detected the anomaly with a mere touch. However, as a martial general, Qionyu's hands were hardened with calluses from wielding various weapons, rendering her somewhat oblivious. Upon closer inspection, she discerned what appeared to be raised lettering, but realized she lacked an appropriate tool to reveal it. She decided to seek out Pei Xinying, asking, "Could you feel this book? It seems to have letters. Can you decipher them?" Upon hearing her words, Pei Xinying examined the book with his hands, but shook his head, unable to sense any discernible letters. The two sat together, furrowed brows deep in contemplation, when Qiongyu arrived with refreshments. Noticing the array of books on the table, she curiously inquired when the general had taken such an interest in reading. As she leafed through the volumes, she became increasingly perplexed at the variety presented, wondering if the general could truly engage with such an assortment. With a sigh of exasperation, Qiongyu gestured for her to bring the book closer, urging, "Feel the cover of this book." Qiongyu ran her hands over it casually, initially discovering nothing, but upon a more careful examination, she noted some unevenness. Pressing the book against her face and sliding it slightly, she began to grasp the issue at hand. Pei Xinying, taken aback by such an unconventional method of detecting irregularities, expressed his astonishment. Observing his surprise, Qiongyu coughed lightly and explained, "Those who serve in the military are trained to wield weapons from the moment they enter the barracks, developing calluses on their hands. It is quite normal not to possess such delicacy." After thoughtful consideration, Pei Xinying found her reasoning to be quite sound. However, recalling that Qiongyu was also a practitioner of martial arts, he discreetly scrutinized her hands. Aware of his gaze, Qiongyu raised her hand and waved it before him, stating, "There is no need for stealth. I am your betrothed, and you may gaze openly." His face flushed crimson. Pei Xinying turned away, regaining his composure only after a moment before returning his gaze to her. "Let's contemplate how to reveal these letters," he suggested. "If we were to tear off the cover directly, we might damage the text. The three of them gathered in earnest discussion for a considerable time, ultimately deriving a method from a passing maid. Qiongyu ventured out to procure some scented powder typically used by young ladies, applying a small amount to the book's cover. With gentle friction over the areas where the letters resided, she then blew away the excess powder. The letters emerged, revealing the words, bed, iris, and flower heart. Pointing at the inscription, Qiongyu inquired, does this imply that the iris flower upon the bed conceals something within? Pei Xinying reminisced that, if her memory served her correctly, the bed of the county magistrate was adorned with a canopy, surrounded by low railings on 3 sides, leaving the center open, with 4 corner posts supporting the top. The canopy was embellished with decorative panels, while the sides and back of the bed were equipped with railings, forming a splendid Wang-Wali wooden bed. Indeed, the carvings on the bed depicted floral patterns. Qiongyu continued, it seems the clue is hidden within the bed frame. Or shall we search for it? Pei Xinying expressed her concern that there might be spies from that person within the residence. A conspicuous approach could jeopardize their intentions. Qiongyu smiled mysteriously, suggesting, I have a method that may prove useful. Pei Xinying was momentarily perplexed, but soon felt as if she were about to burst forth like fireworks during the spring festival. They meandered through the residence until they reached the magistrate's chamber. Standing beside the bed and examining the frame, the steward entered and inquired, what are you two doing? Qiongyu feigned shyness, replying with a smile. We noticed the magistrate's bed that day, crafted from fine Wang-Wali. Since we are to be wed soon, we thought it prudent to consider which type of wooden bed might be better. And since we have found such exquisite wood here, we came to take a look. The steward's lips twitched slightly, but he complied and left. As soon as the steward departed, Pei Xinying distanced herself from Qiongyu, avoiding her gaze, and asked, you have another plan, don't you? Qiongyu pretended ignorance, insisting, no, this is the best idea I could conceive. Pei Xinying remained skeptical. Such blatant teasing could not deceive her. Yet, she chose to keep her thoughts to herself. The two began their search for the iris flower on the bed frame, with Qionyu's keen eyes spotting it first on the decorative panel outside the frame. She procured a chair, stood atop it, and reached out to touch the flower. It initially seemed seamless, but upon closing her eyes and feeling more intently, she discovered that one petal felt distinctively different, more rounded, likely due to frequent handling. Pressing down firmly, the flower's center unexpectedly revealed several letters rolled within. After retrieving the letters and restoring the flower to its original state, she returned the chair and, accompanied by Pei Xinying, wandered through the garden for an extended period. Finally, when it was time for dinner, they returned to their room. Pei Xinying, eager to open the letters, was chastised by Qiongyu, who tapped her hand with chopsticks, insisting, let us eat first. We can discuss it after the meal. Under the watchful and longing gazes of Pei Xinying and Qiongyu, Qiongyu calmly enjoyed her meal. At last, the moment to unveil the letters arrived, and Pei Xinying meticulously washed her hands before lifting the correspondence. There were 4 letters in total, devoid of sender or recipient information, and lacking seals. Nonetheless, the contents were profoundly alarming. According to the letters, the narrative unfolded as follows. A mysterious superior had leveraged compromising information against Li Yongchang, enticing him with promises of reward, compelling him to supply a continuous stream of young men and children. As recounted in Li Yongchang's will, it was indeed the county magistrate who had enacted the decree, claiming that the court had raised taxes, subsequently plotting a flood, all while luring young men from the populace to join a clandestine organization under the guise of benevolence, promising their families a supply of grain for each participant. After such proceedings, the superior's intentions were half fulfilled. Subsequently, it came to the exchange of children for provisions. Even now, the people of Chongnan remain deeply grateful to the county magistrate, who, despite the risk of offending the court, was willing to barter food for them. After reading, an unusual silence enveloped the group until Qiongyu broke it, remarking on the wickedness of the scheme. The misdeeds were perpetrated by the court, while the good deeds were attributed to the county magistrate and his unseen allies. A clever calculation indeed. Qiongyu inquired if the magistrate superior was not the prefect of Yuzhong. Could they not simply apprehend him? Pei Xinying sighed. wishing it were so simple. Firstly, they lacked evidence. Qiongju's gaze kept darting towards the letter. Pei Xinying understood her intent, but waved her hand, indicating that the letter did not mention either the magistrate or the prefect by name, nor did it bear an official seal, not even a private one. She unfolded the letter towards Qiongju, demonstrating the absence of a stamp. If they were to arrest someone without direct evidence, they risked being accused of slander, leaving them in a precarious position. After a pause, she continued, saying that secondly, they had no witnesses, and the only person privy to the matter, the magistrate, was deceased. Chapter 19. The prefect Qiongju felt somewhat disheartened. So, does that mean we have no recourse? At some point, Qiongyu had drawn a small knife, spinning it deftly between her fingers, glinting with a cold light. Not necessarily. If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. We can take the initiative. Pei Xinying's eyes lit up, like a small creature in the wild. The prefect of Yuzhong? Only one who knows me would understand. Xinying. Qiongyu spoke with a teasing tone. Pei Xinying had grown accustomed to her whimsical nature and, without blushing, replied, then let us set off at once. With that, they each began to gather their belongings. After packing her luggage, Qiongju went to feed the horses hitched to the carriage, scattering some fresh hay for them. She then squatted beside them, watching as they munched. After a while, she found herself unconsciously mimicking their chewing motions. Realizing this, she gently tapped her mouth, ensuring no one was watching, and sighed in relief. Moments later, the steward appeared in the courtyard, seemingly having received word from the servants. Are you two preparing to leave? He inquired. Qiongju raised an eyebrow indeed. She was about to elaborate when the steward was left momentarily speechless, forcing him to continue with, and where are you headed next? Back to the capital? Since you are so concerned for our welfare, why not accompany us? Qiongju remarked casually, glancing at the horses. Behind her, the steward's expression darkened. Yet he maintained a respectful demeanor, responding, such words are unwarranted. I am unworthy to serve under a general. Qiongju, twirling a blade of grass, playfully poked at the grazing horses without answering him. One of the horses, disturbed by the grass, sneezed, and Qiongju cleverly dodged, with the sneeze landing squarely on the steward behind her. Though he dared not express his anger, he wiped his face and muttered that he would take his leave. As he distanced himself, Qiongju caught faint curses carried by the wind. What level of wit dares to pry into my words? She scoffed, resuming her playful antics with the horse before her. As the horse extended its neck in preparation for a sneeze, Qiongju leaped away. Once more, they found themselves traversing the road. Far beyond Changnan, Pei Xinying sat in the horse-drawn carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze at the crops flanking the official road. Her thoughts swirling. Had it not been for the governor's nefarious schemes, the people of Changnan would now be toiling in the fields, drenched in sweat. Qiongyu, mounted on horseback, rode alongside the carriage, catching sight of Pei Xinying's wistful gaze directed at the flourishing fields. He too turned his attention to the verdant crops thriving in the sunlight, offering no words of solace to Pei Xinying. He recognized that if they failed to solve this case, many more would lose their means of livelihood and their freedom. After several days of relentless travel, they finally arrived in Yuzhong City. Upon reaching the city gate, they presented their identification documents to the guards, who immediately paid their respects and allowed them to proceed. Qiongyu waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to forego the formalities. Once inside the city, they headed straight for the governor's yamen. After presenting their credentials to the guards at the gate, they were soon met by the governor himself, the governor of Yuzhong, a flower of the imperial examinations from the 20th year of the late emperor's reign, possessed an unmistakable elegance. Sporting a neatly trimmed beard and wearing a deep blue official robe that gleamed under the sunlight. Even after having encountered a myriad of men in the military, Qiongyu found himself taken aback by the governor's striking visage. As the governor prepared to perform a grand salute, Qiongyu hastily assisted him, stating that such formalities were unnecessary, as they merely wished to stay at his esteemed residence for a few days, to experience the local customs and the prosperity under his governance. The governor responded graciously, acknowledging that their presence was indeed a great fortune for the city. He led them towards the inner hall, while Pei Xinying followed behind, taken aback by the flattery that permeated the official atmosphere. After arranging accommodations for Song Qiongyu and the others in the Eastern Flower Hall, the governor returned to his duties. Sighing, Song Qiongyu settled into a chair, prompting Pei Xinying to pour her some tea, inquisitively asking the reason for her sudden sigh. "This governor is quite the cunning fox," Song Qiongyu remarked. "Obtaining leads from him may prove more difficult than scaling a mountain." "How did you arrive at that conclusion?" Pei Xinying inquired. During our conversation, he skillfully diverted my probing questions with ease, revealing a depth of thought that is quite formidable. Song Qionyu's fingers caressed the teacup thoughtfully. Pei Xinying gently took the cup from her hand, placing it on the table, and asked whether they should take the initiative or remain passive. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qiongyu shook her head, suggesting they refrain from acting rashly. "He is unaware that we possess correspondence between him and Li Yongchang. He may believe we would not suspect him." Later that afternoon, a servant arrived with an invitation, informing them that the governor wished to host a welcoming feast in their honor, enlisting the renowned chef from Yinshui restaurant to prepare the meal. They were encouraged to grace the occasion with their presence. Exchanging glances, Pei Xinying and Song Qiongyu smiled at the servant, responding that they would certainly attend punctually. The servant, having received their affirmation, turned to depart. As evening descended and the lanterns flickered to life, Song Qiongyu and Pei Xinying arrived on time in the main hall, where the governor awaited them at the table. Song Qiongyu first pulled out a chair for Pei Xinying, assisting her to sit, while gently restraining the governor, who was about to rise in greeting, and took a seat alongside him. The dishes before them appeared exquisitely prepared, though not in abundance, the quantity modest yet appealing. The governor observed Song Qiongyu scrutinizing the dishes before her, a hint of unease crossing his face. "Is the meal not to your liking, General?" Song Qiongyu smiled reassuringly. "Not at all, my lord. Your arrangements are splendid, and the dishes you selected are just right, perfectly avoiding waste. Officials like you, who are not extravagant, truly bless the people of Yuzhong." The governor appeared somewhat embarrassed, replying, "You flatter me, General. It is merely my duty." He continued, "Please do try the dishes. Our Yuzhong is located in the south, with customs and cuisine quite distinct from the capital. Let's see if they suit your palate." As they dined, Song Qiongyu sampled each dish, finding herself unaccustomed to the sweetness, as she was not a fan of sugary flavors. Yet, Pei Xinying surprisingly enjoyed them. As they neared the end of the meal, the governor set down his chopsticks, a look of inner conflict surfacing. Noticing this, Song Qiongyu inquired, "Do you have something on your mind, my lord?" After a moment's contemplation, the governor discreetly asked, "Could you enlighten me, General? Has something occurred within my jurisdiction? Otherwise, what brings you to this visit?" Leaning closer to the governor's ear, Song Qiongyu whispered, "Your achievements are well acknowledged, my lord. Yet there is indeed a matter that requires your attention." The governor's expression confirmed his suspicion. "Please, speak freely, General. Your domain comprises 10 counties. What is your opinion of Changnan County?" Song Qiongyu scrutinized the governor's face, attentive to every nuance of his expression. "Changnan County?" The governor raised his head, stroking his beard as if striving to recall. "Ah, yes, it is indeed under my administration. The magistrate of Nanchang County is quite capable." After a brief pause, he added, "What prompted the sudden mention of this magistrate? Has something gone awry under his governance?" "Oh, you are unaware?" Song Qiongyu gazed intently into his eyes, awaiting his response. The governor emitted a sound of confusion, then swiftly straightened in his seat. "Although Changnan is under my jurisdiction, I do not involve myself in most of their affairs. My knowledge of the county is limited to the official documents submitted by the magistrate." As if anticipating disbelief, the governor prepared to rise and present the correspondence. Song Qiongyu halted his movement with a smile, saying, "There is no need for such alarm, my lord. I am merely inquiring." "Is that so?" The governor hesitated before resuming his seat. After a while, as the governor's tense demeanor gradually relaxed, he engaged them in conversation about local landmarks worth visiting and delightful eateries. As the atmosphere began to lighten, Pei Xinying interjected with a startling revelation. "If that is the case, then allow me to inform you of the happenings in Changnan." The governor visibly stiffened, slowly relaxing as he urged, "Then please, do tell." Pei Xinying nonchalantly stirred the food on her plate with her chopsticks, stating, "The magistrate of Chongnan has dammed the river, devastating the farmland of the common folk, forcing them to exchange their children for food. There are nearly no children left in Chang'an County. What? Such a thing has occurred? This Li Yongchang is truly audacious. Where is he?" the governor exclaimed in anger. Pei Xinying set down her chopsticks, her tone serious as she asked, "My lord, are you truly unaware of any of this?" The governor, bowing his head in shame, confessed his awareness of the county's calamity. To alleviate the suffering of the people, he had even dug into his own pockets to procure a substantial amount of grain from Suzhou and Hangzhou to send to Chongnan. At this juncture, his anger flared anew at the thought of Li Yongchang, whom he had trusted deeply, only to discover he was a man of such base character. Observing the governor's sullen demeanor, Qiongyu narrowed her eyes and raised an eyebrow, recalling how the governor had inquired about the county magistrate's whereabouts. The governor, filled with righteous indignation, declared that such a villain must be apprehended, interrogated about his intentions, and thereafter dismantled to quell the public's fury. Qiongyu applauded the governor's resolve, prompting a slight twitch of surprise on his face at the unexpected praise. "Naturally," he replied, "for the sake of the people, he must be captured." Pei Xinying tilted her head slightly, feigning disappointment. The governor, puzzled, responded with a questioning look. Pei Xinying, with her hands crossed before her face, revealed that the county magistrate had died. The governor's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? How could this be?" Qiongyu interjected, explaining that the magistrate had taken poison out of guilt. The governor snorted disdainfully, deeming it a fitting end for him. Turning back to Qiongyu, he asked why the two of them had come to question him about this matter, insisting he was completely unaware of any details. "Do not overthink it, Governor," Qiongyu reassured him. "It's merely a routine inquiry." The governor nodded, understanding now. "We have dined well, and we thank you for your hospitality, but we shall take our leave," they said. The governor stood to see them off, urging them to command his servants should they need anything. Once Song and Pei had departed, Governor Zhong Zijing concealed his earlier alarm with a scoff and retreated to the inner hall, merging into the shadows. The two then entered Pei Xinying's room, where she asked for Qionyu's opinion. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the lace on the tablecloth, asserting that it was evident the governor was fully aware and involved in the matter. Pei Xinying nodded in agreement, noting that his reaction had been overly dramatic, as if he had anticipated such inquiries and prepared in advance. However, they lacked concrete evidence. Without a sealed letter, they could not consider it proof and would require further clues and corroboration. As Qiongyu tightened his grip, he inadvertently tore down the lace. The two exchanged silent glances before retreating to their respective rooms. The walls separating their chambers were thin, and that night, both unable to sleep, lay awake with their arms under their heads, contemplating the case until they gradually succumbed to slumber in the deep of night. On the following day at dawn, as the first rays of light kissed the treetops and the dew on the grass had yet to evaporate, Qiongyu began to knock on Pei Xinying's door. "Rise and shine. We shall go out to play today," she called, her knocks resounding sharply. It was only when Pei Xinying's drowsy voice acknowledged her that she ceased her knocking. With her hands clasped behind her back, she urged, "Do hurry, I await you outside." Satisfied, she ambled away. Inside, Pei Xinying rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat on the edge of her bed, taking her time to awaken fully before calling for water to freshen up. By the time she was ready, half an hour had passed, and Qiongyu had made 2 laps at the door. Finally, when Pei Xinying opened the door, the sunlight poured down upon her, illuminating her figure. Today, Pei Xinying donned a striking red attire, enhancing his visage, which bore the elegance of jade, though his lips appeared somewhat pallid due to health concerns, lacking the vibrant hue of vitality. Qiongyu, momentarily taken aback, scrutinized his face, furrowing her brow as it seemed to lack something essential. Without further delay, the two set off in a carriage, their first destination being Yinshui Tower. The governor had mentioned that this establishment could serve southern delicacies palatable to northern tastes, alongside some specialties that had gone untried the previous day. As they journeyed towards Yinshui Tower, they traversed the bustling streets of Yuzhong, filled with a vibrant array of passers-by. Captivated by the lively atmosphere, Qiongyu playfully suggested, "Shall we disembark and stroll to Yinshui Tower, immersing ourselves in the local customs?" Pei Xinying, observing her enthusiasm, inexplicably nodded in agreement. Seeing his assent, Qiongyu beamed, grasping his hand as they descended from the carriage. His hand, calloused yet strong, felt reassuring in her grasp. He smiled at her and followed her lead. The streets were lined with vendors and citizens engaged in lively transactions, exuding an air of warmth and bustle. Hand in hand, Qiongyu explored each stall, her eyes alight with wonder. Soon, her attention was captured by two young ladies passing by, each holding a small porcelain dish containing a vibrant red substance. One of the ladies dipped her fingertip into the red pigment and applied it to her lips, instantly revitalizing her appearance. Curious about the product, Qiongyu soon located the stall selling it and led Pei Xinying over, perusing the colorful porcelain dishes displayed. "Excuse me, what is this?" she inquired of the vendor. Pei Xinying, observing her expression with mild surprise, slowly responded, "This is lip balm. Do you not recognize it?" Qiongyu examined it closely, saying, "We do not have such items where I come from." Pei Xinying, momentarily taken aback, recalled that she had been raised in the frontier, a region where such adornments were scarce. "If you like it, you should purchase some and try it," he suggested gently. Qiongyu looked at him quizzically. "Are you serious?" His tone puzzled her, yet she decided to follow his advice. "All right," she replied, raising her eyebrows playfully. Noticing this familiar gesture, Pei Xinying felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Qiongyu selected several different shades, paid with enthusiasm, and tucked the small porcelain dishes into her sleeve. In high spirits, she continued towards Yinshui Tower, while Pei Xinying followed, still pondering the unexpected turn of events. Upon arriving at Yinshui Tower, Pei Xinying tossed a silver ingot to the attendant who had come to greet them, securing a private room. The attendant, flustered yet delighted, quickly stowed the silver and led them inside. Once seated, the attendant began to introduce the establishment's signature dishes, but Qiongyu, lost in thought, remained unresponsive. Pei Xinying gently tapped the table before her, prompting her to return to the moment. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired. Qiongyu showed no concern for what you ordered. She simply accepted it. Pei Xinying felt a tinge of displeasure. "Don't you have anything you wish to eat?" "Oh, I have no particular cravings," Qiongyu replied, her gaze drifting once more. Left with no choice, Pei Xinying ordered a few dishes at random. While waiting for the food to arrive, Qiongyu stood up to stretch and walked to the window, observing the bustling scene below, a smile creeping onto her lips. Pei Xinying, who had been watching her intently, rose and joined her side, following her gaze downward. "What are you looking at?" he inquired, attempting to decipher her thoughts, but failing, prompting him to voice his question. "I am observing the citizens whom we have valiantly defended. Look, they seem to be thriving, which affirms that our sacrifices bear significance." Despite her words, Pei Xinying noticed a lack of profound emotion in her eyes. She appeared somewhat dissonant, her heart not aligning with her words. Yet, he said nothing, merely accompanying her in silence as they watched the ebb and flow of the crowd below. After an indeterminate passage of time, they were startled back to reality by a knock at the door. It was the waiter bringing their dishes. They took their seats, and once the table was set, they began to eat. However, after sampling each dish only twice, Qiongyu set down her chopsticks, resting her chin on her hand as she observed Pei Xinying eat. Feeling her gaze, he blushed slightly, discomfort, noticing his bashfulness. Qiongyu chuckled softly and moved a stool to sit by the window. Pei Xinying felt a twinge of shame at his own embarrassment. As a man, it seemed unmanly to be so easily flustered. Yet, he had no immediate remedy for it, and could only strive to change gradually. After a while, having finished his meal, Pei Xinying asked, "I'm done eating. Shall we continue our stroll?" As Qiongyu turned to respond, a gust of wind swept through, lifting her long hair and obscuring her expression, making it difficult for him to see her clearly. Overcome by impulse, he stepped forward, instinctively reaching out to grasp her hand. Qiongyu stood and walked directly towards him, taking hold of his sleeve and guiding him back to his chair. She then pulled up a seat beside him, gazing into his eyes. "I have a small, unreasonable request. Will you grant it? Her eyes sparkled with a brightness that rendered refusal impossible. Pei Xinying, entranced by her expression, unconsciously agreed. It was only when he saw her retrieve a few small porcelain dishes containing lip balm from her sleeve that a sense of foreboding washed over him. Qiongyu dipped her finger into one of the dishes, coating it with a soft crimson hue, and extended her fingertip towards Pei Xinying's face. Reflexively, he recoiled, but she gently yet firmly cradled the back of his head, preventing his escape. Realizing he could not evade her, Pei Xinying closed his eyes and allowed her finger to approach. With his eyes shut, he could not see, yet he felt her warmth drawing near. A gentle warmth settling upon his slightly cool lips, spreading outward. Qiongyu observed Pei Xinying's closed eyes, her finger tracing his soft lips, pressing down gently, then bouncing back as she withdrew her touch. After a moment, she leaned back slightly, admiring her handiwork. Pei Xinying has a fair complexion, yet due to illness, her lips are pale, revealing her poor health. However, after applying some lip color, her already stunning visage is further accentuated by the crimson hue of her lips, making her look extraordinarily enchanting. After waiting for a long time without any further action, Pei Xinying opens one eye to observe Qiongyu, who is now stepping back to admire her work. Upon noticing that Pei Xinying has opened her eyes, Qiongyu beams a radiant smile, exclaiming how remarkably handsome he is. Pei Xinying, unable to see her own reflection, glances around in search of a mirror, feeling a hint of unease. Observing her actions, Qiongyu retrieves a small brass mirror from her pocket and presents it to her. Confused by the sudden appearance of the mirror, Pei Xinying wonders when they had ventured out together with her having acquired it. Curiously, she inquires aloud. Qiongyu, smiling, explains that she thought the lip color would suit her perfectly and, upon finding a mirror available, decided to purchase it. After a brief pause, she asks if she can wipe it off. Pei Xinying gazes at her reflection in the mirror, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. The vendor had mentioned that each color possesses a distinct style, and having bought them, Qiongyu thought it prudent for her to try them all. Amused, she chuckles at the thought. Pei Xinying, momentarily at a loss for words and unsure how to decline, acquiesces to her playful manipulation. After a series of trials, Qiongyu concludes that indeed, Xinying's beauty rivals that of Pan, and, no matter the shade, it looks exceptionally lovely on her lips. Overwhelmed by the cascade of compliments, Pei Xinying shyly smiles. Using a damp handkerchief, she gently wipes away the lip color from her lips, and after several rubs, a hint of cherry tint emerges. Retrieving the lip colors and tucking them into her sleeve, Qiongyu turns to Pei Xinying, stating that it is time to proceed to their next destination. Pei Xinying smiles in agreement, eager for the journey ahead. Their next recommended location is the Xiaoming temple situated outside the city. After deliberating, they decide to visit the temple in the afternoon and stay overnight, returning the following day. Once they finalize their plans, they board a carriage and set off towards the temple. Chapter 22. Ascending the mountain. Xiaoming Temple lies on a mountain to the east of the city. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Qiongyu gazes upward, unable to spot the temple amid the verdant foliage. In the northern regions, spring has barely begun, leaving the landscape desolate, while in the south, the springtime, akin to all seasons, is adorned with vibrant life. As Qiongyu admires the picturesque scenery, Pei Xinying watches her with fondness. After a moment, Qiongyu turns and extends her hand to Pei Xinying, urging him to join her as they ascend. Pei Xinying gestures with his hand, indicating that he can manage on his own. The flight of stairs is extensive. Halfway up, Pei Xinying begins to feel lightheaded, yet perseveres, feigning nonchalance as he continues to ascend. After a few more steps, Qiongyu notices something amiss with Pei Xinying and looks at him, waving her hand in front of his eyes. Though he cannot see, he senses a breeze passing by. What's wrong? Pei Xinying feigns ignorance, asking. Narrowing his eyes, Qiongyu holds up 2 fingers and inquires, "How many fingers do you see?" 4? Pei Xinying's voice is filled with uncertainty. Upon hearing Qionyu's soft scoff, he realized he had misjudged the situation, feeling a flush creep onto his cheeks. He fell silent, choosing to bury his head in the sand. Complaining of discomfort, He suggested they need not rush. Song Qiongyu offered words of comfort. Very well. Conveniently, on their ascent, they came across a traditional hexagonal pavilion, where Song Qiongyu assisted Pei Xinying into a seat. The pavilion was elegantly designed, nestled amidst desolate mountains devoid of human habitation, blanketed in lush vegetation, with numerous towering evergreen trees standing sentinel. Closing his eyes, he felt the mountain breeze caress him, carrying with it the fragrance of plants and the earthy scent of soil. Beside him, Pei Xinying had his eyes shut, seeking solace as the wind tousled his hair. After sitting for more than half an hour, Pei Xinying's vision remained obscured, and a sense of urgency began to stir within him. Song Qiongyu reassured him that the sunset was still far off. There was no need to hurry. However, as time slipped by, Pei Xinying's anxiety became palpable, yet his sight showed no signs of improvement. Observing his distress, Song Qiongyu devised a plan. How about this? I will walk ahead, holding your hand, and you can follow my footsteps. Pei Xinying considered this and found it a viable solution, agreeing to the idea. Positioned a step higher than Pei Xinying, Song Qiongyu turned to face the temple, extending her hand behind her. Pei Xinying cautiously placed his hands upon hers. Her palms were calloused, while his felt as smooth and warm as jade. With a gentle grip, she guided him, slowly ascending a step. Initially skeptical of this method, Pei Xinying was astonished. Despite their connection being limited to their hands, he could distinctly sense her movements. With each step she took, he was able to follow suit. At first, their movements were misaligned, with one stepping left and the other right, resulting in minor collisions. However, as they continued, their synchronization improved, and their progress became increasingly fluid. Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously until Song Qiongyu finally halted, and Pei Xinying, caught off guard, bumped into her back. Have we arrived? He inquired, rubbing his nose with one hand. Indeed, we have reached the resting area, she replied, gesturing toward the stone bench where weary travelers could pause. Supporting him, she guided him to the seat before settling beside him. Pei Xinying placed his hands neatly on his knees, awaiting the restoration of his sight, while Song Qiongyu reclined against the bench, propping herself up with her hands, gazing upward at the sky. After a while, she turned her attention back to Pei Xinying, finding amusement in his obedient posture. Hearing faint sounds nearby, Pei Xinying opened his eyes, which had regained a certain clarity. Song Qiongyu was momentarily captivated by his misty-eyed beauty. Caught in a trance, with silence enveloping them, Pei Xinying turned back to his waiting, and as dusk approached, his vision finally returned. As soon as she regained consciousness, Pei Xinying turned her gaze towards Song Qiongyu, who, with her eyes closed in meditation, sensed the scrutiny and opened her eyes. Can you see? Song Qiongyu inquired. Pei Xinying nodded and rose to her feet, suggesting, shall we enter? Song Qiongyu slightly inclined her head in agreement and also stood up, heading toward the temple. Despite being nestled deep within the mountains, the temple before them was far from humble. It exuded an air of solemn grandeur. Pei Xinying couldn't help but ponder the immense resources required to construct such a vast edifice. Lost in thought, she glanced at Song Qiongyu, who appeared unfazed, simply admiring the temple. After a brief moment, the two entered the temple, only to discover an even more enchanting interior. The temple's interior was more expansive and dignified than it appeared from the outside. Upon entering, a young monk approached them, inquiring, what does the benefactor wish to seek? What can one seek? Song Qiongyu asked, perplexed. The young monk, holding a string of prayer beads and bowing slightly, responded, what people typically seek are love, wealth, prospects, and offspring. However, it is rather late now, and I fear the Bodhisattva may not hear my heartfelt wishes. Might we stay in the temple tonight and sincerely make our requests in the morning? Song Qionyu's eyes widened as she spoke with earnestness. For accommodation, the benefactor needs to prepare some offerings for the Buddha, which will be presented together tomorrow, the young monk contemplated. Song Qiongyu answered without hesitation, of course. After bowing, the young monk led them, saying, please follow me. He guided them to the back hall, where a row of darkened rooms awaited. The monk informed them that these chambers were unoccupied, and the two benefactors could choose freely, assuring them that each room had been cleaned. Noticing Pei Xinying select the second room on the right, Qiongyu chose the first room adjacent to hers. Once both had made their selections, the monk bowed once more and withdrew. As they entered their respective rooms to settle in, the decision to spend the night here had been rather rushed, leaving them without their own bedding, relying instead on the temple's modest offerings. Perhaps to impart a sense of Buddhist simplicity, the bedding was notably thin. Qiongyu pinched the covers in her room, furrowing her brow. Just then, Pei Xinying nearly finished organizing her space, her knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to find Qiongyu standing there, arms laden with several blankets. Momentarily stunned, Pei Xinying struggled to comprehend her intentions. Turning back, she saw Qiongyu adding layers to her own bedding. Feeling a mix of gratitude and embarrassment, Pei Xinying thought it unnecessary, remarking it's not that cold. Without turning around, Qiongyu continued her task, stating, "It is the mountains, it gets quite chilly at night. If you don't add more blankets, you might fall ill by morning." Chapter 23. Feigning illness as they spoke, Qiongyu arranged the bedding, patting it down, stepping back to inspect her work, and nodding in satisfaction. Watching her small gestures, Pei Xinying couldn't help but chuckle softly, expressing her thanks. "I shall return now. Call for me if you need anything," Qiongyu instructed. "All right," Pei Xinying replied. As Qiongyu returned to her own room, she lay on the bed, tossing and turning, struggling to find sleep. Her mind preoccupied with the events of the past few days. The governor concealed his actions meticulously, while the whereabouts of himself and his companions were laid bare under the scrutiny of many eyes. Any movement on their part would be easily detected. A breakthrough was urgently needed to tear apart their facade, and it was indeed peculiar why so many were required by a single governor. After pondering for quite some time, without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, she decided to cease her ruminations. Listening to the howling wind outside, she felt a sense of relief for having provided Pei Xinying with extra bedding. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he would rise the next day. As she drifted close to slumber, a sound from outside abruptly startled Qiongyu awake. Straining her ears to listen, it seemed someone had stepped on a broken branch. Upon further scrutiny, the sound vanished, almost as if it were merely a figment of her imagination. However, Qiongyu was certain it was not an illusion. She trusted her instincts. Without much thought, she flung open the door. Outside, only the cold, indifferent moonlight and the fierce wind greeted her. With a heavy heart, Qiongyu returned to her room, and it took her quite a while to fall asleep again. The following morning, Qiongyu awoke early, ventured outside, and made her way to the main hall, where the monks were already kneeling and chanting scriptures. After glancing at the entrance, she moved on. It was not yet the time for prayers, but rather the hour for the monks' morning practice. Passing through the corridor, she arrived at the side hall, where the deities displayed were unfamiliar to her. Just as she was about to leave, a young acolyte appeared, inquiring if she wished to explore the temple. Initially inclined to decline, she reconsidered and agreed to the acolyte's offer. The young monk nodded and led her through the various halls. Though he spoke eloquently, she retained none of the information, and as she was about to continue her exploration, she was blocked by a grove of bamboo. At that moment, the acolyte raised a hand to stop her, explaining that ahead lay the monastery's strict regulations and that the monks' quarters were not open to outsiders. Qiongyu lifted her foot, feigning to step forward. The acolyte's expression remained impassive, yet a flicker of intensity shone in his eyes. She hesitated, retracting her foot as if to comply with his prohibition. The acolyte's face briefly registered a smirk, quickly concealed but not unnoticed by the observant Qiongyu. She stroked her chin, pondering the oddities of this temple. It might indeed serve as a breakthrough point. With this thought in mind, she addressed the acolyte, stating that her companion should be awakening soon, and she would return to check on him. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurried towards the guest room. The acolyte remained still, his face calm. Yet turmoil brewed in his gaze as he watched Qionyu's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Bursting into Pei Xinying's room, she found him just awake, having only donned his inner garments, his expression one of surprise at her sudden intrusion. "There is something peculiar about this temple. We must stay a few more days," she declared. However, Pei Xinying pondered aloud, But we agreed yesterday to stay just one night. Will extending our stay not alert them? As she gazed at Song Qiongyu, a mischievous smile spread across her face, causing Pei Xinying's hair to stand on end. What wicked thoughts are you concocting now? With that terrifying grin still plastered on her face, she approached Pei Xinying, who felt compelled to speak up. Please, just say it outright. Do refrain from that unsettling smile. Pei Xinying took a few steps back, pondering. If you were ill, they wouldn't dare to force us down a mountain, would they? Song Qiongyu looked at Pei Xinying, seeking agreement. After a moment's contemplation, Pei Xinying nodded, acknowledging, you make a valid point. However, I did not catch a chill last night. What should we do? Otherwise, I might venture out for some fresh air despite my light attire. Suddenly, Song Qionyu's smile vanished, her expression turning impassive as she regarded Pei Xinying. The latter felt a sense of unease and cautiously inquired, is there something wrong with what I said? Without responding, Song Qiongyu turned to leave. Pei Xinying hurriedly took a couple of steps forward, grasping her sleeve. If there's an issue, let's discuss it. Please don't be angry. Raising her hand, Song Qiongyu pushed Pei Xinying's hand away from her sleeve and remarked, I merely intended for you to feign illness. Yet you are contemplating truly making yourself unwell for the sake of this investigation, disregarding your own life. With a flick of her sleeve, she added, if that is the case, then let us abandon this case altogether. Pei Xinying, eager to employ the same tactic, lunged forward to grasp her sleeve. But Song Qiongyu had already anticipated this, folding her arms and retracting her sleeves. Unable to grasp her sleeve, Pei Xinying had a moment of inspiration and caught hold of Song Qionyu's belt. A profound silence enveloped them as Song Qiongyu turned back, her teeth clenched. What are you doing? Pei Xinying, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure. I only wish to hold on to you, she said, yet her grip on the belt remained firm. With no other choice, Song Qiongyu relented. All right, release me, and we shall discuss it further. Pei Xinying eyed her suspiciously. You wouldn't sneak away the moment I let go, would you? Pulling her hand down from the belt, Song Qiongyu seated herself on a stool. It's not that I believe you must fall ill. It's just that feigning illness seems rather inauthentic, and I fear I may not portray it convincingly. Pei Xinying explained. Upon hearing this, the tension in Song Qionyu's expression visibly eased, prompting Pei Xinying to secretly observe her, relieved to see her mood improve. If you were genuinely ill, it would only harm your health. How could I explain that to your father? Song Qiongyu stated. In my heart, I feel that you are more susceptible to illness than I am. Perhaps you could feign it more convincingly. If this plan fails, we shall devise another. But do not entertain the notion of truly becoming ill, Song Qiongyu earnestly advised. Very well. Perhaps realizing she had misspoken, Pei Xinying became unusually compliant. Song Qiongyu was contemplating how to explore that forbidden area of the temple at night when she heard Pei Xinying murmur, if not, I could get a try. Though I fear I may not be convincing and might end up causing you trouble. How could you possibly trouble me? We are friends, and friends are meant to support one another. Despite this earnest explanation, Pei Xinying felt a peculiar emptiness within. Before she could ponder this feeling further, Song Qiongyu heard footsteps approaching. As Pei Xinying continued to contemplate, she was suddenly hoisted up by Song Qiongyu and placed among a pile of bedding. Chapter 24. Investigation. Pei Xinying let out a soft sound, quickly realizing that someone was approaching. She deftly rolled into the quilt, pulling it over herself. Her face flushed from exertion, which only served to enhance her appearance of having caught a chill. As the outsider was about to enter, she nestled deeper into the quilt, enveloping herself, presenting the visage of one unwell. The visitor was the young monk from yesterday. The two patrons had come to pay their respects, and it was now time to enter the hall. Song Pei exchanged silent glances with each other, confirming the arrival. Song Qiongyu wore an expression of distress as she spoke. We too desire to pay homage to the Buddha, but alas, my companion has suddenly fallen ill with a chill, making it inconvenient for us to venture out at this moment. Might we inquire if the abbot would permit us to stay a few more days? Allow me to ask the abbot, the young monk replied. After he left, Pei Xinying turned to Song Qiongyu. Do you have any plans? After nightfall, I shall explore their disciplinary hall on the back mountain to uncover any mysteries. Observing the eager look in Pei Xinying's eyes, Song Qiongyu resolutely declined. you are unwell. Should someone come to visit you in the night and find you absent, it would surely raise suspicion. Pei Xinying, resigned, agreed to remain. Soon after, the young monk returned with the abbot's response, which aligned with their expectations. The abbot consented to their request, but insisted that a physician from the base of the mountain be summoned to tend to Pei Xinying's illness. They readily agreed, knowing that due to her frail constitution, any doctor would likely only diagnose her as weak and ill, which is precisely why Qiongyu had devised this plan to prolong their stay. In the afternoon, the summoned physician arrived to attend to Pei Xinying, and, as they anticipated, he detected no abnormalities. As night fell, Qiongyu lay in bed, awaiting midnight. Just as she was about to push the door open, she suddenly heard the sound of someone soaring through the air with lightness. After a moment's hesitation, she concealed herself beneath the window, listening as the sounds passed overhead. Heading towards the back mountain. The back mountain again, it had merely been a casual intent to investigate, yet now it seemed imperative to go. After crouching beneath the window for a while and ensuring no sounds remained, Qiongyu prepared to open the door, but after a moment's thought, she turned and approached the window instead. She opened the window and gracefully climbed out, shutting it quietly behind her as she trailed after the figures. True to expectation, they arrived at the back mountain, and before entering the bamboo grove, the group surveyed their surroundings, finding no one, before parting the bamboo and stepping inside. After waiting outside for a while, Qiongyu followed suit. Yesterday, when she had trailed the young monk, she had not seen the buildings beyond the bamboo grove. Now, however, she was taken aback by their grandeur. The structures at the back were far larger and more magnificent than the front hall, comprising 3 buildings that grew increasingly impressive from front to back. Cautiously moving towards the corner of the first building, she observed that the main hall housed various instruments related to discipline, presumably the disciplinary hall mentioned by the young monk. The second building appeared to be the monk's quarters. Qiongyu poked a small hole in the lower part of the window to peer inside. This building seemed to be divided into many rooms. Yet the one she observed was unoccupied. Puzzled, she moved forward, estimating that the next room lay ahead, and once again, she discreetly created a small hole, only to find it empty as well. As she was about to leave, the door swung open, and a procession of monks entered, clad in their robes. They removed their outer garments and settled down to sleep without uttering a single word, moving in perfect unison like a disciplined army. Climbing onto the roof for a closer look, she noticed that these monks had returned in formation from the third building. Upon counting, it seemed there were far more monks than those she had observed chanting in the temple earlier that day. Where could these additional monks have come from? What secrets did the third building hold? Filled with curiosity, Qiongyu made her way towards the third building. From a distance, she could see that there were even patrolling monks nearby. After a lengthy wait, she seized the opportunity to slip inside as they changed shifts. Peering through the window paper, she saw even more monks engaged in some sort of construction work. After a few fleeting glances, she quickly turned to leave before the returning monks could spot her. Soon, she found herself back at the entrance of the bamboo grove, glancing back to see the farthest building still brightly lit. Before long, she returned to her own room through the window, tidied herself up, and crawled under the covers to reflect on the strange events of the night. Just as her thoughts settled, she heard sound from outside her door and closed her eyes. It seemed there were 2 individuals outside, one standing at her door and the other at Pei Xinying's. They appeared to be fiddling with something at the entrance before finally pushing the door open. Qiongyu realized that someone from the temple must have set up small mechanisms outside their doors to detect whether they ventured out at night. She felt fortunate to have chosen the window instead. With her eyes shut, she sensed a presence hovering above her, so she elongated her breath, feigning deep slumber. They stared for what felt like an eternity, only leaving after confirming she appeared to be asleep. Once they departed, Qiongyu did not immediately open her eyes, but continued to feign sleep, her mind still mulling over the peculiarities of the temple. Eventually, she truly fell asleep, and after an indeterminate time, she heard the faintest of footsteps leaving outside her door. The following day, Qiongyu rose early once again, retracing her steps from the previous day as she wandered about the temple. Arriving at the main hall, she squinted, realizing that it was not the same group of monks from yesterday. However, as she turned around, she was surprised to find a young novice, the very same one who had guided her the day before, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Feigning surprise, she noticed the novice's face bore no trace of smile. His gaze fixed intently upon her. "Master, why do you stare at me so?" she inquired, perplexed. The novice remained silent, turning to leave, but pausing briefly to ask, "Do you perceive any differences in the temple today compared to yesterday?" Qiongyu replied that the master leading the chanting today did not seem to be the same as yesterday's. The novice, with an inscrutable expression, remarked on her keen observation. While she felt a sense of pride at her perceptiveness, waves of uncertainty stirred within her. Who was this person, and what were his intentions? There was an aura about him that set him apart from the other inhabitants of the temple. Not wanting to dwell further on her thoughts, she turned and headed back toward her room, knowing that Pei Xinying would likely be awake by now. As she pushed the door open, Pei Xinying was already dressed neatly, seated on a stool, awaiting her arrival. Observing Pei's serious demeanor, Qionyu's first remark was a light-hearted question about why she was dressed so early today. Taken aback by this comment, Pei Xinying's face flushed with embarrassment. "Stop teasing me and get to the point," she retorted, her annoyance palpable. Yielding to her demand, Qiongyu recounted the events of the previous night, mentioning how someone had flown over the house using lightness skills. Chapter 25, A Clue. She continued, explaining how all the monks in the palace appeared different from yesterday, particularly a unique novice monk. At this juncture, Pei Xinying suddenly posed a question. How can you be certain that he is indeed a novice monk from this temple? Just as Qiongyu was about to respond, she grasped Pei's intention. Merely donning the temple's garments did not necessarily signify that he belonged there, especially since he was an unordained novice. If he were a spy sent by someone with ulterior motives, then his actions would indeed make sense. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Fortunately, she had refrained from provoking him, for otherwise, their plans might have been compromised. However, that little novice was rather perceptive and might have sensed something amiss. Resolutely, she decided that regardless of the circumstances, they would return the following day. That night, nothing transpired during the first half. Yet Qiongyu sensed that someone was observing their every move from a short distance away. As the hour between the rat and ox approached, these watchers finally departed. Just as she intended to rest, soft footsteps echoed from afar. Had they returned? Listening intently, she noted that the footsteps bore a distinct quality. Who could it be? Upon opening the door, she found a novice monk clad in monk's robes, approximately 11 or 12 years old, clutching a small bundle as if attempting to flee. Surprised by the sudden opening of the door, the young novice startled and attempted to escape. Qiongyu swiftly grasped him, leaving him speechless with shock. Dragging him into the room, she pressed him down onto a stool, narrowing her eyes as she inquired, "Where are you trying to go?" The novice stammered, claiming he was going nowhere. Understanding dawned upon Qiongyu. If that were the case, she would have to hand him over to the abbot. "But I want to go home," the novice murmured, his gaze fixed on the floor. "Oh," she replied, skepticism lacing her tone. "I wish to go home. But the abbot won't allow us to return," he lamented, a look of grievance etched upon his face. "And why is that?" Qiongyu keenly detected an inconsistency. "A few months ago, we could return, but suddenly this month we are forbidden. I want to go home to see my sister." The novice's voice quivered with suppressed tears. "If you sneak back, the abbot might punish you," she teased lightly. "When we arrived, it was agreed that we could go home for 4 days each month. Surely, the punishment wouldn't be too severe?" She pondered. Then, a realization struck her. "Did you not wish to become a monk?" The young novice waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not. If given a choice, who would choose to be a monk? They say that when you become a monk, they provide food each month, which you can take home to your family." A hypothesis formed in her mind. "You are from Qiongyu County, aren't you? How did you know?" he asked, astonishment evident in his eyes. The young novice abruptly lifted his head, only then noticing the visage and attire of Qiongyu. Even amidst the night, the luminous fabric glimmered under the moonlight, accentuating an undeniable beauty that could not be overlooked in the darkness. Upon sensing the novice's scrutinizing gaze, Song Qiongyu remained indifferent and inquired, "What tasks occupy your days as a novice? Surely, it must differ greatly from life at home." Stealing a glance at Song Qionyu's expression, the novice replied, "Indeed, it is quite peculiar. Aside from reciting scriptures, one must also practice martial arts. However, as long as it provides sustenance, I suppose I can overlook these oddities." Having spoken, he discreetly observed Song Qionyu's reaction. Noticing his subtle movements, Song Qiongyu pondered for a moment, grasping his intentions, yet chose to feign ignorance. "The abbot may have his own reasons for not allowing you to return. If that is the case, you may depart, and I shall not disclose your secret of escape to the abbot." A sense of urgency bubbled within the novice, compelling him to show his impatience as he cast several anxious glances at Song Qiongyu. Eventually, unable to restrain himself any longer, he asked, "Do you not wish to inquire anything of me?" Unperturbed, Song Qiongyu crossed his legs casually, replying, "That depends on what value you hold." The novice, his face flushed, stammered a few words through gritted teeth. "What is it that you wish to know?" "Everything, from the onset of the flood until now. I require you to recount it all, word for word." Song Qiongyu fixed his gaze upon the novice's eyes. "Very well, but only after I am safe. What if, just as I finish speaking, you return me to the temple?" The novice proved to be quite astute. "Agreed." Song Qiongyu then retrieved a token from his waist and handed it to him. "Take this token to the back entrance of the governor's office, to the wine shop just 2 streets away. Hang this token at your waist, and someone will come and find you." The novice lowered his gaze to examine the token. Crafted from superior mutton fat jade, adorned with an engraving of a soaring eagle. He thumbed the token, marveling at the generosity of such a fine item, pondering whether it might incite covetous thoughts within him. With a light scoff, Song Qiongyu remarked, "There are plenty of these tokens. However, do try to see which establishment would dare accept it. Are you a renowned official?" The novice asked tentatively. "You shall find out in due time." A few pieces of silver were tossed to him, followed by the advice, "Change your attire after descending the mountain. This outfit is too conspicuous." "Very well, but I must say, your eagle is quite impressive." A vulgar exclamation lingered on his tongue, only to be swallowed back. "That is a hay-donking," he said, nodding in a somewhat understanding manner before exiting. At last, Song Qiongyu reclined once more, closing his eyes. Yet before long, dawn was on the horizon. In frustration, he struck the quilt and covered his head, but within moments, sleep eluded him entirely. Lying in bed, he found himself wrestling with an unusual desire to linger under the covers. Ultimately, he succumbed to the inevitability of waking. After rising, he returned to the main hall, where, as expected, a new batch of monks had arrived. The monks, having completed their early morning prayers, set off for their meal, while Song Qiongyu retreated to his quarters to tidy up before seeking out Pei Xinying next door. Pei was also engaged in tidying up, and once they finished, they headed to the main hall, where they fortuitously encountered the abbot. Early visitors had already knelt on the prayer mats, devoutly making their wishes. Observing this, Pei Xinying also lit 3 incense sticks and knelt to pray. After making her wish, she turned around to find Song Qiongyu leaning against a pillar, her demeanor devoid of any reverence. Unable to restrain herself, Pei Xinying tugged at Song Qionyu's sleeve and softly inquired why she did not make a wish. Song Qiongyu, seemingly indifferent, replied, "I do not believe in such things. I only trust in myself." Perplexed, Pei Xinying asked, "Then why have you come to the temple?" "Naturally, to seek clues," Song Qiongyu responded, looking at Pei Xinying with an expression that seemed to question whether she too was not there for the same reason. As their eyes exchanged inquiries, the abbot approached and bowed, inquiring if the benefactor had recovered. "I regret that during my stay at the temple I caught a chill," he said. "It is my own frailty. I cannot hold your esteemed temple responsible." While the two engaged in polite conversation, Song Qiongyu had already tossed several silver ingots into the incense box. Pei Xinying, catching a glimpse of her actions, noted it with intrigue. Chapter 26. The badge. The two departed the temple, descending the steps of the mountain, while the monks behind them observed their retreat. Even after a considerable distance, they could still feel the weight of those gazes. Midway down the slope, Song Qiongyu remarked that a young novice had attempted to escape the previous night. Surprised, Pei Xinying turned to her and asked what had transpired. Song Qiongyu recounted their conversation from last night, prompting Pei Xinying to ponder, a smile forming as she acknowledged the novice's cleverness. The two continued their banter, and, as they neared the base of the mountain, a group of monks wielding sticks pursued them from behind. Song Qiongyu inquired, "Masters, what is your purpose?" The leading monk, robust and powerful, glanced at her, suppressing his impatience. "We need to descend the mountain to procure some items." Nodding, Song Qiongyu made way for them, saying, "Please, masters, go ahead." Without hesitation, the monks quickly made their way down. As Song Qiongyu turned slightly, she noticed Pei Xinying's gaze lingering on their retreating figures. Sensing the scrutiny from beside her, Pei Xinying withdrew her gaze. They did not appear to be ordinary monks, but rather martial monks, Pei Xinying mused. Indeed, they exuded an aura of practiced martial prowess, clearly having trained for many years. Song Qiongyu replied casually, hopping down the steps. Suddenly curious, Pei Xinying asked, "If you were to confront them, what would your odds of victory be?" At that moment, Song Qiongyu stood 2 steps higher than Pei Xinying, looking down at her with an indifferent expression. "Perhaps I could endure 10 exchanges with them." Pei Xinying was somewhat taken aback by Song Qionyu's boldness. At that moment, she resembled her formidable self from the frontier, valiant and unyielding. Pei Xinying stared at her for a long time, until Song Qiongyu squinted at her, prompting Pei Xinying to blush and stammer, "Let us return quickly." Before ascending the mountain, they had left their cart at a tea house at the foot of the hill, and upon retrieving it, they settled their payment. The journey back was marked by silence. Just past the city gate, sharp-eyed Song Qiongyu noticed a guard discreetly slipping away, seemingly heading towards the governor's office. As they approached the governor's residence, the guards at the entrance spotted them and hurried back to relay the information. Upon disembarking, I entrusted the reins of the carriage to a servant and made my way towards the residence, just as I encountered the magistrate exiting. I had just received word from the gatekeeper in the hall that the 2 esteemed gentlemen had returned, so I hurried here to offer my greetings. Song Qiongyu assisted the magistrate in rising, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. We who reside in this abode are the ones who intrude, and it is we who should express our gratitude to you, esteemed sir." The magistrate smiled warmly, replying, "Pray do not mention it. Where have you 2 traveled during your few days away?" Song Qiongyu scoffed inwardly, wondering if the magistrate was truly unaware of their whereabouts. Nevertheless, he responded, "Following your esteemed recommendation, we dined at Shuiyun Tower and later visited Xiaoming Temple." "Oh, did it meet with your approval?" The magistrate's demeanor was amiable. "Naturally. With your esteemed suggestions, how could there be anything amiss?" Song Qiongyu feigned flattery. After uttering these words, the magistrate stroked his beard, visibly pleased. "What I recommended to you 2 gentlemen, I would never dare to neglect." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the magistrate seemed to recall something. "I tend to lose track of time when conversing. You 2 must be weary from your travels. I shall not impose further." Song Qiongyu smiled as he saw the magistrate off, bidding him a safe journey. He then returned to the inner hall with Pei Xinying and entered her chamber, where Qiongyu waited. "Where is everyone?" Song Qiongyu inquired while washing his hands. Qiongyu feigned ignorance. "Who are you referring to? What are you talking about, General?" As Pei Xinying appeared ready to speak, Song Qiongyu shot a glance at Qiongyu, who trembled in fright. "They are here. Do not worry. You went out without me, and I cannot even voice my grievances." Qiongyu pouted. "Or shall we interrogate him?" Qiongyu asked innocently, startling Pei Xinying with the abruptness of her question. Such an innocent expression juxtaposed with a cruel inquiry was indeed disconcerting. "What interrogation? It is merely an inquiry. He is not a criminal," Song Qiongyu replied with exasperation. "As for when, it cannot be in the next few days. Our people have just gone missing, and they are in a state of heightened suspicion. Even the slightest disturbance could draw their attention." "Very well, then we shall have to wait a while," Qiongyu said, fiddling with her hair, clearly bored. Pei Xinying looked perplexed. "Where are we going? Who are we inquiring about?" Song Qiongyu was taken aback. "Did I not mention? The little monk." He took a sip from his teacup. "As for his current whereabouts, he is, of course, in my possession. But our people are all under the watchful eye of the magistrate's residence. How did you manage that? Pei Xinying's confusion was palpable. You did not hear me clearly. He is in my possession, not ours. Do you understand? My people, Qiongyu casually stated, unaware of the profound impact his words had on Pei Xinying. When did you arrange for this? I was completely unaware, Pei Xinying pressed. As soon as I discovered that letter in Qiongyu County, I sent word for them to come secretly, instructing them to acquire a house both within the city and in the outskirts. Currently, that little monk should be among them. Qiongyu explained. You had sensed something amiss long ago, which is why you wrote to summon them. Pei Xinying still found it hard to believe. Enough of this. Let's discuss what we should do next. Qiongyu interjected, redirecting the conversation. Wait a moment, I have another question. You are under strict surveillance. How could you possibly rescue that young monk? Pei Xinying seemed eager to exhaust all her inquiries. Qiongyu, uninterested in answering, merely lifted her chin, signaling Qiongyu to elucidate. Our team had established a plan prior to our arrival. A portion of our members sets up stalls daily outside the government office to gather intelligence, while another segment roams the city to monitor the movements of the governor and his minions, ensuring we remain apprised of their whereabouts, Qiongyu explained. Her expression remained unchanged, as if such endeavors were entirely commonplace. In other words, they frequently engage in such activities. After a brief pause, she continued, this morning, a monk wearing a general's insignia appeared at one of our brother's stalls. It became clear that this was the individual the general intended for us to rescue. So we took him away. The general's insignia? Such a significant item cannot be casually entrusted to others. Pei Xinying's focus shifted. It is not the general's insignia, but rather a small token among us, utilized for exchanging information, Qiongyu clarified. Chapter 27. Replacement. Pei Xinying squinted, his face etched with skepticism. Reluctantly, Qiongyu produced several identical jade tokens from her bosom. Look at this. A few jade tokens hung together, their tassels tangled, indicating how little they were cherished. Yet, these tokens were crafted from exquisite mutton fat jade. Pei Xinying reached for one, feeling its warmth and delicate texture. It seemed almost wasteful to fashion such a token. He returned the token to Qiongyu, letting out an involuntary sigh. Why the sigh? Do you think it wasteful? Qiongyu saw through his thoughts. In your esteemed family, surely, fine items are not uncommon. Why such distress over this? Having had his thoughts exposed, Pei Xinying turned away, feigning ignorance of her words, yet he heard her laughter, lowering his gaze and turning even further away. After some time, the group began discussing serious matters. When can we seek out that young monk? Pei Xinying inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. He should be our first breakthrough. Do not be hasty if you go now. As soon as you set foot on the return path, he will embark on his journey to the west. Qiongyu quipped, playfully shifting the back leg of her stool, then quickly switching to the front leg, clearly enjoying herself. Pei Xinying found himself at a loss for words. He understood she was correct, yet his heart remained restless. Days later, Qiongyu knocked on Pei Xinying's door. Come on, let's go out and have some fun. Pei Xinying, just roused from slumber, responded. Yesterday, Qiongyu discovered a delightful eatery. We must go together, Qiongyu exclaimed excitedly. Pei Xinying, while closing the door to prepare, felt perplexed. Qiongyu had never been particularly concerned with culinary pleasures. Why was she so exuberant this time? Though puzzled, he swiftly changed his clothes, contemplating but unable to decipher the reason. By the time they set out, Qionyu's joy was unmistakable. Seated in the carriage, Pei Xinying stole glances at her from time to time. Not offering an explanation, he knew she would soon understand his curiosity. Upon arriving at the establishment known as Tongzhun Lu, they disembarked from the carriage and entrusted the horse to a young attendant, making their way directly to the innkeeper, to whom they had reserved a private room the previous day. The innkeeper promptly emerged from behind the counter to personally escort them upstairs, calling out to the young attendants to serve their dishes. At that moment, Pei Xinying still believed they were merely dining out, until two figures clad in black, a man and a woman, climbed through the window. What is this? Pei Xinying gasped in surprise, his voice rising a pitch as he stepped back, only to be reassured by Qiongyu behind him, who remarked, "They are our people." He sat quietly in his chair, discreetly patting his chest. Did you not wish to inquire about that little monk? Song Qiongyu continued. We can prepare to depart. She took the dusty garments from the two individuals who had entered through the window and tossed a set to Pei Xinying. Having never worn such coarse attire, Pei Xinying found the fabric somewhat abrasive to the touch. Merely wearing it over his inner garments made him feel uncomfortable, causing his body to shift involuntarily. Next time, if we must don such clothing, let us choose finer materials, Song Qiongyu remarked, continuing to change her attire with an expression that revealed neither joy nor anger. The two newcomers exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of confusion. Their commander had never made such requests in the past. Without voicing their thoughts, they acquiesced. Meanwhile, Pei Xinying struggled with the garments, tugging at one side and then the other, creating a rather comical sight. Song Qiongyu stifled a laugh, assuring him, "We shall return swiftly." Pei Xinying responded with a muffled agreement, inquiring what would happen if someone were to spy on them. Qiongyu pointed to the two individuals, who removed their hoods to reveal the unmistakable faces of himself and Song Qiongyu. Pei Xinying, incredulous, glanced from Song Qiongyu to the doppelganger, finding it nearly impossible to discern any difference. However, upon closer inspection, although their appearances were identical, the other individual lacked the commanding presence that characterized Song Qiongyu, making it easy to distinguish between them over time. Qiongyu, beaming with pride, explained that their commander had a diverse array of talents among his subordinates, and these two were skilled in the art of disguise. How do they compare? He asked. Song Qiongyu interrupted, stating, "We have little time. Someone will undoubtedly come to investigate. You must extend the duration of your lunch, and we shall return as swiftly as possible." He pulled Pei Xinying to stand by the window, preparing for their departure, and turned to the three in the room, urging them to remain safe. With that, he wrapped an arm around Pei Xinying's waist and led him through the window. As Song Qiongyu faced away from them, Pei Xinying caught a glimpse of their expressions, after Song Qiongyu cautioned them to be careful. The three of them simultaneously displayed a look of heartfelt emotion. Pei Xinying, though puzzled, respected their sentiments. Just as he reflected on their expressions, he suddenly realized he was suspended in mid-air, his mind blank, unable to recall anything, unaware of what Pei Xinying was contemplating. Song Qiongyu merely sensed his tranquility, finding comfort in his stillness, believing he was a worthy pupil. Pei Xinying gazed at the winding house beneath her, leading into a deep alley where she halted and gracefully leaped down, standing at the entrance. There stood two guards who, upon noticing her arrival, did not utter a word before launching an attack. Pei Xinying was momentarily taken aback. Were they not their own people? After a brief exchange of blows, the two guards were pinned against the wall by Song Qiongyu, though without excessive force. At that moment, Pei Xinying suddenly realized that they were merely sparring. Once the bout concluded, Song Qiongyu brushed off the dust from her hands, remarking on her significant progress since their last encounter. Following this, she retrieved another token from her bosom and presented it to the guards. After receiving it, the guards examined it meticulously before saluting "General," and subsequently opened the door to allow the two to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, Pei Xinying inquired why they had to fight first rather than directly presenting the token. As you witnessed at the tavern, those two individuals possessed excellent disguise techniques. If others were similarly skilled, it would be all too easy for us to be deceived. After a brief pause, she continued, "They are well acquainted with my abilities and techniques. Through sparring, they can further ascertain my identity, a dual assurance, if you will." Pei Xinying nodded, then further questioned the token Song Qiongyu had produced earlier, noting that it appeared different from the one from a few days prior. The token had merely been shown briefly before being tucked back into Song Qionyu's bosom, which she had noticed. As they walked forward, Song Qiongyu praised Pei Xinying for her keen attention to detail, stating that she had a remarkable knack for observing subtleties. Hearing such earnest praise from Song Qiongyu, Pei Xinying was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, smiling as she caught up. Chapter 28. The truth. Upon entering the main hall, a young acolyte awaited them. Seeing Song Qiongyu arrive with a young man, the acolyte glanced at Song Qiongyu, silently questioning her about the trustworthiness of this newcomer. Song Qiongyu gave a slight nod and began to introduce the two, first gesturing towards Pei Xinying. "This is young Master Pei." She then turned to Pei Xinying to introduce the acolyte. This is, and paused, looking at him. I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. The acolyte chuckled softly. Noble one, there is no need for such formalities. Just call me Shueisheng. If this matter concludes favorably, I shall return home to tend to my fields. They both took their seats. In that case, please recount the entire story from the beginning, he prompted. Shueisheng furrowed his brow, contemplating before posing a question. Can you guarantee my life will be safe? Qiongyu interjected promptly. That is assured. Shueisheng licked his lips, appearing somewhat anxious. This matter dates back to last year, during the autumn harvest when the yield was abundant, and everyone was elated. However, the county magistrate suddenly declared that the court had issued a grain tax decree. The tax would exceed the usual by 40%. Although the populace bore some resentment, they had no choice as it was a command from the court. Moreover, with the onset of spring, they could plant another crop, so they refrained from voicing further complaints. Little did they anticipate that after a month of sowing and weeding, a flood would suddenly wash away all their hard work. At that point, their stored grain was nearly depleted. Initially, the magistrate provided disaster relief porridge, but as time passed, the porridge grew increasingly thin, leaving the people struggling to survive. At that moment, a sudden rumor circulated, claiming that young adults from households could find work for wealthy families elsewhere, receiving provisions in return. Qiongyu furrowed her brow, expressing disbelief. Do you truly believe such tales? Shueisheng sighed, recounting how, initially, no one took the news seriously. However, as famine intensified, with some elderly individuals fainting from hunger, desperation drove some to take risks, reasoning that if they were deceived, death was the worst outcome. Yet starvation would lead to the same fate. Thus, they resolved to try their luck. Pei Xinying interjected, asking if he had ventured out during that time. Shaking his head, Shueisheng replied that he had not, for their household still had a reasonable supply of provisions, and his mother forbade him from taking such a risk. Eventually, those who sought work returned with some grain, albeit shrouded in secrecy regarding the nature of their labor, leaving others unable to pry any details from them. Seeing the promise of food without immediate danger to their lives, people began to sign up. However, as time passed, the return of these workers became increasingly erratic. Some returned monthly, while others were absent for several months. The meager grain they brought back soon dwindled, leaving families once again on the brink of starvation. Suddenly, Pei Xinying speculated whether rumors had begun circulating that children could be exchanged for grain. Shueisheng nodded, tears welling in his eyes. What the noble one said holds truth. Some families, in utter desperation, would rather perish than barter their children for sustenance. Yet, while one may endure hardship, children cannot. Moreover, the magistrate had assured everyone that every year during the new year, the children would be returned, and that the wealthy household could not bear to see the children suffer. Once taken, they would be provided for, receiving food, clothing, and even education. Shueisheng sighed, Noble one, you may not be aware that Magistrate Lin enjoys an excellent reputation in our region. He cherishes the people as his own children, dedicating decades to their service. Qiongyu could not comprehend this. So, you believe everything the magistrate says? She frowned, continuing, what happened next? Shueisheng recounted, eventually, my family supplies ran out, and I too exchanged myself for grain. Why then did you find yourself at Xiaoming Temple? Pei Xinying inquired. Shueisheng continued, that is the tale following the exchange. After trading myself for grain, I was blindfolded and transported with many others in a cart, unsure of how long we traveled until we finally stopped. When we arrived, we found ourselves at the temple. The leader informed us that until the grain issue was resolved, we would serve as monks, engaging in morning prayers. After some time, we began to practice martial arts. Qiongyu recalled those monks in the third building practicing. Indeed, we trained in various martial arts, and everyone was required to participate, taking turns to attend morning prayers in the main hall. Pei Xinying, concerned for his family, asked, did you return home at all? I did return once in the first month, Shueisheng replied. The leader praised my training and permitted me to visit home, but after that, I never returned. Qiongyu asked, were there others among you who hadn't returned home for a long time? Would they not cause unrest? Certainly, there were those, he acknowledged. Yet the leader assured us that come summer, we would be allowed to return to the fields, which quelled any thoughts of rebellion. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Xinying inquired, "If that is the case, why do you attempt to flee instead of returning home before the summer?" "They deceived us," several voices echoed in unison. One night, I overheard a conversation among the leaders. They said that in a few days, they would slaughter the villagers and frame the court, compelling us to serve them loyally, Pei Xinying recounted, wiping his eyes vigorously. Thus, I contemplated secretly descending the mountain to bring my mother and sister to a place where they could not find us. Qiongyu hesitated. "Do you realize that even if you wish to escape with your mother and sister, you cannot return home?" Shui Sheng was taken aback. "Why not?" Qiongyu patiently explained. "You possess no identification documents. You cannot leave the city, let alone return home." Shui Sheng, puzzled, replied, "But I had no identification when I left the city." Qiongyu nodded towards the teapot. "You mentioned that you were forcibly placed in a carriage. They certainly have ways to smuggle you out." Shui Sheng fell silent, lowering his head, not uttering a word. Qiongyu took the teapot outside to fetch more water. The room was enveloped in silence, and after a moment, muffled sobs broke through. Pei Xinying, feeling a pang of sympathy, nudged Qionyu's arm. "Can we assist him?" Upon hearing Pei Xinying's question, Shui Sheng raised his eyes, looking at Qiongyu with hopeful anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Qiongyu asked, "If there comes a day when this matter is brought to trial, would you be willing to testify and identify those guilty parties? If I agree, can the nobility save my mother and sister?" Shui Sheng attempted to negotiate. Qiongyu replied with a nod, "Of course." Overjoyed by the response, Shui Sheng eagerly declared his willingness to identify the culprits. As his face gradually flushed with color, Qiongyu jested, "Your speech is quite coherent. Have you received an education?" Shui Sheng scratched his head, smiling shyly. "You are truly perceptive, noble one. I have studied for a few years." Chapter 29. The market. Upon returning with hot water, Qiongyu overheard Shui Sheng pleading with Qiongyu to save his mother and place the teapot on the table. "The general has long since taken control of Chang'an. All the villagers will be safe." "The general? When?" came two surprised voices from different directions. Following the sound, Qiongyu saw the astonished faces of Shui Sheng and Pei Xinying. Shui Sheng dazedly repeated, "You are the general?" Suddenly realizing, his expression turned fearful as he prepared to kneel. Qiongyu quickly halted him. "There is no need for such formalities. We have come for this very reason." Shui Sheng contemplated the generals he knew. "You are General Song." Qiongyu nodded slightly, as if acknowledging. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shui Sheng glanced at Pei Xinying, noticing his hesitation, and introduced, "This is the second young master of Prime Minister Pei." Pei Xinying, minister of the Dali Temple. Shui Sheng attempted to kneel and bow to them, pleading, "Please, esteemed lords, help the common people." "Stop by Qiongyu," he said. "If you need assistance, we will certainly help you." This statement seemed odd. Shui Sheng raised his head and observed Qionyu's expression, which bore a strange look he had never witnessed before. He felt somewhat perplexed. Qiongyu stepped outside, gazing at the square sky nestled within the surrounding walls. Raising her hand to shield her eyes from the sun's rays, she cast a shadow across her face. "There will always be those who yearn for a life of unearned ease." Shui Sheng paused momentarily, then resolutely replied, "If no one cultivates the land, from whence shall the distributed grain come? Surely it requires someone to sow. Otherwise, do we resort to seizing from others? If everyone adopts such a mindset, in the end, there will only be more who suffer from hunger. What then shall we do?" Listening to his words, Qiongyu clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are far more suited to governance than that county magistrate." Shui Sheng hastily bowed, saying, "You flatter me, my lady. I merely wish to be with my family, content with any endeavor." Qiongyu chuckled and shook her head, signaling him to ease his formality. "General, the hour has come. We must return." Qiongyu called from the doorway. Upon seeing Qiongyu, Pei Xinying recalled something and inquired, "Weren't you waiting for us in the private room?" Qiongyu, with a cheerful smile, replied, "My subordinates are following closely behind you. Shui Sheng only just arrived as you were finishing your conversation. Master Pei was so absorbed in Shui Sheng that he hardly noticed his subordinates. Observing the faint blush on Pei Xinying's face, Qiongyu couldn't help but smile, playfully tapping Qiu Shi on the head. Enough teasing of Master Pei. Turning back to Shui Sheng, she assured him, "Rest easy here. Once we conclude this matter, we shall return you to your family." With that, Qiongyu stepped into the courtyard, and, as she was about to leave, she felt a sudden impulse to look back at Shui Sheng, who was kneeling with his upper body bowed in a deep salute. Without uttering another word, she, as before, wrapped her arm around Pei Xinying's waist and gracefully took to the skies. Pei Xinying, cradled in her embrace, caught a glimpse of the bowing Shui Sheng. He had never encountered a youth like him, akin to a vibrant flame, warm and full of vigor, reaching ever upward. As Qiongyu soared, their distance increased, and gradually, the house faded from view. Having been lifted into the air for the second time, Pei Xinying now dared to open his eyes and admire the scenery below. He gently prodded Qionyu's shoulder, and her voice floated from beside him. "What troubles you? If you fear, close your eyes. We shall arrive shortly." "You did not answer my question about Shui Sheng." Pei Xinying's tone was laced with grievance. Reflecting on their earlier exchange, she realized that while they had both posed questions, she had been preoccupied with addressing Shui Sheng's, leaving his query unacknowledged. "My apologies, I completely forgot," Qiongyu said, her words laced with laughter that softened the sting of Pei Xinying's discontent. As they conversed, they returned to the rear window of Tongzhen building, turning gracefully to leap through the window and back into the room. The two individuals inside were leisurely enjoying their meal. Upon their return, they rose casually to salute before resuming their meal, not forgetting to invite General Qiongyu. "Come, join us. The food is quite delightful." Qiongyu retorted with mock annoyance. "You are becoming increasingly unruly," yet her tone bore no hint of reproach. The two were well aware of the general's temperament and paid little heed to his words, instead exchanging a sly smile. Time was of the essence. They needed to depart, for lingering too long might arouse the magistrate's suspicions. Qiongyu and his companion shed their dusty garments and donned the attire they had arrived in. Clearly, they had not dined sufficiently, their eyes fixed on the dishes before them, as if they could transport the food with their gaze alone. Just as Qiongyu was about to exit, he casually remarked that if they wished to eat, they should settle the account at the table. This declaration visibly brightened their spirits, and they hastily bowed before climbing through the window. At that moment, Qiu Shi also entered through the same window. Pei Xinying gazed at the opening. Though it was merely a window, the comings and goings of these individuals had rendered it akin to a door, stirring a sense of pity within him for its plight. As he descended the stairs, the two individuals brushed past Pei Xinying, making their way to the rooms on the second floor. He turned to observe them, noting their discussion about what to eat. Presumably, they were the very ones he had seen. In the room, they bore a resemblance to him and Qiongyu, though their exact features eluded his memory. Yet he felt a certainty that they were indeed the same. Even after boarding the carriage, Pei Xinying remained somewhat befuddled, still grappling with the recent events, while his stomach, however, had awakened ahead of him, grumbling audibly. Startled by the sound from his own belly, he felt a flush of embarrassment creep upon his cheeks. The carriage progressed into a bustling alley, and Pei Xinying, perplexed, lifted the curtain to peer outside. It was a market. Before he could voice his curiosity, Qiongyu interrupted his thoughts, urging him to move along. Upon disembarking, a cacophony of enticing aromas assailed his senses, intensifying his hunger. Qiongyu proclaimed, in a slightly louder tone than usual, that since they had some leisure, they should explore whether the street vendors offered fare superior to that of the taverns. Pei Xinying instantly grasped the implication of her words. It was a pretext for their clandestine observers, an excuse to indulge in food. Before he could express his gratitude, a sweet cake was thrust into his hand, inviting him to taste it. Pei Xinying took a bite of the thin-skinned treat, charred just enough by the fire, its sugary center perfectly nestled within. Not oozing, but rather adhering just right. It was delightfully sweet and utterly delectable. Before he could finish the cake, another offering appeared, half of a steaming roasted sweet potato, the other half cradled in Song Qionyu's hand. Noticing his gaze, Song Qiongyu turned her head to him, and upon seeing his dazed expression, she broke into a radiant smile. Chapter 30. The Grass Stirs. Pei Xinying lowered his head, suppressing the flutter of his heart, and continued to follow Song Qiongyu as they sampled a variety of delectable treats: wontons, fried dough twists, yancha noodles, and hello. The vendors' calls filled the air. The mingled scents of diverse foods danced at his nostrils, and his mouth was treated to flavors he rarely indulged in. Pei Xinying had never experienced anything quite like this before, standing on the street, savoring food. In the past, he would have deemed it undignified. Now, however, it struck him as remarkably novel. As they ate, he found himself unable to resist stealing glances at Song Qiongyu. When she purchased items, her eyes cast down, yet she was unyielding and haggling. She exuded charm in every aspect. Song Qiongyu was oblivious to his gaze, her attention wandering among the nearby vendors, some of whom were genuine sellers, while others were mere spies. It was not until Pei Xinying discreetly tugged at her garment, indicating that she had had her fill, that Song Qiongyu paused in her shopping endeavors. Pretending to be fatigued from her excursion, she stretched languidly and turned to pat Pei Xinying on the shoulder, suggesting that they return home. Pei Xinying nodded in agreement, and they boarded the carriage for their journey back. After a brief moment, Pei Xinying stifled a yawn, prompting Song Qiongyu to remark, "Are you feeling drowsy after your meal?" Pei Xinying, a bit embarrassed, confessed that it had always been this way since childhood, eliciting a chuckle from the general. Understanding her companion's plight, Song Qiongyu offered, "If you are weary, rest your head on my shoulder for a while." Pei Xinying shook his head in refusal, yet could not suppress another yawn. Observing this, Song Qiongyu lifted a corner of the curtain, addressing Qiongyu. "Could you please hasten a bit?" Qiongyu pouted, resignedly raising the whip. Upon reaching the back entrance of the prefect's residence, Pei Xinying, nearly too tired to keep his eyes open, clutched Song Qionyu's sleeve, reminding her not to forget about his inquiry. Song Qiongyu blinked, assuring him, "I will not forget. You should go rest." Pei Xinying tilted his head, seemingly assessing the sincerity of her words. With a nod affirming her promise, he slowly departed, assisted by a servant. Though Song Qiongyu felt invigorated, she found herself without any pressing matters. From the corner of the carriage, she retrieved a jar of wine and made her way to her room. After a few steps, she exerted herself and leapt onto the rooftop. It was afternoon. The sun still shone brightly but lacked the harshness of midday, casting a gentle, warm glow instead. Finding a perfect spot to bask in the sunlight, she reclined and placed the wine beside her, taking a sip whenever the mood struck her. Shortly thereafter, Qiongyu joined her on the roof, inquiring about the wine. Song Qiongyu pushed the jar in his direction, commenting, "It is rather mediocre, not too potent, nor particularly fragrant. However, it is brewed from pure grains, lending it a certain richness." As she lay there with her eyes closed, feeling the warmth of the sun envelop her, drowsiness began to creep in. She pushed the wine toward Qiongyu, telling him she would not drink anymore and intended to take a nap. Ignoring his protests, she succumbed to slumber. Qiongyu, feeling somewhat sulky, took a sip of the wine and pretended to hurl the jar at Song Qiongyu, but upon seeing her unresponsive demeanor, he relaxed. When she finally awoke, it was almost time for dinner. The sky was darkening, yet the setting sun painted the horizon in shades of pink and purple, casting a breathtaking glow across the heavens. Song Qiongyu remained still, savoring the beauty of the sunset until the call for dinner broke her reverie. With a graceful leap, she descended to the ground. Having indulged in a substantial afternoon meal, she found it difficult to eat much at dinner, carelessly picking at her food. Pei Xinying watched her intently, prompting her to sigh. "Please focus on your meal. You can ask me your questions after." At her words, Pei Xinying hastened to finish his food, soon declaring that he was done. The two individuals entered Pei Xinying's room, where he appeared somewhat hesitant, words lingering on the tip of his tongue, yet failing to emerge. Song Qiongyu, observing his demeanor, spoke candidly, urging him to abandon such posturing. Pei Xinying bit his lower lip and inquired whether the assurance of safeguarding Shui Sheng and their families was genuine or merely a deception. "It is indeed true," Such matters cannot be fabricated. I assumed you were going to ask when I undertook these actions, Qiongyu replied with a smile. That is precisely the question I wish to pose, Pei Xinying acknowledged. After we departed from Chang'an, I dispatched a message to the emperor requesting a troop deployment from the nearby garrison to covertly protect the populace, Qiongyu elucidated. After a prolonged silence, Pei Xinying pondered aloud. What shall we do next? Qiongyu refrained from answering directly, instead soliciting his thoughts. What do you believe we should do? Pei Xinying contemplated the existing evidence, realizing the impossibility of implicating the governor of Yuzhong, and despondently suggested, perhaps we should just dismantle Zhao Ming Temple. After all, we cannot find any evidence. Qiongyu chuckled at this. Pei Xinying, flustered, glared at her, demanding she share her ideas if she had any, rather than mock him. Suppressing her laughter, Qiongyu clarified, You misinterpret me. I too find your suggestion feasible, yet your tone is rather endearing, and I momentarily lost my composure. My sincerest apologies. Pei Xinying's expression of anger gradually morphed into a look of surprise, slowly turning crimson, before he defiantly averted his gaze. Not having heard Qionyu's explanation, Pei Xinying eventually turned back, only to find her resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him as if relishing his embarrassment. Yearning to hear her plan, yet unwilling to be the object of her scrutiny, Pei Xinying's emotions fluctuated, ultimately settling into a frown as he awaited her elaboration. Qiongyu smiled at him for a moment, and when it appeared he might become enraged, she rose to her feet. You are correct. If we continue in this manner, we shall uncover nothing. Should we linger too long, their unease may prompt them to discreetly relocate all evidence, placing us in an even more precarious position. Pei Xinying felt a twinge of apprehension at the prospect of her plan. But what if we alert the enemy? Our aim is to provoke a reaction, she asserted. However, we must not rush. Careful planning is essential. As she spoke, thoughts swirled in her mind. Perhaps we need a pretext? She mused aloud. Pei Xinying, hesitant to interrupt her train of thought, remained silent, contemplating whether there existed a more effective strategy and how to gather more evidence with minimal risk. The two continued to ponder until the time for rest arrived. The following day, Qiongyu rose early to practice swordplay, her demeanor radiating vitality. Upon waking, Pei Xinying observed her and discerned that she had already formulated a plan. In Chapter 31, Startling the Snake, Pei Xinying leaned closer and quietly asked, What do we need to do? Qiongyu glanced at him, unhurried, indicating that there was still some preparation to be undertaken. Without inquiring further about her preparations, he simply nodded in agreement. In recent days, the magistrate has taken to wandering about the Donghua Hall where they reside, ostensibly to relax, but likely to surveil their movements. And perhaps they have sensed this. On this particular day, with the magistrate away on business, Qiongyu knocked on Pei Xinying's door, leaning against the doorframe. Gulme, let's seek out Chuanxi. Pei Xinying concealed a flicker of excitement within her heart, quickly dressing before stepping outside. Once in the carriage, she belatedly inquired, Are we alone? Having procured a shell fan from somewhere, she opened it to reveal a shimmering surface. Qiongyu, using the fan to shield her face, laughed from behind, Of course not. Qiushi is already waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. Pei Xinying, feeling restless in the carriage, lifted the curtain to peek outside after a short while. Do not worry. All will be well, Qiongyu reassured her, continuing to fan herself. It was at this moment that Pei Xinying noticed the fan was delicately carved with hollow patterns, with light-colored glass embedded within. When fully opened, the glass formed the shape of a peony. Your fan is quite intriguing. I do not recall having seen you use it before. May I take a look? Pei Xinying expressed her curiosity. It was a gift from someone, but I'm the sort who only accepts gifts and does not repay favors, Qiongyu replied playfully, folding the fan and tapping it lightly in her palm. Pei Xinying was nearly startled by her action. The shell, already fragile from the carving, was further embellished with glass. And such a tap was indeed alarming. However, Qiongyu managed the force well, inflicting no irreversible damage upon the fan. Pei Xinying gingerly took the fan, unfolding it to examine it closely. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, feeling almost weightless in her hand, with intricate patterns carved on each blade. When held up to the sunlight, The shadows cast were also in the form of peonies. Who presented you with such a fine piece? The craftsmanship must have been costly. Pei Xinying remarked cautiously, returning the fan to her. You shall soon find out, Qiongyu teased, leaving her in suspense. Before long, they approached the Xiaoming temple. And Pei Xinying lifted the curtain once more, only to be taken aback. A full circle of soldiers surrounded the foot of the temple, with the abbot and a group of monks standing defiantly at the forefront. Disembarking from the carriage, the two made their way toward the leaders, with soldiers parting to allow them passage. Coming to a halt before the abbot, Qiongyu greeted him, "Master, it has been quite a while." The abbot, recalling the sanctity of the temple, inquired, "What brings you here, benefactor?" "The fact that you still remember me fills me with honor. But master, I assure you, there is a reason for my visit," Qiongyu replied with a tone that was far from earnest. Pei Xinying felt a pang of discomfort, unable to fathom where she had learned such a sardonic manner of speech. Though the abbot's expression remained unchanged, the speed at which he twirled his prayer beads quickened, indicating his rising agitation. Without further ado, Qiongyu waved her hand, signaling the soldiers to prepare for action. The abbot halted them, his voice deepening, the threat in his tone unmistakable. "Do you have a reason for this? At our Xiaoming temple, it has been praised by the emperor himself, and the governor often comes here to pay his respects." "Oh, is that so?" Qiongyu let out a derisive laugh. "What if I choose to ignore it? What would you do then?" The abbot found himself at a loss for words. "Are you intending to oppose the governor and his majesty?" "Huh. Has your esteemed governor informed you of my identity?" Qiongyu produced a shell fan, shielding her face with it. Upon seeing the fan, the abbot was momentarily taken aback. Qiongyu remained silent, yet shared a knowing smile, as if to say, "Indeed, I am the one you think I am." Squinting slightly, she regarded the abbot. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the foot of the mountain. Upon glancing down, it became evident that the governor had arrived. "Ah," Qiongyu sighed regretfully. The abbot, however, felt a sense of pride. "My dear lady, I know not who you are or your intentions, nor how you acquired these soldiers. But it seems your clever scheme may soon unravel." Pei Xinying looked at the abbot in astonishment. He assumed they were frightened, and thus straightened his monk's robe, adopting a dignified posture as he awaited the governor's arrival. As the governor ascended the mountain, the abbot sensed something amiss. The governor's expression bore a hint of displeasure. Anxiously, the abbot stepped forward to gauge the governor's demeanor. The governor, seemingly propelled by the wind, swiftly passed by the approaching abbot. He bowed slightly to Qiongyu, his face revealing a touch of discomfort, and inquired, "What is the meaning of this, General? Why have you dispatched soldiers to besiege Xiaoming Temple?" The abbot stood in shock. "General?" Qiongyu maintained her composure. "I suspect there may be traitors within this temple, and I intend to conduct a search. Do you have any objections, Governor?" The governor lowered his head. "I would not dare to object. However, General, do you possess any evidence? If not, barging into the temple for a search could lead to unfounded accusations." "I am least concerned with idle gossip," replied Qiongyu, surveying him from her elevated position. The governor wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, exchanging a subtle glance with the abbot, who understood his unspoken message and nodded in acknowledgement. With a sigh of relief, the governor regained his usual gentle demeanor, smiling warmly at Qiongyu. "Of course, General, I shall support your decision." Qiongyu returned the smile, directing her gaze toward the temple. "In that case, I must first express my gratitude to the governor." Though the governor chose to remain silent thereafter, the abbot was still unwilling to yield. The two factions remained at an impasse at the foot of the mountain. After a moment, someone hastily peeked around the mountainside. Glancing at the abbot, who understood the signal, he displayed an expression of being cornered and helpless. "If the general insists on a search, I, a humble monk, cannot obstruct it. So be it." Qiongyu spoke meaningfully. "Since the abbot has expressed such willingness, we cannot disappoint his good intentions. Let us proceed with the search." It seemed as though she was mocking, suggesting, "What if the miscreant has already been relocated?" Observing the abbot's impending submission, Qiongyu chuckled. "There is no need for such trepidation, dear abbot. I am not a ravenous monster. It is merely a jest." The abbot wore a countenance of a beleaguered citizen, bowing his head in silence, while several monks beside him glared at Song Qiongyu with resentment. "Why do you gaze at me like that? It is truly unsettling." Song Qiongyu squinted her eyes, observing the group of monks before her. Chapter 32. The search. These monks displayed an audacity that was almost astonishing, attempting to retort even after Song Qionyu's admonition. Their abbot shot them a fierce glare, prompting them to begrudgingly fall silent. As they ascended the mountain, the prefect quickly fell in a step beside Song Qiongyu, inquiring how the general had come to know of a spy within the temple. "Could it be that there is a schemer attempting to obstruct our efforts?" Song Qiongyu cast him a sidelong glance, asserting, "It is simply that I, the general, have witnessed it with my own eyes. Is it possible that the nefarious individual you speak of is none other than myself?" "I would not dare," the prefect stammered, seething with indignation, yet unable to voice it. "One must indeed extend gratitude to you, esteemed prefect," she remarked, observing the sudden pallor wash over his face. "Recall the last time you recommended places of leisure to us, one of which was Xiaoming Temple." Raising an eyebrow, she teased, "Have you forgotten, dear prefect?" Of course. He had not forgotten. He held onto that memory, which only fueled his ire. Struggling to suppress his rising frustration, he shifted the conversation, asking, "In your encounter with the spy, have you sustained any injuries?" As the prefect gradually regained his composure, Song Qiongyu found herself growing bored. With an expressionless demeanor, she replied, "Naturally not," and continued forward, surpassing the prefect to position herself at the forefront of the group. The prefect followed closely behind, and as he caught a glimpse of the fan hanging from her waist, he faltered. He hastened to catch up, feigning casual curiosity. "General, your fan appears rather exquisite. May I have a look?" A faint smile graced Song Qionyu's lips as she languidly withdrew the fan from her waist, locking her gaze onto his before presenting it to him. Trembling slightly, he accepted the fan, raising it before him. With a swift motion, he opened it, revealing a resplendent peony blossoming before his eyes. "It is indeed that fan. How did it come to be in your possession?" A hint of trepidation flickered within him as he returned the fan to Song Qiongyu. When he looked up, he found her regarding him with a playful glint in her eyes, awaiting his inquiry. After a prolonged internal struggle, the prefect finally voiced his curiosity. "General, this fan is quite remarkable. Might I inquire as to its origins?" "This fan," she replied, "was stealthily slipped to me through the window at night. As for the identity of its sender, do you, esteemed prefect, have any insight?" She waved the fan, producing a delightful rustle. The prefect watched in astonishment, nearly succumbing to the urge to stop her reckless display. Yet ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse. "Alas, I cannot say," he forced a smile as they reached the mountain summit. The abbot stood before the temple entrance. The fear that once clouded his eyes had vanished, replaced by a barely concealed sense of triumph. "General, what if there truly are no spies within this temple, as you assert?" At this, Song Qiongyu erupted into laughter, the sound growing louder. The abbot frowned, his irritation evident as he glared at her. She doubled over in mirth, and just as her companion, Pei Xinying, began to worry for her voice, she finally ceased. Gradually, the laughter faded, and she fixed the abbot with a blank stare. Song Qiongyu possessed an exquisite beauty when her expression was blank. It exuded an air of authority that could be somewhat intimidating. In this moment, as she displayed such a demeanor, the monk across from her instinctively ceased all movements, regardless of his own expressions. Even if nothing could be uncovered, what of it? The abbot surely could not believe that using the governor as a shield would instill any fear in her. With a timely cold chuckle, Song Qiongyu mocked the situation. The governor standing beside her appeared quite embarrassed. The abbot fell silent. With a wave of her hand, Song Qiongyu commanded a search. The officers behind her streamed forth in orderly fashion, splitting into teams to enter the temple. Just as she was about to join them, the abbot interjected, suggesting that the general should refrain from entering. Song Qiongyu, without glancing at him, inquired about the reason for this. The abbot maintained his stance, adopting her sarcastic tone. stating that the esteemed general had proclaimed that suspicions of a spy within the temple warranted a search. If he were to find someone within the temple displeasing, could it not lead to their immediate demise? Qiongyu feigned surprise, retorting that the abbot should not speak in such a manner, as if she were one who delighted in unjustly spilling innocent blood. If that were the case, how could the abbot stand before her in such a manner? The abbot was momentarily at a loss for words, turning his gaze back to the main hall being searched. Pei Xinying, who had been standing not far behind Qiongyu, found their exchange so acerbic that she instinctively distanced herself. The group outside the temple waited for a considerable time until the search concluded, with Qiongyu leading the report. Dressed in military attire, he approached, clasping his hands in salute, and conveyed to the general that, upon inspection, there were 160 registered monks, 129 novices, and 48 servants present in the temple, all accounted for accurately. And what more? Qiongyu prompted. There's one main hall, 3 side halls, 12 rooms, a disciplinary hall on the back mountain, and monk quarters. Lastly, there's a mysterious red building, all devoid of occupants. The abbot could not help but let a slight smile creep onto his lips, which Qiongyu found quite irksome, prompting her to inquire further if there were any discrepancies. The abbot's smile faltered slightly. There are indeed a few. Based on the number of monks, only a third of the rooms in the monk quarters should be occupied. Yet, all rooms show signs of habitation, which I find rather peculiar. He continued, moreover, the red building contains numerous martial arts tools. Yet, Xiaoming Temple has never applied to become a martial monk's temple. This raises questions. Qiongyu finished his report in one breath and took his place behind Qiongyu. She feigned seriousness, asking the abbot if he had anything to elucidate. The abbot appeared composed as he explained, while Xiaoming Temple may not transition into a martial monk's temple, we still hope that the monks can possess some means of self-defense. Therefore, a building was purposefully constructed for the monks to strengthen their bodies. Does this explanation satisfy the general? With a smile, Qiongyu commended the abbot for his thoughtful consideration for the monks, deeming it a commendable initiative. The abbot scoffed slightly, adding, as for the monk quarters, the monks, after their daily recitations, find themselves quite fatigued from practicing martial arts and merely wish to rest. By providing bedding in each room, they can effortlessly find an unoccupied bed and retire without delay, allowing them more time to rest. What does the general think of this arrangement? Qiongyu nodded with great seriousness, earnestly suggesting to Qiongyu that this method appeared quite commendable. Do you believe it could be employed within the military camp? Qiongyu frowned and cast a glance at Qiongyu, pondering that if such words were to reach the ears of the soldiers, it would likely provoke quite a reaction. Intrigued, Qiongyu inquired further, questioning whether it was fair to subject the fastidious soldiers, who held cleanliness in high regard, to such treatment amidst the rough and untidy characters of the camp. Suddenly enlightened, Qiongyu acknowledged the validity of this concern. The abbot, unable to contain himself, interjected, asserting that since there were no spies in the temple, as the general claimed, would it not be prudent for the general to depart? Is it certain there are none? Qiongyu asked. The abbot frowned, responding with frustration. Your subordinates have already reported that nothing was discovered. Must you persist in making things difficult for a humble monk? Qiongyu regarded the abbot with a playful glint in her eye, making him exceedingly uncomfortable under her unabashed scrutiny. After a moment of restraint, he could no longer suppress his feelings, questioning whether it was overly hasty of the general to slander others. Slander? Qiongyu retorted. The abbot's heart raced. What did she truly know? Was there evidence? If none existed, how could she make such claims? Perhaps she was attempting to deceive me. If she possessed proof, why not present it outright, instead of alluding to vague insinuations? Observing the situation deteriorate, the governor approached her side, asking, "Shall we return?" "Not yet. There remains an intriguing drama yet to unfold," Qiongyu replied, directing her gaze toward the rear mountains. The individuals present fell into contemplative silence, each harboring their own thoughts. The governor and the abbot exchanged myriad glances, yet found themselves powerless. After a while, impatience began to brew among the crowd. As a soldier clad in the attire of a leader ascended from the mountains, leaning close to whisper something in Song Qionyu's ear. A smile gradually spread across her face as she listened, glancing at the abbot, then nodding at the soldier to indicate her understanding. "Join me, esteemed governor and abbot, for a splendid performance," she said, her tone suggesting an invitation not merely to witness a spectacle, but to face peril. The two exchanged anxious glances, sensing foreboding. Song Qiongyu declared that the location was not far and began her stride toward the temple, the abbot instinctively attempting to intervene, only to be brusquely pushed aside. "Weren't you seeking evidence? Allow me to show you," she retorted, passing through the main hall, the side chambers, and the guest quarters. As they approached the entrance to the bamboo grove at the rear mountains, voices could be heard emanating from within. The abbot's countenance fell, as a dreadful possibility dawned upon him. Song Qiongyu offered him no time for contemplation, parting the bamboo and advancing into the mountains. Before them lay a multitude of figures, soldiers clad in orange and monks in gray, with at least a couple of thousand gray-robed monks visible from their vantage point. Accompanying the governor were various officials of Yuzhong, when suddenly a newly appointed minor official exclaimed, "There are so many monks." The governor heard this remark and shot a glare at him, leaving the young official scratching his head in confusion as to why he had drawn such ire. The abbot, however, sagged in despair. It seemed that all was lost. As Song Qiongyu observed the soldiers register the monks who had mysteriously appeared, she refrained from turning back, seemingly aware of the abbot's location. She inquired, "Is there anything further you wish to convey?" The abbot, weary and prostrate upon the ground, closed his eyes and spoke, "I am guilty, and should I face punishment, so be it. Yet this multitude remains oblivious. All of this is solely my doing." Qiosha emerged from behind Song Qiongyu, circling the abbot a few times. "You, bald monk, are quite the master of evasion. Could you alone construct such a towering edifice? Could you alone confine so many?" He spat derisively. "Do you truly believe your benefactor will show you mercy? Certainly not. They will only perceive you as a fool. Your loyalty is admirable. But have you considered how your fellow monks ought to navigate this predicament?" Qiosha's scathing rebuke seemed to strike a nerve, as the abbot trembled yet remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, Song Qiongyu waved her hand, and the abbot was taken away. As they passed by the governor, their eyes briefly met. Pei Xinying stepped forward, halting beside him. "What shall be done with these monks?" "For now, they shall be housed within the temple. Once the matter is clarified, we will deliberate on their fate," replied the governor, who then continued, "General, the mountain winds are harsh. Given Lady Pei's delicate constitution, it would be prudent for us to return and conduct further interrogations later." Pei Xinying was about to decline when she noticed Song Qiongyu nodding in agreement. "You present a valid point. Qiosha, stay behind to manage the aftermath." Ignoring Qiosha's forlorn gaze, Song Qiongyu led the way down the mountain. The governor intended to issue further instructions, but was met with an unsettling chill, raising his gaze to find Qiosha staring at him impassively. As their eyes met, Qiosha quickly donned a smile. The governor refrained from making any further attempts and swiftly followed behind Song Qiongyu down the mountain. Noticing the subtle exchanges among them, Song Qiongyu chose to disregard them, trusting that Qiosha could handle such trivial matters. They soon returned to the governor's residence, and, as they entered, the governor incessantly sought to engage Song Qiongyu. "How did you discern the issues at Zhaoming Temple? I have visited numerous times without suspicion. How were you able to locate the missing monks?" "Truly remarkable, General." Before he could finish, Song Qiongyu stifled a yawn, cutting him off. The governor chuckled awkwardly. "Since you are weary, I shall not intrude further. Please, rest well." In the instant he turned, his expression darkened, casting a shadow over his handsome features. Pei Xinying, observing this, returned to her chamber. As she prepared to close the door, Song Qiongyu slipped in through the crack. "Aren't you tired? Why not rest?" Pei Xinying asked, puzzled. Song Qiongyu waved her hand dismissively if I did not. The governor would prattle on indefinitely. I have no desire to entertain him. Pei Xinying chuckled softly, taking a seat beside her. "In that case, might the general enlighten me on a perplexity I possess?" Raising an eyebrow, Song Qiongyu replied playfully, "While others may falter, Lady Pei, you certainly can. After all, You are unlike the rest. Initially intending to jest with Song Qiongyu, Pei Xinying felt a flush of embarrassment as she recalled a lingering question, ultimately deciding to pose it. How did you know they would attempt to escape underground? She asked, presenting her first inquiry. Song Qiongyu gestured towards the teacup, indicating that he should pour tea for her. She received a cup of tea from Pei Xinying along with a disdainful glance, yet she remained noncommittal. In response to Pei Xinying's inquiry regarding the ambush on Chongnan Road and the subsequent events at the county magistrate's residence, she articulated that there were indeed secret tunnels involved, indicating a shared mastermind with Xiaoming Temple. Thus, I surmise that there must be an individual within their faction highly skilled in the art of subterranean passageways. How could Xiaoming Temple, being an accomplice of the same schemer, lack such tunnels? Pei Xinying nodded, acknowledging the validity of her reasoning. Coincidentally, I also possessed a talent among my subordinates who specialized in this area, prompting me to urgently send for him. After meticulous measurements, he confirmed the existence of a tunnel leading from the Red Building on the back mountain to the outside world. We then excavated an additional tunnel nearby, directing it towards theirs, thus establishing a destination. Consequently, we could lie in wait at the endpoint, and today, as I led troops to the temple, the abbot, in a state of panic, had no choice but to direct them to escape through the tunnel, only to be captured by our soldiers stationed at the conclusion. Pei Xinying swiftly grasped the intricacies of this strategy. Chapter 34, Waiting for the Rabbit. Song Qiongyu playfully winked her left eye, signifying that he was entirely correct. The subsequent events unfolded with clarity. The soldiers stationed at the endpoint drove them back through the secret passage, where we awaited their arrival, executing a grand illusion. Pei Xinying nodded to himself. Song Qiongyu observed him, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips, as she watched his expression shift from confusion to sudden enlightenment. Abruptly, Pei Xinying turned to Song Qiongyu, inquiring about the origin of her fan. The abbot and the governor had exhibited peculiar expressions upon seeing it. Did it have any connection to them? Feigning surprise, Song Qiongyu covered her mouth, exclaiming, "You noticed that, did you? Pei Xinying, you truly live up to your reputation." "Oh, come on." Pei Xinying chuckled, retrieving the fan from his waist and unfurling it towards the sun, casting a cascade of vibrant light. Song Qiongyu squinted, the interplay of light and shadow dancing across her face, yet failing to obscure the brilliance of her eyes. Just as Pei Xinying anticipated her to utter something about allegiance, she shattered his expectations by declaring, "The fan? I stole it from the governor's treasury." "Stolen?" Pei Xinying's evident alarm was palpable. "What are you saying? Are you jesting with me?" Song Qiongyu tilted her head, retorting, "What would I gain from deceiving you? A few days ago, out of sheer boredom, I stealthily ventured into the governor's treasury in search of evidence, only to discover that it was completely barren, with hardly any private silver to be found. Perhaps he is indeed upright in his governance, though who can say for sure?" As she spoke, Pei Xinying's voice dwindled, realizing that his earlier assertions might have been somewhat presumptuous. "Upright in governance?" Song Qiongyu shook her head in disbelief. "I suspect he has merely concealed his wealth. Thus, whenever I find myself with idle time, I venture into his treasury in search of clues. Eventually, I stumble upon something intriguing. In the southwest corner of his treasury, there lies a camphor wood chest, seemingly unremarkable on the outside, yet the bottom of the chest is intricately carved with a mythical creature known as a bishi. And among the engravings on the stone tablet, one character stood out as peculiar, prompting me to press it." Song Qiongyu paused deliberately to ponder for a moment, and indeed, Pei Xinying inquired whether pressing it would reveal a hidden chamber. Having never encountered such a mechanism, Pei Xinying was genuinely intrigued. Certainly, Xiaoqing is exceptionally astute. Upon activation, the southern wall ascended, unveiling the concealed room behind it. Song Qiongyu took the opportunity to commend Pei Xinying. What treasures lay within this secret chamber? Was it the spoils of the populace he had plundered? Ignoring her jest, Pei Xinying focused intently on resolving the mystery. Song Qiongyu shook his head, clarifying that this governor, if judged purely by actions rather than intentions, had mostly done good deeds and had never engaged in corruption. The treasures within the hidden chamber were indeed scarce. Rather, it was filled with intricate curiosities. Pei Xinying expressed her dissatisfaction, questioning if this could truly absolve him. Is a lack of plunder sufficient to deem him a virtuous official? Such a perspective seemed rather narrow, especially considering that the positive reputation he garnered from his deeds was his greatest reward. With a hint of exasperation, Qiongyu explained that he did not intend to praise him. Even though he possessed little wealth, the numerous curiosities, albeit difficult to trace, held considerable value. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Xinying had already risen, pacing around the room. Was it possible that he had accepted bribes? Perhaps, could this fan I possess be the answer to my question? Before one query could be resolved, Qiongyu posed another. Pei Xinying indeed took the bait. Why was this so? It was not merely for amusement. She recognized the exquisite luster of the shell and the exceptional craftsmanship, likely only achievable by artisans from Haijun. Pei Xinying clenched her fist, aware that private exchanges among officials were a grave taboo, and she awaited his response. However, such clandestine dealings could not inflict serious harm upon him. Thus, she decided to hold her judgment, hoping for other revelations. Qiongyu gently urged the excited Pei Xinying back into her seat. By the next day, the governor arrived early to seek out General Qiongyu, inquiring if he had any plans for an outing. Qiongyu awaited his subsequent words, which were absent. The governor appeared quite pleased. If that were the case, he would host a banquet today and hoped both the general and Shaoqing would grace him with their presence. Qiongyu feigned confusion, questioning what there was to be pleased about with the governor's invitation to the gathering. The governor clarified with a smile that he wished to invite only the two of them, not intending to include other colleagues. Qiongyu pretended to be displeased, accusing the governor of an oversight. What merits did they possess to warrant such individual attention? The governor explained that he sought to express gratitude to the general, as the Qiongyu case had involved thousands of missing citizens, leaving their families in disarray. The general's actions not only salvaged the governor's reputation, but also reunited many families. Such a significant favor could not go unreciprocated. Thus, he felt compelled to host a meal to alleviate his sense of indebtedness. After bowing deeply, none could perceive the bitterness and concealed resentment etched upon his countenance. Qiongyu hurriedly assisted him to his feet, declaring that such words were unwarranted. In the face of such human tragedies, should anyone become aware, they might well utter harsh words. Fortunately, with the governor's assistance, they had succeeded. Since the governor had personally come to extend his invitation, they would naturally comply and follow his arrangements. The governor appeared quite elated, and thus he excused himself to make preparations. Qiongyu waved goodbye and turned to enter the house. Just as she closed the door, Pei Xinying could not help but exclaim, "What is this, a banquet at Hongmen?" Qiongyu chuckled, explaining that it was not quite a Hongmen banquet. Rather, he might be hoping for us to divulge some knowledge in our drunken state to gather information. Should he seize the opportunity to eliminate us? Once our demise was reported back to the capital, the emperor would certainly grasp that something was amiss and would dispatch a formidable force to seek vengeance. At that point, they would face dire consequences. Pei Xinying pondered this, noting that he seemed more like a commander following orders than someone stationed in the rear, which was rather peculiar. Qiongyu silently nodded, fearing that Pei Xinying's intuition was indeed accurate. Pei Xinying looked at her in surprise, then nodded after a moment, perplexed about what exactly he was scheming. This question was one Qiongyu could not answer for now. She suggested waiting a little longer, as clarity would soon emerge. It felt as if she were both stating a fact and making a silent plea. The meal did not seem as filled with tests as Pei Xinying had surmised. It appeared to be nothing more than a casual chat, ending swiftly as if it were merely a simple dinner. Days passed, and Qiongyu neither sought clues nor interrogated the monks. Instead, she delivered meals and water to them each day. Just when Pei Xinying thought there would be no leads to uncover, Qiongyu seemed to become increasingly busy. Chapter 35. Together, she often disappeared from sight for an entire day, leading Pei Xinying to speculate that she must have discovered new information, though being alone in the residence was rather dull. One evening after dinner, Pei Xinying waited outside her room. Qionyu's quarters were in the inner chamber, and if she returned, she would certainly pass by Pei Xinying's room. He brought a stool to sit at the door, holding a travelogue, reading while he waited. Just as he became engrossed, he heard a series of light footsteps. Looking up, he saw a cheerful Song Qiongyu, having completed her tasks. As Song Qiongyu was about to return to her room, she noticed Pei Xinying sitting at the door, seemingly waiting for her, with a book in hand that appeared to be a travelogue. He must have been waiting for quite some time. As the night deepened, it became harder to see, and his eyes were slightly reddened from rubbing them. Like a beautiful Persian cat, Song Qiongyu found herself almost unable to resist the urge to stroke his head, her hand tightening several times before she ultimately refrained. With a smile, she inquired why he was sitting there, warning him to be cautious of the evening breeze. Pei Xinying, having read for too long, felt his vision blur and rub his eyes, saying, "You are so busy every day that I can only wait like this for you." A hint of unintentional grievance lingered in his tone. Unaware of his own inflection, he did not notice that Song Qiongyu had caught on. She entered Pei Xinying's room, retrieving a cloak from a wardrobe and draping it over his shoulders. She then moved a stool to sit beside him, glancing up at the stars twinkling in the sky above, unobstructed by the roof, while the crescent moon emitted a soft yellow glow. Turning her head, she noticed that Pei Xinying was also gazing upward. Admiring Pei Xinying's exquisite profile, Song Qiongyu smiled gently. Hearing her laughter, Pei Xinying's thoughts returned to the present, asking what she had been busy with lately and if there were any new leads. Song Qiongyu nodded, acknowledging that she had developed some new ideas. "Do you recall the tunnel in the magistrate's study?" "Indeed," Pei Xinying responded casually, only to suddenly realize the implications of the tunnel's potential for repair. "Yes. One of my subordinates, skilled in the art of traversing the earth, investigated and reported that it can be restored. I believe the tunnels and might reveal some clues." A hint of satisfaction illuminated Song Qionyu's expression. "That makes sense. Has the governor taken any other actions recently?" Pei Xinying recalled the governor they had momentarily disregarded. Song Qiongyu contemplated, stating, "I have been keeping watch, and he has not engaged in any clandestine activities. However, he has sought me out multiple times, eager to meet with the abbot." "Did you grant him permission?" Pei Xinying inquired. "Naturally not. Let them wait. Once I gather more evidence, I will permit their meeting." "I am curious to see what they wish to discuss," replied Song Qiongyu, her demeanor cool and detached. Having exhausted her inquiries, Pei Xinying still had no intention of returning home. After some thought, she asked, "If you are going again tomorrow, may I accompany you?" Staying in the manor is exceedingly dull. Noticing the slight pleading in her companion's expression, Song Qiongyu, feeling somewhat uneasy, conceded, "Very well. I shall take you with me when I depart tomorrow." As the watchman announced the hour, Song Qiongyu realized it was getting late. She urged Pei Xinying, "The hour is late. You must rest." Gently, she nudged Pei Xinying, who had just risen, back through the door, taking their stools inside before closing it behind her. Seated on the edge of her bed, Pei Xinying reflected on the earlier exchange, a faint smile gracing her lips. The following day, Pei Xinying awoke suddenly, realizing it was nearly the hour of the snake. Hastily, she donned her clothing and opened the door to find Song Qiongyu practicing swordplay outside. Upon hearing the sound, Song Qiongyu turned to look at her. "You're awake? Put away your sword and prepare to depart." Pei Xinying stood up too abruptly, feeling a wave of dizziness, and grasped the doorframe. "All right, I will return to get ready." She slowly turned back to close the door, but sensed something amiss. Song Qiongyu stepped forward and steadied her. "What is wrong?" Not wanting to reveal that her dizziness stemmed from rising too hastily, Pei Xinying waved her hand lightly, saying, "It's nothing, just my old ailment." Song Qiongyu eyed her suspiciously. "You're not worried that you rose a bit late, and I might have already left?" Caught in her thoughts, Pei Xinying fell silent, a blush creeping from her neck to her ears. Observing her reaction, Song Qiongyu suddenly understood. "Umph, does my word hold no weight in your eyes, Pei Xiaoqing?" Pei Xinying stammered, "No, that's not. I didn't mean it that way." As she spoke, she felt her dizziness fade and quickly pushed Song Qionyu's hand away, saying, "I'm fine now. I can prepare on my own. You should return." Song Qiongyu, nearly laughing in exasperation, replied, "So I am merely someone whose words lack significance in Pei Xiaoqing's eyes? Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and departed without looking back, waving her hand dismissively. Pei Xinying was momentarily at a loss for what to do and decided to freshen up and change her clothes. After preparing, she searched the manor for Song Qiongyu, but could not find her. Just as she assumed Song Qiongyu had left in a huff, she spotted a carriage waiting at the back door, where Song Qiongyu sat atop the shaft, awaiting her arrival. Pei Xinying hastily ran a few steps to the back door, hesitating as she approached the carriage, advancing slowly while casting glances at Song Qiongyu. However, she received not a single glance in return. After a moment, Pei Xinying could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you getting in the carriage?" Upon hearing this, Pei Xinying hurriedly stepped into the carriage, sitting beside Song Qiongyu, who nudged her inward, stating, "We are about to depart." Just as she settled into her seat, the sound of the carriage moving forward reached her ears. As they traveled, Pei Xinying lifted the curtain and inquired, "Why are you personally driving today? What about your subordinates?" Song Qiongyu did not turn around, replying, "They all have their own matters to attend to. At present, it is just the two of us who are free." Pei Xinying softly apologized, "I shouldn't have doubted you this morning." After speaking, she held her breath, awaiting Song Qionyu's response. With an unoccupied hand, Song Qiongyu reached back and accurately grazed Pei Xinying's hair, assuring her, "It's nothing." Still slightly dazed upon returning to her seat, Pei Xinying placed her hand atop her head, touching the spot where Song Qiongyu had brushed, feeling a warmth rise to her cheeks. After a considerable journey, they arrived in Qiongyu County. As she was dismounting the carriage, Pei Xinying suddenly recalled something and asked Song Qiongyu, "With us being so conspicuous, do you think the governor will notice our departure?" Song Qiongyu raised an eyebrow. "Are you just now considering this?" Noticing a change in Pei Xinying's expression, he quickly added, "He is currently preoccupied with his own affairs. He won't spare a thought for us." Pei Xinying cautiously continued, "What if he becomes distracted and happens to notice our absence?" Feigning deep contemplation, Song Qiongyu observed Pei Xinying's face, which was a mlang of feigned indifference and underlying concern. Chapter 36. The meal. Song Qiongyu could hardly suppress a chuckle. All right, I won't tease you any longer. There are eyes on him. He won't have the chance to cause any trouble." Pei Xinying composedly nodded, then turned her gaze to the surroundings, recognizing the familiar back entrance of the county magistrate's residence, and she entered seamlessly, heading straight for the study. Inside the study, the tunnel that had been destroyed was undergoing cleanup, with individuals continuously hauling away bricks and stones. Pei Xinying wished to assist, but was stopped by Song Qiongyu. "They're working down there amidst the dust. Your health isn't the best, so it's better if you don't go down. Once the tunnel is reopened, I will take you to see it," Song Qiongyu insisted, blocking her path. "Very well," Pei Xinying acquiesced, though her desire to help remained. "Let us first have a meal. They have been digging for many days, and if all goes well, we may have results by this afternoon." "I will definitely take you then," Song Qiongyu remarked, noticing the reluctant longing in Pei Xinying's eyes. Pei Xinying gazed at the tunnel, murmuring her agreement, yet her feet remained unmoving. With a sigh, Song Qiongyu gently pulled her out the door. "Where shall we eat?" Pei Xinying finally regained her senses. After a moment's thought, Song Qiongyu asked, "Would you like to sample the culinary skills of the military cooks?" Upon hearing this, a soldier passing by shot them a look that spoke volumes. Pei Xinying caught sight of the soldier's expression, and so did Song Qiongyu, who feigned ignorance and maintained an eager demeanor. Uncertain of what to expect, Pei Xinying cautiously nodded. No sooner had she done so than Song Qiongyu eagerly led her toward the mess hall. It was already noon, and the soldiers began to take turns for their meals. A group sat in the mess hall, engaged in idle chatter, while one soldier was animatedly speaking. Nearby, someone gestured with their eyes, signaling that someone was approaching. He turned around, and in his surprise, the chopsticks he held fell from his hands. Observing his companions, they all sat upright, diligently scooping rice into their mouths. The general soldier stammered. Song Qiongyu waved her hand, indicating that there was no need for such formality. She was just like everyone else. To alleviate any discomfort they might feel, the two took their food back to their room to eat. Not far from the mess hall, the sound of uproarious laughter and chatter reached their ears. Upon returning to their room and just settling down, Pei Xinying asked, "They seem quite intimidated by you." Are they your soldiers? Song Qiongyu looked at him in surprise. How could that be? My soldiers are far away at the border, and if they were mine, they wouldn't fear me. They would only tease me. Pei Xinying continued her thought. Such audacity, daring to jest with you. What do they tease you about? A subtle smile appeared on Song Qionyu's face, and Pei Xinying felt an ominous premonition upon seeing it. Indeed, from Song Qionyu's lips escaped the jest. They cannot escape my fiancé. Wherever I go, he follows. Pei Xinying bowed his head, indignantly poking at the rice on his plate with his chopsticks. Noticing that Song Qiongyu was about to speak again, he resorted to a clever tactic, raising his chopsticks to silence her, saying, "Food should not be discussed while eating. Let's eat in peace." Thus, Song Qiongyu fell silent, merely casting a playful glance at Pei Xinying while eating. The rice, which usually was barely palatable, now seemed somewhat delectable. Opposite her, Pei Xinying found himself unable to savor his meal. The weight of her gaze compelled him to lower his head. The initial bites yielded little flavor, but as he continued, he furrowed his brow. The stir-fried vegetables were overcooked and sticky, while the potatoes were underdone. The sole meat dish, pork, had a strong gamey taste, making it quite unpalatable. Eating a few mouthfuls of rice without tasting anything, he took a sip of the soup. As soon as it touched his lips, he froze, torn between spitting it out or swallowing it. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to swallow it down. It carried a faint, unpleasant taste reminiscent of dishwater, prompting him to glance at Song Qiongyu, who seemed oblivious to the poor quality of the food, continuing to eat bite after bite. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was not eating for the sake of taste, but rather mechanically feeding herself to quell her hunger, supplementing her body with the necessary vegetables and meat. Feeling Pei Xinying's scrutiny, Song Qiongyu followed his gaze to her chopsticks, then glanced at his plate, realizing she had barely eaten before putting down her utensils. "I must apologize. You must not be accustomed to the cook's skills in the military. Unfortunately, all the restaurants in the city have closed, and none of my men are adept at cooking. I feel I have inconvenienced you," she said, looking at him with a tinge of remorse. For a moment, Pei Xinying was at a loss for words as he observed Song Qionyu's face. He remembered how she had stuffed her cheeks with rice, round and adorable, displaying a charm seldom seen. Her pale complexion and round, glistening almond eyes were fixed on the food. However, the food was rather coarse, and Pei Xinying felt a twinge of sympathy. "Is this what you eat every day in the army?" Not detecting any dissatisfaction in Pei Xinying's tone, Song Qiongyu lowered her head and continued to eat, saying, "How could that be? It's not every day we get meat in the army. Sometimes, when the weather is frigid, we can't even find vegetables. This is already quite decent." After a moment's thought, she added, "In times of battle, if we find ourselves needing to ambush, we would be lucky to have even the wild grass nearby to eat." As she spoke, she lifted her head and noticed a glimmer of moisture in Pei Xinying's eyes. Song Qiongyu understood that he was feeling a bit of pity for her. Yet she felt there was nothing to be pitied. From a young age, I have never been particular about food. To me, dishes like squirrel fish or 4 happiness meatballs hold no greater distinction than the pork cooked by a humble cook. Song Qiongyu wore an expression of indifference. Pei Xinying, not wanting her to feel that he was pitying her, awkwardly changed the subject. "Why are the restaurants on the street closed? I do not allow them to open. Each establishment has someone guarding it. I do not wish for any mistakes to occur under my watch, or else I would have no way to explain it to Shui Shang. You know how trouble arises when too many people gather." Song Qiongyu, having likely had her fill, began to poke at her rice. Pei Xinying nodded in understanding, looking at the nearly untouched food on Pei Xinying's plate. Song Qiongyu suddenly understood why he appeared so much more frail than his elder brother. "No wonder you are so thin, being so picky with your food. How could you not be?" Pei Xinying gritted his teeth, saying, "My elder brother is even more particular than I am. My frailty is due to congenital deficiencies." Song Qiongyu gave a perfunctory nod, unsure if she believed him or not. After their meal, the two sat together waiting to see if the tunnel could be cleared and restored. After a long wait, Pei Xinying had dozed off with his head resting on the table when a young soldier rushed over, exclaiming, "General! General!" Song Qiongyu quickly raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to lower his voice. The young soldier abruptly halted, covering his mouth, fearful of making any noise. Chapter 37. Moving forward, Qiongyu gently glanced at Pei Xinying, who had his eyes closed, his long eyelashes fluttering as if he was about to awaken. She softly patted his back, attempting to lull him back to sleep. However, her touch was inadvertently too firm, and despite her gentle effort, she roused Pei Xinying from his slumber. The soldier nearly stifled a laugh. Pei Xinying slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the soldier before him, his drowsiness vanished. "Is the tunnel repaired?" The soldier glanced at Qiongyu and, noting no signs of displeasure on her face, replied, "Yes, young Master Pei." Pei Xinying, filled with excitement, attempted to stand up to go, but having slept for a while, his legs felt numb. Before he could fully rise, he collapsed back onto the bench, his expression bewildered, as if he could not comprehend what had just transpired. He had clearly stood up, so why was he suddenly seated again? Qiongyu could not contain her laughter, and it was only then that Pei Xinying realized what had happened. He remained seated, a blush creeping up from behind his ears, and before he could fully register it, he once again rested his head on the table. The soldier stood at the entrance, bewildered. Qiongyu gestured for him to depart. Moments later, Pei Xinying's ears had returned to their usual hue, prompting Qiongyu to pat his shoulder, signaling that it was time to embark. Pei Xinying leaned on the table, nodding in a sluggish manner, his fluffy head bobbing slightly. Qiongyu poked at his hairdo, rose, and stepped outside, waiting for him. He sat up, touched his own hair, and then stood. Upon reaching the outside of the magistrate's study, they found it crowded with people. Upon their arrival, the crowd parted to make way. Entering the study along the path cleared by the soldiers, they were greeted by the sight of the pit. Unlike the morning, when soldiers were bustling in and out, transporting bricks and stones, it was now completely tidied up. Qiongyu squatted beside the pit, peering down, and only when he spotted a pair of boots with silver embroidery on a black base did he lift his gaze to see their general, quickly rising to his feet. Gazing at the shadowy pit, Qionyu's expression was unusually solemn, devoid of any emotion, while a palpable tension filled the study. Extending his hand behind him, a torch was promptly passed to him. He grasped the torch and signaled a few individuals to descend with him, glancing at Pei Xinying, who appeared anxious. Qiongyu hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. With a wave of his hand, he strode forward. Qiongyu was the first to leap down. Originally, there had been some steps leading down from the concealed door, but they had been destroyed when the area was blasted. The soldiers who had cleared the tunnel were adept at jumping up and down without difficulty, and thus the steps had not been rebuilt. This left Pei Xinying feeling somewhat awkward. He opened his mouth to ask for assistance, but as several individuals leaped down one after another, he remembered that many soldiers were behind him, and the words of request lingered unspoken. Qiongyu raised an eyebrow behind him, wrapped her arms around Pei Xinying's waist, and jumped down unceremoniously. Pei Xinying, still in a dazed state from the sudden drop, heard the kind laughter of the soldiers from above. However, the distance to the ground was not great, merely the height of 1.5 people. The early arrivals among the soldiers did not act on their own accord, but instead lined up below to await them. With a torch in his left hand and Pei Xinying's hand in his right, Qiongyu advanced in the direction indicated by the soldiers. Pei Xinying felt somewhat uneasy and attempted to withdraw his hand from Qionyu's grasp. However, she tightened her hold, insisting, "Do not let go. The conditions in the tunnel may not be pleasant. I need to be able to notice if you feel uncomfortable." She squeezed his hand again and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Do not make me worry about you." Pei Xinying froze, his body stiffening, mechanically following her forward. Observing his state, Qiongyu smiled with satisfaction, as if she had discovered a means to manage him. After walking for quite some time, feeling as though they had ventured far beyond Changnan County, Qiongyu inquired of a rather inconspicuous man beside her, "Where do you estimate we currently are?" Reporting to the general, "We are approximately 30 miles west of Changnan," the man replied. Qiongyu contemplated this, her thoughts drifting westward. The man continued to reply affirmatively, stating that after traveling approximately 200 miles west, they would reach Yuzhong. Indeed, Qiongyu let out a cold laugh. After contemplating for a moment, she inquired about the remaining distance to the tunnel's end. "About 40 miles," came the response. As they continued their journey, Pei Xinying suddenly realized that she was not experiencing any dizziness, prompting her to ask why. In the past, walking through tunnels had made her feel uncomfortable so quickly. Yet this tunnel did not provoke such sensations. The man, having stepped out of the group, respectfully addressed her as Qiongyu, explaining that the dizziness encountered in tunnels stemmed from stagnant air. Without the essential human energy and only the Earth's essence, discomfort would ensue. He elaborated that this tunnel was excessively long, and without the replenishment of human energy, prolonged exposure could even lead to madness. Therefore, they would periodically create openings to allow fresh air to circulate, thereby alleviating physical discomfort. Pei Xinying scrutinized the man under the flickering torchlight, observing his honest features. Yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom during their conversation. She queried Qiongyu, "Is this not the adept in earth manipulation you mentioned?" Qiongyu nodded, acknowledging Pei Xinying's keen observation. Pei Xinying smiled, feeling fatigued, yet the other showed no signs of wanting to rest, so she persisted in keeping pace. After a few more steps, Qiongyu noticed her slowing down and realized the situation, promptly suggesting they take a brief respite before continuing, as there was still a considerable distance ahead. Some in the group seemed ready to voice their opinions, but the earth manipulation expert nudged one with his elbow, silencing any objections. Despite not understanding the reason, they complied and found a place to sit. Once seated, confusion lingered, prompting one to poke at his companion, a lay, and ask why they were resting today when the general typically would not halt for such distances. Duan Lei patted the young man's shoulder, whispering, "Young man, pay close attention. Is the general weary?" "Of course not. It is the future little husband of the general who is fatigued," he replied. The soldier chuckled. "The general treats her husband well. If the brothers were to express fatigue, the general would merely say we need more training." Nearby, Pei Xinying felt a pang of guilt, thinking she was hindering the group. "If it weren't for me, you would have arrived by now." Chapter 38. Rations. Qiongyu paused, feigning annoyance, and said, "What are you talking about? After walking for so long, I'm tired and need to rest." Pei Xinying refrained from responding. She understood that Qiongyu wished for her not to dwell on it. Given their stamina, they could have easily continued without fatigue. It was merely her consideration for herself. As her guilt deepened, her head nearly sank into her knees. Unable to contain herself, Qiongyu proposed, "If you feel guilty, promise me one thing." "What is it?" Pei Xinying instantly lifted her head, her eyes alight with curiosity. Qiongyu deliberately challenged her. "I have heard that there is a pastry chef at the Pei residence who makes exquisite and delectable treats." She paused, letting the implication linger. Pei Xinying recognized that there was more to come and waited for her to finish. "I wish for you to learn and to create it with your own hands," Qiongyu declared, anticipating his refusal. To her surprise, Pei Xinying merely turned his face away, contemplated for a moment, and softly responded with a non-committal hum. Initially, Qiongyu had merely intended to tease him and had no genuine desire for him to craft the fruit, yet his acquiescence caught her off guard. To reject him now would seem like mockery. She opened her mouth to speak but swallowed her words, uncertain of what to say, ultimately opting for silence. After a brief interlude, Pei Xinying felt ready to continue. He nudged Qiongyu, who turned back, raising an eyebrow, silently inquiring whether they could proceed. Pei Xinying nodded, stood up, and brushed the dirt from his clothes, preparing to set off once more. As soon as Qiongyu rose, the soldiers under her command immediately stood to attention, readying themselves. After a considerable time of advancing, they finally spotted the end not far ahead. Duan Lei reached out to stop General Qiongyu, cautioning against allowing too many individuals to approach, for above the end of the tunnel lay a stable, where guards were stationed nearby. Qiongyu nodded, signaling for everyone to halt. She alone approached, discovering that above the end was a thick wooden board. Gently lifting it, she peered through the gap to the ground below. The tunnel's opening should be in the corner of the stable, a place rarely frequented, making it difficult to be detected. Some straw was piled above, obscuring her view. Yet after a careful glance around, she discerned no one nearby. After lifting the board, Qiongyu swiftly concealed herself behind a previously identified cover, faintly hearing hushed exclamations from below. Observing that no one had noticed her, she cautiously peeked out. Approximately half a mile east of the stable was a large, enclosed courtyard, its stone walls imposing and entirely concealing its contents. Numerous guards were stationed outside, appearing somewhat lax. According to Duan Lei's account, there should have been additional sentinels outside the stable, yet none were visible at present. The guards held their weapons casually, dragging them along the ground, patrolling intermittently, but more often congregating in groups to chat. Finding an opportunity where they could not see the direction of the stable, Qiongyu climbed atop the stable roof. Observing intently for a moment, she discerned that while they appeared relaxed and frequently engaged in conversation, their vigilance did not wane. Their gazes remained fixed on every corner outside the grand residence, making it impossible to slip in unnoticed. After scrutinizing for an extended period, she realized that only during their shift changes would there be a fleeting opportunity. Contemplating this, Qiongyu descended once more, lifting the board to return to the tunnel. The soldiers gathered around her, eager to hear her account of the situation above. After relaying her observations, a heavy silence enveloped them. That fleeting opportunity was one only Qiongyu could seize. The others considered their chances of remaining undetected, ultimately concluding with sorrow that it was indeed unattainable. Qiongyu glanced toward Pei Xinying, who was also looking at her, his expression still laden with regret for the situation. Duan Lei inquired of General Qiongyu, suggesting that given their brother's lightness of foot, it was likely they would be discovered before they could even approach. It seemed she alone would need to venture forth in search of evidence. Qiongyu nodded absent-mindedly, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Pei Xinying, who had turned away. Finding a solitary spot to sit, exuding a palpable sense of melancholy, the soldiers had begun distributing rations. One of them prepared to deliver a portion to Pei Xinying. Seizing it from his hands, Qiongyu approached Pei Xinying. "Do you wish to take a look?" she inquired as she extended the food towards him. Pei Xinying accepted the rations, yet made no move to consume them, instead caressing the package and murmuring softly, "After such a long journey, it would be quite unsatisfactory not to see it with my own eyes." If Qiongyu hadn't possessed exceptional hearing, she might have missed his words entirely. With a flick of her wrist, she produced another piece of hardtack, biting into it and speaking with her mouth full. "When night falls, I shall venture out to have a look. If it is feasible, I will take you along." As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Xinying turned his face towards her, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Really?" Qiongyu chuckled softly. "Indeed, but it hinges on whether the guards are somewhat lax." Pei Xinying nodded in comprehension, though the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Qiongyu urged him to eat something, warning that if he grew hungry at night, the sound of his stomach would surely betray them. Pei Xinying nodded and earnestly commenced gnawing at the brick-like ration. After a couple of bites, he had to pause, exclaiming, "This is exceedingly hard. Is this what you typically eat to stave off hunger?" Observing the pitiable sight of Pei Xinying, Qiongyu felt a flutter in her heart, yet maintained her composure, replying earnestly, "Certainly not. If circumstances permitted, we would indulge in better fare. Such rations are meant for marching when cooking over a fire is not an option." Pei Xinying, seeming to grasp only part of her explanation, nodded and took a few more bites. Finding them too tough to chew, he eventually abandoned the effort, setting the ration aside. Nearby, a soldier, appearing to be around 15 or 16, approached him and inquired, "Sir, are you not going to eat those rations?" Pei Xinying, somewhat perplexed, nodded. The soldier continued, "May I have them, sir?" Uncertain if it was permissible to give away the rations, Pei Xinying instinctively glanced at Qiongyu. Upon receiving her nod of approval, he handed the food to the soldier. After declining the boy's profuse thanks, Pei Xinying returned to his place, awaiting the arrival of night. As he sat in contemplation, the image of the young soldier resurfaced in his mind. Turning to inquire about the soldier's situation, he found Qiongyu gazing at him, her lips slightly curving as if to suggest he was curious about the boy's request for extra rations. Pei Xinying nodded, not perceiving any surprise on her face, which led to a tinge of disappointment in Qiongyu. Nonetheless, she proceeded to elucidate that soldier has an elderly grandfather, a mother with little labor capacity, and a younger brother who often goes hungry. By enlisting, he alleviates the burden on his family's food supply and reduces tax obligations. He refrains from consuming certain provisions, saving them to bring home during his leave. Chapter 39. Discovery. Pei Xinying chose not to pursue the conversation further, casting another glance at the soldier as he quietly awaited the arrival of night. As the crowd languished in a state of drowsiness while awaiting the onset of night, Pei Xinying turned her gaze towards Qiongyu. The latter gently shook her head, signaling him to wait a little longer. Understanding her cue, Pei Xinying nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, he once again discreetly glanced at Qiongyu. With a resigned smile, rose and approached him, whispering that she would ascend to assess the situation. If all was well, she would return to fetch him. Pei Xinying obediently nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a gentle push, Qiongyu opened the wooden plank and peered out, finding no one guarding the stable, just as it had been in the afternoon, and she decided to scale the roof for a better vantage point. The night watchmen indeed appeared somewhat more lax than their daytime counterparts, with longer intervals between shifts. Yet, even so, it remained a challenge for an ordinary soldier to pass unnoticed. After careful observation, Qiongyu concluded that she could lead one person across without drawing attention, and thus returned to the underground passage. Upon descending, she spotted Pei Xinying, his intense gaze fixed upon her from behind the crowd. Clearing her throat, she extended her right hand, beckoning him to follow. Pei Xinying's eyes brightened as he navigated through the soldiers, placing his hand in hers and ascending. The soldiers behind them expressed their envy with exclamations of awe, causing Pei Xinying to blush slightly. Yet his eagerness to uncover the truth overshadowed any embarrassment. And he pressed on, exercising great caution. He mirrored Qionyu's every move, suppressing any idle curiosity that might lead him astray. Qiongyu, catching a glimpse of his diligence, mentally approved. As Pei Xinying crouched behind cover in sync with Qiongyu, she noticed a gap in the patrols. With a swift motion, she wrapped an arm around his waist and, without warning, vaulted onto the roof. Pei Xinying instinctively covered his mouth to stifle a gasp of surprise. Once atop the roof, he realized the situation was indeed precarious. The patrols seemed superficially relaxed but were, in reality, as impenetrable as a fortress. Anxiously glancing at Qiongyu, he sought reassurance, but she remained focused, intently observing the guards as she calculated their patrol intervals and shift lengths. Soon, the time for another change of guard arrived. Yet Qiongyu refrained from making any hasty moves, continuing her vigilant watch. Pei Xinying, puzzled yet silent, lay beside her, nearly succumbing to slumber when Qiongyu suddenly sprang into action. Seizing the moment of transition between shifts, she deftly grasped Pei Xinying's belt, pivoting her arm in a manner that transformed her hold into an embrace, and swiftly propelled them from their concealment onto the rooftop of the residence. Once atop, Qiongyu quickly laid Pei Xinying down beside her, both of them lying flat against the roof as if they were mere shadows, afraid to stir. At that moment, the guards had completed their shift change and commenced a new round of patrols. Distant voices from below hinted at conversation, prompting Qiongyu to lift a tile between them and peer down. Below lay the grand hall of the residence, where a man clad in a dark purple robe sat. From their elevated position, his features were obscured, but he was clearly engaged in sipping tea, his deliberate movements belying a hint of tension as evidenced by the trembling of his toes. Only one person remained in the hall, perplexed by the tension in the air. Just then, an individual entered, caked in dirt, his hands trembling as he bowed. The man in the purple robe inquired about their progress. The dirty man knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, we have toiled day and night for 2 days, yet my brothers are at their limit. If this continues, our lives will be in jeopardy." After speaking, he raised his gaze towards the man in purple. The latter offered no response, prompting the kneeling man to remain in position until, overwhelmed by fatigue, he collapsed to the ground. Though the face of the man in purple remained obscured, his restless demeanor was palpable. "Is this the state of all of you?" he asked. "Yes, my lord," the man replied weakly from his seated position. "Enough, enough. The ice does not freeze in a single day. This task cannot be completed hastily. Return and rest for now. Tomorrow, we shall continue. The man slowly rose, performed a feeble bow, and staggered out. The man in purple then began to pace the hall, making several circuits before calling out to Qiong. The guard outside responded, entering the room. "My lord, what is the matter?" The man in purple inquired if the children and wet nurses had retired for the night. The two atop the roof exchanged glances, confirming their presence. The Qiong scratched his head. "They have all rested, my lord. At this hour, you typically retire as well." The man in purple sighed heavily. "My eyelids are twitching fiercely. I fear impending calamity." After another turn, he suddenly asked, "Is there any news from the prefect? Where are the two imperial envoys sent by the court? You've forgotten? The prefect sent word last time, stating he has drawn the envoys' attention and cannot communicate with us for the time being. As for the envoys, we have no means to ascertain their whereabouts," De Qiong explained. The man in purple quickened his pace. "What shall we do?" De Qiong reassured him. "Since the prefect mentioned he is being watched, the envoys must be at the Yuzhong prefecture. There is no need for alarm. What of the security at the residence? Have there been any irregularities? Have any wet nurses attempted to flee?" The man in purple inquired meticulously. De Qiong responded promptly to each query. "The security of the residence has always been under my supervision, with eyes on every corner at all times. Everything is currently normal, and the wet nurses have been quite obedient. Ever since you mentioned doubling their monthly wages, they have been exceptionally compliant." The man in purple wished to voice more inquiries, but found himself at a loss, ultimately preparing to rest. As he exited the room, he turned back to emphasize, "The security of the residence rests upon your shoulders. Please be diligent and awaken me immediately should anything arise." De Qiong acknowledged his request. After a while, he too departed, while the two atop the roof discreetly shifted their positions, having been prone for too long and feeling the numbness in their limbs. Qiongyu nudged Pei Xinying, gesturing with her chin towards the rear chamber to investigate. Pei Xinying nodded in agreement, and Qiongyu sprang into the night, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Upon inspecting the rooftops of several chambers, they discovered nearly all the children were present, with each room housing 4 or 5 sleeping children alongside a wet nurse. A rough estimate indicated there were over 300 children in total. The exploration concluded, and during the next shift change, Qiongyu led him back to the stable. They slipped into the tunnel, with Pei Xinying remaining unusually silent throughout their journey. The soldiers behind exchanged puzzled glances and shrugged, uncertain of the situation. Chapter 40. In the trap, Pei Xinying's dazed state persisted until they returned to the county magistrate's residence. Upon exiting the study, he continued to walk in silence. The soldiers behind him refrained from speaking loudly, opting for hushed conversations. Hearing their whispers, Qiongyu glanced at the solitary figure ahead, feeling a wave of concern as she rubbed her forehead. As Pei Xinying entered his room, Qiongyu intended to follow him inside. However, upon noticing his expression, his eyes devoid of light, as if his soul had departed, she hesitated. At that moment, Pei Xinying closed the door. Qiongyu raised her hand to touch her nose, which had nearly been struck, a look of confusion gradually appearing on her face, with a slight furrow of her brow. She turned to leave. After lying in bed for a considerable time, sleep eluded Qiongyu. She turned over once, then again, and finally, unable to rest, she rose to push open the window, peering out at the moon. To her surprise, she noticed that Pei Xinying was also awake, seated at the edge of his bed, gazing at the moon, oblivious to her presence next door. Qiongyu fetched a stool and sat by the window, lifting her gaze to the moon, which appeared particularly full that night, suspended in the sky, casting a cool glow that flowed over the treetops. As a gentle breeze swept by, the moonlight drifted into the distance. As she watched, drowsiness began to wash over her. She peeked out again. Pei Xinying was still engrossed in the moon, showing no signs of fatigue. Closing her window, she returned the stool to its place and lay back down, soon succumbing to sleep. The following day, Qiongyu woke later than usual, sitting up in a daze, unusually clutching her blanket while lingering on the bed. After a brief moment of contemplation, she stood, freshened up, and took her sword before stepping outside. Upon opening the door, Pei Xinying, seated in the courtyard, looked up at the sound, a smile forming on his lips. Qiongyu questioned her own senses, wondering if she were still dreaming. Gently pinching herself, she felt a sharp pain, confirming her reality. She sat beside Pei Xinying, cautiously inquiring if he was all right. Pei Xinying widened his eyes in response, asking, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" "Then what about yesterday?" Qiongyu began, but hesitated. With a smile, Pei Xinying replied, "Indeed, I felt some indignation yesterday, seeing some people in dire straits, forced to sell their children, while others feasted on fine grains, calculating the greater value of the common folk." Tentatively, Qiongyu asked, "So why are you not advocating for them today?" Gazing at the rising sun, Pei Xinying squinted, then turned his gaze back to her. "Isn't our arrival meant to eradicate this injustice? As long as we can uncover the governor's misdeeds and replace him, this place will surely return to its former state." Observing Pei Xinying regaining his confidence, Qiongyu nodded in agreement. "You are right. So, what do you believe should be our next step, Master Pei?" Pei Xinying scratched his head, admitting that he had been restless the previous night, devising a strategy whose feasibility he was uncertain of. He leaned in to share his thoughts with Qiongyu, who nodded in encouragement. As Pei Xinying whispered his ideas, Qiongyu listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. After he finished, she too shared a few words with him, their conversation punctuated by laughter. After breakfast, Qiongyu summoned a carriage and set off on the journey back to Yuzhong. Upon entering the bustling city, as they passed a tavern, she felt an intense sensation of being watched, akin to a parasite clinging to her. She quickly lifted the curtain to glance at the second floor of the establishment. The individual there seemed taken aback by her swift reaction, although he attempted to hide as soon as he noticed her. She managed to catch a glimpse of half his face. Determined to investigate who it was, Qiongyu shifted her gaze towards the throngs of citizens near the carriage. Realizing they were in a crowded marketplace, she reluctantly abandoned her pursuit, returning to her seat in frustration. Pei Xinying, who had observed the entire encounter, inquired about the matter. Qiongyu, preoccupied with the identity of the peeping figure, felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, yet could not place him. Responding to Pei Xinying's question, she fell back into her contemplative state, pondering where she might have seen him before. As they arrived at the Yuzhong governor's office, Pei Xinying alighted from the carriage. Still lost in thought, Qiongyu continued to ponder as he gently tapped her arm, suggesting that she should momentarily set aside her musings and focus on the plans they had discussed earlier that morning. She nodded slowly, following him down from the carriage. Once in her room, Pei Xinying asked Qiongyu to extend an invitation to the governor for dinner that evening. Qiongyu glanced at Qiongyu, who remained absorbed in her thoughts, oblivious to the attention she was attracting. It was only when Pei Xinying, unable to contain himself, gave her a firm tap on the arm that she snapped back to reality, affirmatively instructing Qiongyu to ensure the governor's presence. Qiongyu nodded in understanding and departed. Pei Xinying couldn't shake off the peculiar expression that had crossed Qiongju's face as he was leaving. Qiongyu, however, remained unaware, questioning if there was anything unusual about it. Pei Xinying began to doubt his own perception, but soon cast such thoughts aside, focusing intently on preparing the evening's menu. That evening, the governor arrived as invited, entering with pleasantries, remarking on the delightful gathering, and expressing his reluctance to intrude. "It has been a few days since we last met, and you seem to be in high spirits." Qiongyu stood to invite the governor to take a seat. Curious about the reason behind the invitation for dinner, the governor settled onto a stool, explaining that he had been overwhelmingly bored in recent days and thus sought activities to pass the time. With a cheerful smile, Qiongyu responded. Observing the strained formalities between the two men, Pei Xinying, feeling a sense of exasperation, lifted his teacup to break the suffocating atmosphere of politeness, urging them to eat. With laughter, both men raised their cups and drank heartily. As they enjoyed their meal, Qiongyu inquired about the governor's recent activities, noting his absence from public view. The governor, with a mere flick of his hand, deftly maneuvered through the intricacies of his responsibilities, attributing his absence to the busyness of the two esteemed officials. Ever since their arrival, he found himself in a state of unexpected leisure. "Oh, it seems that you have held your position for many years, yet you remain oblivious to the matters surrounding Xiaoming Temple. "This is indeed perplexing," remarked Song Qiongyu, her smile betraying an underlying chill. The governor sighed, acknowledging, "Indeed, I have been reflecting on this for several days, pondering how I failed to notice such an occurrence. With events transpiring under my governance, I bear my share of the blame. Nevertheless, esteemed official, we have located the missing youth. However, there are still some children whose whereabouts remain unknown. Do you have any thoughts on this matter?" The air thickened with tension. Chapter 41. Capturing the tortoise. The governor's face turned pale with alarm. "General, I assure you, I was entirely unaware of this situation. Even those individuals were discovered by you. Had I known, I would have informed you at once." Song Qiongyu raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" The governor, in a flurry of panic, nearly slipped from his seat, pleading, "I truly do not know." She raised a hand to steady him, preventing him from kneeling, and remarked, "What is this? I am merely inquiring. Some families are anxious, and their desperation has led them to seek my counsel, thus prompting me to consult you." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the governor forced a smile, affirming, "I genuinely do not possess that knowledge." Song Qiongyu lowered her gaze to the banquet laid before them, crossing one leg. "I admit to a sense of urgency. I hope you can understand, Governor." He eagerly concurred. "Certainly, I would never question the General's dedication to the populace. Since we lack leads, perhaps we should broaden our search area, commencing from Yuzhong to Changnan," suggested Song Qiongyu casually, all the while scrutinizing the governor's reaction. He responded swiftly, though a hint of unease flickered across his face, which he quickly masked, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, with so many children missing, it is improbable that they could vanish without a trace." Pei Xinying smiled gently. "Let's set aside such discussions and focus on our meal." With that, she began to eat. Soon they finished, and the governor announced he had matters to attend to before taking his leave. Once he departed, Song Qiongyu stealthily followed him. He proceeded with caution, maintaining a demeanor of humility until he reached his courtyard, at which point his expression turned icy, and he straightened his posture, his aura transforming entirely. Song Qiongyu was taken aback by this sudden shift, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. A mere weak governor would hardly possess the audacity to orchestrate such deeds. Upon entering his chamber, Song Qiongyu leapt onto the roof, only to be approached by a hooded figure clad in dark attire. "Why have you summoned me? You must be aware that those two harbor suspicions regarding you. She may be lurking nearby at this very moment." The figure spoke with evident displeasure. The governor began to pace within the hall. "I suspect they may have uncovered the location of that residence. During dinner today, they likely aim to deceive me. If those individuals are apprehended, they will undoubtedly reveal my involvement, and my governorship will come to an end." "And what do you propose we do?" the cloaked figure retorted. "I was unaware of the magistrate seated at the table, his right hand resting upon his forehead." Song Qiongyu languidly sprawled on the rooftop, nearly succumbed to slumber when she discerned the magistrate below, exhaling a heavy sigh. "I can no longer reach them. I am uncertain of their progress in constructing the tunnels. Given their pace, compared to that of Song Qionyu's subordinates, it seems they may not succeed." The figure in the black robe exhibited no discernible emotion. The magistrate, irritated, scratched his head, resolved that even if captured like a turtle in a jar, he must still strive for a struggle. The black-robed man, with an unmistakable hint of amusement, inquired, "Are you serious? Have you truly made your decision?" The magistrate remained silent. The black-robed figure scoffed, "Then let us observe your performance." With that, he exited through the door. The magistrate extended a hand as if to retain him, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Perplexed, Song Qiongyu returned to her chamber, where Pei Xinying awaited her. Upon seeing her expression, Pei Xinying rose and inquired about her demeanor. Song Qiongyu hesitated, contemplating before revealing the situation and expressing her inner confusion. Pei Xinying, upon hearing this, shared her own bewilderment and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly illuminated with a thought. Could it be that his family is in that person's grasp? Song Qiongyu realized the validity of this notion. After a brief reflection, she added, "However, we may have no means of ascertaining the whereabouts of his family. Given the circumstances, we can only proceed step by step." Pei Xinying reassured her. Such melancholic sentiments arise swiftly and dissipate just as quickly. Before long, Qiongyu began to orchestrate her plans. She arranged for those lying in ambush near the residence, those concealed within the tunnels, and those shadowing the magistrate to ascertain his movements. Once all was set, Qiongyu exhaled deeply. Now, she could only await the magistrate's next move. She handed the arranged list to Qiongyu, stretched languidly, and cast a sidelong glance at Pei Xinying, bidding her to wait. A few days later, the soldiers surveilling the magistrate reported that he had ridden out of the city alone. With a heart full of questions, Qiongyu called for Pei Xinying. What could he be planning by venturing out alone? I do not know. Shall we pursue him and see? Pei Xinying suggested. Very well. Qiongyu sought to hasten her pursuit of the magistrate to discern his intentions, setting off on horseback, while Pei Xinying followed in a carriage. Soon, Pei Xinying arrived in front of the residence, yet the sight before him was utterly disconcerting. The magistrate had positioned a chair at the entrance of the house. Seated atop it, flanked by several figures in black robes, each wielding a large blade. Before them knelt a bound child, utterly helpless. Not far from them, Qiongyu polished the sword in her grasp. As she moved, the figures had already positioned their blades against the child's throat. Pei Xinying leaped from the carriage, hastening to Qionyu's side, whispering, "What is happening here?" Qionyu's gaze remained fixed on the magistrate, her hands moving with purpose, as she replied, "I underestimated him. He has concealed several assassins here. As you can see, he is threatening me." Upon hearing the words of the governor, he let out a hearty laugh. "General, consider your decision carefully. If you allow me to depart, I shall spare these children, thus preserving your reputation. However, should you insist on my demise, they shall accompany me to the grave. At that moment, the entire world will know you as a man who seeks only fame and recognition." Pei Xinying felt a surge of anxiety, gripping Qionyu's arm and casting a glance at her countenance. Not looking at him, Qiongyu lowered her head, chuckling softly before raising it again, mockingly addressing the governor. "Do you truly believe such actions could intimidate me? To my mind, your life and theirs are equally worthless." Pei Xinying, taken aback, released Qionyu's arm and stepped back, a hurt expression crossing his face. "How can you utter such words?" Qiongyu frowned, gazing at him in confusion. "What do you mean? I do not comprehend your words. You are a general. You should cherish the people as your own children. How can you claim their lives hold no value? How can you measure a life so callously?" Pei Xinying's frustration was palpable. Chapter 42. Silencing witnesses, she pondered for a moment, but remained perplexed by his emotions. "What have I said that is amiss?" Pei Xinying gestured towards the children, asserting, "They are but children, who can grow to become various individuals, the hope of our nation." Qiongyu tilted her head. "You make a fair point. Yet there are merely a few children here. Can they truly become what you envision?" Closing his eyes, Pei Xinying spun around, his anxiety evident. "You have not grasped my intent. I wish for you to respect every life, not solely focus on the quantity." Qiongyu studied his face, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded. "Very well. I shall heed your words and respect every child that may one day benefit the nation." She then looked into his eyes. "Now, tell me, what should we do?" Observing her expression, Pei Xinying realized she had merely echoed his sentiments without truly internalizing them, her words a mere formality. He had no time to elaborate. Once the matter was resolved, he would inquire about her views on life. But for now, the pressing concern was the fate of the assassins and the children before them. Pei Xinying anxiously deliberated, unaware that Qiongyu had subtly signaled to Qiongyu, who nodded in understanding and departed, only to return later with a bow in hand and a quiver slung over his back. Qiongyu accepted the bow, a fine purple sandalwood longbow, smooth and evenly polished. She gently caressed its body and plucked the string, producing a sharp twang that roused Pei Xinying from his reverie. Startled, he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Without responding, she drew an arrow from the quiver that Qiongyu held and knocked it onto the bowstring. Closing one eye, she aimed, the sight moving slowly from the top knot of Pei Xinying's head to the governor's heart. In her narrowed gaze, she perceived the governor's growing panic. Dropping the arrow, she whistled and said, "There is no need for such tension, my lord. Surely, We can come to an understanding. The governor, sensing a glimmer of hope, ignited a subtle smile in his eyes. What does the general desire? Pei Xinying stood anxiously by, quietly urging against negotiating with such a greedy individual. Casting a sidelong glance at him, she disregarded his presence and continued to fixate on the governor, watching as the smile on his face gradually faded. Are you toying with me? Enraged and humiliated, he seized a wet nurse from the crowd, pressing a blade against her throat. I shall repeat myself. Release me, and I will leave these people unharmed. Should you insist on capturing me, we shall all perish together. The wet nurse trembled in terror, beseechingly glancing at Qiongyu, attempting to step forward, but the governor's knife did not relent, drawing a thin line of blood across her neck, and soon tears streamed down her face. Pei Xinying felt a pang of compassion and took a few steps forward, but Qiongyu pulled him back, gently pushing the blade away. Be cautious, swords are indiscriminate. The governor, observing their movements, let out a maniacal laugh. General, your loyal minister from the Song family. I trust you would not wish for the esteemed reputation of your lineage to be tarnished under your watch. Qiongyu raised her bow, aiming it at him. Should I eliminate all of you, my family's honor shall remain intact. Her eyes glimmered with a mocking challenge. Isn't that so? The governor, taken aback by such a possibility, stood frozen for a moment before tremblingly uttering, You have a heart of malice. The words of the esteemed governor are quite perplexing, Qiongyu replied with a smile. Your killings are permissible, yet mine are deemed vicious. What a double standard. During their exchange, Pei Xinying noticed several heads peering from the residence. The governor, realizing his gaze, turned to look as well. Indeed, individuals had scaled the walls from within, brandishing knives as they leapt down. The governor understood that Qiongyu was merely buying time, having dispatched others to infiltrate the estate and seize control of everyone inside. Realizing this, he quickly reacted, gripping the knife tightly in an attempt to hold onto the wet nurse, his only lifeline. In that fleeting moment when he turned, Qiongyu had already drawn her bow, knocking several arrows. As he brandished the knife, she released them simultaneously, striking his right hand, causing the weapon to fall from his grasp while he clutched his injury with his left hand. Meanwhile, the remaining arrows found their mark in the bodyguards nearby, piercing their chests. In mere moments, the battle concluded, and the governor was left to stare at the scene of his defeat, his heart heavy with despair. Qiongyu strode forward, still holding an arrow, and gently lifted his chin with its feathered tip. Will you confess, or shall I interrogate you? With her back to the sun, the governor found it difficult to discern her features, shrouded as she was in shadows. Closing his eyes, he murmured, I have lost. In my life, I shall reveal nothing. Qiongyu turned and seated herself in the chair he had occupied, looking down upon him. Your silence does not imply my ignorance. Should you speak freely, I may consider sparing your final dignity. Bowing his head, the governor chuckled softly. If the general knows everything, there is no need for inquiry. Lifting his gaze, a Na'vi smile graced his handsome face for the first time. General, please grant me death. Qiongyu furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, then leaned in to whisper a name into his ear, locking her gaze onto his face. As anticipated, a subtle shift in his expression betrayed his inner turmoil. Feigning ignorance, the general suddenly inquired about his intentions. Qiongyu had already obtained the answer she sought and, no longer regarding him, rose to depart, intending to have him detained and cared for properly, as she would personally conduct the interrogation. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Qiongyu unsheathed her sword to deflect a flying object, a remarkably sharp boomerang that clattered to the ground. She picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, and the materials were of the highest quality. Holding it, she turned to the governor and remarked, Look, such a finely crafted weapon is intended for your demise. It seems your life is indeed quite valuable. Not hearing the governor's response, she observed him closely. He appeared to be struggling for breath, his eyes vacant, seemingly poisoned. Hastily, she summoned the military physician to examine his condition. Was there any hope for him? After meticulously inspecting the governor's eyes, tongue, and palms, the physician stood and shook his head at Qiongyu. Frowning, she pondered how he could have been poisoned while under her watchful gaze. Crouching down, She noticed the governor was now barely able to inhale, on the brink of death. She again asked, "Do you truly have nothing to say?" The governor, resolute even in his imminent demise, held his silence. "How loyal you are," Qiongyu mused, casting another glance at the governor lying on the ground. His eyes were closed, pretending not to hear her words. Amused, she prodded his shoulder. "I know you heard me. If you prefer silence, I shall not press further, considering you are nearing your end." His complexion was ashen, and it seemed he had but a few breaths left. After a moment's contemplation, Qiongyu inquired, "Where would you wish to be buried? For your loyalty, I shall grant you the chance to choose." In a whisper barely audible, he replied, "Behind the bamboo grove of Xiaoming Temple." With great effort, he opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon her, awaiting her response. "Very well. Only your name shall grace the stone. Nothing else will be inscribed," she replied, finding the exchange increasingly tedious, idly twirling her hair around her finger as she spoke apathetically. "Thank you," he uttered, just as his head drooped, his breath escaping him. She waved her hand, signaling the soldiers to remove him. As they lifted him, she opened her mouth, hesitated, and tilted her head in confusion. It seemed there was something amiss where he had lain. Surveying the surroundings, she noted that no one was paying attention. Nonchalantly, she strolled over, discovering a small, tranquil object nestled in the earth. Just as she suspected, Qiongyu felt no surprise. She crushed the character beneath her foot before turning to leave. Reaching the carriage, she paused briefly before hastily departing. She instructed her companions to prepare for a day of rest, and then return to the capital. After giving her orders, she strode away. Pei Xinying, seated in the carriage, heard her speak and lifted a corner of the curtain, but could only see her retreating figure. Soon, the day of their return to the capital arrived. During the day and a half that followed, neither Pei Xinying nor Qiongyu exchanged a word. On the journey back, Pei Xinying remained in the carriage while Qiongyu rode ahead at the front of the procession. Hearing some commotion from the nearby woods, Qiongyu rolled her eyes and exchanged a glance with Qiongyu, who shrugged and descended. Soon, the sound from the forest grew louder, only to diminish again shortly after. Qiongyu returned to report, clad in light armor, now stained with blood. Casting a brief glance at the blood on her attire, she noticed the look in her general's eyes and, following suit, observed the blood on herself. Cheerfully, she assured her general that there was no need for concern, as it was not her own blood. Qionyu's expression subtly brightened, though she retorted with a frown that such a degree of combat should not result in being splattered, indicating a decline in skill, and advised her to strengthen her training upon their return. Qiongyu lowered her eyelids, expressing dissatisfaction. A glance from Qiongyu silenced her immediately, prompting a charming smile in response. With a soft scoff, Qiongyu urged her horse onward. Returning from Yuzhong to the capital would take approximately half a month. By the fifth day, Pei Xinying could no longer contain herself. "General, that esteemed gentleman wishes to speak with you." The soldier glanced toward Pei Xinying, indicating that it was she who sought the general's presence. Initially reluctant to engage, she realized that matters must be addressed, so she dismounted and strode directly toward the carriage. Her demeanor indifferent, pondering what inquiries he might pose, oblivious to the sour expression on her face as soldiers hastily cleared the path. Upon reaching the carriage, she ascended with one swift motion, startling Pei Xinying. "What do you want with me?" she inquired boldly. Pei Xinying, caught off guard by her forthrightness, hesitated momentarily. After some contemplation, she decided to broach the case, finally asking the question she had long wished to pose. "Did you know something all along?" Surprised by his perceptiveness, she wondered why he asked this. Observing Qionyu's demeanor soften, Pei Xinying quickly clarified that when the governor died, her astonishment was not due to his silencing, but rather when he had been poisoned, suggesting that he seemed to have known all along that the governor was not the mastermind. Qiongyu nodded graciously, affirming, "You are correct. Since my arrival, I have been closely monitoring him and found no signs of poisoning. Thus, I was astonished when the poison manifested." She refrained from mentioning anything regarding the true mastermind. Undeterred, Pei Xinying tentatively inquired, "Do you already know who the mastermind is?" Instead of answering, Qiongyu countered with another question. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? It appeared that further inquiries would yield no results, compelling Pei Xinying to redirect the conversation back to the case. Is it possible he was poisoned long before, with the effects only manifesting at that moment? Qiongyu stroked her chin thoughtfully. You make a valid point. However, the coroner could not identify the poison. I have brought his remains back, and I have a skilled physician among my ranks who is adept at examining corpses. Pei Xinying fell silent, contemplating that had he been that physician, he would undoubtedly wish to confront her. Observing the silence enveloping Pei Xinying, Qiongyu slightly tilted her head, closed her eyes, and inquired, "Do you have any further questions? Ask them all now. If you do not inquire this time, there may not be another opportunity." As Pei Xinying pondered his words at the entrance of that residence, he could not help but wonder if she feared the magistrate's wrath might lead to the slaughter of innocent civilians. With her eyes closed, Qiongyu nonchalantly replied, "You need not assign me some desperate excuse. There is no necessity. I'm simply confident in my ability to eliminate him before he can act." Pei Xinying clenched his fists, struggling to comprehend her perspective. What if you fail or are too slow? Have you considered the consequences? She maintained her stance, asserting, "I would not act unless I was certain, and no unforeseen events shall transpire." Upon opening her eyes and observing Pei Xinying's expression, she added, "If I were to miscalculate, then such a villainous person deserves death. What is there to lament? How can you so casually disregard life? These are living, breathing individuals." Pei Xinying was visibly distressed, having internally sought justifications for her views, only to realize she was indeed this kind of person. Qiongyu furrowed her brow, equally perplexed by him. "What are you saying? Those who commit wrongdoings are inherently different from ordinary citizens. If you were to empathize with every wrongdoer, chaos would ensue." It was at this moment that Pei Xinying grasped the root of their conflict. He believed that as long as one had not committed any tangible wrongs, they cannot be deemed guilty. In contrast, she held a different standard. To her, whether one had acted, intended to act, or even aided in wrongdoing, all constituted complicity in sin. She maintained two distinct sets of criteria for those she judged guilty and for the common populace, finding it futile to reason with him. Qiongyu prepared to dismount the carriage. Instinctively, Pei Xinying grasped her sleeve, sensing that if she alighted, they might never have another opportunity to converse. Chapter 44, Assassination. With a perplexed gaze directed at him, Pei Xinying stammered, "Wait, I still have something to say." Qiongyu resumed her seat, looking at him expectantly, her eyes urging him to continue. "You merely hold a different viewpoint. You have not harmed those individuals. I have been somewhat extreme and rash," he admitted, lowering his gaze, unable to fully discern her expression, yet detecting sincerity in his tone. Qionyu's demeanor shifted. Her interest piqued as she observed him, awaiting his next words. Under her intense gaze, Pei Xinying momentarily forgot his rehearsed speech and, blinking, continued with diminished confidence. "I apologize for my unruly conduct and for any offense I may have caused you." With one leg crossed, Qiongyu leaned against the carriage, scrutinizing him. "Do you think merely expressing regret suffices, Xiaoqing?" Pei Xinying was taken aback by this question, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, standing there in a daze. Satisfied with his bewildered expression, Qiongyu chuckled, "I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Life would be rather dull if everyone shared the same thoughts." With that, she leaned against the carriage and closed her eyes. Observing the slight tremor of her lashes, Pei Xinying felt a surge of anger rise within him, emboldened by the moment as he reached out to touch her. However, before his hand could reach her face, it was seized by a hand that emerged from an unexpected angle. "Xiaoqing, what are you doing?" The grip tightened around his wrist, shaking him slightly. Pei Xinying struggled momentarily, unable to extricate himself, then exhaled softly, relinquishing his effort, letting his hand dangle, showcasing his martial prowess. "If I cannot evade such a trivial grasp, I would have perished countless times on the battlefield." As he spoke, he released Pei Xinying's hand. Rubbing his wrist, Pei Xinying noticed a red mark encircling it. Qiongyu, also observing the crimson imprint, felt an unusual sense of embarrassment, hiding her hand behind her back in apology, claiming, I must have exerted too much strength. It is of no consequence, he replied. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, has there been any unrest in the vicinity these past few days? Are there ambushers lurking here? Qiongyu dismissed the notion, referring to them as a mere rabble. Noticing Pei Xinying's partially understanding nod, she couldn't resist teasing him, stating that the soldiers borrowed for these few days were still present to protect them. However, in a few days, they would return to their ranks, leaving only the two of them and the guards bestowed by the emperor. Observing the changes in Pei Xinying's expression, she continued, if another assassination attempt occurs then, we might face a fierce battle. Watching Pei Xinying's troubled visage, Qiongyu suppressed a laugh, adding, what if I cannot protect you then? Pei Xinying pondered before earnestly stating, if such a situation arises, you must flee without concern for me. One of us must return home safely. Almost scorched by the worry reflected in his eyes, Qiongyu momentarily froze, lowering her head to mask her emotions. She did something she had long desired yet had not done. She reached out and ruffled Pei Xinying's fluffy hair. He emitted an air of bewilderment, instinctively tilting his head, causing her hand to sway along with his movement. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Qiongyu remarked, have you forgotten? A new batch of my soldiers arrived thereafter. If I cannot protect you even then, I fear my tenure as a general would come to an end. Only then did Pei Xinying realize that she was merely jesting, confident in her own capabilities. In a couple of days, the borrowed soldiers would return to their unit, and the captain came to bid farewell to Qiongyu. General, my subordinates are to return to their ranks. I wish you a safe journey and a swift return to the capital, the captain said, bowing respectfully. Qiongyu nodded, expressing gratitude for their invaluable assistance over the past days. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they formed a line and departed, leaving fewer than 30 individuals in their company, who continued onward. As they drew closer to the capital, Pei Xinying's heart raced with anticipation. Having failed once, the assassins would surely attempt again, likely daring not to strike within the capital, but rather in the surrounding areas. In contrast, Qiongyu and her subordinates appeared far more at ease, even engaging in discussions about the wildflowers and grasses lining the roadside, as if the impending assassination were a mere figment of imagination. Soon, Pei Xinying's premonitions materialized. That night, as they gathered around a campfire, engaged in idle conversation, the flames flickered with the crackling wood, and though the wind was calm, the temperature dropped steadily as they ventured northward. Pei Xinying had donned 2 additional garments, yet still felt the chill. Seated within the carriage, Qiongyu rested one leg on the yoke and let the other dangle casually, adopting a relaxed posture. The two conversed intermittently through the curtain of the carriage. Suddenly, the campfire flickered unnaturally, causing the lively chatter to cease abruptly, and a palpable tension descended upon the gathering. Though Pei Xinying in the carriage could not see anything amiss, she sensed the suffocating atmosphere and attempted to peer out, only to be gently pushed back by Qiongyu through the curtain. After a brief pause, she retreated her head and resumed her proper posture within the carriage. It was evident that the assailants this time were of a markedly higher caliber than those of the previous encounter. As those near the fire remained vigilant, an individual descended from the trees, engaging them in combat. At that moment, Qiongyu unexpectedly appeared beside Qiongyu, a handful of sunflower seeds in her grasp. As she cracked the seeds, she critiqued the fighters, pointing out who lacked skill and who had subpar agility, much to Qionyu's chagrin. Suddenly, an assailant leaped from the underbrush, aiming to strike Qiongyu. Unarmed, she deflected the attack with her folding fan, while Qiongyu jumped down from the carriage to confront the attacker. Pei Xinying inquired from within the carriage if they were all right, before she could receive a response. The curtain was abruptly lifted, and Qiongyu grasped her hand, pulling her from the carriage. With a firm motion, she released Pei Xinying's hand and instead encircled her waist. Having experienced this embrace numerous times, Pei Xinying felt no embarrassment. Instead, she took the opportunity to glance toward the carriage. A figure, shrouded in a tight veil, emerged atop the carriage, a long sword poised to strike downward. Pei Xinying, hindered in movement, felt an unsettling premonition that the sword might have pierced her. Qiongyu, gazing into the eyes of the cloaked figure, felt an unsettling familiarity and stared intently, drawing her sword from her waist. A glint of cold light flashed as she pushed Pei Xinying towards Duanlei, who had just finished a skirmish and caught her. He too turned his attention to the cloaked assailant. Clearly, Song Qiongyu's martial prowess surpassed that of the dark-clad figure. However, the latter's strikes were lethal. While Song Qiongyu aimed to unmask him, one by one, the others finished their confrontations and gathered around. Qiongyu called out, "General, if you slay him, you may as well see his true face." The cloaked figure, hearing her words, glared at Qiongyu in anger and attempted to retreat, only to be intercepted by Song Qionyu's sword. "Why the haste? Since you've come this far, allow me to witness your skill." The assailant turned back and swung his blade, missing entirely. After a few exchanges, Song Qiongyu seized the opportunity to lift the veil, revealing a familiar countenance beneath. In that fleeting moment of Song Qionyu's astonishment, the figure turned and fled. Although Qiongyu and the others were poised to pursue, Song Qiongyu halted them, advising against the chase. "This group likely came to gauge our strength. There may be more of their kind nearby. We should press on." The soldiers swiftly gathered their belongings and prepared to continue their journey, as they were only 3 days away from the capital. Song Qiongyu, mounted on her horse, inquired of Pei Xinying, "Can you ride?" Pei Xinying hesitated, for the carriage had been shattered during the attack, and she had no experience with horseback riding. Observing her troubled expression, Song Qiongyu understood the predicament. "In this desolate wilderness, we cannot procure another carriage. Thus, you shall ride with me." Pei Xinying's face flushed instantly, and he stammered, This seems rather unreasonable." Qiongyu, standing nearby, sighed in exasperation. "If you do not wish to ride with the general, then whom do you desire to ride alongside? Surely, it cannot be with Brother Duan?" Pei Xinying turned his gaze to Duanlei, who, with his robust physique, sat comfortably atop his steed. Although Pei Xinying was somewhat frail, he was not short. Adding him to the horse would undoubtedly burden it. Qiongyu glanced at Duanlei, then at the general, and a glint of mischief danced in his eyes. "You do not mean to ride with me, do you? That simply won't do. I have not yet made such an arrangement." Pei Xinying hastily clarified, "No, I did not intend that." With a slight pout, Song Qiongyu interjected, "Let us not debate this any further. If we continue, we may find ourselves unable to escape when the pursuers arrive." With that, she extended her fingers, sliding down Pei Xinying's forearm to grasp his upper arm, and with a firm motion, she hoisted him onto the horse, positioning him behind her. Pei Xinying, still taken aback by the sudden lift, remained momentarily dazed. Upon noticing his expression, Qiongyu turned away, stifling a chuckle. Surveying their surroundings, it appeared everyone else had already prepared for departure. Song Qiongyu drew Pei Xinying's hands around her waist, and with a flick of the whip, they set off. Caught off guard, Pei Xinying leaned back instinctively, grasping whatever provided him solace, Song Qionyu's waist. His cheeks flushed, and he yearned to withdraw his hands. But the fear of falling from the horse made him cling tighter. Observing the movements of the person behind him, Song Qiongyu silently smiled, and with another whip crack, the horse surged ahead. What initially was a 3-day journey was completed in just a day and a half due to their hurried pace. Upon reaching the city gates, the group dismounted. Outside the city, peach trees were in bloom, a stark contrast to the bare branches they had seen upon their departure. "Qiongyu, go into the city and procure a carriage to take young Master Pei back home," commanded Song Qiongyu. Dismounting, she did not allow Pei Xinying to dismount. Pei Xinying hesitated, then softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. However, should we not first report the details of this incident to His Majesty?" Song Qiongyu regarded him with a bemused smile. "I shall take care of that matter. You should return home and tend to your wounds." Feeling a surge of embarrassment under her gaze, Pei Xinying apologized. "I'm sorry for the trouble." His unspoken thoughts hung in the air, and Song Qiongyu understood his hesitance. Those unaccustomed to riding often find themselves injured, especially when hurrying back. Even seasoned riders can be hurt, let alone you. After a brief pause, she continued, "You should go home and apply some medicine. I will handle the rest." Pei Xinying bowed his head in agreement, murmuring a soft, "All right." Before long, Qiongyu returned with the carriage. Song Qiongyu extended her hand. And though Pei Xinying initially pretended not to see, he soon realized that the pain in his legs was unbearable. Reluctantly, he offered his hand to her. With her assistance, he dismounted slowly, straightening himself as he climbed into the carriage. As the curtain fell, Qiongyu noticed his expression falter, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. With a wave of his hand, he called for Qiongyu to escort young Master Pei back to the residence, advising caution and to take the smoother paths. Upon arrival, he requested the eldest son to come out and receive him. Qiongyu nodded, mounted the carriage, and departed. After watching them leave, Qiongyu also mounted his horse, embarking on his journey to the capital. Familiar roads led him past the general's residence. You may return first. I shall enter the palace to report to His Majesty and return shortly. He instructed his subordinates, who nodded in acknowledgement before heading home. Breathing a sigh of relief, Qiongyu gazed towards the palace, slowly riding in that direction. At the palace gates, he dismounted and handed the reins to a waiting eunuch, awaiting the return of the officer responsible for announcements. After days and nights of relentless travel, he stood at the palace gates, basking in the warm spring sunshine, his eyelids growing heavy. Before long, he succumbed to slumber while standing. When the announcing eunuch returned, he was taken aback to find a general asleep on his feet. A few guards exchanged bewildered glances, equally at a loss. Sensing the anxious gazes directed towards him, Qiongyu awakened and followed the eunuch into the palace. How did the journey fare? Yin Hachong inquired from his position in the imperial study, observing Qiongyu as she retrieved a memorial from her sleeve, presenting it to the eunuch standing nearby. Your Majesty, please review this. It details every event that transpired during the journey. Taking the memorial from the eunuch, he pinched its thickness, rubbing his temples with a look of exasperation. You may sit for now. Such a thick memorial must have taken considerable effort on your part. Qiongyu chuckled lightly. Your Majesty need not be so polite. I feared omitting details and thus wrote extensively. Yin Hachong smiled, flipping through the memorial, while Qiongyu rested her head on her hand, continuing the sleep she had not completed outside the palace gates. After a significant interval, Yin Hachong finally finished reading the memorial, his gaze deepening as he looked out at the shadows cast by the trees outside. Catching a glimpse of Qionyu's tranquil breathing, he smiled ruefully and resumed reviewing other memorials. When Qiongyu awoke, an hour had passed. Upon opening her eyes, she found Yin Hachong still engrossed in his work, unable to suppress another yawn. Without lifting his head, Yin Hachong remarked, You must be exhausted after these past few days. Ordinarily, you would never allow yourself to sleep here. Your Majesty truly possesses keen insight. On the way back, I was pursued, hence my hasty return, disregarding day and night. Qiongyu replied, shaking her head, acknowledging their urgency. Dismiss everyone, Yin Hachong commanded, clearing the hall, and fixed his gaze upon her. Do you have any leads? Chapter 46. Inquiry Your Majesty ought to comprehend, Qiongyu responded, meeting his gaze, while Yin Hachong averted his eyes, as if evading the topic. After a lengthy pause, he hesitantly inquired, Is it truly him? With a soft sigh, Qiongyu replied, Didn't Your Majesty already know? Why deceive oneself so? Yin Hachong raised his head, forcing back a hint of tears, and asked, Can any evidence be obtained? None. The witness has been poisoned, displaying remarkable cunning, Qiongyu remarked, sipping her tea, frowning slightly at its coolness before setting it down discreetly. I shall send someone to investigate. You have worked hard. Qiongyu, please return to your residence and rest, Yin Hachong instructed. Qiongyu nodded, rising to take her leave. Upon exiting the chamber, she inquired of the young eunuch at the door, What hour is it now? The young eunuch respectfully informed the general that it was now the second watch of the evening. Qiongyu nodded and stepped away. Upon exiting the palace gates, Qiongyu was already waiting outside with the carriage. General, shall we return to the residence? Qiongyu, placing a hand on her forehead, replied, First, take me to the Pei residence. I wish to see Pei Xinying. Qiongyu, dissatisfied, thought to herself that he had already been returned home. So why was there a need for another visit? The general had not slept for several days and surely deserved some rest. Qiongyu waved her hand dismissively, saying nothing. but her gaze urged Qiongyu to head towards the Pei residence. With her lips pursed in discontent, Qiongyu circled in front of Song Qiongyu several times to express her grievances. Yet, Song Qiongyu was too weary to pay her any mind. Having just emerged from the palace, she stifled a few yawns, leaned back against the carriage's interior, and closed her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Qiongyu swallowed her complaints and directed the carriage towards the Pei residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pei residence, Qiongyu, wishing to allow Song Qiongyu a little more rest, did not rouse her. However, the moment the carriage halted, Song Qiongyu awakened, reached out to lift the curtain, and prepared to disembark. Qiongyu hastily extended her hand to assist her, but upon receiving a flat expression from Song Qiongyu, she withdrew her hand, clasping it behind her back. She entrusted the carriage to a servant from the residence and followed Song Qiongyu inside. They first paid their respects to Minister Pei, who was immersed in reading in his study. Upon hearing the announcement, he emerged to greet the general, remarking on the length of time since their last meeting and inquiring about the journey's success. "Address me by my name, dear uncle," referring to me as General feels rather distant. Song Qiongyu responded with a smile. Minister Pei nodded, ushering her into the study, closing the door behind them, and inviting her to take a seat. He then asked, "I have heard from Pei Xinying that there seems to be another mastermind behind this matter?" Song Qiongyu nodded solemnly, acknowledging the truth in his words. Many clues were disjointed, and it was evident that someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. The mastermind they had apprehended had been poisoned before they could be interrogated, and the coroner had yet to be summoned to examine the body. She continued, strangely, "I had been observing him closely since our first meeting and found no signs of poisoning, which is quite perplexing." Minister Pei sat opposite her, absent-mindedly rolling a scroll in his hands. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. "There are likely secrets behind this matter that we should not be privy to." Song Qiongyu refrained from responding. Her knowledge extended far beyond mere suspicions. She even knew the identity of the hidden puppeteer, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate her claims. Unbeknownst to Minister Pei, the calm demeanor of Song Qiongyu belied a fierce internal struggle. He rose from his seat. "Your aunt has been inquiring about you for quite some time. Why not stay for dinner?" Song Qiongyu shook her head. "I cannot stay for dinner today. I have been away for over a month, and I am sure there are many matters awaiting my attention. My purpose here is to check on Pei Xinying's condition. Once that is done, I will return." Realizing her words came off a bit abrupt, she added, "In a few days, once I've settled my affairs, I shall come to visit." Minister Pei understood her unspoken intent and nodded. "Pei Xinying is resting in his room. Allow the steward to escort you there. I shall explain to your aunt, lest you become upset." Song Qiongyu smiled gently and bowed. "Thank you, uncle." She called for the steward, who would lead her to Pei Xinying's quarters. The courtyard was tranquil, with guards and maidservants stationed at the entrance. A man approached and inquired Uncle Wang, "What brings you here?" "The second young master has just applied his medication and is resting." The steward glanced back at Song Qiongyu, noticing her reluctance to depart. He informed the man that this was General Song, who wished to see the second young master. The man appeared conflicted, for the second young master was asleep, and it would not bode well to disturb him. Stepping forward, Song Qiongyu reassured him, "I merely wish to check on his condition. I shall not awaken him." With that, she pushed open the door and entered, leaving the steward and guards exchanging uncertain glances. It seemed this was not merely a matter of waking the young master. The room emitted a subtle scent of herbal medicine, likely the ointment applied to his wounds. Taking a few steps closer, she reached the bedside, where the curtains had already been drawn down, casting a soft, ethereal glow in the fading light of the setting sun. Gently lifting the curtain, she found Pei Xinying fast asleep. The sudden influx of light caused him to stir, struggling to turn over. Quick to react, Song Qiongyu stepped inside the curtain and lowered it again, watching as the furrowed brow of Pei Xinying gradually relaxed, and he ceased to move. Initially, she intended to inspect his injuries, yet found herself at a loss. To simply lift the blanket would be akin to an indiscreet intrusion. After a moment's hesitation, she reassured herself that they were, after all, betrothed by imperial decree, and thus she had every right to express concern for his well-being, worrying he might catch a chill. She cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket covering his legs, unable to suppress a laugh at the sight before her, hastily covering her mouth to stifle the sound. He wore silk undergarments that reached his ankles, yet had 2 holes cut out from the thigh to the groin, exposing the wounds treated with ointment. She reached out to touch Pei Xinying's forehead, finding it cool to the touch, and carefully tucked the blanket around him before rising to leave. Upon exiting, she noticed the entire courtyard was observing her, but she paid them no heed. "Steward, please escort me out," she requested. The steward turned and led her away. But as they moved further, the chatter of the guards and attendants reached their ears. Embarrassed, the steward apologized. "My apologies, General. I shall address the matter after escorting you out." Shaking her head, Qiongyu replied, "There is no need. It is merely human nature." The steward nodded in agreement, thanking her. Once in the carriage, Qiongyu sighed deeply and said, "Let us return to the manor." Hearing the weariness in her voice, Qiongyu cast a concerned glance at the carriage, as if he could see her fatigue through the curtains. Cracking the whip, he urged the horses onward. Upon returning to the manor, Qiongyu walked dully to her room, neglecting to bathe or freshen up, and collapsed onto her bed, closing her eyes. Qiongyu handed the reins to the coachman and hurried into Qionyu's room. Seeing her already lying in bed and fast asleep, he sighed softly, leaned closer, gently removed her boots, and retrieved a blanket from the cabinet, spreading it over her. Chapter 47. Rejection. Her slumber was restless, haunted by the specters of those she had slain in battle. In her dreams, it felt as though someone was bathing her with warm water. She attempted to open her eyes to see, yet was pulled deeper into the dream. Time slipped away in a haze until she awoke once more, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. As she stirred her fingers, she inadvertently roused Qiongyu, who had been resting at the bedside. As the autumn harvest approached, Qiongyu called out to Mr. Nan, announcing that the young lady had awakened. A man dressed in a light blue robe entered the room, backlit by the sunlight. Upon seeing him, Qiongyu managed a faint smile and said, "Mr. Nan, you have arrived." However, she quickly furrowed her brow, realizing her voice was somewhat hoarse. "Mr." Nan settled beside her bed, remarking, "If you had not awakened, Qiongyu would have insisted on dragging me out of here." Ignoring Qiongju's eye roll, she inquired, "Am I ill? How long have I been asleep?" "Indeed, it is quite rare for the general to recognize her own illness," he replied. "Insufficient rest and excessive worries have accumulated until they manifested all at once, resulting in your current predicament. You have been asleep for 2 whole days. Fortunately, your constitution is robust. With a few more days of rest, you will recover completely." Qiongyu nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Mr. Nan. How is Chunhua?" "She is well, though she misses you dearly and has entrusted me with a letter for you." Noticing Qionyu's eager gesture for the letter, Mr. Nan playfully tapped her palm with his ruler, saying, "You shall receive it once you are better." She shot him a glare before turning away, presenting her back to them. Mr. Nan chuckled softly as he exited the room. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted back to sleep, only to awaken later in the night. Qiongyu was asleep in the outer room. Barefoot, she approached the window, pushing it open to let the moonlight cascade in like flowing water. Not wearing shoes was intended to allow Qiongyu to rest a little longer without disturbance. However, she stirred awake, her bleary eyes meeting the sight of Qiongyu standing at the bedside. Startled, she then noticed her bare feet. Alarm transformed into anger as Qiongyu quickly stood up, pulling on her cloak with her left hand while lifting her shoes with the right, draping the cloak over Qiongyu and urging her to sit down while putting on her shoes. Qiongyu chuckled. "There is no need for such fuss. I am not a fragile porcelain doll. I am nearly recovered." Ignoring her words, Qiongyu squatted down, focused solely on helping her with the shoes. Blinking, Qiongyu lifted Qiongju's chin and asked, "Are you angry with me?" The moment she saw Qiongju's face, her smile faded. With tears streaming silently down her cheeks, Qiongju turned her head away defiantly, pulling away from Qionyu's hand. "Miss, you do not take care of yourself at all. You are still unwell, yet you walk barefoot on such a cold floor. Why should I care about your feelings?" Sighing, Qiongyu reached out to stroke her head. reassuring her, "I am indeed taking care of myself. I am truly better. With my constitution, I need not fear such things. What injuries have I not endured on the battlefield? You need not worry about me." Qiongyu, seeking comfort, nestled against her leg, sitting beside her. "Miss, wherever you go, please take Qiongyu with you, will you?" Gently stroking her hair, Qiongyu promised, "All right." However, before long, Qiongyu insisted on sending her back to bed, and she soon fell asleep again. The following morning, Qiongyu rose energetically to practice her swordplay. Mr. Nan also awoke shortly thereafter, nodding at the scene before heading to breakfast. After their meal, they entered the study, where several subordinates gradually followed suit. Qiongyu slumped into the armchair and said, "Now, let us discuss the recent developments." Mr. Nan rose to his feet and retrieved a letter from his sleeve. A personal correspondence entrusted to him by Miss Chunhua for the general. He then extracted another missive, this one pertaining to military affairs presented by Miss Chunhua. Taking both letters, he first opened the military document and began to read. Qiongyu then reported that during the general's 2 days of illness, 7 ministers had expressed a desire to pay their respects, alongside 3 invitations to banquets, all of which had been politely declined on the grounds of pressing affairs at the residence. Following this, the individuals remaining in the capital provided a comprehensive account of significant events, both major and minor, occurring in the city over the past month. Additionally, a team was tasked with investigating the affiliations of various ministers, the findings of which were duly recorded and submitted. The morning swiftly passed, and Qiongyu, rubbing her brow, declared that they could conclude for the day, acknowledging the hard work of all present. Indeed, came the chorus of agreement as the attendees gradually departed. Mr. Nan was the last to exit. Upon stepping outside, he turned back to glance at Qiongyu, who had picked up Chunhua's private letter, her face illuminated by a smile as she conversed with Qiongyu. The letter itself contained little of substance, merely some grievances and, primarily, an expression of longing for her lady and sister. Qiongyu blinked, asking, "Miss, shall we reply to my sister?" Chunhua and Qiongyu were sisters who had grown up alongside Qiongyu, sharing a bond akin to that of family. On this return to the capital, the more composed and meticulous elder sister remained in the military to observe developments, while the lively and astute younger sister stayed by Qionyu's side. Mr. Nan, originally a wandering physician from a family of forensic experts, had trained under the renowned healer Sai Huaduo, mastering the healing arts. During a perilous herbal gathering, he was rescued by Chunhua, leading to an unspoken affection that drew him to her side. Though reluctant, he accepted her request for assistance with her lady. Qiongyu retrieved a piece of ink from the bookshelf, positioned herself at the table, and began grinding the ink. She gently pressed Qiongju's shoulders, urging her into the grand chair. "You write first." Qiongju, feeling uneasy, protested, "Miss, this is against decorum. How can I sit in your chair and have you grinding for me?" Qiongyu soothingly caressed her face, saying, "It is just the two of us. There is no need for such formalities. You're family to me." Seeking comfort, Qiongju nuzzled her cheek against Qionyu's palm. Realizing she had never been apart from her sister for so long, and her heart ached with longing, she settled down to compose a letter to her sister. Once they had both finished their letters, they emerged from the study, only to find the waiting maid outside. Miss Qiongyu, a meal has been prepared for you. Still warm. Do hurry and eat." "Thank you, maid. The general has received an invitation to a banquet hosted by the second daughter of the minister Liu," announced a guard at the door, presenting a name card. Qiongyu frowned. "Did we not agree to decline all invitations? Why is this one being brought in?" The guard appeared troubled, explaining, "The servants from Minister Liu's household were quite insistent that I deliver this invitation. Otherwise, they threatened consequences for me. I feared it would cause trouble for the general's residence." Minister Liu, the one whose legitimate daughter became a favored concubine in the palace, Qiongyu recalled. "Indeed, she wields her power with an air of superiority." Qiongyu expressed her dissatisfaction. "Inform him that the general is unwell and cannot attend." Qiongyu remarked with a dismissive scoff, not even lifting her head. Chapter 48. The banquet after the guards paid their respects and departed. Qiongyu did not dwell on the matter. However, to her surprise, events took an unexpected turn. A few days later, she received another invitation to a banquet. Initially inclined to decline, she was taken aback upon seeing the name of the host. It was the daughter of Minister L, the esteemed concubine who had entered the palace. Puzzled by Minister L's intentions, she retrieved a booklet detailing prominent figures in the capital and discovered that Minister L was one of the 3 aides to the Minister of Revenue, Zhao Yang. Owing to his daughter's status as a favored concubine, he had gained significant favor with the minister, effectively positioning him at the forefront of the trio. Just days earlier, he had sent an invitation from his second daughter, and now he was extending an invitation through the concubine's daughter. This did not bode well. Contemplating the situation, a sudden smile broke across her face. She summoned a guard, instructed him to keep the invitation, and declared that she would indeed grace the gathering with her presence. The guard then exited to relay the message to the concubine's retinue waiting at the door. Holding the invitation, Qiongyu unfolded it to inspect the contents. It appeared to be penned by the concubine herself, with elegant handwriting and a hint of perfume, indicating a considerable effort had been made. The more thoughtful the gesture, the more it raised her suspicions. She had never met this concubine. It was unusual for her to be invited, especially after having just disregarded her sister's pride. Curiosity piqued. She resolved to discover the concubine's true intentions. Though the banquet was organized by the concubine, it was to be held at Minister L's residence. On the day of the event, Qiongyu donned a simple black riding outfit in preparation to leave. Qiongyu circled around her, exclaiming, "Why do you not wear something more vibrant, miss?" In jest, Qiongyu replied, "Isn't my beauty enough to shine without extravagant attire? Miss, while this outfit is practical, it does not do justice to your exquisite beauty," Qiongyu remarked while adjusting her clothing. Qiongyu shook her finger playfully, insisting that wearing ostentatious garments would imply an undue significance placed on the banquet, which she did not wish to convey to the other young ladies. Qiongyu nodded, albeit with a hint of regret, "But I have yet to witness you in splendid attire." "There's no cause for regret. We have ample time ahead of us, and opportunities will arise," Qiongyu replied, already nearing the door. Turning back, she flashed a smile at Qiongyu, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. When she turned away, Qiongyu had nearly reached the carriage at the back door. "Miss, wait for me," Qiongyu called out, rushing to catch up. They boarded the carriage en route to the minister's residence, but as they approached the vicinity, they found themselves ensnared in a congested street. Qiongyu lifted the curtain to peek outside, observing numerous carriages jostling for space, with several young ladies inside also peering out. Some had begun to speculate about Qiongyu's identity, while familiar acquaintances exchanged invitations for their respective carriages. Finding the scene somewhat tedious, Qiongyu lowered the curtain and leaned against the carriage wall. Seeing that passage was temporarily blocked, Qiongyu joined her inside, speaking softly to ease the monotony. "Madam, the young ladies from the noble families in the capital are not as splendid as depicted in poetry. To my mind, they pale in comparison to you." Qiongyu cast a sidelong glance at her, reminding her that they were in public and should refrain from speaking ill of others. Observing Qiongju's pouting lips, she gently cautioned her to be mindful of prying ears. Qiongju's expression visibly brightened. "My voice is so soft, they cannot hear us," she replied, gazing at Qiongyu like a docile and endearing puppy. Unable to resist, Qiongyu patted her head, saying, "I understand, yet if this habit takes root, it may lead to indiscretion. It is prudent to exercise caution when out and about." Qiongyu nodded vigorously, acknowledging her wisdom. She then gazed dreamily at Qiongju's face, whispering, "Miss, you are truly beautiful. I never noticed it before, but after seeing more girls, I realize you are the most lovely of all." Qiongyu chuckled softly. "You've only encountered a handful of ladies, yet you speak so grandly. Be wary of your tongue when we venture outside." Qiongyu giggled in response. Just then, a young servant descended from the carriage behind them and approached their compartment, inquiring, "Miss, the path ahead is clear. May we set forth?" Qiongyu lifted the curtain to step out, taking her place at the yoke, and expressed her gratitude to the young man. "Thank you for the reminder. We shall depart now." With that, they set off again. After several stops and starts, They finally arrived at the entrance of the esteemed official S residence, handing the reins to the stableman at the gate. She extended a hand to assist Song Qiongyu out of the carriage. Upon disembarking, Song Qiongyu did not rush to enter, but instead raised her gaze to the plaque above the door, the calligraphy robust and vigorous, reminiscent of a sturdy pine. Presenting the invitation to the gatekeeper, she watched as his drowsy demeanor was instantly replaced by alertness. With a respectful clasp of his fists, he said, "Esteemed sir, please wait here. The master has instructed that should you honor us with your presence, we must prepare to receive you." He began to retreat. Feigning surprise, Song Qiongyu arched an eyebrow. This general's purpose is to attend the banquet of the noble consort, so there is no need for the esteemed official to trouble himself. I will find my way to the consort. The gatekeeper, momentarily at a loss for words, remained resolute in blocking her way. "Esteemed sir, I must implore you to wait. If you were to enter unaccompanied, my life would not suffice as atonement." Curious to discern the family's intentions, Song Qiongyu affected a moved demeanor and said, "If that is the case, you may hasten. I shall wait here." The gatekeeper hurried inside to relay the message, and not wishing to linger at the entrance, Song Qiongyu descended a few steps, leaning against a stone lion, speaking softly with Qiongyu nearby. "Miss, why do you actually heed his words? You are not one to consider the feelings of the lower class," Qiongyu remarked. Song Qiongyu gently tapped her forehead with her finger, replying in an even softer tone. "It is evident they have ulterior motives. Naturally, I must ascertain their intentions. The best course of action is to follow their lead, for everyone possesses weaknesses. Allowing them to believe they have the upper hand will prompt them to reveal their flaws sooner." Qiongyu smiled in agreement. "Miss, you are truly astute." Song Qiongyu narrowed her eyes playfully. "Are you teasing me, you rascal?" As the two exchanged playful banter, the official hurriedly emerged, scanning the surroundings until he spotted the two beneath the stone. He rushed forward to bow. "General." Song Qiongyu did not extend her hand, but stood tall and straight, lowering her gaze upon the bowing official. After a considerable pause, she said, "There is no need for such formalities, my lord." The minister, with a polite smile, invited the general to follow him, mentioning that his daughter was also at the residence, eagerly awaiting a conversation with the general. Engaged in conversation ahead, they failed to notice the eye roll of Qiongyu behind them. Upon entering the estate, Song Qiongyu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, sensing that there was indeed much to unravel about this minister. The surroundings of the residence were exceedingly elegant, with an air of familiarity wafting through. In Chapter 49, Admiration, the minister led Song Qiongyu directly to the study. As soon as they were seated, the minister interrupted Song Qionyu's attempt to voice a question. He confessed that he found the situation rather abrupt, but explained that a relative of his had long admired the general and had asked his wife on numerous occasions. His face flushed slightly, indicating genuine embarrassment. "Unbeknownst to you, I have always found it difficult to refuse my wife's requests, so I thought of inviting the general to a banquet hosted by my daughter. However, due to the general's poor health, this plan had to be abandoned." As he spoke, a sense of melancholy crept into his expression. The empress later learned of this matter, and, wishing to alleviate her mother's worries, volunteered to host a banquet for you. I did attempt to dissuade her, but my wife was truly distressed, leaving me no choice but to acquiesce to this ill-conceived notion. I hope the general can forgive this. After bowing deeply, the minister, nearly touching his forehead to his knees, failed to notice the intriguing smile that appeared on Song Qionyu's face. Qiongyu, standing behind Song Qionyu's chair, scoffed quietly, remarking that with the elder's words already spoken, what more could the general possibly add? The minister, upon hearing this, panicked and pleaded, acknowledging his mistake and asking the general not to hold it against her out of respect for the empress's heartfelt intentions. Song Qiongyu casually crossed one leg over the other, resting an arm on the table, and with a hand to his forehead, remarked nonchalantly that the minister was being overly dramatic. How could he possibly blame the empress? The minister appeared increasingly flustered, stammering, "General, I," with a light laugh. Song Qiongyu urged him to rise. Once the minister stood up, he immediately scrutinized Song Qionyu's expression, only to meet his playful gaze, prompting him to lower his head again. At that moment, a servant knocked at the door, announcing, "Sir, the Empress has arrived and is waiting in the front hall." The minister cast a discreet glance at her and inquired, "General, shall we go greet the Empress?" With his head lowered, Song Qionyu's expression was hidden from minister, who felt a twinge of anxiety. Just as he was in a state of uncertainty, he heard Song Qionyu's response, "Then let us meet the Empress." The servant led the way, with Song Qiongyu following, and the minister trailed behind, walking alongside Qiushi. He constantly stole glances at Qiushi, who seemed to sense his scrutiny but pretended not to notice, ignoring him. Upon entering the front hall, they found a woman adorned in resplendent garments seated at the center. She wore a water-red silk gown embroidered with large hibiscus flowers, the voluminous skirt trailing elegantly behind her. The originally delicate blossoms appeared somewhat enchanting in the light of her captivating beauty. Her hair was styled in a cloud-like bun, embellished with jade hairpins and gold ornaments adorned with pearls. Initially, he merely cast a fleeting glance, yet he found himself captivated by the pearls that danced upon her hair adornments. The noble concubine also noticed Song Qionyu's gaze and restrained the urge to reach out. The delicate hairpins she wore were a special reward from the emperor, adorned with pearls salvaged from the depths of the South Seas, exquisite in quality and rarely found. Had it not been for the occasion of meeting Song Qiongyu today, she would never have dared to wear them. With a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, Song Qiongyu prepared to offer her respects. Seeing this, the concubine immediately rose and grasped her hand, halting the gesture of reverence. With a beaming smile, she remarked that General Song indeed exuded an aura of heroism, youthful righteousness, stating that she was merely 2 years older and, should the general not mind, she could be addressed as sister. Observing the hand that had been seized, Song Qionyu's smile faltered slightly. "Your Highness, you jest. My parents have been deceased for many years. Gaining another sister would likely complicate matters when I depart this world after a century." The concubine's smile stiffened momentarily as she withdrew her hand, gently patting Song Qionyu's hand in a gesture of comfort. "I misspoke. Please do not take offense, General." With that, she turned and returned to her seat, saying, "General, please take a seat. Let us converse." The concubine inquired about affairs at the border, listening intently and offering encouragement. Though a keen observer would notice that her thoughts were elsewhere, her gaze frequently darting toward the entrance as if awaiting someone. From the words of the attendant in the study, it appeared she was anticipating the arrival of a nephew of the official who had long admired her. Before long, the sound of footsteps could be discerned, and a handsome young man entered. Compared to the previously encountered Pei family father and son, he seemed somewhat lacking in charm. Yet, this young man, feeling confident in his appearance, flicked open his fan upon entering, striking a pose of a dashing gentleman. Not only Song Qiongyu, but also Qiushi, standing behind her, appeared disinclined to look further, turning her head away. The young man misinterpreted Qiushi's behavior as shyness and smiled theatrically. After bowing to the concubine, he positioned himself in front of Song Qiongyu, blushing and attempting to draw closer, only to be halted by her foot gently pressing against his, declaring, "I am already betrothed. It would be inappropriate to stand too close to another man." The three present were taken aback, astonished that such words could escape her lips. The young man, unperturbed, seated himself beside her and introduced himself as Su Huijing, a gentleman from Jiangzhou. His father served as the magistrate of Anping County under Jiangzhou, and his mother was the biological sister of the official's wife. Though he currently donned plain attire, he was confident that he would achieve success in the upcoming imperial examination. Upon hearing this, Song Qiongyu contemplated that in about a month, the first spring examination after the new emperor's ascension would indeed be of great importance. This thought flitted through her mind as she replied, "Is that so?" Su Huizing noted that, pride evident as he declared, "Even if I do not rank among the top scholars, I am certain I will at least pass the examination." Noting his lack of humility, Song Qiongyu frowned. Could someone like him truly succeed in becoming a jinshi? As the concubine observed their conversation, she rose and said, "Please continue your discussion. I shall see how the others are faring." With that, she exited, accompanied by her maidens. The conversations continued around her, and gradually, Song Qiongyu began to feel drowsy. Unable to stifle a yawn, Su Huijing's words suddenly ceased, and he cautiously inquired whether the general was weary. There are guest rooms in the manor. Would you care to rest for a while? Song Qiongyu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary. Rising, he indeed felt a tinge of fatigue. Why don't we step outside for a moment? The imperial concubine has invited us to admire the blossoms. We must pay our respects, lest our visit be in vain. Su Huijing nodded, extending his hand to invite Song Qiongyu to take the lead. As Song Qiongyu strolled towards the garden, the chatter of various young ladies reached his ears before they arrived. The lively banter created an atmosphere of merriment. Upon rounding the final corner, a vast expanse of the garden unfolded before them. Although it did not feature particularly rare species, its diversity was striking, and the flowers thrived abundantly, blooming large and resplendent, creating a breathtaking vista. The young ladies, adorned in garments of various hues, flitted amongst the blossoms, their presence harmonizing with nature, exuding an effortless charm. At that moment, one young lady caught sight of Song Qiongyu and his companion Su Huijing. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Song Qiongyu with disdain. Who are you? How could someone dressed in riding attire be among those invited by the imperial concubine? Song Qiongyu raised an eyebrow in confusion, glancing behind him to find no one there. Slowly realizing that she was addressing him, he questioned, is it forbidden to wear riding attire at the imperial concubine's banquet? Has she imposed a dress code? The young lady frowned, admitting, though there are no explicit regulations, it is commonly understood. It is quite rare to encounter someone so ignorant of decorum. Are you perhaps a country girl brought here by someone? Just as Song Qiongyu was about to retort, a voice from nearby interrupted. Do you think everyone is like your Miss Zhou, flaunting herself like a flamboyant pheasant every day? The young lady, her face flushed with anger, turned to confront the speaker, but, upon recognizing her, found herself compelled to bow in respectful greeting. Greetings, Princess Leong. The young ladies collectively offered their salutations. Song Qiongyu turned to look. The Princess Leong was the emperor's only biological sister, adorned in a pale lavender palace gown. Her hair simply styled in a bun with a few hairpins. Her presence radiated an ethereal grace. However, the words that escaped the princess's lips lacked that same refinement. What are you all staring at? Stand up and respond. The imperial concubine's taste leaves much to be desired, and her lackeys are equally uncouth. Two young ladies, cousins of the imperial concubine, whispered conspiratorially, they're only bold because the imperial concubine is not present. Would she dare act so brazenly if she were here? Song Qiongyu, with keen ears, caught their dialogue and glanced at them. The two young ladies, emboldened, scoffed at him before turning away. Unexpectedly, the princess also overheard their exchange. Without making a fuss, she merely gestured to her attendant to silence them. The attendant approached directly, and unbeknownst to anyone, several women clad in black appeared, seizing the two culprits' hands firmly. The attendant delivered 2 resounding slaps to each, employing full force. Their faces quickly reddened and swelled. They were taken aback by the blows, only realizing their predicament once the sting registered, prompting them to struggle and shout, "How dare you strike me? Do you know who my cousin is?" The events unfolded with remarkable swiftness, leaving Su Huijing in a state of utter bewilderment as he failed to comprehend the rapidity with which his 2 younger sisters were struck. He stood there, dazed and uncertain about how to respond to this farce. In their struggle, the 2 sisters caught sight of Su Huijing standing behind Song Qiongyu, desperately calling out to him with tear-streaked faces, pleading for rescue. Song Qiongyu, catching a glimpse of Su Huijing's expression, noted a fleeting look of gritted teeth before it vanished. She secretly chuckled, relieved that he had arrived. Otherwise, she would have missed this amusing spectacle. Princess Leong also noticed Su Huijing, furrowing her brow as she beckoned him over as one would a pet. Su Huijing glanced at Song Qiongyu, who exhibited no expression and did not meet his gaze. Lowering his head, he pondered his thoughts before approaching the princess, asking, "Your Highness, what business do you have with a humble subject?" In her hand, the princess held a bamboo whip, idly tracing the protrusions upon it. "Are you their elder brother?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied. The princess's voice rose slightly. "So, You are also the cousin of the favored consort? Yes. She scrutinized his visage closely, remarking, not particularly impressive. Su Huijing remained silent, while Song Qiongyu keenly observed his fists clenching within his sleeves, indicating his growing ire. Growing bored with the lack of entertaining responses, the princess waved her hand, dismissing him. At that moment, the maidservant tasked with summoning the favored consort finally arrived, leading her into the room. To safeguard her precious head ornaments, the consort refrained from making any grand gestures and approached slowly with the maid's support. Upon her entrance, she was instantly seen by her two desperate sisters, who cried out, "Cousin, save us! The princess is being utterly unreasonable. Look at what she has done to us." They sobbed as they spoke. Song Qiongyu, having pinched her ears at the noise, noted that the two young ladies were indeed quite loud, their wails piercing. A glance revealed the princess also rubbing her ears, and upon noticing the action, her interest piqued as she moved to approach. However, before she could take a step, the favored consort's sobbing interrupted her. "Your Highness, how can you treat them this way? Though they're my sisters, they're also respectable young ladies. Your actions tarnish their reputation." The princess, nearly laughing in exasperation, was about to retort when she suddenly noticed that, despite the consort's tears being directed at her, she continuously stole glances at the woman dressed in riding attire nearby. Unaware of being observed, Song Qiongyu yawned, eager to conclude this increasingly tedious farce. Even the unfinished book in her study seemed far more captivating than the current display of intrigue. Princess Leong found the scene increasingly entertaining. Having begun to speculate on Song Qionyu's identity, what was once a mundane banquet transformed into a source of amusement as she fixated her gaze upon Song Qiongyu. Oblivious to the princess's thoughts, Song Qiongyu remained lost in her own reverie. The favored consort, having cried for an extended period without receiving a response from either of the two, lifted her head in astonishment. What had begun as an opportunity for sympathy unexpectedly led to an intersection between the two individuals. The consort was filled with dread, realizing that should these two become acquainted, her plans for manipulation would likely become far more challenging to execute. With a swift glance, she tilted her head and collapsed. "The Empress has fainted." Quickly summoned the physician. Amidst the clamor, only one person noticed that Song Qiongyu had stealthily slipped away from the crowd. She intended to follow, but was halted by the consort's maid. "Your Highness, please spare the Empress. She did not mean to offend you." Lu Yang managed to free her sleeve from the maid's grasp, but when she looked up again, Song Qiongyu had vanished. In the center of the crowd, the feigning Empress squinted at Lu Yang, satisfied to see her hindered from pursuit, and contentedly closed her eyes. Seated in the carriage on her way back, Song Qiongyu leaned against the wall, feeling restless. Before long, she lifted the curtain and stepped outside. "Autumn Fruit, are you surprised to see me join you?" Seeing the joy radiating from Autumn Fruit's face, Song Qiongyu cruelly shook her head, observing the sudden disappointment on Autumn Fruit's face. She explained, "Being too close to those young ladies at the minister's residence made me nauseous from their perfumed scents. I felt dizzy inside the carriage and came out for some fresh air." Autumn Fruit had intended to give Song Qiongyu the silent treatment, but upon hearing her comments about the banquet being utterly dull, she quickly responded, "Indeed, it was quite boring." After her reply, she remembered her earlier irritation. Noticing the complete shift in her expression, Song Qiongyu leaned against the carriage wall and chuckled softly. Chapter 51. The Spring Examination. Upon returning home, Song Qiongyu found the outing exceedingly tedious, and thereafter declined all invitations, content to languish at home. Thus, she passed nearly a month in leisure, until the day of the new emperor's first imperial examination arrived. Throughout this month, she had not ventured outside, but had heard from the purchasing servants that the city was particularly lively. Scholars from all corners flocked to participate, adorned in a variety of attire and conversing in diverse accents as they traversed the streets. On the day of the spring examination, before dawn, as the roosters had yet to crow, a thunderous sound erupted. Song Qiongyu, still lost in slumber, was startled awake by the cacophony. With disheveled hair, she opened her door and inquired, "What is happening? Are we under attack?" The maid outside shook her head. "General, is the cannon fire from the examination hall." Over the past month, Song Qiongyu had learned a bit about the spring examination. She knew that on the day of the exam, the hall would fire 3 cannon shots to signal the candidates to rise, depart, and enter the venue. However, she had not anticipated such an early hour. Song Qiongyu found herself genuinely admiring the scholars. Realizing there was nothing amiss, she shook her head and, still groggy, returned to her room, collapsing on her bed and drifting back into dreams. The spring examination would last for 3 days, during which hopeful families awaited at the entrance, attempting to glimpse their loved ones diligently writing within. 3 days later, the gates of the examination hall slowly opened, and groups of candidates surged out, embracing their families, some weeping, some laughing joyously, and others wearing blank expressions. Song Qiongyu sat at a table by the window on the 2nd floor of a tavern opposite the examination hall, observing the myriad of human emotions below. She raised her cup and took a sip. Beside her, autumn fruit rested her chin on her hand, gazing downwards, knowing that soon the results would be announced. Those whose names appeared on the list might remain in the capital, while those who were unsuccessful would return home, eagerly awaiting the next opportunity for examination. A single spring examination had the power to alter the fates of countless individuals. As she poured forth her reflections, something was thrust into her hand. Lowering her gaze, she discovered it was a wine cup. Autumn raised her eyes to see Song Qiongyu holding another cup, lifting it in the air and gently swaying it as a gesture for a toast. Autumn, somewhat perplexed, finished her drink and set the cup down, questioning why the lady urged her to partake in the wine. Song Qiongyu, smiling, remarked that it was a rare occasion to witness her insightful musings, deeming it worthy of toast. Sensing the teasing tone in Song Qionyu's voice, Autumn pouted and turned her head away, gazing at the dispersing crowd below. After savoring the last sip and observing the lively scene, Song Qiongyu returned to her residence, contemplating that she might soon meet new colleagues at court. However, instead of encountering her colleagues, she received a summons to the palace. The decree did not explicitly state the reason for her summons, prompting Autumn to discreetly inquire of the young eunuch delivering the edict if he knew why the emperor had suddenly called for the general. The eunuch, equally in the dark, replied quietly that he only knew the emperor seemed quite irate. Upon hearing this, Song Qiongyu felt even more bewildered, yet resolved to enter the palace nonetheless. The emperor's urgency left her no time to change her attire, and she set out in a carriage. On the way to the palace, it appeared that many scholars were passionately discussing something. Even with Song Qionyu's nearly supernatural hearing, she could not decipher their words, though she vaguely caught the mention of the Minister of Rights. The Minister of Rights? Perhaps there was an issue with the spring examination. Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, she decided that she would learn the truth upon her audience with the emperor. Upon entering the palace, the closer she approached the imperial study, the more the awaiting palace maids and eunuchs displayed their trepidation. They navigated smoothly towards the study, but just as they were about to announce their presence, a sound of a cup shattering echoed from within. Song Qiongyu pushed open the door, only to have another cup hurled at her. She instinctively reached out and caught it, examining it closely. "Your Majesty, such exquisite thin porcelain. What a pity to break it. If you no longer desire it, perhaps you could bestow it upon me." Upon raising her gaze, she discovered not only the emperor within the study, but also a familiar figure, her fiancé. Since their return from Yuzhong, the two had not crossed paths, and she had not anticipated their first reunion in such a setting. However, neither appeared inclined to reminisce. Song Qiongyu sat down across from Pei Xinying, holding the cup and looking up at the emperor, questioning the urgency of his summons. The emperor, rubbing his temples, replied, "Minister Pei, I am weary. You shall explain." Pei Xinying nodded and turned to Song Qiongyu, saying, "Today, a candidate from the spring examination was beating a drum at the gates of the Dali Temple, loudly proclaiming that there had been a leak of questions. The guards at the Dali Temple initially intended to detain him for questioning." Song Qiongyu nodded in understanding, realizing that being summoned for questioning at the Dali Temple could entail considerable hardship, especially since this spring examination was of great importance. Even if the accusations were valid, one would inevitably face punishment. Moreover, he filed a lawsuit against all participants in this spring examination, including the Minister of Rights, the deputy minister, the proctors, and a multitude of candidates. Among them, the Minister of Rites, Zheng Qianlin, had previously served as the crown prince's tutor and had taught at the Imperial Academy for many years, garnering a considerable number of students. If the allegations were indeed true, how would his numerous pupils conduct themselves, and how should His Majesty address the matter? Yet, if the claims were unfounded, what audacity prompted him to sue the current minister? Just as Song Qiongyu pondered this perplexity, Pei Xinying continued, revealing that had they managed to apprehend him and interrogate him behind closed doors of the Dali Temple, the situation might have been more manageable. However, that scoundrel had prepared in advance, deliberately evading capture by the guards while loudly proclaiming that fraud was afoot, rallying many citizens to his cause. After a brief pause, Pei Xinying took a sip of tea, his irritation palpable as he recounted how, even after being captured, the man persisted in his raucous claims, asserting that if he remained silent for several days without anyone investigating, it would surely mean he had been silenced by them. The citizens, incensed by his words, clamored for his release from the Dali Temple, compelling Lord Zhao, the minister, to vow that no harm would come to him. Only then did the crowd disperse. Song Qiongyu nodded, recognizing the complexity of the situation. However, this was a matter for the Dali Temple. Why had His Majesty summoned her? The emperor finally lifted his gaze, stating that he had entrusted this case to the sub-minister Pei Xinying, but due to his frail health, the emperor feared for his safety during the investigation and wished to request the general's assistance. Song Qiongyu, already aware of the emperor's intent, reluctantly suggested that His Majesty could arrange for additional guards for the sub-minister. The emperor shook his head, asserting that a general's protection would far surpass that of several guards. He looked at her with an expression filled with trust, saying, "I can only place my faith in you." Song Qiongyu squinted slightly, realizing that His Majesty had likely conveyed such sentiments to many others before. Chapter 52. The examination hall. The emperor, somewhat discomfited, averted his gaze and then feigned calmness, stating that the implications of this matter were significant. If not resolved appropriately, it could undermine the court's authority. After a moment of serious contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon Song Qiongyu. "I entrust this matter to you, General Song." Song Qiongyu lowered her eyes, and after a brief pause, raised her head, replying, "Since Your Majesty has spoken thus, I shall respectfully acquiesce. However, my duty shall solely be to ensure Sub-Minister Pei's safety. The investigation shall be under his purview." The emperor interjected, "The investigation will indeed be the responsibility of Sub-Minister Pei." Song Qiongyu nodded and turned to Pei Xinying, who had remained silent, inquiring, "When shall we commence our investigation, and where shall we begin?" After a prolonged silence, Pei Xinying slowly responded, "Since he alleges that the minister leaked the questions, let us begin by examining the answer sheets." Song Qiongyu nodded and addressed the emperor, "We shall take our leave, Your Majesty." The emperor appeared somewhat surprised. "There is no need to rush. Stay for a meal before you depart." Waving his hand, Song Qiongyu laughed heartily. "Once we solve the case, we shall return to request that meal, and at that time, Your Majesty must treat us to several additional dishes." The emperor chuckled in agreement, reclining back. "Certainly, then I shall not keep you." After bowing in unison, Song Qiongyu and Pei Xinying exited the imperial study. The journey from the study to the palace gate was marked by silence between the two, but once they stepped outside, the faint smile that had graced Song Qionyu's lips vanished instantly. Pei Xinying boarded the carriage of the Pei residence and lowered the curtain, preparing to call the coachman to set off. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, and upon raising her eyes, she saw Song Qiongyu. She addressed the carriage of the Song residence, stating that Pei Xinying's carriage would take her home, and advised him to return to the manor first. After the Song carriage departed, Song Qiongyu calmly instructed the Pei family's driver to head to the examination hall. The driver hesitated, glancing at Pei Xinying, and only responded after she nodded, helping to lower the curtain and guiding the horses towards the examination hall. Inside the carriage, Song Qiongyu and Pei Xinying sat facing each other in silence. As they neared the examination hall, Song Qiongyu heard a faint apology. Confused, she wondered why there was an apology. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to make this trip and endure the back and forth." Pei Xinying mumbled, his head bowed, obscuring his face from her view. Drawing a fan from her waist, Qiongyu gently lifted his chin, noticing the faint redness around his eyes. I do not harbor any resentment towards you, she reassured him. After a moment's contemplation, she added, since leaving the imperial study, I have not engaged with you, not out of anger, but rather in deep thought about this case. Pei Xinying evidently remained skeptical, responding with a hollow "all right, I understand." He was aware that his expression might betray him, so he hastily composed himself and inquired, "What are your thoughts then?" As he spoke, he followed her hand with his gaze, noticing the fan that was not the mother-of-pearl one, but rather a jade fan, its pale green handle accentuating her delicate hands. However, Pei Xinying knew that these seemingly fragile hands could easily snap his neck with a mere squeeze. He subtly shifted his head away from the fan, feeling somewhat uneasy as he stared at his own toes. Qiongyu refrained from sharing her thoughts, declaring, "This case is yours. I am merely responsible for ensuring your safety. You are in charge of all decisions." Pei Xinying did not appear flustered. Before the Yuzhan case, he had independently investigated matters. After a moment's reflection, he quietly leaned closer to her ear and asked, "Why did you not refuse His Majesty? If you had, he would likely have acquiesced, as I have guards to protect me." Qiongyu regarded him with a perplexed expression, momentarily uncertain of his intentions. She deflected with, "Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well assist you in investigating the case. It is more interesting." Unsure if he believed her, Pei Xinying nodded and settled back into silence. Before long, they arrived at the examination hall. Having only seen it from a distance before, Pei Xinying was struck by the imposing height of the walls, topped with sharp iron spikes. Qiongyu could not resist reaching out to touch them, but her hand was intercepted by another. Looking at the owner of the hand, she blinked in confusion as Pei Xinying released her grasp. "These spikes are exceedingly sharp. Be cautious not to injure yourself," he warned nonchalantly as he withdrew his hand. Following him to the entrance, she inquired, "Shall we enter now?" Pei Xinying shook his head. "Let's wait. In our haste to leave the palace, I did not secure the imperial edict. Without it, we cannot gain entry." "Oh," she replied, unaware of the intricacies involved in the imperial examinations, and sat beside him on the steps, awaiting the edict. Perhaps the emperor anticipated their direct arrival at the examination hall, for soon an imperial edict was delivered. Upon the officials of the hall receiving the decree and ushering them inside for introductions, Qiongyu resembled an unsophisticated youth, curiously gazing about with wide eyes. Observing her behavior, Pei Xinying clenched her fists within her sleeves, ultimately unable to contain herself. She sought a secluded corner and, with a tone laden with exasperation, tugged at Qionyu's sleeve, remarking that her theatrics had grown excessive. The disappointment in Pei Xinying's voice filled Qiongyu with trepidation regarding the future of their case. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, she halted the leading official and insisted, "Take us directly to the examination papers." The official nodded and guided them to the paper storage, where he explained that following a public outcry, His Majesty had ordered a cessation of the copying of examination papers, leaving many incomplete. The left stack comprised those already copied, while the right remained untouched. Pei Xinying, stepping inside, inquired whether any discrepancies had been detected in the copied papers. The official confirmed that indeed, irregularities had emerged. This year, there were 5,000 candidates, and they had engaged 50 skilled calligraphers for the task. The following day, numerous papers exhibited signs of similarity. Why was this not reported? Pei Xinying pressed. If issues are found during copying, all papers are submitted collectively to higher authorities for review. Only upon confirmation of discrepancies are they escalated. As dictated by the law, my lady, the official replied, visibly anxious. Proceed, Pei Xinying instructed. Qiongyu observed her expression closely, but discerned nothing amiss as she followed her to the writing desks. The room contained 4 desks, each bearing 2 stacks of papers, with a neatly arranged pile on the floor to the right. Approaching the stacks, Qiongyu casually skimmed through the papers on the ground, discovering that they were indeed well copied in exquisite calligraphy. Noticing Pei Xinying seated at a desk, examining the papers, Qiongyu took up a scroll to scrutinize. After perusing several papers, Qionyu's brow furrowed deeply. She glanced up to find Pei Xinying's anger barely contained. Chapter 53. The Minister, rising unsteadily from the desk. Pei Xinying stumbled toward the exit. Alarmed, Qiongyu followed closely behind. Forcefully pushing open the door, Pei Xinying stepped outside, leaving the guards outside exchanging uncertain glances. Unsure if they should intervene, Qiongyu hastened to catch up, seizing his sleeve, nearly tripping in the process. With a firm grip, she turned him around, and she noticed the redness at the corners of his eyes, tears welling in his gaze. Momentarily taken aback, Qiongyu urged him to exit the examination hall swiftly, assisting him into a carriage. "What troubles you?" she inquired. Pei Xinying raised his head, affirming that there were indeed issues with the examination papers, with numerous similarities. Tentatively, Qiongyu asked if he suspected the Minister of Rights. Pei Xinying shook his head, burying it in his knees, clutching his head in anguish. "I do not know," he lamented. "I believe in my teacher. He is not one to engage in such conduct. Yet, the papers are undeniably flawed. Regardless of whether he leaked the questions, he will face imprisonment and trial." Qiongyu understood his thoughts and articulated them following his words. Pei Xinying raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, exclaiming, "I cannot. I am unable to." Captivated by the fragile beauty of Pei Xinying before him, Qiongyu completely missed what she had just said. Pei Xinying shot her an annoyed glance, but remained silent. Gradually, Qiongyu realized that he seemed to be upset. Recalling their previous conversation, he surmised what he had not heard. He remarked, "If you were to handle this, you could still take charge, providing your teacher with a more suitable environment in which to be detained and inquire about some leads concerning the case. However, if you remain inactive, I fear the investigation may be reassigned." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "At that point, I cannot guarantee the safety of Minister Zheng. Given his advanced age, should another individual recklessly employ torture, I worry that his frail body may not withstand it." Listening to Qionyu's words, Pei Xinying suddenly realized, "You are right. Let us depart at once." With that, she urged the coachman to set off immediately. Upon arriving at the minister's residence, Pei Xinying disregarded the eggs and vegetable leaves hurled by scholars at the entrance and stepped forward to knock on the door. The gatekeeper cautiously peeked out and, upon recognizing her, said, "Lady Pei, please come in." After they entered, he promptly shut the door behind them. Pei Xinying felt a pang of sorrow as she slowed her pace upon entering. She ambled toward the minister's study, and before she could knock, the minister called from within. "Come in." Qiongyu observed the tall youth in front of her, wiping his eyes with his sleeve before pushing the door open. She followed closely behind and upon entering, beheld an elderly man with a head full of white hair seated at the main desk, his expression warm and gentle as he smiled at Pei Xinying. The desk was meticulously organized, the books on the shelves categorized, the pens neatly hung, and the inkstone exceptionally clean. The minister donned a plain white garment, suggesting he had been waiting for quite some time. Pei Xinying likely wished to suppress her tears, but upon seeing this venerable figure, reminiscent of both a teacher and a father, the desolation of his impending imprisonment overwhelmed her, and she could not restrain her tears. While weeping, she bowed in respect to her teacher, and the minister appeared somewhat moved by the scene, a fleeting look of guilt crossing his face as he observed her bent form. Qiongyu, standing behind her, clearly perceived that the minister harbored some secrets. After the bow, Pei Xinying took a seat, inviting Qiongyu to sit beside her. Just as she was about to speak, the minister preempted her, addressing Qiongyu, "You must be General Song, indeed striking and elegant. Our Xinying is truly fortunate to have such a fiancé." Pei Xinying's face flushed slightly as she covertly glanced at him, only to find that her gaze was not directed at him, but rather fixed upon the teacher, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Following her gaze to the teacher, the two exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar, leaving Pei Xinying at a loss for words. Breaking the silence was Qiongyu, who leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and assumed an assertive posture. "Minister, you must be aware of the purpose of our visit, correct?" The minister lowered his head, then raised it again, his face returning to the benevolent smile he wore upon entering. "This was only natural. I would not hinder Pei Xinying's investigation. Imprison me, I confess." Pei Xinying abruptly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Teacher, do you realize what you are saying?" Yet, the minister maintained his calm demeanor. "Xinying, you have not misheard. I confess my guilt. I leaked the questions, so bind me and take me away." Pei Xinying paced the room a few times, helplessly casting a glance at Qiongyu, for in this moment, he could rely solely on her. Understanding his plight, Qiongyu gestured for him to follow, and together they exited the room, leaving the astonished minister behind. As they stepped out, Pei Xinying opened his mouth to speak, but Qiongyu covered his lips, guiding him into an empty room before releasing her grip. "Say whatever you wish here. It is safer." Pei Xinying rubbed his face, as if still feeling the imprint of her hand. "I cannot believe the teacher would act in such a manner." After a moment of composure, Pei Xinying voiced his thoughts. He turned to look at Qiongyu, seeking affirmation from her expression. Qiongyu, who had seldom returned to the capital and did not know Minister Zheng, was aware of his predicament. He desperately needed someone to validate his beliefs to sustain his resolve. Even in light of the admission from the accused, Qiongyu grasped his intent, nodding emphatically. "Do what you must. I believe in you and support you." Concerned that he might act in haste due to desperation, she subtly reminded him that if the minister were indeed wronged, he would not tarnish his lifetime reputation by confessing. What truly transpired? Noticing that he seemed to be piecing things together, she stood on tiptoe and gently tousled his hair. "Everything can be resolved. I will stand by you." Pei Xinying nodded, retracing his steps to ensure the teacher's safety. "Regardless of what he claims, I must uncover the truth." Observing Pei Xinying stride forward with determination, Qiongyu smiled and followed closely behind. Upon returning to the study, Pei Xinying had already arranged his expression, smiling as he said, "Regardless of whether you are guilty or innocent, please accompany us for a moment." The minister stood expressionless, casting a lingering glance at Qiongyu as he walked past her, then exited without a backward glance. The guards led the minister away, expecting him to be taken through the main gate to a prison card, yet they directed him to the back entrance, where a small carriage awaited. The guard still courteously invited the minister to board. Chapter 54. The Sunny turned back to glance at the estate, only to see the gates firmly shut. He understood that his most cherished student acted out of belief in his innocence or a sense of being wronged, preserving the last vestiges of his dignity. Though his heart stirred with emotion, he ultimately said nothing and boarded the carriage. Meanwhile, Pei Xinying began searching for clues in the study, and Qiongyu, observing his methodical movements, could not help but inquire, "It seems you have a sense of the clues that may arise here?" Pei Xinying did not turn around. Gasping for breath from the search, he replied that he had attended lessons in his teacher's study long ago and had some understanding of his habits. Perhaps he could uncover something. Qiongyu nodded, remaining seated without any movement, while Qiongyu, who had come along at some point, regarded her with a reproachful gaze. She shrugged, spreading her hands in a manner reminiscent of a rogue, and said, "I am merely a guard. The investigation is the responsibility of Qiongyu. Besides, I have never attended a lecture by Minister Zheng. What if I inadvertently damage something? How would I face Qiong's ire?" Pei Xinying squatted in the corner, listening to their conversation, unable to suppress a smile as he continued his search. Before long, Qiongyu and Qiongyu abruptly stood up, startling Pei Xinying. Just as he was about to inquire, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. A figure burst through the door, and upon seeing several people in the room, stepped back and scrutinized Qiongyu. "Who are you? Why are you in my home?" Pei Xinying peeked out from behind her, causing the stranger's expression to shift instantaneously. A fleeting hint of guilt flashing across his face before it hardened into a facade of bravado. "So it was you who brought them here. What do you want? Where's my father?" As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flicked toward a box atop the bookshelf, silently noting the oddity of his actions. Qiongyu remained silent. Pei Xinying narrowed his eyes, demanding, "Where has your teacher gone?" Zheng Rui, seemingly oblivious, replied, "How would I know? Our old man never informs me of his whereabouts." Despite his words, a profound solitude lingered in his eyes. "Then where is he?" Suppressing all emotion, Zheng Rui fixed a blank stare upon Pei Xinying. "You must have heard that a candidate recently drummed on the Dali Temple's drum, accusing the Minister of Rights of leaking exam questions. Pei Xinying turned back to continue his search. Zheng Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? My father has been taken away? Do you have any evidence? He surged forward to grab Pei Xinying, only to be blocked by Song Qionyu's outstretched arm. He attempted to push past her, but she, somewhat impatient, exerted a bit of force, causing him to stagger backward, nearly falling. Regaining his footing, he stared at Song Qiongyu incredulously, pointing a finger at her. Who are you? And why do you possess such strength? Song Qiongyu casually dusted off her hands and remarked, as a military general, one must possess considerable strength. If you were to rush past and knock Xiaoqing unconscious, would this case still be worth pursuing? Ignoring her words in a fit of indignation, Zheng Rui glared at Pei Xinying. My father is an exceedingly principled man. You know him better than I do. He would never commit such an act, would he? Pei Xinying nodded. I naturally believe in my teacher. However, he insists on confessing to all charges. What can I do? If you have any clues, please share them with me, so we may restore my teacher's honor. Zheng Rui hesitated, then said after a moment, I have no clues to offer. I believe in him. You may search as you wish. With that, he turned to leave. Song Qiongyu exchanged a glance with Qiu Shi and subtly nodded toward the direction he had departed, prompting Qiu Shi to quietly follow him. The atmosphere in the study grew tense. In an effort to lighten the mood, Pei Xinying took the initiative to recount his past experiences with Zheng Rui. He was the most favored disciple of the minister, having been by his side since the dawn of his education. At that time, Zheng Rui was only a few years his senior, still yearning for paternal affection. However, Zheng Rui's talent was rather limited, and naturally, the minister's attention was predominantly directed towards his other students. Among those gathered around the minister were not only him, but also the current emperor and several other children. Even on days of rest, visitors continually arrived, and whenever there was a moment of leisure, lessons would ensue. Over time, Zheng Rui felt that the minister cherished his students more than he did his own son. Despite being the minister's biological child, he felt a sense of injustice, yearning for his father's attention, lacking exceptional literary talent to captivate his father's gaze. And being well-behaved and understanding only led to being overshadowed by others. Ultimately, he mused that being a good child did not secure paternal love, so he resolved to misbehave, engaging in all sorts of mischief, yet still received no response, not even reprimands. Upon hearing this, Song Qiongyu was equally perplexed and remarked that, from what you say, it indeed seems the minister does not favor his own child. I cannot blame him for his misunderstanding, for I too cannot comprehend it. Pei Xinying, feeling helpless, interjected that she had not yet finished speaking. At that time, the minister would return home only after nightfall, allowing him to sneak just a glance at Zheng Rui before retreating to his own chamber. By the time Zheng Rui arose the following morning, the minister had already been in court for quite some time. Thus, the father and son rarely met, and the minister felt deeply indebted to Zheng Rui. Upon learning of his misdeeds, he could only sigh and let it be. After hearing this, Song Qiongyu shook his head, stating that both father and son were fools. Without expressing any thoughts on the mentor's actions, he sighed and continued to search. Song Qiongyu then turned his gaze towards the box Zheng Rui had been observing, retrieved a chair, and stood upon it to take a look. It was a small camphor wood box, and upon opening it, he discovered a piece of paper inscribed with a page of examination questions. Holding up the paper, he exclaimed, Pei Xiaoqing, look at this. Pei Xinying turned to glance, promptly stood up, but as he hastily moved, he braced himself against the table, his body swaying slightly, and he closed his eyes. Song Qiongyu quickly jumped down from the chair to support him, asking what is wrong. I shall fetch a doctor for you. Sensing her intention to leave, Pei Xinying grasped her sleeve, saying, No need, I merely rose too quickly. A moment's rest will suffice. He was led a few steps to a chair, where he was gently seated. Although Pei Xinying felt a bit lightheaded, he remained preoccupied with the examination paper, asking the general, Could you please read the questions on the paper to me? As she slowly recited the questions, she noticed Pei Xinying's expression tightening, and after exhaling deeply, he confirmed, These are the original questions. What shall we do next? Song Qiongyu inquired. Pei Xinying shook his head and covered his face, saying, Let me think for a moment. Just as he pondered, Qiongyu returned with a lively stride, entering the room and proclaiming, "Indeed, there is a problem." Chapter 55, Inquiring. Pei Xinying had not noticed the subtle exchanges between the two earlier and was now quite curious. "What riddle are you two playing?" "I just observed that this young master Zhang Rui seemed somewhat off, and I felt he might know something, so I asked Qiongyu to follow him," Qiongyu explained. Pei Xinying nodded slightly and inquired, "Why did I not see it?" "It was only natural that you were preoccupied with searching for clues and did not notice his expression," Qiongyu remarked with a smile. After speaking, she turned to Qiongyu and said, "Share your findings with us." Qiongyu, feigning modesty, sat down and took a sip of the tea on the table before recounting, as I accompanied young Master Zhang on his way back. He was murmuring to himself about something unclear. Upon returning to his room, I noticed the steward of their household exiting from within. He continued after a brief pause. The steward placed a piece lock on his desk, which appeared to have some age to it. It must have been something he cherished since childhood. Upon seeing that piece lock, he seemed to have tears in his eyes. He then carefully tucked the peace token into a hidden compartment beneath his desk, after which he exhibited no further peculiar behavior. Subsequently, I returned. Pei Xinying appeared to recall something and asked Qiongyu if the peace lock was adorned with gold and jade, featuring a rare lake-like clarity of jade, with 3 vibrant green emeralds hanging beneath it. Qiongyu nodded affirmatively. Pei Xinying pondered for a moment before exhaling a sigh. "I believe I understand." Without waiting for them to inquire further, Pei Xinying elucidated, "I have seen that peace lock. It was prepared for him by the matron upon his birth, accompanying him throughout his childhood. If the steward returned the peace lock to him, it indicates that Zhang Rui either lost it without realizing or was too apprehensive to search for it. He has always treasured that peace lock as if it were a precious gem, never parting with it. Thus, there exists only one possibility. He must have dropped it while engaged in an activity that caused him considerable anxiety, failing to notice it at the time. Later, upon realizing its absence, he refrained from searching, at which point the teacher discovered the peace lock and discreetly instructed the steward to return it to Zhang Rui. At this juncture, Pei Xinying gently tapped her right fist into the palm of her left hand and mused, if this is the case, then the teacher admitting to this matter would provide him with a self-justified reason for protecting his son, although reluctant to accept it. This seems to be the most plausible explanation. Unable to contain herself, she paced a few circles on the floor, pondering the motives behind such actions. What benefit could this bring him? Qiongyu interrupted her musings and directly asked, "What do you think?" "This might just alert the snake in the grass," she said with an expressionless face, tilting her head. "Currently, we have no other leads. If we could extract something from him, wouldn't we be able to proceed?" After some contemplation, Pei Xinying realized she had no alternative approach, as there seemed to be no breakthrough. Nodding, she asked, "Shall we seek him out now?" Qiongyu shook her head. "Let us wait a while." Pei Xinying assumed there was a deeper meaning to this and quietly sat beside her, waiting. After a short while, she heard the rhythmic sound of breathing from the side. Turning her head, she observed that Qiongyu had her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. With a hint of helplessness, she quietly asked Qiongyu, "Is our general not well rested from last night?" Qiongyu quietly responded that the general had slept well last night, but he had always been one to retire early and rise at dawn. However, he would not indulge in slumber when the enemy's intentions remained unclear. With a smile, he observed that General Pei Xinying must feel secure enough to sleep beside Qiongyu, believing that Qiongyu would not harm her. As Pei Xinying's face gradually flushed, it seemed evident that the general trusted Qiongyu. Deeply moved by these words, Pei Xinying fell silent, pondering the current clues surrounding the matter, yet struggled to comprehend Zhang Rui's motivations. What exactly did he intend to achieve? Much time passed, and as dinner approached, Qiongyu awakened leisurely, gazing out at the darkening sky in astonishment. She closed her eyes to rub them, but upon reopening them, the twilight remained persistent. Noticing her stirring, Pei Xinying rose and suggested they meet with Zhang Rui to discern his true intentions. Qiongyu, feeling a rare twinge of embarrassment, wondered why she had not been awakened sooner. With a smile, Pei Xinying explained that he had dispatched someone to keep watch, noting that Zhang Rui had not left his room all afternoon. The window was ajar, allowing them to see him clearly within, thus he could not escape. After a brief pause, he continued, expressing concern for her well-being and wishing for her to rest a bit longer. Overwhelmed by his heartfelt sincerity, Qiongyu found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Pei Xinying did not wait for her response and stepped outside, only to turn back and call, "General?" Qiongyu, still groggy, hurried to catch up with him. The steward guided the trio along a path in the minister's garden, each harboring their own secrets. Upon entering Zheng Rui's courtyard, Qiongyu spotted a tall magnolia tree, beneath which several swings of varying sizes were suspended. Zheng Rui sat upon the highest and largest swing, eyes closed, leaning against the ropes as he awaited the sunset. Hearing their footsteps, he reluctantly opened his eyes, revealing an impatient expression, questioning their purpose for visiting. Yet, beneath his irritation lay a hint of insecurity. "Since we are here, won't you invite us for a meal, Brother Zheng?" Pei Xinying inquired as he brushed away the leaves that had fallen onto Zheng Rui's shoulders. Zheng Rui hesitated to refuse, as he had a few questions he wished to pose to Pei Xinying, ultimately deciding to keep them there. Seated at the dining table, the four exchanged no words, allowing the servants to serve dish after dish. Finally, Zheng Rui could no longer contain himself and asked, "You have spent the whole afternoon in my home. Have you uncovered any clues?" Pei Xinying shook his head, responding, "We wish to inquire of you. Do you truly possess no leads whatsoever?" Zheng Rui's face remained calm as he replied, "Indeed, I know nothing." Still uneasy, he pressed, "What if no clues arise at all?" Qiongyu shook her head, saying, "It matters not. My fate would only lead to a scolding from the emperor, while you, young Master Pei, would naturally face dismissal from your post." In the dim light, Qiongyu noticed a semblance of relaxation in Zheng Rui's expression. She remarked, however, that the minister Zheng might not share the same sentiment. Given the magnitude of the current turmoil and Zheng's admission, should he fail to substantiate his innocence regarding the leak of exam questions, it seems that the minister may face dire consequences. Chapter 56. The candidate Zheng Rui's hand, holding the teacup, trembled slightly. He soon became aware of his indiscretion and pressed his quivering hand down with the other, raising his gaze. He masked his discomfort with a fade of insincere smiles, forcing himself to finish the meal. At the table, Pei Xinying and her companion persistently probed for information, yet Zheng Rui deftly deflected their inquiries with ease. The meal concluded, but they had gleaned nothing of substance. Reluctantly, they returned home, with Zheng Rui escorting them to the door. As they reached the entrance, Pei Xinying had already boarded the carriage. In a moment of recollection, Qiongyu turned back towards Zheng Rui, leaning closer to whisper in his ear that if no progress was made in the coming days, it was likely that someone would grow anxious and urge the Dali Temple to resort to torture. After speaking, she made no further gestures, just as Pei Xinying lifted the curtain to see why she had not yet entered the carriage, as if their conversation had never occurred. Qiongyu waved goodbye with a smile, bidding, "Young Master Zheng, may we meet again by fate." Long after the carriage had departed, Zheng Rui remained at the doorstep, his face pale. After a prolonged moment, he gradually closed his eyes and retreated into the residence. Within the carriage, Pei Xinying inquired if she had said anything to him. Noting his distressed countenance, Qiongyu, taken aback, responded with a simple, "What could I have said?" Pei Xinying nodded, leaving her uncertain if she was believed or not. As they passed the Song residence, their carriage halted, just as Qiongyu was about to disembark. She suddenly recalled that they had yet to decide on their destination for the following day. She sat back down and asked where they would go to investigate. He must have already planned their itinerary, as he promptly stated that they would inquire about the source of the candidates' answer sheets. Qiongyu nodded in agreement, exclaiming that it was a splendid idea. After exchanging farewells, she alighted from the carriage without a backward glance. Pei Xinying chuckled softly, shaking her head, and instructed the driver to return home. The next day, as Pei Xinying awakened, she was greeted by a commotion outside. Curiosity piqued. She summoned a guard to inquire about the source of the noise. "It is likely General Song performing his swordsmanship," came the guard's response, his expression betraying no emotion. accustomed as he was to the disturbance. What initially seemed like mere noise transformed into a roaring wave as she opened the door, nearly overwhelming her. The raucous cheers and shrieks of the maidservants filled the air, accompanied by a smattering of sounds from the guards. Shortly after stepping outside, a maid noticed her presence, nudging her companion with an elbow. The other maid, oblivious to the impending danger, initially found the nudge bothersome. However, upon finally turning around and spotting the young master at the door, her exuberant demeanor swiftly subdued, and she quietly began prodding others. A sudden hush fell over the scene, and Qiongyu, sensing something amiss, caught sight of Pei Xinying at the entrance. In high spirits, she greeted her with, "You're awake. Hurry and prepare. We must depart soon." Pei Xinying returned to her room with an expressionless demeanor, firmly closing the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she took a deep breath, feeling as though she were trapped in a nightmare. Once she collected herself, the two of them boarded the carriage, yet Pei Xinying remained preoccupied with the earlier scene. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Why did you choose to practice swordsmanship in the morning and summon so many servants to witness?" Qiongyu, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I practice swordsmanship every morning. Today, I had already completed my routine in my residence. When I came to find you, I fortuitously encountered my aunt, who expressed a desire to see me perform. Thus I obliged." After a moment's reflection, she added, "However, my aunt did not stay long. She seemed to have pressing matters and departed hastily." Pei Xinying pressed further, "And what happened afterward?" "I became so engrossed in my practice that I lost track of time and did not notice when they gathered around," Qiongyu confessed. Observing the unease on Pei Xinying's face, she realized, "Did I disturb your rest? I assure you, it won't happen again." Pei Xinying waved her hand dismissively. "No, I should have been awake at that hour." She hesitated, her thoughts unspoken, and turned her gaze toward the carriage's exterior. Before long, they arrived at the enclosest to the examination hall in the capital, where a group of officials surrounded the establishment. The innkeeper appeared visibly anxious. Rushing out to greet Pei Xinying, "Sir, what brings you here?" "Aaron operates legitimately and has no involvement in any wrongdoing." Pei Xinying did not regard the innkeeper, but spoke in a gentle tone, "There is no need for alarm. I merely seek to inquire about the examinees residing here. Your establishment is not in question." The innkeeper nodded vigorously, responding, "Yes, yes, please, sir," and led Pei Xinying inside. As they entered, he explained, "Aaron consists of 4 floors. The first floor serves as the dining area, while the upper 3 floors accommodate the guests. In consideration of the students' studies, we have specifically grouped them on the 3rd and 4th floors." Qiongyu nodded in approval, and the innkeeper, noticing her endorsement, felt a sense of relief. It appeared they were not here to cause trouble for his establishment. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Qionyu's keen hearing picked up on mundane conversations, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. "You scholars do seem to have quite a bit of leisure time." As they approached the innermost room on the 3rd floor, the sound of a heated argument reached their ears, loud enough for even Pei Xinying, standing outside, to hear. One voice exclaimed, "Why did that fool go and report us? If it weren't for him, we would have already been on the list." The other retorted, "Oh, spare me. Do you not realize that within a single inn, there are over a dozen individuals who purchased that exam paper? Can't you think? With so many similar answers, how could we possibly make the list?" After a brief pause, the speaker continued, "Even if we did, it would only be a list of plagiarizers." After muttering a few more curses, he suddenly queried, "If that's the case, then this spring examination is null and void, isn't it? The Minister of Rights, who set the questions, is likely in for trouble as well." The silence from the other individual suggested agreement, and moments later, the two within the room lowered their voices conspiratorially. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, revealing a man and a woman accompanied by officials. Those who harbor guilt within their hearts invariably fear the officials of the court. In their panic, they desperately sought an escape, only to be subdued by the soldiers, each pressing them to the ground. Struggling to lift their heads, they implored the officials, questioning the purpose of their detainment, asserting that they had committed no heinous acts. Sitting elegantly in a chair, Qiongyu observed them from her elevated position, her gaze penetrating like a wall, suffocating them with its weight. After a prolonged silence, A voice as melodious as a celestial choir broke the tension. Observing their expressions, Song Qiongyu posed a question. I have heard that you purchased the examination questions? She remained composed, exuding an air of authority without displaying anger. The two candidates were momentarily taken aback, and after a brief struggle, one stammered, My lord, you cannot simply believe hearsay and wrongfully accuse the innocent. Their words subtly criticized Song Qiongyu and her companions. Listening intently, she smiled with restrained fury. Since you hold such unwavering confidence, why not invite a scholar to pose a question for you? Should you both provide equally competent answers, I shall publicly apologize. One of them, momentarily showing signs of intrigue, was swiftly silenced by the other, who discreetly pinched him under his sleeve. Realizing the peril of his thoughts, he hastily shook his head. If we are to be subjected to another examination based on a mere suspicion, will our previous results still hold value? With narrowed eyes, Song Qiongyu declared. If that is the case, then let the search commence. The two men, alarmed, recalled something and exchanged a furtive glance toward the bundles on the bed, imploring, Do you have evidence? You cannot search us at will. We will report you to the authorities. The soldiers standing behind Pei Xinying pondered this. Recognizing that only the Dali Temple in the capital handled such cases, and the vice minister of Dali Temple was right before them, unable to suppress their amusement. Hearing the officers' laughter, the two men seethed with indignation, insisting, Even if you are officials, we are commoners, and you should not mock us so. They moved to seize their bundles and headed for the door, only to be blocked by a soldier, who wore a discontented expression. Pei Xinying turned to them, inquiring, What do you intend to report this? They exchanged glances and replied, To the Dali Temple. For even if you are high-ranking officials, the Dali Temple will not be intimidated. Do you recognize the official attire of the Dali Temple? Pei Xinying asked. Of course we do, or else we would not dare to mention its name. You ought to release us quickly, lest we cause you trouble, they retorted, growing more audacious. Before they could finish their statement, the soldiers behind them erupted into laughter, nearly doubled over in mirth. Pei Xinying cleared his throat loudly, silencing them. He took a seat beside Song Qiongyu and addressed the two men. I am the vice minister of Dali Temple. If you have grievances, you may address them directly to me. The two men were momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. Before one queried, Is that truly the case? What proof do you have? Song Qiongyu clapped her hands, acknowledging that they possessed a modicum of cleverness. With a swift motion, he tore the waist token from Pei Xinying's waist and presented it before the two, urging them to observe closely whether it was indeed the Dali Temple they sought. The token, thrust before them, nearly poked their eyes, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Rubbing their eyes, they gazed anew, and there was no mistaking it. It was indeed the waist token of the Dali Temple's deputy minister. The two collapsed onto the ground, rendered motionless. Noticing their reaction, Song Qiongyu brandished the search warrant from her bosom and waved it before their eyes, stating, Do you see this? A search warrant. I suspected your tongues would be stiffer than a dead duck's. As the two showed little response, Song Qiongyu gestured for the soldiers to commence the search. Two soldiers approached to seize the bundles on their arms, prompting instinctive struggles as they pulled back with all their might. Upon raising their heads, they met the gazes of Pei Xinying and Song Qiongyu, their expressions shifting before ultimately relenting. Before long, the soldiers rummaging through the bundles unearthed a small piece of paper, which turned out to be an answer sheet for the spring examination. Song Qiongyu waved the paper, questioning, Didn't you claim there were none? What is this? The two attempted to salvage the situation, suggesting it could have been something they had written down after exiting the examination hall. They anticipated a scolding, but to their surprise, Song Qiongyu nodded, conceding that there might be some merit to their argument. Their expressions brightened momentarily. However, her words did not conclude there. Following her statement, she added, How fortunate! We have brought forth your answer sheets for comparison. Witnessing the color drain from their faces, Song Qiongyu subtly smirked. Several soldiers retrieved the examination papers belonging to the two, and without needing a meticulous comparison, the glaring differences in their handwriting were evident from afar. The two, realizing the futility of excuses, had unknowingly knelt respectfully before them. Ah, indeed, you learned individuals are quite intriguing. the same answers can differ so vastly in notes. Qiongyu remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Pei Xinying, a scholarly individual, sighed softly, rubbing his temples. Qiongyu had no intention of embarrassing him, merely chuckling lightly before turning her attention back to the two kneeling before them. Would you prefer to speak for yourselves, or shall we conduct the interrogation? They exchanged glances and responded, we shall speak. With earnestness, they recounted how they had entered the capital brimming with confidence, hoping to carve out their own path through sheer talent. Yet, upon their arrival, they discovered that those who had excelled in the provincial and county examinations were abundant in the capital, with individuals more gifted and industrious than themselves in overwhelming numbers. Thus, they grew timid, clinging to the glory of their high standings in the provincial examinations, fearful of returning home to the disappointed gazes of their fellow villagers, and spent their days and a days mired in study. One day, while passing by a tavern named Reunited Tower, they spotted a former friend from their hometown. They intended to greet him, but to their dismay, he recoiled in fright at the sight of them and fled as if escaping a great calamity. Despite their confusion, they did not dwell on it too much, continuing their studies in the familiar rhythm. However, their fellow townsmen, who had previously been even more diligent than they, began to display a surprising lack of effort. This left them puzzled and somewhat suspicious, prompting the question, did their compatriot harbor some hidden secret? Driven by curiosity, they resolved to discreetly follow him and uncover the mystery. Thus, they found themselves once more at the Reunited Tower. Upon witnessing him enter, they attempted to follow, but were halted at the entrance by a robust guard who inquired about their invitation. Upon learning that they possessed none, they were promptly ejected. Undeterred, they lingered outside, and as night fell, their townsman emerged from the establishment, his face alight with excitement. Exchanging glances, their conviction that he held a secret deepened, with the suspicion that it was somehow linked to this place. Lacking an invitation, they could not venture inside, so they resolved to rely on their townsman. Chapter 58. The tavern one night, armed with a jug of wine, they knocked on their townsman's door. He, cautious by nature, was not inclined to invite them in. They spoke at length of their shared bond from outside, and only when someone from the neighboring room ventured out to see what was amiss did he finally relent and usher them inside. No sooner had they stepped in to catch up than their townsman sought to usher them back out. Unwilling to leave so easily, each of them blocked his path, feigning joviality as they insisted on drinking and reminiscing. Though reluctant, he found it impossible to expel both of them alone and, begrudgingly, acquiesced to their request for drink. Given their familiarity with his capacity for alcohol, it was not long before he was thoroughly intoxicated. Once inebriated, they began to extract information from him, and through their conversation with the tipsy townsman, they stumbled upon a potentially perilous revelation. The Reunited Tower appeared to operate as a tavern on the surface, yet it was secretly engaged in the trade of information, murder, and smuggling. Their townsmen had discovered a person within the establishment who was selling the examination questions for the upcoming imperial examination. Initially skeptical, he was told that the questions were provided by the son of the Minister of Rights. If he remained unconvinced, he could pay half the fee up front, and after the exam, if the questions matched those provided, he could pay the remainder. However, regardless of whether one passed or failed, the money would not be refunded. The two were ecstatic upon hearing this, and contemplated seizing their townsman's invitation while he was incapacitated, reasoning that he would feel guilty and refrain from reporting them. However, after deliberation, they decided against this course of action, fearing potential restrictions or forbidden practices within the tower that they were unaware of, which could lead to dire consequences. Taking advantage of their townsman's drunken state, they contrived another plan, ultimately deciding to compose a letter detailing his actions, guiding his hand to leave a fingerprint on it. The following day, upon awakening to find the petition bearing his own fingerprint, their townsmen felt a mix of displeasure and helplessness, ultimately conceding to bring them along to the Reunited Tower. Upon entering the first floor, one is greeted by the commonplace tables and chairs of the tavern, bustling with patrons indulging in food and drink. Ascending to the second floor, however, reveals a different realm, partitioned into numerous small cubicles. Yet, the visitors do not linger there. Instead, They navigate through these compartments and continue their ascent. Upon reaching the final room at the end of the third floor, they gently knock on the door, which is opened by a masked man. He regards his fellow townsmen, accompanied by two others, with an enigmatic smile, remaining silent. Feeling quite awkward, the townsman introduces his companions, expressing their desire for a portion as well, and humbly requests the gentleman's assistance. The masked man remains taciturn, producing two petitions, two invitations, and two brushes, gesturing for them to sign. The two, momentarily taken aback, exchange glances before resolutely deciding to affix their names. Upon retrieving the invitations, they breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that they did not directly pilfer from their compatriot, for otherwise they might have been denied entry. After exchanging coins, the masked man presents two scrolls of rice paper, inscribed with the examination questions identical to those released by the Academy on the day of the test. Upon taking the scrolls back, they discover a small note tucked within. The note reveals that the UUE Pavilion can provide answers to the examination questions, far superior to those crafted by the majority, albeit at a higher price. Should they require assistance, they are encouraged to return to the UUE Pavilion and seek him out directly. Upon discovering the note in their respective scrolls, the two conceal it with ulterior motives and later procure the answers, astonished by their exceptional quality, which they diligently commit to memory. Once the examination concludes, they return to the inn, their faces alight with excitement. After exchanging compliments, they prepare to rest, only to have one of their answer sheets slip from his grasp, prompting the other to examine it closely, their expressions shifting to shock. Comparing their answer sheets, they find them nearly identical, and a sense of foreboding washes over them. They hasten to seek out their compatriot, and after inquiring, learn that he too had purchased the answers. The three collapse to the ground in despair, realizing that if the answers were sold to them, they could be available to others as well, leading to an overwhelming number of candidates with identical responses in the examination hall. Fearing not only failure, but also the disgrace that would accompany it, they contemplate the grim possibility of imprisonment. Thus, thoughts of fleeing arise, yet they ultimately resolve to uphold the last vestiges of their scholarly integrity and await the inevitable outcome. Despite this resolution, a simmering resentment lingers within them as they endure the days in the inn, clinging to a faint hope that perhaps they would not be discovered. When questioned by Qiongyu, they instinctively deny any wrongdoing, but as they recount the entire tale, they experience a mixture of relief and apprehension regarding the future. Listening to their account, Qiongyu and Pei Xinying share a rare moment of silence. Pei Xinying rests her head on her hand, her elbow propped on the table, while Qiongyu gazes up at the ceiling, her legs stretched out in front of her. Although their gestures differ slightly, they both exude a shared air of resignation. The two kneel before them, cautiously suggesting, "Perhaps you might consider visiting the UUE Pavilion to investigate. There may be some clues to uncover." Qiongyu remained motionless, her throat constricting as she managed to utter a few words. Upon a mention of this name, someone promptly set off to investigate. The two immediately fell silent, continuing to kneel. Before long, a man squeezed through the soldiers at the back, clad in a scholar's robe, holding two copies of legal documents, which prominently displayed the facts they had just disclosed. After confirming their accuracy, he requested their signatures and seals, presenting the documents to Pei Xinying. Upon receiving them, Pei Xinying examined the papers closely. Observing this, Qiongyu leaned in to look as well, noting the scribe's elegant handwriting, which had even amended some of their erroneous phrasing from earlier conversations. Nodding in approval, Qiongyu finally remarked, "Your Dali Temple truly produces remarkable talents. This scribe is wasted here. He would be better off accompanying me." Pei Xinying shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, "What would he do with you? Write memorials? Moreover, shouldn't you first inquire about his wishes?" Qiongyu scoffed. "How could he dare to speak without consulting you, his superior first?" With that, she turned to the smiling scribe and asked, "Would you like to join me in my endeavors?" The scribe, realizing that this farcical contest for his skills had landed upon him, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Minister Xiaoqing is excellent, and besides, My family is based in the capital. I am truly grateful for the general's kind regard. I cannot accept such an honor. Chapter 59. The Jade Pendant. Song Qiongyu chose not to press further, as her previous comment seemed to have been merely a jest. Mr. Shui also refrained from adding anything, maintaining an air of enigmatic amusement. After a lengthy wait, the soldiers who had gone to Yuetian Tower returned anxiously, reporting, "General, we ventured to Yuetian Tower for reconnaissance, only to find it abandoned. Fearing that we might disrupt any potential clues, we left a few men to guard the place and returned to relay the message." Song Qionyu's expression remained unchanged, yet Pei Xinying's demeanor soured. "Let us go investigate," he suggested. "There may be some leads to uncover." Nodding in agreement, Song Qiongyu replied, "Very well." Just before they set off, she suddenly turned to the smiling Mr. Shui, who, caught in his mirth, attempted to conceal his expression but failed to do so in time. He maintained his smile and inquired, "Why do you gaze at me so, General? Such a talented figure as yourself must surely possess the skill to render portraits," she remarked. His smile faltered, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. Understanding from his expression that he indeed had the capability, Song Qiongyu summoned the two individuals to Mr. Shui's side, approaching him herself. Squinting slightly, she said, "Surely while drafting the legal documents, you must have gleaned some insights." Their conversation alluded to a significant figure. Mr. Shui murmured, "The masked man on the third floor." Nodding, Song Qionyu's face broke into an appreciative smile, though Mr. Shui always sensed an undercurrent of triumph in her expression. She patted his shoulder, saying, "I shall entrust this matter to you. We will first investigate that tavern." After a deep sigh, Mr. Shui resignedly agreed. The two scholars still sat by his feet, looking utterly bewildered. Glancing at them, Mr. Shui felt a headache beginning to form. Without another word to them, Pei and Song made their way out towards Yuetian Tower. The further they advanced, the more desolate the surroundings became. As they neared the outskirts of the city, they finally beheld the building, which diverged remarkably from their expectations, appearing unexpectedly opulent. Initially, they had presumed that the structure, nestled in a corner, might merely serve as a modest venue for exchanging intelligence. However, as Song Qiongyu gazed up at the restaurant's roof, although composed of ordinary glazed tiles, the sheer expanse of it suggested a considerable expenditure, not to mention the substantial amount of timber consumed across several floors. A considerable sum indeed. With a soft click of her tongue, Song Qiongyu mused on the grand scale of this venture. The losses incurred by abandoning such a building were surely immense. Thus she stepped inside, her gaze sweeping over the meticulously arranged tables and chairs, which appeared less like the remnants of a hurried escape and more like the remnants of a well-prepared departure. Raising an eyebrow, she gestured for the soldiers behind her to search the first and second floors, while she herself ascended the staircase to the third. As they had indicated, at the end of the third floor lay a room. Cautiously pushing the door open, Song Qiongyu and Pei Xinying entered sequentially. This room was markedly different from the orderly chaos below. It was disheveled, as if someone had rummaged through it. Upon closer inspection, they discerned signs of disturbance. Though the fallen objects bore traces of being slashed and hewn, the marks were rather crude, sufficient to mislead others, but not to fool Song Qiongyu. The state of the room suggested that something was deliberately concealed within, something they hoped Song Qiongyu would discover. Lost in thought, a soldier suddenly exclaimed, "General, there is a jade pendant here." Song Qiongyu closed her eyes and discreetly rolled her eyes, nudging Pei Xinying to take a look. The soldier, realizing that Pei Xinying was the official in charge of the investigation, fell silent, lowering his head. Pei Xinying approached the pendant, and the more he observed it, the more familiar it appeared. Unable to restrain himself, he picked it up, holding it to the sunlight, where he clearly discerned an inscription of the character Zhang. Merely gazing at the pendant allowed Pei Xinying to piece together the truth of the matter, yet he remained perplexed about the owner's intentions behind leaving the pendant behind. What were they trying to achieve? Deep in contemplation, he approached Song Qiongyu and paused before her, extending the pendant. Having witnessed his action, she too positioned the pendant towards the light, revealing the inscription within. "What is this?" A gesture of handing over evidence. Song Qiongyu found it somewhat perplexing. Regardless of their intentions, we must first address the current case. With the pendant in hand, We shall return to inquire with Zheng Rue about how his pendant came to be here. Pei Xinying resolutely squeezed the pendant in his hand. Very well. However, upon visiting the Zheng residence, they found it to be empty, and the guards at the entrance were utterly unaware of his whereabouts. While awaiting their carriage, Song Qiongyu recalled the portrait of Mr. Shui. In light of this, she resolved to return to the inn first. As Song Qiongyu unfurled the portrait, she felt no sense of familiarity, and with a mix of skepticism, she rolled it back up, tucking the mask inside, revealing only half of her face. At that moment, a sense of recognition washed over her, and after a moment of reflection, she unearthed the identity of the figure from her memories. Silently departing from the inn, she returned to the gates of the Zheng residence. Pei Xinying perceptively noted her subdued demeanor. She wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words, thus choosing to remain quietly by her side. After a considerable wait, Zheng Rue finally returned, his expression marred by unanticipated discontent and indignation. Once he entered the grand entrance, Pei and Song disembarked from the carriage, standing before the guards as they awaited permission to enter. Before long, Zheng Rue granted them access. Once inside, the trio lapsed into silence until Pei Xinying produced a jade pendant from her sleeve. Only then did Zheng Rue's expression exhibit a hint of change. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, demanding to see him, asserting that he would say nothing otherwise. Pei Xinying nodded and inquired, "Your absence today signifies you sought someone to meet him, correct?" "Indeed," Zheng Rue replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Had this been earlier, many would have been eager to assist me. Now, it appears that even a mere meeting is unattainable. Truly, how time alters relationships." Shifting the conversation, he questioned, "Since you've made a promise, when shall I be able to meet him?" After contemplating for a moment and glancing at the dimming sky, Pei Xinying suggested, "Let it be tomorrow. It is growing late, and your health cannot endure further exertion." Zheng Rue, who had been on the verge of countering, paused and then sealed his lips. Without lingering for a meal, they departed swiftly, with Zheng Rue not uttering a single word to them. Inside the carriage, Song Qiongyu leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, lost in thought, while Pei Xinying sat opposite her, wide-eyed yet mentally vacant. Chapter 60. Embrace. As they traversed the road, night had fallen, and the surroundings darkened, obscuring the path ahead. Despite traversing a road constructed by the government, a small piece of green brick unexpectedly appeared in their midst. The coachman failed to notice it, and as the carriage rolled over the brick, it jolted violently. Unprepared for the sudden bump, Pei Xinying struggled to maintain her balance. However, this road harbored more than just one brick. By the time the coachman realized and attempted to turn back, it was too late. After informing his two masters and receiving consent, he pressed on. A larger green brick lay beneath the carriage wheel, and this time, Pei Xinying could not regain her stability. In a desperate attempt to avoid colliding with Song Qiongyu, she struggled, nearly crashing into the carriage's wall. Closing her eyes in anticipation of the impending pain, she waited. But after some time, she felt no impact. Cautiously opening her eyes, she found she had not collided. At that moment, an arm, firmly encircling her waist, exuded a powerful presence. Lowering her gaze, she discovered it was the slender yet strong arm of a girl. Following the arm's path, her eyes met those of Song Qiongyu, who was observing her with a slight blush. Attempting to leverage her strength to sit down, Pei Xinying prepared to take a seat beside her when another jolt occurred, prompting Song Qiongyu to instinctively pull her back. He circled within the carriage, ultimately resting upon Song Qionyu's lap. The flickering candlelight illuminating the table extinguished with their considerable movement, plunging the carriage into utter darkness. For a moment, Pei Xinying was taken aback. Only when he awakened from his stupor did he become aware of his actions. Given his natural advantage in height over Song Qiongyu, he found himself in a position that obscured her expression. There was no time to ponder her feelings at that moment. It felt as though a searing iron was pressed against his thigh, compelling him to flee. Before he could act, Song Qiongyu had already extended her arms, effortlessly lifting him as one might a flower pot, placing him beside her. This series of movements transpired in an instant, Realizing that the carriage had traversed a large stone and fearing the jolt within, he called out to the young master, inquiring whether the general was unharmed. In the dim carriage, only Song Qionyu's voice responded, reassuring him that all was well and he should remain at ease. No sooner had she spoken than the candlelight flickered back to life. Upon hearing her words, the coachman relaxed, though he was puzzled as to why his master had remained silent. As he pondered this, another stone appeared ahead, redirecting his focus away from the quiet young master. Meanwhile, the silent Pei Xinying sat dispassionately in the carriage, while Song Qiongyu, slightly bewildered, took note of his demeanor since she had set him down. Concerned, she waved her hand in front of his face, asking if he was all right. Pei Xinying did not respond. Instead, he turned his head, his expression tinged with humiliation. If I were to practice martial arts with you at this moment, when might I attain a physique akin to my elder brother's? Song Qiongyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his question. Her gaze swept over him, landing on his tightly clenched hands as she began to comprehend his thoughts. There is no need to mention your frail condition. Even someone as robust as your elder brother would require years of practice to match my prowess, let alone you. Observing Pei Xinying's furrowed brow, Song Qiongyu chuckled softly. Do not belittle yourself. A healthy body does not define one's worth. The loyalty and affection you carry within far surpass the allure of mere physical strength. After sitting up straight, Pei Xinying looked at Song Qiongyu, attempting to decipher her true sentiments from her eyes. She nodded with a smile, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Yet ultimately, it was Pei Xinying who turned away first, managing to avert his face just in time, though Song Qiongyu still caught sight of the blush creeping to his ears. No further teasing ensued, and soon they arrived at the Pei residence. When the coachman invited him to disembark, Pei Xinying was momentarily taken aback, quickly asking why they did not first escort the general. Song Qiongyu interjected, I instructed him to take you home directly. After such a long journey today, you must be exhausted. Hurry back, take a bath to refresh yourself, and rest early. There are matters to attend to tomorrow. Reluctant to counter her well-meaning intentions lest they go unappreciated, he begrudgingly turned back towards the residence, glancing over his shoulder with each step. The coachman had been waiting at the entrance, but Song Qiongyu waved her hand dismissively. There is no need to see me off. I wish to stroll alone. After speaking, she left abruptly, leaving the coachman momentarily stunned in place before he too returned to the residence. Song Qiongyu walked alone down the street, a sudden wave of loneliness washing over her as she kicked a stone and strolled slowly towards her home. Upon nearing the entrance, she noticed someone peering out. Upon seeing her, they hurriedly retreated, calling out that the general had returned. Thus, as Song Qiongyu stepped through the grand door, she was greeted by a multitude of faces waiting expectantly, all breaking into smiles at her arrival. Song Qiongyu reciprocated with a grin and approached them. When Pei Xinying awoke, her eyes struggled to open fully. Rubbing them casually, she glanced out the window, and upon seeing the sunlight filtering through the paper, she suddenly called for someone to come in and inquire about the time. Upon hearing the servant's response, Pei Xinying scratched her head vigorously and asked if the general had arrived. The servant nodded, explaining that the general was in the master's study, discussing matters. After a moment's thought, the servant added that the general had come early to ensure that they did not wake her, allowing the young master to awaken naturally. Nearby, two young maidservants were whispering to each other, commenting on how the general cared for the young master. Pei Xinying, overhearing their conversation, paid them no mind and proceeded to wash up. Once refreshed, she suddenly comprehended the implication of their words and felt her ears grow warm. After preparing herself, she was about to head out in search of Zheng Rui when she was stopped by Pei Xinying, who pointed to the sundial in the courtyard and remarked on how long the general had been waiting for her. They were not permitted to leave until they had shared lunch, after which they finally set out. By the time they arrived at the Dali Temple, Zheng Rui had been waiting for quite some time, standing at the entrance with his eyes closed. Pei Xinying quickened her pace and approached him, apologizing for making him wait due to her late rising. Zheng Rui, with an expressionless face, replied that it was of no consequence, as he would soon see him. Wouldn't he? Pei Xinying nodded, leading them into the temple. While Song Qiongyu remained observant of her surroundings, Zheng Rui grew increasingly impatient. as Pei Xinying insisted on detailing some requirements for the visitation. Zheng Rui, on the verge of exasperation, nearly reached out to shake her shoulder, but a sharp glance from Song Qiongyu rendered him as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Chapter 61. In her thoughts listening to these stipulations, Song Qiongyu noticed Zheng Rui's growing impatience, which unexpectedly made her want to laugh. With a father who served as the Minister of Rights, how could he be unaware of these protocols? Pei Xinying seemed to be deliberately teasing him. Indeed, her intentions were mischievous, not anticipating that Zheng Rui would remain oblivious for so long, clearly eager to gain entry. Finally, when Pei Xinying declared, "I have finished speaking. You may enter now," Zheng Rui promptly pushed open the door to the dungeon. Observing Pei Xinying's foot twitch as if she wished to follow, she hesitated before stopping her movement. Song Qiongyu inquired why she did not go, noting that it seemed one was required to accompany during the visitation. Shaking her head, Pei Xinying replied that her teacher would not wish for her to be among those entering, as this was a matter between father and son. Nodding in understanding, she refrained from further questioning. The two individuals sat facing each other, and soon, Song Qiongyu began to feel drowsy. Pei Xinying stood up, picked up a book, and gracefully settled beside her. Holding the book in her left hand, she gently opened it without making a sound, while her right hand casually rested on the armrest, occasionally stealing glances at Song Qiongyu. Observing her head droop lower and lower, Pei Xinying nervously rubbed her right hand against the armrest and gently lifted Song Qionyu's head with it. With this support, her slumber became more pronounced, and the owner of the arm began to absent-mindedly flip through the book. Before long, Zheng Rui emerged, making a loud noise that roused Song Qiongyu from her slumber. With a dazed expression, she glanced at the book in Pei Xinying's hands and sleepily inquired why she was reading it upside down. Upon closer inspection, Pei Xinying realized the book was indeed inverted. A hint of embarrassment washed over her as she chuckled softly, lowering her gaze before looking back at Song Qiongyu, who was lost in thought and had not noticed her gratitude. At that moment, the tearful Zheng Rui observed the scene before him, and his sorrow gradually morphed into a simmering anger. Unable to restrain himself, he softly uttered, "Does anyone still remember me?" The two individuals across the room finally acknowledged his presence, awakening from their reverie. Pei Xinying closed the book and smoothed the cover to keep it pristine before raising her gaze to ask if he was now willing to speak. Zheng Rui, with a fierce tone, retorted that he was unwilling, yet his expression darkened, and he averted his gaze, silently sitting across from them, his hands covering his face. His head bowed, and silence enveloped the space. Pei and Song exchanged glances, patiently waiting for him to regain his composure. After a considerable time, Song Qiongyu could no longer stifle a yawn, and Zheng Rui lifted his head, startling her and dispelling her drowsiness. Zheng Rui looked at Pei Xinying and confessed, I used to dislike you immensely." Pei Xinying nodded, whispering, "I am aware." Zheng Rui spoke as if to Pei, yet also to himself, since childhood. "My father has favored his students, especially you. To earn his attention, I initially strived to excel in my studies, but no matter how hard I tried, I could never surpass you." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, rekindling memories of watching his father walk away from him. Eventually, I resorted to mischief, yet even then, I could not capture his gaze. I pondered whether if he were not the Minister of Rights, if he were not an official, would he have the leisure to acknowledge me? Listening to the tremor in his voice, Pei Xinying began to grasp his sentiments. This spring's imperial examination was the first since the emperor's ascension. It was undoubtedly significant, and such an important matter would be entrusted to those he trusted, only my father. As he spoke, his tone swelled with pride. That day, I rode as usual in a less populated area when I stumbled upon that tavern. With nothing else to do, I decided to step inside. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. Not long after sitting down, someone handed me a small note that read, "If you wish to resolve my heart's turmoil, you may visit the room at the end of the 3rd floor." Initially, I paid it no heed. However, upon returning home, the contents of that note incessantly danced before my eyes. I yearned for his companionship, and by some twist of fate, I ventured forth once more. He cradled his head in his hands, presumably lamenting his past actions. The masked figure confided in me that it was possible to sabotage my father's endeavors. In due course, even if His Majesty did not cast blame, my father, a man who had prided himself on a lifetime of flawless service, would inevitably be unable to bear it, leading him to resign and return home. At that juncture, I would be his sole companion, allowing him to impart his wisdom to me daily, redirecting the time and energy he had once devoted to others onto my growth. As he spoke, a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. We had devised a plan for me to pilfer my father's examination questions for his perusal. He would only distribute them to a select few who would ultimately find themselves ensnared by suspicion of malpractice. However, such a breach would not tarnish my father's reputation and would instead awaken a sense of guilt within him. Consequently, his resignation would become inevitable, and my father and I could distance ourselves from the court's machinations. Upon hearing this, Pei Xinying sensed an incongruity and inquired why the current circumstances diverged so starkly from our original agreement, questioning whether this was indeed beyond your expectations. Indeed, Qiongyu seemed frail at that moment. On the day the examinations concluded, I mingled among the candidates and overheard many whispering, realizing that numerous examinees were already privy to the content, thus awakening me to the fact that I had been deceived. At that moment, I understood that no one could evade responsibility, least of all the old man. Yet, the fault lay squarely with me. After much contemplation, as I sought to turn myself in, I discovered that the peace lock, a cherished talisman given to me by my mother during my childhood, had vanished. Subsequently, a servant informed me that a jade pendant matching one of my outfits was also missing. It would be one matter if it had merely fallen within the estate or on the street. However, should it have ended up in my father's study or in the possession of that individual, then hope would be lost. At that moment, my father placed me under house arrest, forbidding me from leaving. My spirits were low, but it was only on the day of your arrival that I learned he had instructed the steward to return the peace lock to me, revealing that he had long been aware of my theft of the examination questions. Once more, I closed my eyes, pausing before continuing. When you took him away, I desperately wished to rush out and inquire about his thoughts. His voice gradually dwindled, but I lacked the courage. I feared the disappointment in his gaze and dreaded hearing words I did not wish to confront, which kept me from approaching him. Suddenly, his expression darkened. However, I had been hearing rumors lately that the emperor intended to have him executed. This was a consequence of my actions, and if punishment were to be doled out, I should be the one to face it, not him. Chapter 62. The exchange of prisoners. Qiongyu looked up at Pei Xinying and suddenly smiled, declaring that you could conclude the matter. Pei Xinying remained silent, gazing intently at him until he retracted his smile and tears began to cascade down his cheeks. After shedding silent tears for a while, he rubbed his eyes and said, "Please confine me. Imprison me opposite him. I wish to see him one last time." Qiongyu, perplexed, asked, "Why do you say such a thing?" Leaking examination questions before the test, sowing discord among the hearts of men, is a capital offense. Qiongyu calmly explained to Qiongyu. She cast a glance towards Pei Xinying, who nodded slightly, prompting Qiongyu to divert her gaze. Since that day, she had not encountered Pei Xinying for quite some time. He had been confined in the prison opposite his father as per Qiongru's wishes. Subsequently, he entered the palace and remained there overnight, leaving her in ignorance of their discussions, merely awaiting the final verdict. These past few days had been rather dull for her, and without the liberty to inquire about the case's progress from Pei Xinying, she found herself ruminating on the matter within her residence. Lost in thought, she suddenly recalled the scholar who had initially reported the case. It struck her as strange that such a bold scholar had vanished from sight since that day. With a sense of curiosity, she summoned a subordinate, instructing him to seek out the whereabouts of the scholar who had beaten the drum at the Dali Temple. The subordinate promptly departed, and Qiongyu leaned back into the armchair, succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, it was time for dinner. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed her subordinate had returned. "Well?" she inquired. "General, after the scholar accused the Minister of Rights, he has remained at the inn, only visiting the Dali Temple for his testimony," he reported. He added that the scholar's surname was Jin, with the single given name of Yin, hailing from Liangzhou, and that he was the sole inhabitant of his household. Song Qiongyu nodded, her heart filled with uncertainty, yet she set aside her musings, deciding to dine first. At that moment, her subordinate spoke again. "General," he began. Song Qiongyu, slightly exasperated, turned around. "Could you not convey everything at once?" The subordinate feigned innocence. Taking a deep breath, Song Qiongyu replied, "The verdict for young Master Zheng has been delivered. He will be executed in public 3 days hence." The subordinate lowered his head. Song Qiongyu stood momentarily stunned, letting out a sigh as she exited the study. 3 days later, Song Qiongyu stood on the second floor of the tavern closest to the execution grounds, gazing at Zheng Rui, whose hair was disheveled. As she watched, her brow furrowed. Although the figure on the execution ground bore resemblance to Zheng Rui in stature and features, she was certain that it was not him. The officiating official was unfamiliar to her, making inquiries difficult. She scanned the crowd for Pei Xinying. Under such circumstances, he would surely be present. Finally, she spotted him at the southern edge of the execution site, separated from her by a throng of common folk. Pei Xinying was not adorned in official garb, but rather in his everyday attire. He lifted his head and, from a distance, caught sight of Song Qiongyu, offering her a faint smile before turning away. Initially intending to weave through the crowd to pursue him, she found the fervor of the masses overwhelming. The throng pressed against her, and after only a few steps, she was left breathless. Reluctantly, she abandoned the pursuit. It was not until the execution concluded that the crowd dispersed, by which time Pei Xinying had long since vanished. As night fell, Pei Xinying had finished his bath and sat by the window, with a guard stationed beside him. "Young master, the hour is late. You should rest," the guard suggested. Holding a book in his hands, Pei Xinying turned a page and replied, "There is no rush. Perhaps a guest will arrive shortly." The guard scratched his head, visibly puzzled. Not long after, a gust of wind swept through, and suddenly a head emerged from the window, startling the guard. However, Pei Xinying displayed little reaction, though no one noticed his fingers tightening around the book. Song Qiongyu leapt through the window, questioning why he had not yet taken a rest today. Setting the book aside, Pei Xinying smiled and remarked, "I anticipated your arrival tonight." Song Qiongyu playfully tapped his forehead with her fingers, replying, "You are the cleverest." The guard, displaying perceptiveness, discreetly exited the room and closed the door behind him. Song Qiongyu pulled over a chair and casually seated herself opposite Pei Xinying. "You must be aware of my purpose for coming. Speak, what is the matter?" A moment of silence enveloped them, prompting Song Qiongyu to narrow her eyes and inquire, "Is it that you cannot speak?" He slightly turned his face away, covering his mouth with his hand as he chuckled. "Not at all. I am merely choosing my words carefully." After a moment's contemplation, he began, "On the day I entered the palace, I recounted the events to His Majesty, who remained silent for quite some time. In light of such an occurrence, Zheng Rui must face execution, otherwise it would not suffice to quell the public's outrage. However, my teacher, in his imprisonment, has chosen to remain silent, wishing to sacrifice himself in exchange for his son's life." Lowering his gaze, he pondered the possibility that should the execution take place, it might extinguish any hope for my teacher's survival. Song Qiongyu scratched her palm. "So you devised such a scheme? To exchange a condemned prisoner? How clever of you." He did not respond to her query, but continued, "His Majesty summoned my teacher to the palace at night to seek his opinion. Initially, he remained silent, only stating that he had leaked the questions and requested the emperor to execute him. Regardless of inquiries about his motivations or whether he had contemplated the consequences, he remained tight-lipped. It was only when I presented the jade pendant and the peace lock that my teacher's demeanor shifted. I informed him that Zheng Rui had confessed." Tears suddenly streamed down his teacher's face, eyes closed, yet the tears flowed unabated, and I felt a profound ache at the sight. Pei Xinying's tone was filled with compassion and respect. "Is it still to be execution?" Song Qiongyu asked incredulously. "Naturally. You know well that the people are the foundation of a nation. If this matter is not addressed, the citizens' trust in the court will wane, and that would be disastrous." As he spoke, his voice grew softer, revealing his sorrow. "My teacher understood this as well, which is why he wished to ask His Majesty, considering his years of service to the state, to allow him to take the blame for Zheng Rui's transgressions and face execution in his stead." Song Qiongyu pressed on. And then what? How did it turn into an exchange for another condemned prisoner? Minister Zheng is of advanced age and could have retired soon, having taught countless students throughout his life. What will become of those students now? He lamented, "This is indeed a dilemma. You scholars are truly ungrateful." Qiongyu scoffed. "Your generalization is misguided. We all hold our teacher in great esteem. Yet, the gaze of the world is like a sword, capable of piercing one's defenses. There will always be those burdened by the weight of society's judgment." Turning to gaze out the window, Pei Xinying felt a pang of sadness. Not everyone is afforded a father like mine or a position such as mine. He continued, somewhat melancholic, to be ridiculed and scorned. Even the strongest bones can be bent by the weight of spittle. Chapter 63. The debate Qiongyu remained silent for a considerable time, her lashes lowered, before finally inquiring, "What then?" The emperor, unable to bear the thought of his aged teacher losing a child, while also needing to provide an explanation to the world, resorted to such a method. Pei Xinying, with his head bowed, felt that this approach was indeed somewhat unprincipled. He continued, "I have also been pondering. The condemned prisoner lost his life for no reason. Is this not akin to murder? Refrain from indulging your excessive compassion. Had it been otherwise, what would have become of your teacher? You should be well aware, and moreover, having chosen that condemned man, given the emperor's disposition, his fate was sealed." Rising, Qiongyu gently ruffled his hair in a gesture of comfort. Now that the emperor has made his decision, Zheng Rui is, in the eyes of the world, already dead. Let's not dwell on this matter any further. She then broached a lingering question. The spring examination has now become irrelevant. Has the emperor indicated what the next steps will be? Pei Xinying furrowed his brow in contemplation. The emperor has not mentioned it, but I believe he will first appoint a new minister of rights before deliberating further. Nodding, Qiongyu sat in contemplation upon her chair. No one spoke of rest, nor did anyone move. The room was enveloped in silence, yet a subtle sweetness lingered in the air. Outside, the waiting guards nearly succumbed to slumber, inadvertently stirring and releasing a small gasp that shattered the room's intimacy. Awakened by the sound, Qiongyu stood and glanced at Pei Xinying. "It is late. I should return. You ought to rest early." Pei Xinying rose to accompany her, but she pressed him back down, placing her hand on his shoulder to prevent him from standing. As she departed, she affectionately tousled his freshly washed hair, which felt soft to the touch. With a farewell, she leapt from the window. Pei Xinying slowly withdrew his outstretched hand, brushing his fingers through his own hair. Outside, the guards waiting for General Song's exit stifled another yawn, straining to keep their eyes open. Qiongyu was indifferent to the identity of the new Minister of Rights. However, the prolonged absence of an appointment began to raise questions. That day, in the court, there were still those urging the emperor to appoint a new Minister of Rights. The emperor, unhurried, replied, "I have my plans." His words silenced the scheming ministers, stifling their intentions. After the court session, Qiongyu ambled a few paces, waiting for Pei Xinying to catch up. "Do you have time at noon? Come to my residence for a meal." Before he could respond, an overzealous official interjected, "Why does the general not invite us to dine together?" He chuckled, believing himself amusing. Qiongyu raised her head, her expression impassive, and regarded him with seriousness. The official's smile gradually faded as he wondered what had captured her attention. She, with a puzzled countenance, turned to Pei Xinying and asked, "Who is this? Do you know him?" Pei Xinying earnestly replied, "This is Lord An, a scholar from the Ministry of Rights." "Are you well acquainted with him?" Qiongyu inquired, tilting her head. Pei Xinying shook his head. "Not really. We have merely exchanged names, and I do not work alongside Lord An, disregarding the increasingly sullen countenance of Master An." Qiongyu uttered her final retort. "You are not acquainted with Master An, and neither am I. So why does he choose to dine at my residence?" Master An, casting aside a dismissive remark about her lack of discernment, strode away with a flourish of his sleeves. The expression on Qionyu's face quickly vanished, replaced by a derisive laugh as she turned to Lord Pei Xinying. "Please." Observing the fluctuation of her demeanor was akin to witnessing a magical transformation. He chuckled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. At the palace gates, carriages from various households awaited. After exchanging a few words with her own coachman, Pei Xinying ascended into Song Qionyu's carriage. Inside, Song Qiongyu had already closed her eyes, prompting Pei Xinying to remain silent, quietly observing her from across the seat. When the carriage came to a halt in the courtyard of the Song residence, Song Qiongyu remained in slumber. The coachman, having waited an extended period without seeing them emerge, prepared to lift the curtain for a glance. Just as he lifted a corner, Song Qiongyu abruptly opened her eyes, her hand instinctively gripping the sword at her waist. As the coachman fully raised the curtain, the blade was poised directly at his throat. Startled, he trembled and hastily knelt, exclaiming, "Your Excellency!" Upon recognizing him, Song Qiongyu furrowed her brow, lowered her sword, and descended from the carriage, assisting the dazed coachman to his feet, murmuring an apology. Without waiting for his response, she rubbed her temples and walked away, with Pei Xinying trailing closely behind her into the study. Once seated in the study, Pei Xinying felt as though he were adrift in a dream, intently scrutinizing Song Qionyu's visage. The intensity of his gaze made her skin prickle, prompting her to ask, "Why are you staring at me so?" Leaning slightly forward, Pei Xinying quietly inquired, "Do you also engage in nocturnal homicides?" After a brief pause, she realized he was jesting, rolling her eyes in playful exasperation before laughing. "Well then, do take care." Pei Xinying pondered the underlying implications of her words, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks, while Song Qiongyu remained oblivious to any romantic notions. Noticing his reddened ears, she asked, "Are you feeling a bit warm? Your face is flushed." Pei Xinying could only nod in agreement. "Why has the emperor not yet appointed a new minister of rites? It has been over 10 days since the spring examination, and it is time for a reevaluation and ranking," she inquired, her fingers toying with her hair. Pei Xinying replied, "The teacher has 3 deputy ministers under his command. One is of mediocre talent and thus not a candidate for the ministerial position. The other 2 are the subject of much debate within the court. One is the invigilator of the recent spring examination, which, given the significant scandal, should disqualify him. However, he is the teacher's recommended choice, and he has considerable support. The other lacks any grounds for impeachment and also has many proponents, though his abilities are inferior to the first." Song Qiongyu interjected, "What is there to deliberate? The selection of the minister is unjust. The widespread corruption in the spring examination bears no relation to this deputy minister, and he is undoubtedly more capable. Thus he should be chosen." Pei Xinying, with an air of resignation, explained, "The emperor must consider the opinions of the court officials. For now, the debate will continue for several more days, and it seems the Minister of Rites will not be appointed in the immediate future. You scholars certainly have much to ponder." After expressing this sentiment, Song Qiongyu posed another question. "Have you had the opportunity to examine the examination paper of the scholar who struck the drum at your Dali temple? How did he fare?" "I have not taken notice, but if you wish to see it, I shall take you this afternoon." Pei Xinying did not pay much heed to this scholar. Enough. Perhaps I am overthinking. Has Minister Zheng informed you of where he intends to spend his twilight years?" Song Qiongyu remarked, feigning indifference, yet inwardly, for reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of concern. "It is likely to be in the vicinity of Hangzhou. His teacher hails from Liangzhou and grew up in the northern lands. In his old age, he might wish to wander and eventually settle in a place he holds dear." He spoke with a smile, and Song Qiongyu mused that he might also be feeling joy for his mentor. After their midday repast, Pei Xinying observed the drowsy state of Song Qiongyu and suggested, "Let's take a look at that scholar's paper, since you seem interested." Suddenly roused, Song Qiongyu inquired, "Isn't it customary for these documents to be preserved as evidence within the archives of the Dali Temple, under the watchful eye of guardians? Can we truly enter at will?" He shook his head. "Naturally, that is not permissible. Without an imperial edict, the guards would not allow entry." Noticing the evident confusion in Song Qionyu's eyes, Pei Xinying chuckled, then composed his demeanor. "We can enter discreetly." Song Qiongyu widened her eyes in surprise, never expecting such words to escape the lips of the usually composed Pei Xinying. However, she soon nodded in agreement, expressing her gratitude. Upon exiting the room, Song Qiongyu extended her arm, and Pei Xinying hesitated, momentarily retreating, closing his eyes and slightly unfurling his arms, adopting an expression as if resigned to fate, which brought a smile to Song Qionyu's lips. Hearing her gentle laughter, Pei Xinying cracked open his left eye, but before he could discern her expression, he was drawn to the arm encircling his waist. A familiar sensation of weightlessness surged from his feet, whether due to the sudden lift or the fluttering in his heart. His pulse quickened. Pei Xinying closed his eyes and concentrated on his breathing, striving to regain composure. It was not until they gently landed atop the archive building that he fully registered what had transpired. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered they had entered the chamber. Surveying the surroundings with astonishment, he noticed the silhouettes of guards illuminated by the light streaming through the doorway, and his eyes widened as he turned to Song Qiongyu. She stood proudly with her hands on her hips, leaning close to whisper in his ear, but Pei Xinying abruptly stepped back, nearly colliding with a bookshelf. Fortunately, Song Qiongyu pulled him back with force. Yet, her strength was too great. Being taller, Pei Xinying was inadvertently drawn closer to her, and she found herself in his embrace. Listening to the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat, Pei Xinying inhaled deeply, gazing down at Song Qiongyu, silently hoping she would not hear his racing heart. Alas, fate did not favor his wish. As she lifted her head from his chest, her eyes sparkling, and leaned closer to his ear, saying, "Your heart races so quickly. Are you too tense? Fear not. If we are discovered, I can help you escape. They will not realize it is you." Pei Xinying let out a sigh, feeling a pang of melancholy. Still struggling to organize her thoughts, Song Qiongyu had already begun to scour the bookshelves. If familiarity with the surroundings were the measure, Pei Xinying undoubtedly held the upper hand, as she quickly located the examination papers, gently patting her shoulder to beckon her to follow. The two stood amidst two stacks of papers, each the height of a small calf, and began to search delicately. After a lengthy search, they finally discovered the student's answer sheet. Song Qiongyu unfolded it for a glance. The handwriting was exquisite. If no mishap occurred during this spring examination, he was assured at least a place among the successful candidates. Reflecting on the information gathered, she recalled that this student had already reached the age of maturity this year. With such talent, he should have succeeded long ago. Fearing her own understanding might be insufficient to fully appreciate the paper, she handed it to Pei Xinying for her assessment. Initially, Pei Xinying perused it casually, but as she continued, her demeanor shifted to one of earnest concentration, remaining silent until she reached the final word. Thoughts swirling in her mind, she recognized that this was not the appropriate venue for deliberation. Setting the paper down, she signaled to Song Qiongyu to discuss their findings outside. Utilizing a familiar tactic, she tossed a small stone from the open window to divert the guards, and while they were distracted, she and Pei Xinying slipped out through the window. At that moment, a few guards feigned a genuine search, only sighing in relief once they had moved a distance away before returning to their original positions, speaking softly among themselves. The General's martial prowess is indeed extraordinary. Had the timing been opportune, we would have had no means to detect her entry, one remarked. Indeed, but who could have anticipated that there wouldn't even be a cat nearby, let alone the one who threw the stone? Another added, shaking his head in lamentation. As they exchanged these words, Song Qiongyu and Pei Xinying had already ventured far beyond earshot. Returning to her residence, Song Qiongyu led Pei Xinying into her study and inquired, "What do you think of this Jin Yin's examination paper? Is at least worthy of a place among the successful candidates?" Pei Xinying replied. However, hearing a response akin to her own, Song Qiongyu felt no joy. She pressed further, "Are you aware that he is already of age? With such talent, he should not be participating in the examinations at this stage of life." Although Pei Xinying sensed something amiss, she contemplated that perhaps there were other reasons behind it and inquired, "Might it be that he has family to support?" Song Qiongyu shook her head, stating, "The documents indicate that his parents have passed away." Tentatively, Pei Xinying proposed another hypothesis. Perhaps it is due to the busy farming season. With an impassive expression, Song Qiongyu responded, "After passing the provincial examination, there are annual stipends. If one were frugal, they could manage with less cultivation, sufficient to sustain a modest life." At a loss for further explanation, Pei Xinying asked if the documents revealed when he had attained the status of a scholar or when he had participated in the provincial exam. Stroking her chin, Song Qiongyu replied, "That detail is not mentioned. We should have someone investigate." With a shift in topic, she suggested, "Let us dine out this evening. The last time we visited the Huichun Pavilion, their pigeon soup was exceptionally sweet. I thought you might enjoy it. I have already reserved a private room for us. So let us go." With that, she turned and exited through the door. Watching Song Qionyu's ponytail sway as she walked ahead, Pei Xinying chuckled and shook her head, following closely behind. In the chamber, not only was there pigeon soup, but also the pouting figure of Qiongyu. As Song Qiongyu entered, she immediately noticed Qiongju's displeasure. "What is the matter? Why the sulking?" she inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. "The general did not give any instructions, so I dare not order for myself," Qiongju replied, her expression a mix of frustration and confusion. Song Qiongyu pondered, "Isn't it always you who chooses the dishes when we dine together? Why this sudden anger?" Turning away to conceal her face, Qiongju remarked, "When the general departed, he specifically instructed me to order the pigeon soup, insisting that Pei Xinying would surely enjoy it. Why did he not inquire about my preferences?" Suppressing a chuckle, Song Qiongyu covered her mouth. Chapter 65, The Minister. With a few words, she managed to send the jealous Qiongju away, encouraging her to select a few dishes of her own liking. Her intuition proved correct, as Pei Xinying indeed relished the dish, consuming more than usual. After the meal, the trio deliberated walking back to the residence, digesting their meal while listening to the lively exchanges of the townsfolk, occasionally catching snippets of amusing discourse. As they strolled past a narrow alley, a man clad entirely in black, wearing a hood, darted from one alleyway to another. Song Qiongyu immediately recalled the masked figure from the third floor of Yuetian Tower. Just as he was about to vanish from sight, she urged Pei Xinying towards Qiongju, whispering, "Ensure that young Master Pei returns safely to his residence. I shall investigate who that individual is and what he intends." Without hesitation, she followed the cloaked figure, while Pei Xinying, taken aback by the gentle push, glanced in the direction Song Qiongyu had indicated, seeing nothing. By the time he regained his senses, Song Qiongyu had already disappeared, leaving only her silhouette behind. Qiongju cast a few glances down the alley, retracting her envious gaze, and addressed Pei Xinying, "Please, young Master Pei." He stared intently at the alley where Song Qiongyu had vanished before reluctantly following Qiongju forward. Meanwhile, Song Qiongyu trailed the black-clad individual, her curiosity mounting. This figure from Yuetian Tower was the same person who had previously spied on them at Yuzhong and had pursued them on the way back to the capital. Furthermore, he was the small monk who had guided her in Xiaoming Temple, only to disappear at the end. She was aware of that person as skills. However, the individual ahead exhibited erratic breathing and heavy footsteps, indicating a lack of martial prowess. Moreover, wearing black garments in broad daylight was rather conspicuous. This person was either intentionally drawing attention or was utterly unaccustomed to such covert actions, appearing somewhat foolish. While she mused, her pace did not falter until the man halted at the rear entrance of a residence. Song Qiongyu tilted her head in confusion, wondering whose estate this was, so secluded and obscure. The man knocked at the back door, which was opened by someone evidently familiar, who promptly ushered him inside. Following stealthily from the rooftop, Song Qiongyu trailed him to the front hall and then circled around to the study, waiting for the guard to announce the visitor. Hiding atop the study's roof, she gently removed a tile, casting her gaze into the sunlight within. She caught sight of a figure inside the study, furrowing her brow as the person appeared somewhat familiar. It seemed familiar. After the figure in black entered and lowered his hood, a sense of recognition washed over her. She rubbed her eyes, beginning to doubt her own vision. How could both of them appear so familiar? Concealed on the rooftop, Song Qiongyu strained to recall where she had encountered these two individuals. It was not until the master of the estate spoke that she suddenly remembered who he was, one of the three attendants under the former Minister of Rights, named He Yuan. Her recognition primarily stemmed from his distinctive voice, laced with an elusive charm. He inquired, "What brings you here? Did I not instruct you not to seek me out after our business was concluded?" The person opposite him replied, "I would rather not be here. Are you not confident in your position as minister? Why does everyone outside claim that the one named Wei will take office?" Do not forget our agreement. Listening intently to their exchange, Qiongyu pondered the meaning of their agreement and the source of their confidence. Furthermore, the accent of the individual was peculiar. It bore traces of a northern dialect, yet at times diverged from the typical northern intonation. She noted this anomaly, gazing intently at the man, striving to ascertain his true identity. At that moment, he turned his head, and Qiongyu clearly saw his face, deepening her confusion. If she was not mistaken, he seemed to be Qiongyu, the scholar who had beaten the drum. What scheme were these two concocting? She was determined to eavesdrop further. She heard Yuan caution. Do not inquire. In a few days, you will naturally understand. However, I must warn you not to seek me out again. If discovered, I cannot guarantee your safety. With a scoff, Qiongyu retorted, the attendant will assuredly protect me. Do not forget my value. Regardless of your disdain for me, you must safeguard my interests. As he spoke, he drew closer to the esteemed attendant, assuring him, there is no need for such tension. After all, if all goes well, we shall be working together soon. The attendant closed his eyes, suppressing his thoughts, and after a deep breath, reopened them. So, your visit today is not merely to spread rumors, but rather to assert your influence. Is it? Qiongyu remained silent, a faint smile on his face, seemingly affirming the attendant's words. Their meeting ended on an uncordial note. Once outside, Qiongyu navigated the alleyways back to the inn. Realizing he could glean no further information from them, a thought crossed his mind. Since they opposed Wei's rise to the position of Minister of Rights, they might engage in subtle maneuvers against him. Perhaps there would be clues to uncover there. With a swift turn of his foot, he set off toward Wei's residence. The dwellings of higher-ranking officials were situated closer to the palace, intended to be more opulent, such as the Pei and Song residences. Conversely, those of lower rank were farther from the palace and often more secluded, yet they lacked the eerie tranquility surrounding Wei's estate. As he approached, Qiongyu sensed an unsettling stillness. It was too quiet, devoid of any human presence. Moving stealthily along the shadows of the building, she advanced toward Wei's residence. And just before reaching the gate, she heard the unmistakable sound of clashing weapons within. As the sounds of conflict echoed back and forth, Qiongyu stood outside the door, contemplating whether to intervene. If she chose to save the individual, what if he turned out to be malevolent? Conversely, if she refrained from assisting, would she not be fulfilling the desires of Yuan and Qiongyu? It was even conceivable that these assailants were sent by them. Recalling that Minister Zheng seemed to favor this vice minister of the guard, Qiongyu resolutely decided to act. If she later discovered she had saved the wrong person, she could deal with the consequences then. With a demeanor akin to a leisurely stroll, she entered the room, leaving the occupants momentarily stunned. The assassins were the first to recover, charging at her with blades drawn. Drawing her sword from her waist without unsheathing it, she wielded it like a staff, incapacitating each assailant without delivering fatal blows. Before long, she stood before the vice minister's study, where the throng of individuals was densest. At the entrance stood guards, facing an equally matched number of assassins, both factions locked in a tense standoff. A voice rang out, urging attack. Kill them. In an instant, the two groups clashed like the sounding of a war horn. Chapter 66. Liangzhou squinting, Qiongyu focused on the source of the voice, a figure among the black-clad assailants, likely seeking to exploit the chaos. Adhering to the principle of capturing the leader first, she charged directly at the speaker. The individual, quickly realizing her intent, displayed a flicker of panic in his eyes, obscured by a black mask, and attempted to flee. Qiongyu considered pursuing him, but the assassins following closely behind thrust at her from behind. Swiftly, she evaded their attack, turned, and struck the fleeing man unconscious. Yet when she turned back, the vocal black-clad figure had vanished. Narrowing her eyes, she acknowledged the rarity of such impressive agility. Pondering briefly, she glanced towards the vice minister, noting that the guards were comparatively weak, retreating as they fought, now backed against the study's door. With no time for further contemplation, she plunged into the fray, swiftly incapacitating several foes with a few deft sword strikes. The pressure on the guards significantly eased, enabling them to subdue the remaining attackers. The lead guard knocked on the study door, announcing, "My lord, you may come out now." Footsteps echoed from within, and shortly after, a man emerged. Sunlight illuminating his pale visage, almost devoid of color. The vice minister clasped his fist in gratitude, addressing Qiongyu, "I am immensely grateful to you, General." In response, Qiongyu returned the gesture. "I merely passed by and heard the sounds of conflict at your residence, prompting my inquiry. I apologize for any discourtesy." The vice minister chuckled. "You speak too modestly, General. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear my fate could have been dire. I must express my gratitude once more. Might you join me for a meal? I have a chef from Liangzhou who prepares exquisite Liangzhou cuisine." Initially inclined to decline, Qionyu's interest was piqued upon hearing Liangzhou. This place had been frequently mentioned of late. Perhaps the vice minister held knowledge of something significant, subtly hinting to her. Regardless, she decided it prudent to accept the invitation. Nodding, she replied, "Your hospitality is hard to refuse, my lord. I shall stay, as I have yet to visit Liangzhou, and it would be delightful to experience its culinary offerings." The deputy minister gestured to his subordinates to prepare while he invited Qiongyu into his study. After she took her seat, he did not delve into the suspicion she anticipated. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation, meandering through various topics as he approached his writing desk. He dipped his brush in ink and began inscribing characters on paper, all the while sharing light-hearted discourse. Once he finished writing, the deputy minister gently approached Qiongyu and handed her the paper. She understood that he seemed to be cautious about something and decided to convey her thoughts through writing. As she echoed his words, her gaze shifted to the paper in her hands. It bore the inscription, "If I were to be eliminated, the only beneficiary would be He Yuan, whose mind is frail. If he were to become the Minister of Rights, chaos would surely ensue." Qiongyu lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, nodded, and then requested a pen to write. "Do you remember the scholar named Qiongyu?" The deputy minister closed his eyes in recollection and soon replied, "Yes, I remember. His knowledge is commendable, but he is quite opinionated. He shows promise." He looked at Qiongyu, a puzzled expression on his face. Without responding to his look, she continued writing. "Where do you think he hails from?" After pondering for a moment, the deputy minister shook his head, replying that they had exchanged few words during the examination, making it difficult to discern his origins. Nodding in understanding, Qiongyu fell into contemplation, unaware that the deputy minister had resumed sketching on the paper beside her. When she finally turned her attention back to the desk, she was momentarily taken aback. The paper depicted a group of figures. Confusion clouded her mind, as the figures were faceless, their limbs slender, resembling mere sticks, with one notably shorter than the others. Noticing her gaze, the deputy minister inscribed the name Qiongyu above the shorter figure. Suddenly, Qiongyu comprehended the meaning behind his drawing. He implied that Qiongyu was shorter than the other scholars. After a brief pause, he labeled the taller figures with Liangzhou. Thus, he suggested that Qiongyu was indeed shorter than nearly all scholars from Liangzhou, leading to the conclusion that he likely was not from there, despite the documents boldly stating Liangzhou as his origin. Soon, the deputy minister sketched several similarly sized figures, marking them with Qiongyu and Hangzhou. This indicated that among the scholars from Hangzhou, Qionyu's height was comparable, further implying that he appeared more like a Hangzhou native than one from Liangzhou. Qiongyu pondered this revelation. During dinner that evening, she deliberately sampled the dishes from Liangzhou, which were rich in oil and salt, their flavors quite pronounced. She tasted each Liangzhou specialty, even requesting the deputy minister to summon the chef to discuss the history of Liangzhou cuisine and the stories behind the dishes on the table. After committing this knowledge to memory, Qiongyu began to formulate her own plans. After expressing her gratitude to the deputy minister, she gently advised him to venture out less frequently, to enhance security around the residence, and to remain vigilant. The deputy minister looked at her sharply, and she nodded before turning to leave. After shedding a few followers, she returned stealthily to the deputy minister's residence from the rooftops. His study was still illuminated, and employing her old trick, Qiongyu peeked in through the tiles. He was perusing some documents, which were accumulating on the table like a mountain. Just watching him made Qiongyu feel a headache coming on. Sitting beside a small hole in the wall, she occasionally glanced at his activities. More often, she found herself gazing at the sky, the stars twinkling above, wondering which one might be her father and which her mother. After an indeterminate amount of time, weariness began to overtake her, just as Wei Shilang finally stood up, stretching his back and legs before stepping outside. Qiongyu followed him closely. Upon entering the bedroom, she concealed herself on the roof. Listening to the rhythmic sound of breathing emanating from within, she soon felt a sense of tedium and decided to leave. While leaping across the rooftop, she contemplated the late hour, realizing that Pei Xinying may have already fallen asleep, and resolved not to disturb him that night. With this thought in mind, she returned directly to the general's residence without alerting anyone, collapsing on her bed where she quickly succumbed to sleep. Though Pei Xinying had retired to bed early, he found himself tossing and turning, his mind replaying the moment he had encountered that person, and how Qiongyu had departed without offering any explanation. The thought gnawed at him, and, after finally drifting off, his dreams were filled solely with the image of Qionyu's retreating figure. At that moment, Qiongyu was dreaming of the various dishes from Liangzhou, which in her dream, all sprouted mouths, calling out to the general, "Do you still recognize me?" Startled awake, she realized there were no dishes swirling about her asking questions, and let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 67. Qiongyu. As she drifted into slumber, her final thought was to seek an opportunity to test Qiongyu. That opportunity soon presented itself, as the emperor decreed a banquet to be held 3 days hence, inviting all scholars to the Hanlin Academy as a gesture of imperial grace. Upon hearing this news, Qiongyu felt a surge of excitement. The chance had arrived. On the day of the banquet, she borrowed a scholar's robe from Pei Xinying, tying her hair up to present herself as a female scholar. She chose not to have the family carriage escort her, but instead walked from a nearby location to the academy. Upon reaching the entrance, she presented her invitation. The guards, clearly recognizing her, showed no surprise at her scholarly attire. They casually inspected the invitation before allowing her entry. Qiongyu secretly nodded, pleased with her clever disguise. By the time she arrived, many scholars were already present, engaged in lively conversation in small groups. With a sidelong glance, Qiongyu searched for Qiongyu, quickly spotting him in a secluded pavilion behind a rockery. Rather than approaching him directly, she maintained her composure and discreetly departed from the location. As she left, she thought she heard Qiongyu exhale with a sense of relief. Not straying far from the rockery, she concealed herself to observe him. Groups of scholars passed by, yet none greeted him. Indeed, a few even rolled their eyes in his direction. However, Qiongyu remained indifferent, sitting alone and gazing at the sky, exuding an air of profound solitude. Qiongyu pondered how to approach him without raising suspicion when, fortuitously, a few individuals approached the pavilion with ill intentions. Qiongyu heard the sound of footsteps, turned his head, and upon seeing the approaching figures, his pupils constricted. Before he could utter a word, a lackey sprang forth from behind the leader and delivered a kick to his chest. "Oh, is this not our valiant hero? Where are those impoverished scholars you were with? Did they resort to suing the court because they couldn't afford the answers?" The lackey jeered, observing Qionyu's expression. "But look, even if you do file a complaint, what will it matter? We remain unscathed. When the emperor organizes the next examination, we shall undoubtedly excel beyond you." Qiongyu coughed a few times and rose to his feet. A true man, in his endeavors, seeks only a clear conscience. What you depend upon is merely your family background. Without such good fortune, your scholarly achievements would likely be in vain. The lackey was about to retort when the leader intervened. "Since you hold us in such contempt, let us see if anyone will come to your aid when we leave you crippled today." As he spoke, he gestured to his subordinates, preparing to advance on Qiongyu. Hidden behind the rockery, Qionyu's expression darkened. When the first punch landed in Qionyu's stomach, the assailant's arm was swiftly broken by an elbow strike from Qiongyu. Those who had gathered to watch were taken aback by the unexpected appearance of a young woman clad in scholarly attire. After shattering the lackey's arm, she was not yet satisfied. She grasped his hair and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling into the crowd. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but the leader quickly regained his composure, angrily demanding, Who are you to meddle in our affairs, you dog that catches mice? Song Qiongyu narrowed her eyes, poised to respond. But Qiongyu tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Miss, you need not concern yourself with me. They are the offspring of court officials, and offending them will lead to dire consequences. The figures across from them clearly overheard their exchange, laughing derisively. One of them taunted Qiongyu. You wish to warn others while you cannot even safeguard yourself? Mind your own business. With a shift in tone, he continued, feigning a smile. If you desire me to spare this girl, then kneel and bow your head, and I shall let her go. A subordinate sensed something amiss. How could a scholarly woman possess such martial prowess? Perhaps she too was a daughter of a noble family. He approached to caution the leader, only to be brushed aside. At that moment, the leader's mind was consumed by the thought of Qiongyu kneeling before him. He could hear nothing else. With a sinister grin, he directed his gaze at Qiongyu. If you do not move, I shall strip this girl of her clothes and throw her out for having fought my men. Qiongyu hesitated, caught between the impulse to save a girl and the dignity of a scholar. Just as they were about to seize her, he steeled himself, preparing to kneel. Song Qiongyu noticed his movement and felt a pang in her heart. She grasped the back of his collar, preventing him from bowing. Qiongyu looked at her, frowning. Miss, this is not the time for bravado. A mere kneel is inconsequential. I am deeply grateful for your intervention today, but you must not gamble with your life. Song Qiongyu, disinterested in further explanation, took a few steps forward and, to Qionyin's astonishment, effortlessly subdued the group of ruffians. The individuals who had been struck swiftly fled the scene. Song Qiongyu turned to gaze at Qiongyu, noticing his increasingly grim expression. She inquired about the cause of his demeanor, assuring him that she had dispatched them all. He offered a bitter smile, asking if she was aware of the identity of their leader. Song Qiongyu shook her head, having never encountered him in the court, assuming he was of little significance. Qiongyu sighed, revealing that the man was Li Lin's son, Li Ji, the Minister of War. You have struck his son, and Li Lin is fiercely protective. It won't be long before he personally seeks you out. Li Lin, that old wretch, always covertly attempting to undermine her in the court, had finally presented her with an opportunity to retaliate. You must leave quickly. He will not spare you if he finds you. Song Qiongyu regarded him, asking, And what about you? Qiongyu evasively replied, I shall remain and reason with him. She scoffed, Reason with him? If he were capable of reason, he would not have raised such a troublesome son. I understand your intentions. You wish to shoulder the blame yourself. She patted his shoulder, reassuring him, Do not fear. Allow me to reason with him. The final words were delivered with a palpable intensity. At that moment, Qiongyu appeared anxious, as through Song Qionyu's shoulder. He could see a throng approaching, their demeanor menacing. Song Qiongyu did not turn to look back, awaiting the words that might emerge from Li Lin's mouth. Indeed, the Minister of War wasted no time in expressing his disdain. I hear from my son that you have injured him. Is this true? Song Qiongyu remained silent, leading both Li Lin and Qiongyu to assume she was intimidated. Just as Qiongyu was about to clarify, one of Li Lin's men swiftly silenced him. Dragging him aside, Li Lin's voice dripped with arrogance. Why do you remain silent, young lady? Are you feeling guilty? Before Song Qiongyu could respond, Li Lin continued. Considering you are but a young lady, I shall not make things difficult for you. Apologize to those you struck. If they accept your apology, I shall not pursue the matter further. Without waiting for her reply, he confidently asked, What you say? Li Ji, standing nearby, seemed displeased. Father? Li Lin soothingly patted his shoulder and exchanged a glance with him, which Song Qiongyu, facing away, did not see. However, Qiongyu, witnessing the exchange, felt a sense of urgency, yet was unable to voice his concerns due to the grip on his mouth. Lost in his thoughts, Li Ji bore a sinister smile, contemplating how to deal with this woman once they exited the Hanlin Academy. As each harbored their own ulterior motives, Song Qiongyu turned to face Li Lin, incredulous, and remarked, Li Darren, how imposing you are. Do you expect me to apologize to your son? Li Ji, meeting her gaze, arrogantly nodded, oblivious to the cold sweat that had begun to bead on his father's forehead. With a sardonic smile directed at Li Lin, Song Qiongyu was about to speak when Li Lin hastily pressed Li Ji's head down and interjected, General Song, this is a misunderstanding. I was unaware it was you. Had I known, I would not have dared to speak thus. Li Ji, firmly restrained by his father, was engulfed in fear. There was only one general surnamed Song in the current dynasty, and if they truly offended her, his father's life would undoubtedly become unbearable. Song Qiongyu paid no heed to their thoughts. Casting a glance at those holding Qiongyu, Li Lin immediately understood that they were not to release him. The group hastily loosened their grip on Qiongyu, who stood still, gazing at Song Qiongyu with a complex and profound expression. Without turning back, Song Qiongyu extended her hand behind her, beckoning Qiongyu to come closer. Qiongyu said nothing, but silently took a few steps forward to stand behind her. With her hands clasped, Song Qiongyu rotated her wrists and raised an eyebrow, addressing Li Lin. Since the minister claimed it was a misunderstanding, why not allow young Master Li to explain what transpired? Li Lin patted Li Ji's back emphatically, urging him to speak up about the matter. I hold great admiration for Brother Jin's actions. I merely wish to engage in conversation. However, before I could reminisce, I was struck by General Song, which left me somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, as I am representing my father's honor outside, I kindly request that the general apologize to me. A hint of grievance lingered on Li Ji's face. After a brief pause, he continued, perhaps my tone was a tad impatient, leading to some misunderstanding on General Song's part. It is indeed my fault, and I am willing to apologize. He looked towards General Song Qiongyu, genuinely expressing regret for his rash behavior that had offended her. Hoping for her understanding, Song Qiongyu raised an eyebrow, stating that since young Master Lin had spoken so, it would be unreasonable for her to persist in holding a grudge. Observing the joy on their faces, she added, however, although I can overlook this matter, you have frightened my friend, and it would be only proper to extend an apology to him as well. Of course, Li Lin replied with a smile, discreetly nudging Li Ji's leg with his toe, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by those present. Under his father's urging, Li Ji reluctantly offered his apology to Qiongyu. I am sorry, Brother Jin, for having frightened you. With their leader apologizing, his sycophants naturally followed suit, each quickly extending their apologies to Qiongyu. Qiongyu maintained a neutral expression, yet his gaze softened, instinctively seeking Song Qionyu's eyes. She blinked playfully, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Realizing his lapse in composure, he promptly concealed his expression. As it appeared that the matter had reached a resolution, Li Lin tentatively invited Song Qiongyu to accompany him to the Hamlin Academy, suggesting, if not, how about I show you around? Upon hearing his father's words, Li Ji immediately recognized that if he could send Song Qiongyu away, it would present a prime opportunity to deal with Qiongyu. He glared viciously at Qiongyu from behind Song Qiongyu. Qiongyu, noticing Li Ji's expression, lowered his head, refraining from any further action. Song Qiongyu casually responded, sure. Li Ji revealed a sinister smile, but at that moment, Song Qiongyu turned her head back, causing Li Ji to nearly retract his expression, his face contorted in panic. Both Li Lin and Li Ji understood her intention, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Qiongyu observed their expressions and body language with keen interest, growing increasingly curious about this general. The esteemed student Qiongyu engaged in delightful conversation with me, and I intended to invite him to my residence after the banquet. So I requested his company. Li Lin could only acquiesce. As they walked, Li Lin introduced the various courtyards of the Hamlin Academy, until they finally entered the Grand Hall, where many scholars were already seated, awaiting the commencement of the feast. A few well-to-do students noticed Qiongyu and rose to their feet, exclaiming, isn't this our great hero? What brings him to this meal? We thought he would disdain such a banquet. Song Qionyu's expression darkened. Li Lin caught a glimpse of her face from the corner of his eye, and sighed inwardly, realizing that this meal would be far from enjoyable for anyone. The group observed Qiongyu walking behind Song Qiongyu, exchanging glances and mockingly commenting on how the great hero walked in the shadow of a young lady. Look at her, with her exquisite beauty and slender figure. She must be the daughter of a prominent family. Has he become her kept man? Song Qiongyu could have chosen silence, but her displeasure was palpable, and she had a tendency to ensure that others shared in her discontent. There was a peaceful way to silence them, yet she was unwilling. Removing the sword from her waist, the onlookers were startled to discover she had brought a weapon inside. However, the sword was of the same color as her attire and shorter in length, making it less conspicuous. If anyone locked eyes with her, their gaze would naturally be drawn to her beauty, often overlooking her sword until it was too late. Panic ensued among the crowd. Yet Qiongyu did not unsheath her sword. Instead, she wielded the hilt to strike the knees of the offending students, causing them to kneel before her in frustration. Unhurriedly, she took a seat at the main table, next to the chair prepared for the emperor, crossing one leg and surveying the room from her elevated position. Seeing her silence, the group prepared to rise and reprimand her, but before they could move, Qiongyu hurled a stone, sending them tumbling back to the ground. Indifferently, she poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and sighed, turning to Lin, the Minister of Literature, and inquired, "Is this the caliber of students we have this year? If they're all like this, our dynasty is in peril." Lin dared not respond, lowering his gaze. Chapter 69. Punishment. At this moment, one student began to sense something amiss. How could a student occupy the main seat, especially beside Minister? Anxious, he remained silent. But inevitably, a fool unable to grasp the situation spoke up. "You, madam, are exceedingly presumptuous. What concern does a scholar have with you? You are merely waiting to marry, indifferent to the opinions of others." Qiongyu lifted her eyelids to glance at him, her expression unreadable. The man was taken aback, stepping back in fright, and upon regaining his composure, he grew furious and prepared to advance with a punch. The leader of the students squinted one eye, waiting to observe Qionyu's reaction. Qiongyu sighed deeply, rising to her feet to confront his fist. With a firm grip of her left hand on his hand, he found himself unable to move. Unyielding, Qiongyu delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying several tables away. As he picked himself up, he touched his lips, feeling a trace of blood. His eyes widened as he glared at Qiongyu, exclaiming, "How dare you commit such an act of violence in the Hamlin Academy? This is truly audacious. I shall report your misdeeds to the Dali Temple." Just then, someone nudged him from the side, and upon turning, he saw the emperor's honor guard, prompting him to swiftly silence himself. The emperor descended from his sedan chair, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on Qiongyu amidst the crowd. He beckoned her. "Qiongyu, come my side. Why are you dressed like this today? Have you squandered all your monthly stipend from the general's residence?" The emperor, noticing her scholar's attire, inquired with concern. She chuckled and waved her hand, replying, "Your Majesty, I heard that you were hosting a banquet for the scholars at the Hamlin Academy. Having never witnessed such festivity before, I feared that the guards would not allow me entry, so I borrowed this outfit to blend in." As the emperor advanced, Qiongyu fell back a step to follow him. The surrounding scholars stood in stunned silence, only to turn their attention back to the one who had been struck moments later. The injured scholar shielded his face with his hands and melted into the crowd. Once the emperor took his seat and gestured for Qiongyu to join him, he inquired, "Qiongyu, have you discovered anything during your time here?" At this question, the smile faded from Qionyu's face as she averted her gaze, responding, "Your Majesty, I have not observed any developments, merely that, indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy." The emperor's expression darkened noticeably at her words, causing Lin, standing behind them, to grow anxious, fearing that Qiongyu might inadvertently reveal his name. Qiongyu chose not to elaborate further, instead asking, "Your Majesty, I have yet to sample the cuisine of the Hamlin Academy. Might I have the fortune to enjoy a feast today?" The emperor nodded, understanding her desire to shift the topic. Yet, he had his own intentions and proceeded to ask her opinion on the matter of academic dishonesty among scholars. A collective gasp resonated among the students as they listened intently. With an impassive expression, Qiongyu stated, "I am a military officer and do not comprehend how scholars handle such matters. I only know that if soldiers lack the necessary skills and rely on connections or deceit to gain military merit, they are the first to perish on the battlefield." Silence enveloped the room. The emperor chuckled softly, remarking, "It appears Qiongyu holds a strong disdain for such matters." "Not quite disdain," she replied coolly. "I merely believe that one must take responsibility for their actions." The emperor then invited all the officials and scholars to take their seats. The dishes presented were exquisite, and Song Qiongyu felt they were no different from those served in restaurants. Observing the scholars below enjoying their meal, she quietly asked the emperor, "Will this matter simply be overlooked?" The emperor shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile, signaling her to remain patient. Once everyone had finished their meal, the emperor coughed twice, drawing the attention of all present. With a smile, he remarked that he believed everyone was aware of the recent event concerning the imperial examinations, and he was willing to extend an opportunity to those misguided scholars. However, he swiftly added that wrongdoing must be addressed, and thus, punishment was inevitable. Among the students, a voice emerged from the crowd, asserting that they too had been deceived and imploring the emperor for his discernment. Song Qiongyu scoffed, retorting that claiming to be deceived was no excuse. She posed a rhetorical question. If a thief were to steal your purse, would he not also claim to have been misled? How would you respond to that? Another voice quietly suggested that the results had been annulled. Why, then? Was there still a need for punishment? The emperor's expression darkened noticeably, yet there were those who dared to add fuel to the fire. Song Qiongyu stepped forward and accurately extracted the individual from the throng. Initially, the person appeared hesitant when brought before the assembly, but soon regained confidence. Standing tall and meeting Song Qionyu's gaze defiantly. "Do you not agree, General Song?" "Oh, I almost forgot. Since you have not participated in the imperial examinations, you cannot possibly comprehend the effort that goes into preparing for such a test." Effort, indeed. To claim that one has expended effort while merely purchasing an answer sheet and memorizing it is rather absurd, don't you think? Song Qiongyu retorted with derision. The student had not anticipated being called out in front of such a large audience, leaving him momentarily speechless. Addressing the assembly, Song Qiongyu stated that it was not only this individual, but everyone present who had procured answers. "I possess a ledger from Yuetian Tower. Should anyone doubt my words, feel free to inquire." The students shifted nervously, some turning crimson while others paled, all fixated anxiously on Song Qiongyu. The emperor observed the sudden silence that enveloped the room, maintaining his stoic demeanor as he declared that any examination papers submitted by those who had purchased answers would be rendered null and void. An uproar ensued among the students, their murmurs rising in a cacophony of discontent, though they dared not voice their grievances in the emperor's presence. Watching the chaos he had incited, a slight smile curled at the corners of the emperor's lips as he rose to depart. Song Qiongyu followed closely behind, tossing her token to Qiongyu and instructing him to seek her at the general's residence. After Qiongyu acknowledged her with a nod, he turned to leave. To prevent any malicious students from obstructing his path, Song Qiongyu requested a guard from the emperor to escort Qiongyu out of Hanlin Academy. Once they had walked some distance from the academy, the emperor spoke to Song Qiongyu, inquiring if she were curious about his motivations. "Your Majesty has your own reasons for acting as you do. I would not presume to speculate," she replied, her gaze lowered. The emperor chuckled softly, encouraging her to speak freely, assuring her that there was nothing that could not be discussed between monarch and subject. Understanding his intent, Song Qiongyu pondered for a moment before asking for further clarification. Chapter 70. A dialogue. Clear waters harbor no fish. Only by stirring the waters can we discern whether this pond contains what we seek. The emperor's left hand rested lightly on the palanquin, making a gentle motion as if to stir the water. As he spoke, laughter escaped his lips. "Indeed, I have contemplated punishing them, even considering revoking their qualifications for the spring examination. However, the number of students involved is considerable, with many offspring of officials entangled in the affair." When the laughter subsided and the emperor's countenance turned solemn, his regal authority was laid bare. Although the penalties at this moment were mild, I had already compiled a list of the implicated students. Delaying action now would only lead to a more opportune time for resolution. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Song Qiongyu and inquired, "What do you think, my dear minister?" Song Qiongyu distilled the emperor's words into two significant points. First, he held grudges and would eventually address this matter. Second, he intended to take action against certain officials who flaunted their seniority. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Song Qiongyu lowered his head and replied, Your Majesty's decisions are always for the best. Whatever course you choose, I shall follow your lead. It was uncertain whether the emperor was convinced, but he seemed to emit a faint chuckle. Once the audience with the emperor concluded, Song Qiongyu hurried back. Upon returning to the residence, he encountered Qiongyu in the front hall, engaged in conversation with Qiu Shi, occasionally breaking into smiles. Qiu Shi, ever observant, noticed Song Qiongyu and patted Qionyin's shoulder. Rising to approach, the general has returned. Young Master Jin has been waiting for you. With a playful flutter of her eyelashes, Song Qiongyu interjected, "Oh, I see you both seem engrossed in conversation. I thought I would have to speak up for you to notice my return." With that, she gracefully stepped into the hall. Observing Qionyin's expression, she added with a smile, "I had thought you to be a reserved and grounded gentleman. Yet here you are, engaging in delightful conversation with a lady." Qiongyu appeared momentarily taken aback, parting his lips as if to respond, but his gaze fell, darkening with unspoken thoughts. Sensing his mood, Song Qiongyu chose not to pry, merely sitting beside him and pouring him a cup of tea. Qiongyu quickly clasped his hands together to accept it, exclaiming, "You are too kind, General. How could I trouble you to serve me tea?" With a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, Song Qiongyu placed the teapot down. "You are from the north, are you not? Your accent suggests a connection to the Liangzhou region." Nodding, Qiongyu curiously asked, "How does the general, being from the capital, discern the Liangzhou accent? Though my ancestry hails from the capital, I have spent many years in the northern territories. During my time at the borders, I have been surrounded by officers and soldiers from various regions. Listening to their speech over time allows me to distinguish certain accents." She explained. He nodded in understanding. Indeed, the general is a remarkable individual. However, I am somewhat puzzled. Do you truly live among the soldiers in the barracks? Song Qiongyu considered for a moment before replying. "It is natural to share meals, but we do not sleep together. I reside in the general's tent while they occupy the soldiers' quarters. We do not share sleeping arrangements." Qiongyu could not suppress his laughter, and upon noticing Song Qionyu's evident confusion, his laughter grew louder. Soon, however, under Qiu Shi's sharp gaze, he stifled his mirth, though a chuckle still escaped him. After exchanging casual pleasantries, as the sky darkened, Song Qiongyu wished to invite him for dinner, but Qiongyu declined. She inquired, "Are you returning to the inn?" Seeing him nod, she expressed her concern. "You must be aware that there are many students who do not favor you staying at the same inn. If they were to cause you trouble, we might not arrive in time to assist." As he spoke, he invited him to stay at his residence, where numerous vacant rooms awaited, allowing him the freedom to choose any. Within his abode, no one would dare to trouble him. Qiongyu shook his head, expressing gratitude for the general's kindness, yet remarked that one could evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Issues must eventually be resolved. Nodding in agreement, Song Qiongyu dispatched 2 of his subordinates to assist him, assuring that should anyone attempt to harm him, they would come to his aid. After casting a thoughtful glance at the soldiers, Qiongyu bowed deeply to Song Qiongyu in gratitude. After watching Qiongyu depart, Song Qiongyu returned to the hall, where Qiu Shi was perched on a chair, indulging in fruit. Upon noticing Song Qionyu's return, he hastily leaped down, seated himself, adjusted his attire, and wiped his mouth in swift succession, almost like a fleeting shadow. Without uttering a word, Song Qiongyu approached and grasped Qiu Shi's ear, reproaching, "How many times must I remind you to sit properly and stand with poise? Look at yourself." Unfazed, Qiu Shi stuck out his tongue and, with a few playful sounds, scampered to a chair across the way. Not pursuing further, Song Qiongyu pondered Qionyin's every move, reflecting on his distinct Liangzhou accent. As he contemplated, the sentinel announced the general's visitor, Pei Xinying, requests an audience. Noticing Song Qionyu's indifference, Qiu Shi waved his hand, inviting Pei Xinying to enter. Upon entering, Pei Xinying observed the contemplative Song Qiongyu and the exuberant Qiu Shi. He chose not to disturb Song Qionyu's thoughts, instead settling beside him, engrossed in a book. As Qiu Shi watched the tranquil scene of the two, an odd atmosphere enveloped them, one that instinctively urged her to prevent its further fermentation. She seated herself to Song Qionyu's right, propping her head with one hand while perusing a book with the other. After a few pages, she feigned deep contemplation when no one was watching, eventually succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, she found both Qiongyu and Pei Xinying had vanished. In the dining hall, she discovered they were nearing mealtime. Upon seeing her, they beckoned her to join. Qiongyu, displeased, crossed her arms and pouted. "Why didn't you call me for dinner?" Qiongyu, fiddling with his chopsticks, explained, "We were deliberating. If the last porridge were to arrive while you were still asleep, we would have come to fetch you. Have you been overexerting yourself lately, to the point of dozing off in the hall?" Feeling too bashful to admit that she had dozed off while pretending to read to compete with Pei Xinying, she merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging her exhaustion. Qiongyu, in response, suggested, "If that's the case, delegate your current tasks to others and take a few days to rest." Qiongyu hastily shook her head, insisting, "No need, General. You need not worry. My ailment will be resolved by tomorrow." "Oh, is it truly that miraculous?" Qiongyu inquired casually, not intending to genuinely investigate. Qiongyu, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her gaze, prompting a shared glance and smile between Song and Pei. She cautiously raised her head, sensing something amiss. Yet their expressions revealed no abnormalities. After a few scrutinizing glances, she dismissed her earlier suspicions and happily resumed her meal. Chapter 71. Farewell After Dinner. The two entered the study. As they settled into their seats, the brief separation felt like an eternity. Gazing upon her visage, a sense of vague satisfaction enveloped him. The meal had sated their appetites, yet the drowsiness began to creep upon Qiongyu. As she appeared on the verge of slumber, Pei Xinying inquired, "Have you gleaned any results from your investigation into that scholar? He possesses a considerable understanding of the customs of Liangzhou. I had specially engaged a chef to prepare Liangzhou cuisine. He ought to appreciate my efforts, judging by his actions and habits. There seems to be no immediate cause for concern." Qionyu's head was nearly drooping onto the chair, her replies languid and indistinct. Pei Xinying noted her complete lack of regard for formality, her fingers instinctively twitching as she struggled against a tickle in her throat, and continued, "Even so, you still find him suspect, do you not?" She cracked open her eyes a fraction, a glimmer of approval evident. Indeed, for some reason, his accent appears to carry an unfamiliar inflection. She closed her eyes again, pondering, feeling an odd familiarity reminiscent of the dialect from the Jiangnan region. However, none among my subordinates hail from the south, thus I have no basis for comparison. Suddenly, Pei Xinying recalled that the teacher's retirement seemingly occurred around Hangzhou. She sat up abruptly, her eyes wide. "Is that truly the case?" Pei Xinying smiled and nodded. Gradually, Qiongyu regained her composure, yet she added, "You and I cannot leave the capital at will." In truth, it was she who could not depart freely. Her every move must remain beneath the emperor's watchful gaze. Pei Xinying rested her chin on her hand and mused, "Perhaps we could directly approach His Majesty, stating that our outward journey is to escort the teacher, while in reality, we seek to investigate, but we possess no evidence, merely a hint of an accent. Would the emperor grant us permission?" Qionyu's expression remained blank. Resisting the impulse to pinch her cheeks, Pei Xinying declared, "I shall enter the palace tomorrow to inquire. Surely His Majesty will consent." "Very well." Before long, Pei Xinying discerned the soft sound of breathing within the small study. Alongside the rhythm of breath, the sound of his own heartbeat grew louder. He placed his right hand upon his heart, the thudding echoing in his ears, and could not help but glance towards Qiongyu, who had curled into a small ball. Entirely devoid of the decisive aura befitting a battlefield commander, only half of her profile was visible, and Pei Xinying approached her, leaning down to study her face closely, a smile gracing his lips. After a moment, he stepped out of the study and, as he turned to close the door, he thought he saw her stir. Upon a closer look, however, she remained still. Listening to Pei Xinying's footsteps fade as he exited the courtyard, Qiongyu lifted her head, her cascading hair obscuring her enigmatic gaze. When she raised her eyes again, there was not a trace of sleepiness to be found. In just a few days, Qiongyu and Pei Xinying received the decree to escort the Minister of Rites upon his retirement. Accompanying the edict was a contingent of guards bestowed upon her by the emperor. The expressions of those within the household were far from pleasant. The last time they had visited Yuzhong, This small troop had awaited them at the city gate, but this time they were ushered directly into the residence. Qiongyu pondered. Was this a warning from the emperor? Since the guests had arrived, it would be unreasonable to turn them away. The steward was instructed to arrange accommodations for them, and they were all welcome to settle in. Special care was taken to advise the household staff not to trouble them, as they were merely following orders. After a few days, the Minister of Rites was finally ready to depart, and Qiongyu awaited him outside the carriage atop her horse. It had only been a little over half a month since she last saw the minister, yet in such a brief span, he appeared to have aged considerably. His once salt and pepper hair had turned completely white, and he was stooped over, assisted by Pei Xinying as he slowly entered the carriage. With everyone gathered, the individual responsible for the escort let out a sharp whistle, prompting the somewhat large procession to begin its slow movement. As Qiongyu scanned the crowd, she did not spot Zheng Rui. This was to be expected. In the memories of the people, he had already met his demise, and his appearance now would surely startle many. Not finding him, she ceased her searching and walked straight ahead. It was not until they had exited the city gates that she noticed a soldier, with a dark complexion, stealthily inching toward the carriage. Judging by his build, there was little doubt that this was Zheng Rui. With narrowed eyes and a mischievous thought in mind, she rode her horse up to him, questioning what he was doing and why he was not in his designated position. Was he attempting to flee? Startled, Zheng Rui looked up to see Qiongyu, and his heart settled. Upon noticing the teasing glimmer in her eyes, he realized he had been discovered. Annoyed and embarrassed, he shot her a glare, but refrained from making any drastic movements. Although the captain of the guard was aware of his true identity, most soldiers were not, and any overt action could lead to complications. Riding alongside him, Qiongyu leaned in to ask why the minister looked so haggard. Had she not suspected that the person executed was not him, she might have thought the minister's pallor was due to overwhelming sorrow. Zheng Rui, feeling a touch of pride, explained that it was merely because his father had not rested for 2 days, which made him appear weary. With a few days of rest, he would recover. As for his hair, he lowered his voice, admitting it was likely due to his father's excessive worry for him during his time at the Dali Temple, which had turned his hair white. After a brief moment, he managed to regain his composure and feigned cheerfulness, remarking that they still had ample time ahead. His gaze wandered toward the carriage, filled with admiration for the scholar. Qiongyu nodded and, seeing that no one was watching, advised him to enter. After glancing around, he jumped into the carriage and lifted the curtain, revealing his father and Pei Xinying engaged in what seemed to be a delightful conversation. Had this been before, he would have felt discontented. However, he now understood that in his father's heart, he was the irreplaceable one. With a slight pout, he settled beside his father. Bored from sitting, Zheng Rui inquired about their intentions for the journey. Upon hearing that there might be other masterminds behind the case, he fell silent. It was not until they were nearing Hangzhou that Zheng Rui broached the subject again, expressing his desire to assist in the investigation. Noticing Pei Xinying's look of confusion, he felt his cheeks flush and stammered, What is wrong? Is that not permitted? In the past, you held a disdainful view of us, the feeble investigators and scholars. Yet what has changed now? Pei Xinying's tone was laced with sarcasm. In light of recent events, my father has not reproached me, but I am acutely aware of his disappointment in me. Should I be able to prove that there exists another mastermind, that my missteps constitute merely a fraction of a larger scheme, perhaps he might absolve himself of some blame. As I spoke, tears threatened to spill from the corners of my eyes. Chapter 72. Hangzhou. Pei Xinying regarded him in silence, waiting until his emotions had settled before speaking. If you wish to assist in the investigation, you must heed my guidance. Zheng Rui nodded eagerly. Very well, I shall follow your lead. He then inquired, where shall we begin our search? Currently, we possess no leads. All we know is that his accent seems to originate from the Hangzhou region. Perhaps we should investigate this matter further, Pei Xinying suggested tentatively, lacking any real confidence. Zheng Rui scratched his head, but I have never encountered Jinin, nor do I recognize his accent. What should we do? Fear not, let fate guide us. His documentation was flawless, and our frustrations will only lead us to make futile attempts, came a voice as Qiongyu rode ahead of them without looking back, her words carried by the wind. With less than 2 days' journey remaining to Hangzhou, Zheng Rui's anxiety was palpable. Each time Song Qiongyu passed by, he flinched as if struck by an arrow. Had he possessed feathers, they would surely have ruffled in alarm. Song Qiongyu, puzzled by his demeanor, approached Pei Xinying to inquire, "What is wrong with him? Why is he so tense?" Pei Xinying, equally perplexed, replied, "I cannot say. I felt the same trepidation when I passed by him." As Pei Xinying approached, Zheng Rui became flustered once more. With a sigh, Pei Xinying placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, feeling the tension in his muscles gradually dissipate. A wave of envy washing over him. Once Zheng Rui had calmed down, he articulated his concerns. "I fear that the perpetrator may indeed be someone from the vicinity of Hangzhou. Yet, even if clues pass me by, I remain oblivious. If I let slip the chance to apprehend the true culprit, I shall be haunted by regret for the rest of my days." With a deep sigh, he confessed, "Thinking of this leaves me in turmoil. Your mere presence makes me uneasy." Pei Xinying, resigned, stated, "Naturally, it is our responsibility to seek out the truth. You have your own task to fulfill." Upon hearing this, Zheng Rui finally felt a sense of relief, allowing himself to regain composure. Upon entering the city of Hangzhou, Pei Xinying asked Zheng Shangshu, "Have you decided where you would like to settle?" Zheng Shangshu shook his head, stroking his beard. "There is no rush. We may first explore the city and find a suitable place." The group proceeded directly to the largest inn in Hangzhou, where the first floor was bustling with a diverse array of patrons. As Song Qiongyu passed by one guest, she caught a hint of a familiar accent. Without turning back hastily, she feigned a casual glance, urging her companions to continue, while discreetly observing the individual. Dressed in humble peasant attire and of modest stature, the individuals at the same table shared a similar garb, with several yokes resting beside them. They had likely come to the market in the morning, selling their goods by midday, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. Pei Xinying noticed a peculiar expression on one of them. Following his gaze, she spotted several villagers, raising an eyebrow as she exchanged questioning looks with Song Qiongyu. Perceiving his inquisitive glance, Song Qiongyu gave a barely perceptible nod. Understanding his intent, Pei Xinying moved to the rear of the line to locate the group assigned by the emperor, arranging for surveillance. Without further ado, wary of drawing attention by lingering too long, they made their way into the room. The common folk remained oblivious to the subtle scrutiny directed their way. Lacking alternative strategies, they could only await news from the guards who were tracking the individuals to prepare for their next course of action. As night fell, the guards returned with information that the villagers hailed from a distant settlement known as Lianshire Village. They had inquired among several villagers, who reported that no one by the name of Qiongyu resided there. Drawing from their observations of the villagers' accents, the guards dispersed to nearby villages, noting the slight variations in dialect. Could they be from another village? Song Qiongyu shook her head, asserting no. During the market, there were numerous villagers present, yet those few had the most similar intonation. If there were others who resembled them, I would have recognized it. Just as Zheng Rui was about to voice a rebuttal, he caught a glimpse of Song Qionyu's icy demeanor, which startled him into silence. Pei Xinying, observing the pair's apparent confusion, retrieved several portraits from her sleeve that Mr. Shui had entrusted to her before his departure, suggesting that preparation is paramount. Perhaps they would prove useful now. Song Qionyu's eyes sparkled as she took the sheets, regarding the likeness of Qiongyu depicted with remarkable clarity. Twirling the images in her hands, she leaned closer to Pei Xinying, exclaiming, "This Mr. Shui is truly remarkable. Can you not consider relinquishing him to me?" Pei Xinying, slightly displeased, stepped back, retorting, "He is a person, not an object to be bartered. His autonomy must be respected, as he possesses his own thoughts." Realizing that Pei Xinying was genuinely upset, Song Qiongyu nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." With that, she lifted her head, offering a smile. Yet, unlike his usual demeanor, Pei Xinying did not reciprocate but maintained a serious countenance, lost in contemplation. Zheng Rui sensed a peculiar tension in the room and instinctively felt it prudent to steer clear of the brewing discord between the two. He quietly rose and slipped out, Neither of them noticed his departure. Pei Xinying remained absorbed in her vexation, while Qiongyu was consumed by curiosity about what had caused his displeasure. The two sat in silence. Suddenly, Qiongyu burst through the door, inquiring, "General, shall we venture out for some amusement?" Finding the atmosphere within the room decidedly strange. Qiongyu nodded and, casting a discreet glance at Pei Xinying, saw no immediate reaction. She then stood to leave. As Pei Xinying passed by him, he suddenly grasped her hand and raised his head, imploring her not to leave. Qiongyu lowered her eyelashes to regard him. His face bore an unusual fragility. His eyes rimmed with red, invoking a sense of pity. Her other hand clenched into a fist, overwhelmed by the audacity of the moment. Enchanted by his beauty, Qiongyu squeezed her eyes shut and gestured to Qiongyu, urging him to go on his own, stating that he could purchase anything at her expense. Qiongyu glared fiercely at Pei Xinying, dismayed by the display of vulnerability from a grown man. Noticing that Qiongyu had no intention of accompanying him, he stormed away in frustration. Inside the room, Pei Xinying gradually released Qionyu's hand, bewildered by his own actions. Feeling as though he had betrayed the teachings of the sages he revered, he slowly covered his face with his hands, concealing his embarrassment, unable to meet Qionyu's gaze. In Chapter 73, titled The Village, seeing Pei Xinying in such a state sparked Qionyu's interest. She felt compelled to tease him. It suddenly occurred to her that his peculiar behavior had begun after mentioning Mr. Shui, and she began to suspect that perhaps Pei Xinying was feeling jealous. Mischievously, she leaned closer to his face, scrutinizing his reaction. Struck by the truth of her thoughts, Pei Xinying blushed even deeper, attempting to hide his feelings behind his hands. Observing his response made Qiongyu feel somewhat uncomfortable as well. She had not anticipated such a profound reaction from him and found herself feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she turned away and suggested, "I wish to explore the village and see if there are any clues." Pei Xinying nodded, muffled words escaping through his fingers. "Wait a moment. I shall accompany you." "Very well." Soon, Pei Xinying gathered his thoughts, the heat in his face subsiding, and rose to adjust his attire. Avoiding eye contact with Qiongyu for fear that a single glance would betray his emotions. With only a few guards, they set off in a carriage. Inside, Pei Xinying held a book, seemingly engrossed in reading, yet his thoughts circled around Qiongyu. Meanwhile, Qiongyu leaned against the carriage, yawning, pondering the potential connection between Qinying and this village. Upon arriving at the village, the locals, unaccustomed to such an entourage, quickly clustered together, pointing towards the carriage. Qiongyu was the first to lift the curtain and alight from the carriage. The sunlight illuminated her fair profile, rendering her features somewhat indistinct, but her tall, graceful figure clad in a striking red outfit shone brilliantly beside the wooden carriage. Once she had descended, the villagers gasped collectively, falling into a hush as they recognized her beauty. She extended her hand towards the carriage, revealing an arm as luminous as jade, followed closely by a flowing light blue robe, her visage surpassing even that of Qiongyu. A prominent villager stepped forward, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Qiongyu instinctively touched her waist, suddenly recalling that her insignia was still affixed to her other outfit, having forgotten to transfer it when changing clothes. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the waist badge of Pei Xinying hanging at her side. Without hesitation, he reached out, removed it, and presented it before the leader of the group. "This is Lord Pei, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, who is here on official business and has inquiries to make." The leader hesitated momentarily, and then, finding it tedious to engage in further discourse, stated bluntly, "I am his wife." Pei Xinying was taken aback for a moment, but quickly glanced at her waist, realizing the implication. With a smile gracing her lips, she affirmed, "Yes, she is my wife." Qiongyu shot a disapproving glance at Pei Xinying, who, upon noticing, broke into another smile. With a hint of confusion, she turned to the leader and inquired, "We are here on official matters. Could you direct us to the village chief?" The young man, skepticism evident in his eyes, replied, "My father is the village chief, but we must first review your credentials." Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Qiongyu regarded him with appreciation, yet firmly declined, "That cannot be, as it is the duty of the city gate guards to inspect credentials. What if you were spies from an enemy nation?" The young man's face flushed with anger, exclaiming, "That is unacceptable. I do not trust you. If you have ulterior motives, it could be detrimental to us." In the distance, Song Qiongyu spotted an elderly man leaning on a cane, accompanied by a woman offering support. All passers-by regarded him with a gaze of respect. This must be the village chief. The young man had been eyeing them suspiciously for quite some time, and his patience was wearing thin. Upon hearing his father admonish him to show respect, he turned to see that his father had approached from behind and was about to bow in greeting. He quickly assisted his father upright, saying, "Father, believe what they say. What if they are deceivers?" Song Qiongyu seemed to sense the village chief's exasperation. As he addressed his son, "Your father is not as naive as you. I have seen that badge before and can confirm its authenticity." His son, perplexed, asked, "But father, why have I never heard you mention this?" The village chief patted his shoulder, replying, "That is a tale from many years ago. If you wish to hear it, I shall recount it to you later." As he prepared to bow once more, he was halted by Pei Xinying, who said, "Elder, given your condition, there is no need for such formalities. We have merely a few questions to ask." The village chief nodded in agreement and invited them to his home for a private conversation. Upon arriving at the village chief's modest yet tidy main hall, Song Qiongyu complimented the cleanliness, to which the chief responded proudly, "After my leg injury, my wife has taken charge of these matters, and she treats me exceedingly well." His wife, standing beside him, playfully chastised him, though her expression bore no trace of anger. Pei Xinying marveled at the evident affection between the village chief and his esteemed wife. The village chief nodded, sharing, "We grew up together. She became my wife at 16, and our bond is strong." He then glanced at Song and Pei, imparting meaningfully, "Lord Pei and his wife should aspire to such a relationship." Upon hearing this, Pei Xinying turned to Song Qiongyu, seemingly about to speak, but was interrupted by the village chief's son. "Did you not mention you had questions? Here, you will not be disturbed. Please ask away." After a moment of contemplation, Song Qiongyu inquired of the village chief, "Is there a man named Qiongyu residing in this village?" After contemplating, the village chief replied that there were no families with the surname Jin in their village. Suddenly, his son interjected, mentioning that someone had come yesterday, inquiring about a Qiongyu, asking if he belonged to them. Upon seeing Song Qiongyu nod, he became irate, recalling that he had already stated there was no such person when asked the previous day. Was it not excessive for them to return with the same inquiry? Pei Xinying, observing the intensity in his eyes, urged, "My lord, please take a moment to examine this portrait for confirmation." He rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "I already said there isn't one. It's just a single individual. How could one possibly deceive?" However, when Pei Xinying unveiled the portrait before him, he was taken aback, for he recognized the individual depicted. "Father, this," as he glanced helplessly at the village chief. Judging by their reactions, it was evident they were familiar with the person. Song Qiongyu narrowed her eyes, tilting her head, and inquired, "Oh, are you acquainted with him?" Her tone was far from pleasant and lost in shock. The father and son did not perceive her displeasure. Instead, they earnestly nodded in affirmation of their recognition. Chapter 74. Tao Huano. Song Qionyu's countenance darkened considerably. It was only then that the father and son emerged from their astonishment, realizing her displeasure, as their gazes shifted towards Pei Xinying. After all, at that moment, Song Qiongyu was merely his wife. Noticing Pei Xinying's impassive demeanor, they felt somewhat reassured and turned to Song Qiongyu to apologize, saying, "My lord, we were genuinely shocked and momentarily lost our composure." Song Qiongyu settled into a chair, crossing her legs, her expression devoid of emotion as she scrutinized them. Despite the confined space of the room, her aura was formidable, causing the father and son to tremble slightly as they spoke. "My lord," she let out a cold snort and began to speak. The village chief pointed at the figure in the portrait, stating, "If you're seeking the individual in this image, then indeed, we are familiar with him. His name is Tao Huan, and he is from our village." After sharing a few more words, he sighed, gazing at the portrait with a nostalgic expression, continuing, "This child lost his father at a young age, and his mother raised him with great effort. She often remarked that he was a studious boy, insisting on sending him to school. He was indeed diligent, and the teachers at the academy acknowledged his exceptional talent. However, he would take the county examinations each year, only to fail consistently. I have lamented for him numerous times. Such a gifted individual, yet he could not pass. Perhaps he felt he had little chance of success after 5 consecutive years of failure. As he ceased to take the exams after that year, when his mother passed away, after tending to her funeral, he vanished from sight. As he spoke, he examined the portrait once more, astonished to encounter him under such circumstances. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly asked, "But, my lord, has this lad committed any heinous acts? You must believe he is a good child. If he has erred, it may have been under duress." Pei Xinying, putting away the portrait, pondered for a moment before asking, "Is it true that he failed the examinations for 5 consecutive years?" The village chief nodded earnestly. "Indeed, my lord." Pei Xinying and the other exchanged glances, both perceiving the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Jining, they now realized, was also known as Tao Huan. They had previously encountered his examination scripts, and given his capabilities, it was inconceivable that he had failed to pass for 5 consecutive years. Moreover, why had he chosen to adopt a new name and disguise himself as a student from Liangzhou to take the examination? What had transpired during his years of absence? The series of perplexing events suggested that there might be some clues within the county office. Resolute in their decision, the two expressed their gratitude to the village head and requested him to guide them to Jin Yin's former residence. His house was situated on the outskirts of the village, a small abode long since abandoned, overrun with weeds. Upon opening the door, apart from a thick layer of dust, the interior remained surprisingly tidy. A glance around revealed the extreme poverty of the place, and seeing no promising leads, they stepped back outside. This location was at the village entrance. Just a few houses down lay the road leading out of the village. Pei Xinying took this opportunity to bid them farewell. Before leaving, he cautioned them that if any villagers inquired, they should not disclose the matters they had discussed. Having said this, he departed from the village under their watchful eyes. As they settled into the carriage, Qiongyu remained deep in thought. Pei Xinying inquired if she had any thoughts on the matter. She raised an eyebrow and replied, "I suspect that your thoughts align with mine. It seems the county office harbors some unsavory secrets." Pei Xinying nodded in agreement. "Shall we proceed to the county office next?" "Naturally, but one TB on our initiative," she replied, casting a sidelong glance at Pei Xinying. "Rather, we shall compel them to invite us." Pei Xinying mentally completed Qionyu's unfinished thought. Nodding, Qiongyu leaned back against the carriage to rest her eyes. Before long, at Pei Xinying's signal, the county magistrate was promptly informed of the arrival of a retired official and the escorting dignitaries. The retiring official did not warrant much fanfare. However, the two escorting dignitaries, a general and a minor official from the Supreme Court, were prominent figures and deserved a warm reception. As anticipated, the magistrate's invitation soon arrived. The following evening, at the magistrate's residence, officials of all ranks gathered to honor the retired Minister of Rights. The invitation stated that the general, Lord Pei, was to attend with his wife. "Why does this invitation specify that you are to attend with your wife?" Qiongyu pondered aloud, perplexed. "Did you not clarify my identity when you spread rumors?" Another question arose. Is he not aware that 2 officials are escorting us? Pei Xinying suppressed his covert worries and feigned seriousness, explaining, if they knew you were the general, they might take precautions. By presenting it this way, even if they investigate, they would not suspect you. They would merely think I have a kept concubine, thus lowering their guard. Perhaps this will provide us with an advantage. As for the general, we could have Qiongyu impersonate him, allowing us to act separately. Pei Xinying felt a flutter of anxiety. Qiongyu regarded him with a half-smile. "Oh?" His heart raced with apprehension. "If you dislike this plan." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qiongyu. "It's of no concern. I simply do not fancy being labeled a concubine." Pei Xinying tentatively ventured then, "If such matters were to occur again, let it be said that you are my concubine." Qiongyu observed Pei Xinying's reaction meticulously. He exhibited no resistance. Rather, there was a glimmer of joy within him, as if a secret desire had been fulfilled. This time, It was my lack of planning. Next time, I shall surely take the role of your paramour." Unable to contain herself, Song Qiongyu burst into laughter, initially attempting to cover her face with her hand but ultimately laughing louder. Pei Xinying looked at her in confusion, about to inquire further when Qiongyu entered the room. As the door swung open, her excited voice filled the air. "General, are we not to attend the banquet tomorrow?" Song Qiongyu averted her gaze, focusing instead on a few portraits of Qiongyu on the table. "Who are you and why have you done this?" "Perhaps tomorrow. Answers shall reveal themselves." Qiongyu sprang to Song Qionyu's side like a small creature. "General, may I accompany you?" Song Qiongyu shook her head, observing Qionyu's face transform into one of disappointment. With a smile, she caressed Qionyu's cheek. "There are more important tasks assigned to you." Instantly, Qionyu's expression brightened, nodding enthusiastically, her tassels swaying with her movements. Song Qiongyu reached out to touch a light-colored garment. "Did you only purchase this one?" "Of course not. It would be a shame not to spend the general's money, so I bought several, including some for my sister and Mr. Nan." As she spoke, she scrutinized Song Qionyu's expression, noting there was no displeasure, which emboldened her. "I even bought some for the general." Song Qiongyu was somewhat taken aback. "What did you buy for me?" "I do not require anything. It is sufficient to buy for yourselves." Without addressing her words, Qiongyu posed another question. "For the banquet tomorrow, will the general wear this outfit?" Chapter 75. Changing attire. Just as Song Qiongyu was about to nod, she suddenly recalled that she would be attending the banquet as a concubine, and thus could not wear such attire. However, she had not observed how other officials' concubines were dressed, leaving her in a quandary. Noticing her hesitation, Qiongyu chuckled and moved closer. "General, I bought several outfits in your size. Would you like to try them on?" After an internal struggle, Song Qiongyu reluctantly nodded. Qiongyu cheered and hurried to retrieve the colorful garments she had purchased. Pei Xinying was sent out, unaware of Song Qionyu's outfit change, only hearing sounds of refusal and protest from within the room, followed by a final gasp of surprise. He stood outside, chuckling softly as he rubbed his forehead. By the following evening, the servants from the county magistrate's residence were already waiting outside the inn. Pei Xinying stood waiting outside Song Qionyu's door, uncertain of how long he had been there, when he finally heard a sound from within. Looking up, he saw Song Qionyu's face seemingly glowing. Today, she wore a light blue dress he had never seen before, adorned with matching jewelry. As she took a step forward, her head unconsciously swayed to the side, a novel sensation. As the weight of the headpieces was uneven, she instinctively tilted her head, seeking a better balance. Behind her, Qiongyu, feeling exasperated, reached out and removed one of the hairpins, and now it felt equally balanced, no longer swaying. Song Qiongyu contentedly stroked her hair and walked over to Pei Xinying. Qiongyu rolled her eyes. Today, she was donned in riding attire, embodying the essence of a youthful general. Without any further arrangements, they set off in the carriage provided by the county magistrate. Before boarding, Qiongyu shot a resentful glance at Pei Xinying, her ire stemming from the fact that she could not share the same carriage as her mistress, while Pei Xinying could. However, to the servants of the magistrate, this merely served as evidence of the discord between the general and the deputy of the Dali Temple. A few servants hastily returned to report their observations to the magistrate. As Song Qiongyu lifted the curtain to observe the outside, she caught sight of this scene, letting out a cold laugh. The magistrate was likely not a person easy to deal with. At the entrance of the magistrate's residence, several officials in court attire were circling, while a throng of commoners gathered, their eyes fixed upon them. Soon, the carriage arrived, and the officials greeted the two dignitaries with beaming smiles and respectful bows. Nearby, the commoners exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, and the individuals inside the carriage could hear their murmurs, causing a distinct displeasure to manifest on Song Qionyu's face. Pei Xinying quietly inquired about their intentions. With a scoff, Song Qiongyu responded, her voice intentionally raised so that the nearby officials and commoners could hear her displeasure. The leading magistrate, catching her tone, promptly dispatched someone to disperse the nearby crowd. As the voices of the commoners gradually faded, Song Qiongyu leaned toward Pei Xinying and whispered, "I suspect they have deliberately summoned the populace to witness our close rapport with the magistrate." Pei Xinying understood the implication. Should they uncover anything later, the commoners would merely accuse them of fabricating a rift, making it difficult for the populace to believe them. She nodded, letting out a soft laugh. Adjusting her skirt, she rose, determined to see just how capable this magistrate truly was. The jingling of her adornments resonated softly, and in that delicate sound, Qiongyu cast a gentle glance, the rhythm of the jingling harmonizing with her heartbeat. Amidst this cacophony, Pei Xinying could not help but smile in response, almost losing herself in the warmth of the moment as she placed her hand atop Qionyu's outstretched one. It was only when they exited the carriage, the wind tousling their hair, that Pei Xinying regained her focus, lowering her gaze to their intertwined hands, a smile gracing her lips. Yet, before the smile could linger, a sharp sound drew her attention. Turning to look, she found Qiongyu, now fully embodying the role of Qiongyu. Upon hearing that sound, the magistrate's lips twitched slightly as he promptly bowed. Qiongyu let out a cold snort, descending from the carriage and striding directly into the residence without sparing a glance at the officials. Meanwhile, Pei Xinying, holding Qionyu's hand, affectionately assisted the magistrate, explaining that General Song was merely in a foul mood today and did not intend any offense toward him, hoping he would not take it to heart. The magistrate, hastily agreeing, turned his gaze toward the self-absorbed Qiongyu entering the residence, a shadow of inscrutable thoughts flickering in his eyes. With keen observation, Pei Xinying exchanged a knowing glance with Qiongyu, who, after taking her seat beside him, poured wine and arranged the dishes. The sight incited further anger in Qiongyu, who had been informed of this plan by the general the day prior. He had insisted that they exhibit mutual disdain for each other, bound together in fury by an imperial decree. Her dissatisfaction with Pei Xinying's behavior had begun then, and now, witnessing the general's attentiveness towards him, her ire was palpably genuine. Qiongyu caught a glimpse of Qiong's anger, paused momentarily, and understood the source of her discontent, unable to suppress a laugh. Although Pei Xinying was unaware of the reason for her mirth, her smile brightened his spirits. To the eyes of those with ulterior motives, their interaction appeared as romantic as a pair of star-crossed lovers. The county magistrate observed the two of them, then glanced at the solitary Qiongyu, raising his cup to obscure the smile at the corner of his lips. Soon, the performances arranged by the magistrate commenced, as a procession of beautiful women began to dance, infusing the atmosphere with merriment. Qiongyu fell out of place at the banquet, drinking alone until officials began toasting her. Initially, she paid them no heed, but one official, particularly persuasive, continued to press her to drink. Thus, cup after cup, Qiongyu soon found her cheeks flushed and her expression somewhat dazed as she remained seated. Pei Xinying grew concerned and gently tapped Qionyu's hand, signaling her to keep an eye on Qiongyu lest she truly become intoxicated. Qiongyu, however, did not glance over, maintaining a light smile as she leaned closer and reassured him. I know her capacity for alcohol well. None here could match her. He found it hard to believe, his gaze drifting involuntarily towards Qiongyu, observing her, even in her drunken state, stealing glances at him when no one was watching. It dawned on him that she was indeed not truly intoxicated. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly laughed. Hearing his laughter, Qiongyu turned her head, blinking as she asked what amused him. Pei Xinying shook his head and leaned closer, remarking on her vivacity. In response, Qiongyu smiled naturally, recalling her spirited nature from their time in the northern lands. Since returning to the capital, she had not seen her so carefree in ages. As she gazed at Qiongyu, her eyes seemed to drift beyond, capturing the essence of their childhood. The sisters had grown up together, one lively and the other more reserved, embodying the hopes of the common folk. Despite their differing temperaments, their bond was exceptionally strong. Nearly a year had passed since their journey began, and she wondered how Chunhua fared alone in the north. Across the room, Qiongyu noticed the longing in Qionyu's gaze, softening her expression. Suddenly, a stirring melody filled the air, drawing everyone's attention. Several robust men, bare-armed, began drumming. As a group of lightly clad maidens, their faces veiled, gracefully advanced with delicate steps. As the gentle singing and dancing unfolded, The officials present became entranced, their gazes lingering upon the dancers. After indulging in wine for a while, the officials began to behave inappropriately, casually seizing a dancer and pulling her into their embrace. Casting a sidelong glance at Pei Xinying, who remained unmoved and steadfast as a mountain, they smirked inwardly and amplified their action slightly. However, their hands did not truly graze the dancer's skin. They merely hovered in the air, tantalizingly close. At first glance, it appeared they were genuinely taking advantage of her. While Qiongyu feigned interest in the dishes before her, yet her peripheral vision remained keenly aware of the official's subtle mischief. Pretending to feed her wine, she leaned closer and whispered that they were merely putting on a fade, hinting that a backup plan would soon unfold. Should anyone attempt to lead her away, she should be cautious. If anything seemed amiss, she was to cry out for help, as there were those watching over her in the shadows. Pei Xinying mirrored her affectionate demeanor, assuring her that he understood and hoped she would also remain vigilant. Indeed, it was not long before a young girl approached Pei Xinying to offer a toast. In a moment of clumsiness, she spilled wine on Pei's skirt, feigning shock as she covered her mouth and repeatedly apologized. While apologizing, she suggested taking her to change clothes, pulling her along with a mix of eagerness and insistence. Pei Xinying silently sighed, well aware of the unfolding scheme. The girl led Qiongyu into a side room, engaging her in friendly conversation, calling her sister with familiarity. Once she had changed, Qiongyu requested to return, but the girl hesitated. Qiongyu thought to herself that the girl's acting skills were truly lacking, far inferior to Qioshi's. Yet, she maintained an expression of feigned confusion, inquiring if something was amiss. The girl hesitantly confessed that when she brought her sister here, she had glanced back and noticed two girls seated in the arms of that gentleman. What does this mean? Qiongyu pondered, momentarily taken aback. A moment of hesitation evident in her expression. This moment of shock was perceived by the girl as proof of Pei Xinying's betrayal. Seizing the opportunity, she grasped Qionyu's hand and urged, "Sister, if you don't believe me, let me take you to see for yourself." Finally, grasping the situation, Qiongyu recognized it as a scheme to sow discord. Yet, she wondered why they had chosen a young girl for this task, contemplating as she followed the girl through the back of the banquet. From that vantage point, it indeed seemed as though Pei Xinying was embracing a girl. Fortunately, Qiongyu had keen eyesight and discerned that the girl genuinely wished to fall into Pei Xinying's arms, while he was making an effort to push her away. Their struggle appeared particularly intimate from behind. Catching a glimpse of the girl beside her, who was watching her with eager anticipation, Qiongyu felt tears welling in her eyes. She lamented, "I have long known I cannot be his legitimate wife, yet his current actions truly sadden me. If he cannot treat me well, why must he take me as a concubine?" Weeping, she retraced her steps, reflecting, "I was once the daughter of a respectable family. He insisted he loved me, claiming his feelings for that general were insincere, promising to treat me with sincerity." Looking at the girl through blurred vision, she continued, "Do you think all men are so heartless? Was I wrong to place my trust in him?" The young girl was astonished by the beauty of Qiongyu, who was weeping, and as she recited her lines, she stumbled slightly, saying, "You need not be so sorrowful. All men are thus. Do not take it to heart." Pausing to ponder, she then recalled what she should say next. "Only we women can truly understand each other. You see, it is only I who comprehend your anguish." As they spoke, they arrived at the designated chamber, where the girl embraced Qiongyu, gently patting her back. Qiongyu sobbed, her face revealing little emotion, even appearing somewhat drowsy. Why has the next step not yet been taken? After a while of comforting, the girl laid Qiongyu down on the bed and patted her hand. "You have cried for so long. You must be weary. I shall watch over you. Please rest for a while." Realizing that if one were to act, they must do so thoroughly, Qiongyu struggled slightly and inquired, "What about the adults?" The girl, with an expression of exasperation, gently poked Qionyu's forehead with her delicate finger. "Even in such a state, you still think of him? Who knows how carefree he is now?" A look of sorrow blossomed on Qionyu's face as she turned away, closing her eyes. The girl let out a soft sigh. As she stood up, Qiongyu turned back, grasping her hand. "Where are you going?" she asked, her eyes brimming with tears. The girl patted her hand. I shall close the window. It would be dreadful if the wind were to blow and chill you. Qiongyu nodded and turned her head back, straining her ears to listen to the girl's movements. Indeed, the window was closed, and she heard the faint sound of powder being sprinkled into the burning candle. The noise was so subtle that had it not been for Qionyu's keen hearing, she might have missed it altogether. A thought stirred within her. This girl possessed some skill. To have a girl with martial prowess care for a defenseless outsider, one would be hard-pressed to believe there were no ulterior motives at play. She inhaled deeply. It must be some sort of sleeping powder. Timing her actions, Qiongyu feigned slumber. The girl waved her hand in front of her face. But receiving no response, she gently called out to her a few times, still met with silence. She then addressed those outside the door. She is asleep now. You may enter. 2 men entered the room. The first appeared to be the overseer, while the second was a tall, bare-chested man. Must we proceed in this manner? How shall she manage in the future? The girl cast a glance at Qiongyu, biting her lip as she asked. It seems you have developed a sense of pity for her. She is a crucial part of this plan. Moreover, we shall not truly harm her. It is merely a deception, and she will learn the truth in due time. Chapter 77. The scheme, is this truly the case? The girl hesitated. What does it matter whether it is true or not? Once we have commenced, there can be no turning back. I believe you understand this better than I do. Do you not? With a clearly malicious intent, she leaned closer. What is it? Do you have feelings for her? The girl stepped back, her expression flustered. I do not comprehend what you are saying. With that, she bumped into him and hurriedly exited the room. The overseer chuckled softly, instructing the man behind him. Go ahead. Lie beside her, but do not engage in any unnecessary actions. When she awakens, you know what to say. Understood. After a few footsteps, the space behind him became vacant, and soon a wave of warmth surged from behind. He made no unnecessary movements, lying perfectly still. Once he was settled, the man pushed the door open and stepped outside. Qiongyu sighed inwardly, muttering an apology, and with a swift turn, before the man could react, she struck his neck with a decisive blow, rendering him unconscious. Rising, she assessed the remaining powder beside the candle, estimating when they might return, before deftly climbing out of the window. As she leaped across the rooftops of the county magistrate's estate, Qiongyu distinctly felt that the guards here were as formidable as those at the ministeress' residence. Narrowing her eyes, she sensed that secrets lay hidden within the magistrate's abode. The most tightly guarded area was undoubtedly the magistrate's study, where several squads of over 10 men took turns on watch. It was not an opportune moment for exploration. After casting one last glance, Qiongyu leapt towards the tallest building within the estate. Approaching, she concealed herself on a nearby rooftop, feeling a sense of urgency. The effects of the incense within were nearing their end, and if she failed to uncover anything, her journey would be in vain. As she observed the guard below changing shifts, Qiongyu sprang onto the roof, her toes gripping the tiles as she leaned down to pierce a hole in the paper of a window. What first caught her was a pale blue hue, quite unlike any dress she had ever worn while investigating. This action caused the outer layer of the skirt to fall, landing squarely on her face, leaving her in a comical predicament. After tidying it up, she peered inside. The interior was filled with numerous scrolls, but further in, it was obscured, rendering it impossible to see anything clearly. Time was running short. It was time to return. With one final glance to note the location, she leapt back into her room. The man within had yet to awaken. She leaned over to check the candle's incense, which had not yet extinguished but was nearly spent. Moving quietly, she returned to the bed and slipped under the covers. Meanwhile, on Pei Xinying's side, ever since Qiongyu had been pulled away, officials had been coming to offer toasts. After numerous evasions, he was unable to refuse them all and was compelled to drink a few sips. Subsequently, courtesans frequently swirled around him, attempting to fall into his lap. He would push one away each time, but despite his efforts, he could not prevent someone from tumbling into him. Oddly enough, the girl merely leaned against him for a moment before rising with the force of his push and departing. Next to the seemingly intoxicated Qiongyu, young men and women surrounded her, vying for her attention, yet she remained indifferent. One man attempted to pour her a drink, but was swiftly pushed back several meters by her hand, nearly losing his balance. The others fell silent, ceasing their frivolities. The magistrate also came to offer a toast, and upon returning, declared that the general was indeed inebriated, summoning several servants to assist her to a side courtyard. At that moment, the grand hall was left with Pei Xinying alone, and a sense of vigilance stirred within him. As the song and dance subsided, a young girl approached gracefully, bowing to the magistrate, who exhibited a look of alarm and reprimanded her for disturbing esteemed guests. "Quickly return, do not cause any chaos," he urged. The young girl, blushing, smiled at Pei Xinying, saying that she had long heard about the arrival of the esteemed Pei Xinying that night. She had admired him for a considerable time and could not resist the urge to witness his grace. With a gentle stamp of her foot, she showcased the innocent charm of a young woman. Although the county magistrate appeared resigned, his eyes sparkled with determination. Pei Xinying, having been frail since childhood, was acutely sensitive to the emotions of others and quickly perceived the magistrate's peculiar gaze. He understood that if beauty could be employed as a tactic here, then perhaps a handsome man could be used as a counter-strategy on Qiongyu's side. This thought made him anxious, as it seemed to others that he was somewhat swayed by these ideas. Pei Xinying inquired, "Where's my lady? Has she not arrived yet?" A maid, glancing at her companions, stepped forward to respond, "My lady is feeling a bit fatigued and is resting in the back courtyard. If you wish to see her, I can summon her." Pei Xinying waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let her rest. I too am weary. Please take me to her." The discomfort among the officials was palpable, and as they opened their mouths to retain him, a man from the crowd nodded at them, easing their expressions. Pei Xinying felt a wave of tension. He was uncertain of what transpired in her presence. Although her martial skills and quick wit should have kept her safe, he could not help but worry for her. He hurried towards the chamber where Qiongyu was, feeling more anxious with each step. Upon opening the door and seeing her asleep, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Waving his hand to dismiss the attendants, he closed the door, leaving only himself and Qiongyu, who lay with her back to him, seemingly asleep. Even though he knew that in such a situation she would likely not be truly asleep, he approached quietly and sat at the edge of the bed. From beneath the covers, a delicate hand, as white as jade, reached out to grasp his. Before he could blush, she began to write in his palm, "Get to bed. There are people outside." Struggling to decipher the characters, Pei Xinying's expression wavered. Noticing his unease, Qiongyu gently tugged at his sleeve, urging him on. Reluctantly, Pei Xinying lay down beside her. Her hand remained in his, continuing to inscribe words. Amidst the warmth of the blankets and the sweet fragrance emanating from her, his palm began to perspire. He felt the urge to disregard his upbringing and wipe the sweat on his outer garment. However, Qiongyu was quicker. A handkerchief appeared in her hand, which she used to gently wipe his sweat before continuing to write. "Do not be anxious. I've made some discoveries and have matters to discuss with you. But wait until they leave." Time passed, and Pei Xinying felt himself drifting towards slumber when he was startled awake by a gentle shake. As he opened his eyes, he was met by Qionyu's face. Seeing him alert, she lay back down and softly recounted the events that had transpired since her return, pausing momentarily. Pei Xinying, feeling a pang of urgency, asked what happened next. "Next?" she teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. "What do you think?" Seeing the unease on his face, Qiongyu retracted her smile, urging him not to be angry, since they had staged such a performance. It would be in vain if they did not see it through to the end. Chapter 78. A Night Investigation. Furthermore, I am curious to discover their true intentions. Observing the determination in Qionyu's eyes, Pei Xinying let out a sigh. Noting his sigh, she gazed at him, her eyes sparkling, and suggested cheerfully, "I have some leads. How about we explore the magistrate's residence tonight?" The excitement in her tone was palpable, prompting Pei Xinying to refrain from further objections and inquire about what would follow. Afterward, I suspect they wished to witness an outsider discovering herself in bed with another man, in a state of despair, only to be dissuaded from taking her own life, thereby allowing them to hold leverage over us, Qiongyu said with evident delight, seamlessly continuing the narrative. At this juncture, she paused, glancing at Pei Xinying, her face filled with anticipation. Pei Xinying, feeling somewhat helpless, pressed on, asking, "And then what?" I was right in my assumptions. In my moment of desperation, several individuals entered to counsel me. All were skilled in martial arts. I believe that had it truly been a frail outsider in despair, they would have surely intervened. Qionyu's expression of joy gradually faded. Their motives must be considerable. The exact nature of their intentions remained unclear, especially as they seemed intent on controlling our fates. Pondering this, she stroked her chin and turned to see Pei Xinying's face already heavy with sleep, prompting her to say no more. Once silence enveloped them, he soon succumbed to slumber. With a sigh, she recognized that today had surely exhausted him as well. Closing her eyes, she too began to rest. It seemed that while they slept, many visitors arrived, though all were halted by the guards outside. As night deepened, past the hour of Z, the outside world fell into profound silence. Gently, Qiongyu nudged Pei Xinying awake. He stirred, blinking in confusion, and upon realizing it was her, he gasped, ready to speak. Quickly, she placed a finger to his lips, leaning in to hush him. As he gradually regained consciousness, she withdrew her hand and quietly informed him, "I am taking you to investigate the magistrate's residence tonight." With a bright smile, even in the dim light of the moonless night, and without a candle lit, Pei Xinying felt as though he could see her face and her smile clearly. After nodding softly, he asked, "Isn't there anyone guarding outside?" "Of course there are. They have their people, and we have ours," she replied, already out of bed. Gently pushing the door, it creaked open, startling Pei Xinying. Listening intently, she reassured herself when she heard no commotion outside and confidently opened the door, revealing 4 guards sprawled on the steps. "Are they all right?" Pei Xinying rose and approached the door, having fallen asleep in his trousers, too exhausted to change before resting. Now, he simply needed to don an outer robe before they could set out. Stepping into the courtyard, the moonlight appeared particularly dim, as if shrouding their movements. Pei Xinying squinted, struggling to discern the distant buildings, and asked, "It seems quite hard to see tonight. Shall we proceed?" Qiongyu was busy plotting their route, and, somewhat puzzled, turned back to him, questioning, "You truly cannot see clearly?" Observing his nod, Qiongyu gently patted his shoulder, assuring him, "There is nothing to fear. I will ensure your safety." He lowered his head, once again engulfed in bewilderment over his physical condition. Could he truly walk hand in hand with her for a lifetime under such circumstances? Before he could ponder further, Qiongyu had already wrapped her arm around him. Leaping toward the library tower, there was no need to incapacitate the guard stationed at the library. They were merely waiting to change shifts. If they were not awakened in time, their absence might betray their whereabouts. Thus, seizing the moment of their shift change, they swiftly ascended to the roof, placing Pei Xinying atop it, while Qiongyu leaned over to probe the highest window. Upon locating the window latch, she gently pried it open, swinging the window wide to listen for sounds below. Soon, the window was fully opened, and with a quick glance to ensure they remained undetected, she rose swiftly, gathering the still-dazed Pei Xinying and helping him into the room, then turning to close the window. Just as the window clicked shut, it seemed someone glanced up, but seeing nothing amiss, continued their patrol. Qiongyu crouched beside Pei Xinying beneath the window, waiting in silence. After a short while, with no disturbances, she rose to crack the window open slightly, peering outside to find no anomalies below. Then, her gaze shifted to the interior of the loft, revealing rows of bookshelves. Taking a few steps forward, she scrutinized the indices on the shelves. Some contained household registration information for the county, while others held local documents, with more obscured behind the shelves, currently unclear. "Let us first seek out Jean In's household registration. It must be here," Qiongyu whispered. Pei Xinying nodded, slowly searching under the moonlight, though his vision was hindered, impeding his progress. After a while, the strain on his eyes became unbearable, and he had to pause, watching as the vague shadow flitted about in the night. Not long after, Qiongyu stood still, holding a book, then approached him with it in hand. Pei Xinying steadied himself, gazing at the dark figure, but for some reason, it appeared increasingly blurred. When Qiongyu crouched beside him and turned to look at him, she noticed his eyes lacked focus. "Are you having difficulty seeing?" she inquired. After a moment of confusion, Pei Xinying nodded in affirmation. "You should not have accompanied me. Straining your eyes will cause great harm," she said, gently placing the book at her feet and cupping his face in her hands for a closer examination. "There cannot be any light here, so you must refrain from straining further. I shall search and relay my findings to you." Though her tone seemed to solicit his consent, she effectively immobilized him until, with a nod, he granted her permission to withdraw her hands. Picking up the booklet, she guided Pei Xinying's hand to feel its surface. "Do you recognize what this is?" "It must be the household register of Taojia village," Pei Xinying replied. Qiongyu expressed surprise. "How did you come to know this?" She herself touched the area he had just probed. The paper used by the court for household registration is specialized. Only the government's manufacturing bureau can produce it. It bears a watermark that is detectable to the touch, Pei Xinying explained. Qiongyu indeed felt slight elevations upon the paper. Pei Xinying twirled his fingers and inhaled deeply. Puzzled, hearing his mutterings, Qiongyu turned to inquire what was strange. A sense of unease lingered, yet the specifics eluded her. Pei Xinying continued to twist his fingers in contemplation, concerned that he might become too engrossed in his thoughts. Qiongyu shared her discovery. "Do you know that the household register indicates Tao Huan to be 37 this year? A year ago, while visiting relatives, he encountered bandits and tragically lost his life in the ensuing struggle." Pei Xinying abruptly turned to face her, disbelief etched on his features. "That cannot be true." Chapter 79, The Examination. If the household register speaks the truth, then the village chief of Taojia village must be fabricating tales. Pei Xinying furrowed his brow, his fingers involuntarily fidgeting. He felt a nagging sensation that something significant was slipping his mind. Observing his demeanor, Qiongyu suggested, "You ponder that, and I shall seek out other clues." With that, she turned and left, placing the household register in his hand. She resumed her search among the documents, attempting to locate the case file regarding Tao Huan's visit to relatives. After an exhaustive search, her efforts yielded nothing, leaving her perplexed. However, the absence of a document meant it could not simply materialize. Just as she was about to return to Pei Xinying, her peripheral vision caught sight of several wooden boxes concealed behind a bookshelf. Narrowing her eyes, she approached quietly. There were over 10 large boxes, each sealed with a sticker. The black and red boxes, untouched by moonlight, were thick with dust. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the layers of grime. Drawing a dagger from her sleeve, she prodded the sticker until it fell away. The lid was heavy, and a person of lesser strength might have struggled to move it. With a determined effort, Qiongyu lifted the lid quietly and set it aside, peering inside to find stacks of paper. In the darkness, even she needed to exert effort to discern the contents. With a handful of papers, she stepped into the moonlight for a clear view. Hearing some noise, Pei Xinying felt his way to his feet and cautiously approached her. "Have you found anything?" he inquired as he walked. It appeared to be examination questions and answer sheets from county tests spanning many years. As Qiongyu perused the materials, she voiced her confusion regarding certain documents. "What kind of documents are these? What do they say?" Pei Xinying sensed that the turning point of the matter might lie within these papers. Qiongyu continued to sift through the documents, mentioning that they seemed to be forms for mutual aid and support, along with oaths and registries of candidates. Shouldn't such items be housed within the examination hall? Why are they here? Pei Xinying, intrigued, found himself pondering the purpose of their visit and suggested searching for any examination papers belonging to Jinying or Tao Huan. She nodded and resumed her search, finding nothing in that stack. Turning back into the darkness, she exchanged for another stack and continued to examine it. Yet her efforts yielded no results. Growing weary, she sat beside Pei Xinying, resting her head in thought. This method is not sustainable. There are so many boxes. It would take several nights to search them all. Suddenly, Pei Xinying recalled something and asked, "How many boxes are there in total?" Qiongyu casually replied, 5. Upon reflecting on her own thoughts, she recalled the 5 boxes reminding herself that Tao Huan had also failed for 5 consecutive years in the examinations. Was there a connection between these two occurrences? After musing to herself, she meticulously reviewed the stacks she had taken out. Indeed, within one of the boxes lay the answer sheets and all materials from that year's county examinations for all candidates. Turning her gaze, she noticed a faint light appearing on the horizon. Soon, the roosters would crow and people would come to check on them. If they were not present, it would surely raise suspicion. With this thought, Qiongyu felt a pang of urgency and hurriedly retrieved several more stacks, flipping through them with great speed. Pei Xinying, hearing the commotion, sensed her impatience and suddenly inquired whether she had noticed if the answer sheets were stacked by rank. Realizing the validity of this insight, she exclaimed, "How could I have overlooked such an important detail?" Among the same box was the list of results from that year, detailing the ranks of each examination. Following the ranks, Qiongyu noticed something perplexing. The person who had organized these materials had arranged them in reverse order, with the lowest ranks on top and the highest at the bottom. Standing still, she pondered whether there was some hidden trick with the top rank. Contemplating this, she opened each box, extracted the answer sheets and various materials of the bottom 5 candidates, resealed the boxes carefully, and even used her internal energy to evenly disperse the dust. Clutching these answer sheets, she ventured outside, glancing back to ensure nothing appeared amiss. Without a closer inspection, one would hardly discern anything unusual. Satisfied, she returned to Pei Xinying's side, retrieved the household registration booklet from his hands, and placed it back on the shelf, methodically cleaning the dust around the area. Gently pushing open the window, she observed the guards below yawning. Seizing the opportunity, she cradled the answer sheets in one arm, wrapped the other around Pei Xinying, and once again climbed out the window. She placed the papers into his embrace, then turned back to restore the window to its original state. With no one noticing, they retraced their steps back to the room, handing the items over to the waiting guards. Once they departed, she nestled back under the covers just as the first rooster crowed. The guards outside, rubbing their heads, stood up and, exchanging glances, swiftly pushed open the door to enter. They sighed in relief upon seeing the person in bed was the same as they had seen the previous night, though they left with puzzled expressions. Cocooned in the blankets, Pei Xinying quietly asked if they would not be suspicious. Suddenly, he lost consciousness. At this moment, his vision was still somewhat obscured, leaving him in a haze. Amused by his condition, Qiongyu playfully poked his face with her fingers, responding that, of course, they would be suspicious, but without substantial evidence. And considering this was a failure on their part, reporting it directly could lead to losing their positions or worse, their lives. As she spoke, her hands gently grasped his chin, playfully pouting his lips, continuing, "Thus, they will never report it upward. Instead, they will seek out subtle clues themselves." Pei Xinying's vision gradually began to return, allowing him to discern a hazy figure. At that moment, Qiongyu was gently pinching his cheek, the touch soft and warm. Unable to resist, she playfully caressed it, noticing the subtle surprise in his expression. Pretending not to have noticed, she withdrew her hand. After pulling her hand back, she felt as if the softness lingered, and beneath the covers, she rubbed her hands together, unable to suppress a chuckle. Pei Xinying was perplexed as to why she suddenly burst into laughter. Observing his bewildered expression, Qiongyu almost succumbed to the urge to reach out and touch him. Firmly pinching her palm, she dismissed the distraction, contemplating when they would thoroughly review those answer sheets. The county magistrate's residence must be rife with spies. It would be prudent to return to the inn for a more discreet examination. Pei Xinying pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Indeed." Qiongyu nodded in agreement. Closing her eyes, it was still early to rise, and she wished to rest a while longer. Having been away for some time, the addict felt somewhat chilly, and she was concerned about his health, hoping he wouldn't fall ill. Chapter 80. Incompatibility. To her surprise, Pei Xinying obediently closed his eyes once more, slipping back into slumber. When he awoke, it was nearly noon. He opened his eyes to find that Qiongyu was no longer by his side. Feeling somewhat weak, he struggled to rise from the bed in search of her. Upon opening the door, he found Qiongyu entering with a tray. Noticing him about to leave, She quickly used one hand to gently push him back inside. "What are you doing up? When I woke, I felt you were a bit warm. I asked the physician to prepare some medicinal porridge for you. You should eat first," she said, placing the tray on the table. Seeing his thin attire, she thoughtfully fetched a large cloak for him to wear, sitting beside him with her chin resting on her hand, watching as he ate. "Why aren't you eating?" Pei Xinying felt a bit shy under her gaze, his cheeks already flushed, growing even warmer. With a smile, Qiongyu reassured him. "There is no need to worry about me. I've already eaten. Once you finish and rest a bit, we shall return to the inn. Does that sound agreeable?" He slowly brought the medicinal porridge to his lips, pleasantly surprised by its palatable flavor. His eyes lit up as he took another spoonful, realizing it was not merely an illusion, and he glanced excitedly at Qiongyu. Clearing her throat, she averted her gaze. "I am not particularly fond of bitter flavors myself." The accompanying physician made several improvements, rendering the taste of certain commonly used medicinal concoctions much more agreeable. "If you find it acceptable, do indulge further. It will aid in your recovery," she encouraged, noticing the slight flush in her ears. With a cheerful demeanor, Pei Xinying took another bite. After finishing the meal, he broke into a light sweat, feeling significantly lighter. He turned to her and said, "Shall we return?" "Certainly," Qiongyu nodded, rising. "Let us bid farewell to the county magistrate." Upon hearing their intention to return to the inn, the magistrate cast a subtle glance at their belongings. Amused, she thought to herself that since the deed was done, it was unlikely he would discover anything easily. At this moment, their possessions should already be resting on the table in their inn. After a brief inspection, the magistrate found nothing amiss and lacked any excuses to detain them, so he reluctantly insisted on seeing them off. As they exited the magistrate's residence, the two took a carriage back to the inn, each feeling a nagging sensation that they had forgotten something, yet unable to recall what it might be. As they were nearing the inn, one guard inquired of another why Miss Qiongyu had not returned with them. Was there still something she needed to attend to? Qiongyu, as if awakening from a deep slumber, slapped her thigh in realization, nearly having forgotten about Qiongyu. Pei Xinying winced, having felt the impact on her own thigh, though it was Qionyu's leg that had been struck. Upon hearing his pained exclamation, she quickly withdrew her hand. Suppressing some discomfort, Pei Xinying asked what they should do. Should they go fetch Miss Qiongyu? Qiongyu pondered, glancing down as they approached the inn, then shook her head. "You all return first. I shall check on her." Dismounting from the carriage at the inn's entrance, she entered alongside them. Once inside her room, she changed attire and leapt from the window towards the county magistrate's residence. Meanwhile, Qiongyu was practicing her sword play in the courtyard when the magistrate entered, smiling as he remarked on her impressive skills. Immersed in her character, Qiongyu scoffed at his flattery, retorting, "Is the Minister of Justice not sufficient for your esteemed company? Do come visit me when you have the time." With an apologetic smile, the magistrate replied, "What a thing to say. The General and the Minister of Justice are to be wed soon. You shall be family then, so do not be so contentious." "Oh, family?" Qiongyu shot him a cold glare. "Your insight is commendable. Pray tell, from where do you deduce that we could become family?" Her resentment towards Pei Xinying was palpable, her anger unmistakably genuine at this moment. The magistrate secretly delighted in her vexation, unable to resist stoking the flames further. Casually, he remarked, "It seems I have overstepped. Do not take offense. However, the Minister of Justice returned to the inn 2 hours ago." His words trailed off as Qiongju's eyes widened in disbelief. "They left?" she exclaimed, still doubting, and with sword in hand, she stormed towards the courtyard where they resided. The magistrate feigned attempts to restrain her, but to no avail. Upon reaching the vacant courtyard, Qiongju felt a wave of indignation. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, she spotted a familiar head peeking from the rooftop. The sight of those eyes instantly quelled her anger, even igniting a subtle, inexplicable joy within her. Remembering her role in the charade, she adopted an air of suppressed fury and smiled at the magistrate, saying, "In that case, I shall return to the inn." The magistrate hastily interjected, "Do not be hasty. General, since there's nothing pressing, why not stay at my residence? It would save you from returning to the inn and encountering that person, thus preserving your mood." Qiongju's demeanor appeared to cool as her anger dissipated. There is no need. If he resides at the inn while I stay at the magistrate's, it may raise suspicions of favoritism. I shall not trouble you further. With that, she clenched her fist and exited with several guards. Mounting her horse and setting off for the inn, Qiongyu trailed behind at a distance, accompanying her back. As Qiushi entered her room and approached the bedside, she was enveloped in an embrace. Qiushi's voice emerged from her garments. I thought you had left me behind. Qiongyu gently caressed her hair, reassuring her. How could I? You are my family. I would never forget you. Qiushi lifted her head slightly, inquiring, You left in such haste. Did you find any clues? Observing Qiongyu nodding, Qiushi could not help but smile, knowing that the young lady must be the first to uncover a clue. All right, let us rendezvous with Pei Xinying. Qiongyu gently patted her shoulder. Qiushi, wrapping her arms around Qionyu's waist, reluctantly released her grip. Qiongyu noticed that Qiushi seemed somewhat displeased. Did you encounter any danger last night? Are you feeling unwell? Qiushi shook her head. No, there were simply too many people outside my room last night, and it was unwise to act recklessly, so I found nothing. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, feeling a pang of shame for her lack of findings. Sensing her distress, Qiongyu chose not to hastily examine the clues, but instead sat beside her, enveloping her in an embrace and gently patting her shoulder. What troubles you of late? Qiushi was taken aback, remaining silent. Qiongyu continued. Since a few days ago, your mood has appeared somewhat off, as if you were apprehensive. Do you perhaps miss your sister? Qiushi nodded slightly and then shook her head, refusing to voice her thoughts. With a sigh, Qiongyu inquired, Have I been too close to Pei Xinying lately, neglecting you? Qiushi remained silent, but her grip on Qiongyu tightened, leading her to understand the truth of the matter. With a gentle sigh, she pulled the quail-like Qiushi from her embrace. You will always be my family, even as I consider my future husband. Your place in my heart remains unshaken. Chapter 81. Lin Sheng Qiushi's body began to tremble slightly. Qiongyu did not force her to lift her face, but continued to hold her close, gently patting her back. Time seemed to stretch until Qiushi finally ceased her sobbing. Yet she still kept her head down. In a soft voice, she murmured, I apologize, Mississippi. I have been unable to control myself. If you have thoughts weighing on your heart, please express them directly to me. All right? At this, she lifted Qiushi's chin, gazing into her eyes as she spoke. Taken aback by her mistress's sincere gaze, Qiushi hesitated before nodding, feeling shy as she averted her eyes. Then, miss, shall we examine those clues? Aware that she was changing the subject, Qiongyu did not press further, but nodded, offering her hand with a smile. Let us proceed. Qiushi grasped her hand, using it for support as she stood. Together, they walked outside. Pei Xinying had been waiting at the table for quite some time. Upon hearing the door open, she rose and, seeing the two of them enter together, said, Then let us begin. Qiushi, upon seeing the papers on the table, was momentarily taken aback, looking at Qiongyu for confirmation. Qiongyu nodded at her, prompting Qiushi to run her fingers across her forehead. Is this truly the clue? It seems rather hasty. Qiongyu playfully tapped her head. This is what your general painstakingly sought through the night. Do not dismiss it as hasty. With that, she settled beside Pei Xinying. Once Qiushi was seated as well, they began sifting through the papers. After reviewing them thoroughly, they found nothing. This should not be, if there were no issues. Why would these be deliberately hidden in the magistrate's residence? Qiushi had regained her usual vivacity. Pei Xinying spread the documents across the table, arranging the top candidates for each year in a single row, with the second-place candidates in another, alongside forms related to the mutual assistance and provisions for the students. What is this? Qiushi inquired, picking up a form related to mutual assistance, somewhat perplexed. As Pei Xinying sifted through the papers, he explained that this was a document required for the county examination, listing the names, ages, physical characteristics, and whether the candidates have facial hair. Regardless of age, all candidates for admission were referred to as Tongsheng students. Why are there so many names on this form, and what purpose does it serve? Qiongyu also expressed her curiosity, having been taken away from the capital by her father at a young age. She had been trained in martial arts while also receiving an education from a tutor who taught her and her sister Chunhua. However, since examinations were not conducted in the border regions, they were unfamiliar with such matters. In contrast, Pei Xinying had grown up in the capital and had officially participated in the imperial examinations, aided by a mentor who served as the Minister of Rites, granting him a clearer understanding of these intricacies. Pei Xinying appeared to have made a discovery, picking up one paper and then another, furrowing his brow as he explained that these were the names of the guarantors for the students. He continued to elucidate that the Tongsheng were required to select higher-grade students as guarantors from their home county, referred to as Linbao. There were two types of Linbao: Rinbao, where the students selected and entrusted known Linsheng, and Paibao, where the county education officers appointed several exceptionally qualified Linsheng from whom the students could choose their guarantors. Both types of guarantors needed to verify the identity of the candidates during the examination to prevent misconduct. Thus, two distinct guarantor systems were established to mutually supervise one another, ensuring accountability and penalties for any improper behavior. In addition to Lin Bao, the 5 students participating in the examination also acted as witnesses to one another, swearing not to violate the examination rules, a practice known as hujia. Should any candidate engage in misconduct, all 4 witnesses would share the responsibility and face penalties. After hearing all this, Qiongyu blinked in astonishment, realizing that even a county examination was so intricate. Surely, the process for the imperial examination would be even more extensive. Pei Xinying nodded in agreement, acknowledging the complexity, yet asserting that such measures were essential to ensure that truly knowledgeable individuals were granted access to the examination halls. He raised his gaze to the 2 of them, remarking that not everyone was fortunate enough to come from a family like theirs. Many impoverished families exerted tremendous effort to support a scholar. If participation in the examinations were too easily attainable, how many individuals within the county could actually compete? And how many could succeed? Would it not then devolve into a dictatorial affair dictated solely by the county magistrate? With a bitter smile, he added, even so, who can claim a top spot? It is still ultimately decided by him. Following his gaze, Song Qiongyu and Qiongyu looked at the documents but discerned little. Pei Xinying noticed their confusion and pointed to a specific section on the paper, indicating the columns for Rinbao and Paibao. As they scrutinized the names, they observed that aside from a few variations, the top candidates for nearly every year were predominantly the same group of Rinbao and Paibao. What is so unusual about this? Song Qiongyu questioned, puzzled. Nature indeed allows for such occurrences, yet at the moment of observation, I felt an uncanny sense of coincidence, prompting me to gaze longer. After a brief pause, I scrutinized their answer sheets. Song Qiongyu lifted the exam papers, finding nothing amiss, pondering if perhaps the issue lay within the content of the articles. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity enveloped me. The handwriting seemed reminiscent of something I had encountered before. Upon reading the articles, the style felt oddly recognizable. Song Qiongyu raised her eyes in search of Pei Xinying's affirmation, asking for her thoughts. Pei Xinying nodded in agreement, expressing that she too found the style familiar. Consequently, she examined the top scores from each year, and aside from the 3rd year's top scorer, the others exhibited a similar literary flair. Although he noted the disparity in the 3rd year's case, Pei Xinying's expression remained tense. Song Qiongyu tentatively inquired if it could possibly pertain to the 2nd runner-up. Pei Xinying nodded, her demeanor grave, suggesting that these individuals must have been the 2nd place holders. No wonder the cohort from the 3rd year stood apart. After picking up the paper once more and reading a few lines, she set it down, confirming the consistent literary style and akin prose, even with varying topics and perspectives. It was evident that the same hand crafted these works, strikingly similar to Jin Yin's writing during the spring examination. Song Qiongyu took a seat, grappling with disbelief. Thus, he had indeed succeeded every year, yet somehow, unbeknownst to him, had been supplanted. 5 years. How many 5-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Pei Xinying's tone was heavy with sorrow. Suddenly, Song Qiongyu recalled something. Was his mother truly ill by natural means? Upon hearing this, Qiongyu and Pei Xinying were momentarily taken aback. If that were indeed the case, his resentment would be boundless. Chapter 82. Medicinal Cuisine. Pei Xinying pondered aloud that this matter currently remains within the realm of speculation. lacking concrete evidence, and thus cannot be included in the chain of proof. Our immediate task is to seek further clues. The two of them sat across from each other, propping their chins as they awaited his next directive. Pei Xinying, slightly taken aback, cautiously asked if they had any thoughts. Qiongyu, with a smile, replied that this case has been entrusted to the emperor. We are at your command. Pei Xinying organized her current thoughts. We have two leads to pursue. First, the informants from that year, and second, the participants. As for the informants, we currently lack direction, but the participants are plentiful, including the stipend students, county magistrates, and those who took their places. What we must deliberate on now is whom to investigate first. Sighing, he mimicked their posture, resting his face in his hands, and asked if they had any suggestions. Even when asked again, Qiongyu shook her head, leisurely stating that it is not for us to decide, sir. You must make the call. We are merely executors of your decisions. He fell in his silence, contemplating. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that if we were to start with the substitutes and county magistrates, it might easily trigger alarm. It would be wiser for us to act separately, probing the stipend students for information. Looking up at the two, Qiongyu nodded. Very well, sir, I shall be in one group with you, while Qiongyu will take a few others in another. Thus, they resolved to split up. She proceeded to transcribe the names of the stipend students, designating one group for identification and another for protection, entrusting the identification group to Qiongyu. Yet, with only a handful of names, where would we seek these individuals? Qiongyu clutched the paper, perplexed, and inquired. Qiongyu turned to Pei Xinying, who, with a resigned smile, admitted that he had not anticipated this question. Perhaps we could investigate their household registrations. This matter must await tomorrow. I shall visit the county magistrate's office tonight to seek out these individuals' registration information. Qiongyu tapped her finger on the paper, indicating the names listed. The appointed guards are those designated by the county school. Thus, there should be records of these individuals within that institution. Pei Xinying appeared contemplative. Qiongyu nodded, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. She turned to Qiongyu and gently inquired if she was agreeable to the plan. Qiongyu nodded in affirmation, asserting that as the foremost general's valiant subordinate, if she could not accomplish this task, it was unlikely that anyone else could. Once their discussion concluded, they prepared to retire to their chambers for rest, in anticipation of the night's endeavors. Pei Xinying glanced at Qiongyu, then at Qiongyu, her eyes brimming with confusion. Are you not planning to take me along? Qiongyu, nearing the door, turned back and coldly replied that bringing Xiaoqing would inevitably lead to physical contact, as she was the future consort of the general. Moreover, it is inappropriate for men and women to engage too closely. Thus, it would be unwise to include you. With that, she turned and departed, leaving an atmosphere of silence. Pei Xinying stood bewildered, contemplating the possibility that he merely wished to accompany them, perhaps requesting a male guard for protection. While lost in thought, he heard a soft chuckle from behind. Turning to see, it was indeed Qiongyu who, realizing she had been caught, attempted to stifle her laughter, but only succeeded in making it more pronounced. After a moment of laughter, Qiongyu waved her hand, urging him not to regard her so. There were many records to be made tonight, and she needed to ensure that no complications arose, as well as the ability to escape swiftly if discovered. Pausing for a moment, she added that if he were to accompany them and they were inadvertently found out, she could not guarantee his safety. With a suppressed laugh, she pushed open the door and exited. For the first time, Pei Xinying felt thoroughly rejected, a mix of irritation and amusement bubbling within him as he sat in a chair, fuming silently. While they spoke the truth, he simply wished to be part of their undertaking. After a moment's reflection, he found solace in the realization that his constitution was indeed ill-suited for nocturnal activities. He rose and lay upon his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. When he awoke again, he rubbed his eyes, bewildered by the glaring sunlight outside. Turning his head, he saw Qiongyu and Qiongyu seated at the table, sipping tea. Didn't you intend to rest first? Pei Xinying asked, feeling as though he had slept for a considerable duration, thoroughly rejuvenated. Qiongyu and Qiongyu exchanged a glance and laughed. Qiongyu replied, Xiaoqing, you may not be aware, but a full day has passed since our last discussion. Pei Xinying's eyes widened, while he understood each word she spoke. The sentence as a whole eluded him. What did she mean by a day? Rubbing his head, he felt that he had yet to fully awaken, still trapped in a dream, and even attempted to retreat beneath the covers once more. Observing his actions, Qiongyu could no longer bear to tease him. So she approached his bedside and said, "The reason I did not take you with me yesterday was twofold. Firstly, your rest was insufficient the day before, and I thought it best for you to have a good night's sleep. Secondly, you caught a chill the previous night, which left you somewhat lethargic during the day. If you were to venture out again at night, your body might not withstand it." Pei Xinying awkwardly replied, "Then you could have simply told me. Do you think I would insist on accompanying you?" Qiongyu affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "If I had revealed the truth, you would have likely spent the entire night in restless thought." His hair felt soft and fluffy from a night as sleep, and unable to resist, Qiongyu playfully caressed it a few more times, exclaiming, "See, our method proved effective. You fell asleep shortly after we left yesterday." Qiongyu interjected, "And you slept remarkably well. Upon waking today, you appear much more spirited than yesterday." At that moment, Pei Xinying noticed that he had been changed into a soft nightgown. Cautiously, he inquired, "Who changed my clothes?" Naturally, it was the guards. "Did you think I did it?" Qiongyu leaned closer to speak with him. It was far too close. Pei Xinying could see every eyelash on her face, her crimson lips seeming to hover right before him. In that moment, he completely lost track of what she was saying, his attention solely captured by her expressive eyes. Eventually, she halted, curiously observing Pei Xinying's flushed face, prompting him to abruptly retreat, turning his head away and clearing his throat. "So, have you found any clues?" Qiongyu, brimming with pride, shook his head, "Of course. Hurry and get dressed. We await your company for our investigation." As Pei Xinying donned his clothes, a guard knocked and entered with a tray that bore the medicinal dish he had eaten just the day before. "Why must I consume this? I'm already well." Pei Xinying peeked at the dish and questioned her. "It appears you are improving, but having caught a chill, a single dose may not suffice. Since you rested well yesterday, another serving today will help reinforce your recovery," Qiongyu explained. Pei Xinying quickly finished dressing and sat at the table, inquiring as he ate, "Did you uncover any clues last night?" Qiongyu nodded. "We have discovered their household registration and family circumstances. We can take action today." Urging him, she added, "Finish your medicinal dish first." After Pei Xinying hastily concluded his meal and wiped his mouth, he stood, "Then let us depart." Qiongyu nodded and said to Qiongyu, "We shall split up." After Qiongyu acknowledged with a nod and gently patted her head, she softly cautioned, "Be safe and return safely." Qiongyu smiled slightly at her before turning to leave. Pei Xinying looked at Qiongyu and said with a smile, "You share a wonderful bond." Qiongyu smiled in return, not with any ulterior motive, but with genuine warmth. A smile that naturally arose at the mention of her name and all that pertained to her. "We grew up together, so our bond is one that others cannot easily match. I consider her as my sister." Pei Xinying nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Once they were ready, they set off. Qiongyu produced a piece of paper, upon which was inscribed a list of names and addresses that Qiongyu had gathered at the county academy. Pei Xinying pondered for a moment and suddenly suggested, "Since we are seeking to find a bailiff, why not first investigate at the county school?" Without hesitation, Qiongyu replied, "I shall follow your lead." With that, the two made their way directly to the county school. Rather than sneaking around and risking alarming the snakes, they deemed it better to approach directly. Even if they stirred the nest, they could glean insight into their next moves. Arriving at the entrance of the county school, they continued to assume the identities of the deputy minister of the Dali Temple and his concubine. As they approached, a throng of people emerged to greet them. At the forefront was a gentleman clad in a moon-white long robe, exuding the demeanor of a scholar. Qiongyu discreetly nudged Pei Xinying from behind, and he immediately comprehended that this man must be among those listed. The gentleman bowed respectfully to Pei Xinying, addressing him as the esteemed deputy minister of the Dali Temple, and introduced himself as Qiongyu. Pei Xinying scrutinized his bowed figure and hairstyle, observing him intently before saying, "No need for formalities." Qiongyu straightened up, expressing his gratitude. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed minister?" After a few seconds of silence, Pei Xinying asked, "Do you remember a scholar named Qiongyu from several years ago?" Qiongyu, lost in thought, vaguely recalled that name, recognizing it as one of the 5 individuals. Zhang Ji's eyes flickered, and he smiled, appearing to have some recollection. "Why do you ask about him, esteemed minister? Do you not know?" Pei Xinying retorted. Zhang Gu seemed flustered, glancing around at the others before admitting, "I truly do not know. I implore you to enlighten me." Pei Xinying scoffed. "Zhang Gu, you truly are forgetful. Were you not one of his bailiffs back then? Just a few years have passed, and you've forgotten?" Zhang Gu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, replying, "As you say, esteemed minister, it has been several years. During my studies at the county school, I was assigned to be a bailiff every year. How could I possibly remember so many?" "Ah, so it appears you genuinely do not know," Pei Xinying said, leaning closer, his voice slow and deliberate. Despite his frail constitution, Pei Xinying was taller than Zhang Gu, and under such pressure, it seemed as though Zhang Ji's back was drenched with perspiration. He hastily knelt, exclaiming, "Esteemed minister, please see through to my innocence. I truly do not know this person, and I hope for your guidance." Suddenly, Pei Xinying smiled and helped him up. "No need to be so anxious, Zhang Gu. I am merely inquiring. Although Qiongyu is as dull as a pig, I am curious as to how he passed the county examination and then succeeded in the provincial one." After observing Zhang Ji's reaction, who kept his head down, it appeared that beads of cold sweat were trickling onto the ground. As a magistrate of other counties, he has caused quite a stir, with countless memorials slandering him flying into the censorate like snowflakes. As Pei Xinying spoke, he paused again, causing Zhang Gu to feel an urge to lift his head to gauge his expression, yet he restrained himself. All that could be heard was Pei Xinying's voice drifting into his ear. "But what does all this have to do with you, Zhang Gu? After all, you were merely one of his bailiffs back then." Pei Xinying's sigh echoed in Zhang Ji's ears like a venomous whisper, causing his mind to buzz. Were they privy to some secret, or had they simply come regarding the affairs of Qiongyu? What could their true intentions be? These questions swirled in Zhang Ji's mind. But before he could contemplate them further, he heard Pei Xinying's voice again. "Isn't the gentleman going to invite us in?" He promptly straightened, gesturing with one hand while the other remained behind his back, saying, "Please." Pei Xinying smiled enigmatically and stepped forward. Zhang Gu, unsure of the reason behind her smile, sensed that their visit was likely ill-intentioned, prompting him to heighten his awareness. Once inside the main hall, Pei Xinying took a seat at the head, while Qiongyu naturally settled beside him. When she realized that she was meant to be an outsider standing behind him, all had already entered. To stand now would seem overly conspicuous, so she attempted to project the image of a favored concubine. Fortunately, Pei Xinying reacted swiftly, releasing her hand and frowning. "How can an outsider sit here? It is inappropriate." Qiongyu quickly replied, "I'm simply weary and cannot stand any longer. Surely, my dear lord would not wish to see me in pain." With that, she managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. Pei Xinying appeared at a loss. Casting an apologetic glance at Zhang Gu, "I sincerely apologize, Lord Zhang. My concubine has been disrespectful. It is only natural for the lord and lady to share a strong bond." Although he spoke these words, his expression turned away, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Pei Xinying addressed Zhang Gu. "Surely, you are aware that our purpose here is twofold: to escort the teacher into retirement and to investigate the matter concerning Qiongyu." Pausing, he continued, "The Grand Inspector is quite displeased, as this is not the first incident in your county. Students who perform well in examinations often falter upon taking office, which is why we have been entrusted with this inquiry." Zhang Gu, somewhat understanding yet skeptical, nodded, "But I have never heard of such a thing. Could it be that you are attempting to deceive me? This information has yet to be disseminated to the other counties. We merely learned of it in advance. If you do not believe me, we can certainly wait a few days to discuss further," Pei Xinying replied as he prepared to leave. "Lord, please stay," Zhang Gu called as he hurried after him. "Do not take offense. I do not question your intentions, but such matters are indeed perplexing, and I merely wish to confirm." Pei Xinying scoffed, "Is that so? If so, Then I shall wait for you to verify this matter before inquiring further. Qiongyu rushed to Pei Xinying's side, saying, My lord, I naturally trust you. Please stay. Should you have any questions, I assure you I will speak candidly and thoroughly. Bowing and scraping, he welcomed Pei Xinying back, while Qiongyu observed Zhang Ji's hand. Any ordinary person would surely tremble under such scrutiny, yet this Lord Zhang's hand remained remarkably steady. He seemed to sense Qionyu's gaze, tucking his hands into his sleeves to adjust his attire. Sitting below, he turned to Lord Pei Xinying, inviting him to speak. Pei Xinying nodded, assuring, Do not be anxious, esteemed Zhang. I merely wish to conduct a routine inquiry. There is no intention to target you. Qiongyu wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, responding, Naturally, I believe your words, my lord. Please proceed. Qiongyu, multitasking, listened intently to their dialogue while glancing around. His peripheral vision caught Zhang's gesture of wiping sweat, which appeared to convey a sense of fear or panic. However, he bore no signs of anxiety, as not a single bead of sweat graced his forehead. This feigned act was executed remarkably well. Had it not been for Qionyu's keen eyesight, he might have been deceived. It was evident that Zhang was either complicit or a mastermind of the unfolding events. Furthermore, he exuded confidence, suggesting he believed they would uncover nothing. At that moment, Pei Xinying spoke, In that case, let us first discuss this Qiongyu. Although we have taken on this case, we have yet to meet him and possess little understanding. I hope you can enlighten us. Qiongyu lowered his head, admitting, In truth, my knowledge of him is limited. I only know that his family is quite affluent. Since we were not taught by the same master, we are not well acquainted. I have only heard that he possesses decent scholarly abilities and is likely to pass the imperial examinations, after which he may hold an official position, thus distancing himself from us. Had I not been assigned to serve as his protector, he might have never recognized me. Pei Xinying inquired, So, you were not familiar with him initially, but your acquaintance deepened after you became his protector? Qiongyu was about to nod, but hesitated. Noticing his uncertainty, Pei Xinying asked, What is troubling you? Is there some hidden truth? Zhang hastily denied, Of course not. I merely weigh my words carefully. Although we became acquainted through this arrangement, our exchanges have been superficial. His family, being wealthy, has always looked down upon those of our station. How about his scholarly capabilities? How do they compare to yours? Pei Xinying asked, lifting a nearby teacup and blowing gently across its surface. Indeed, he has some education. His family has employed numerous tutors for him. Yet, he lacks innate talent and must rely on diligent effort to compensate. Fortunately, hard work can yield commendable results, Zhang replied. And how does he measure up to Tao Huan? Pei Xinying casually tossed this question into the conversation. Upon hearing that name, Zhang Ji's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly masked his emotions with a smile, stating, Naturally, he cannot compare to Tao Huan. However, it is curious. Despite Tao Huan's usual superior performance, during the county examination, Qiongyu outperformed him. Do you find that peculiar? Pei Xinying raised an eyebrow, studying him closely. It seems that Tao Huan's mindset may have faltered, causing him to be overly nervous during the exam, which could explain his poor performance. But how did you come to know of him, my lord? Qiongyu could no longer contain his curiosity. Pei Xinying, swirling the tea leaves afloat, recounted, A few days ago, I had some leisure time and wandered about, eventually entering Taojia village. While chatting with the village chief, I learned of their circumstances, although I was informed that the individual in question has since passed. After a brief pause, he expressed his regret for the man, lamenting that had he still been alive, he might have successfully passed the imperial examination by now. Indeed, with his capabilities, it was only natural for him to have succeeded. Zhang Ji's tone and expression were laden with sympathy, yet his downcast eyes betrayed a sense of gloom. Realizing that further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers, Pei Xinying shifted the topic, asking how many individuals he recognized as co-guarantors for Qiongyu. The official hesitated, revealing that he was not well acquainted with them and had not seen them for many years. Now, faced with your question, he found himself at a loss for words. In that case, Pei Xinying said, We shall not press you further, Lord Zhang. Let's take our leave. As they spoke, they began to make their way out. Yes, I bid you farewell, my lord, Qiongyu replied, his actions tinged with an urgency that suggested he was eager to see them depart. as Song Qiongyu mounted the carriage. She glanced back to find him hastily returning to his residence. Once inside the carriage, Pei Xinying turned to Song Qiongyu and inquired whom he might seek next. Song Qiongyu, having remained silent in the main hall, took a few sips of tea and, feeling drowsy, closed his eyes. I suspect it could be the county magistrate. They are clearly in cahoots, a nest of thieves. Should we seek out others on the list? Pei Xinying appeared to harbor a greater curiosity regarding Qiongyu. With a mischievous smile, Song Qiongyu replied, "You can pursue those inquiries. I shall keep an eye on him. This way we can save time, allowing me to ensure your safety." Before Pei Xinying could respond, Song Qiongyu had already leapt down from the carriage into a secluded corner. Pei Xinying chuckled softly, shaking his head as he retrieved the list that Song Qiongyu had just handed him, instructing the driver to turn right after 3 streets. He too closed his eyes, awaiting the carriage to take him to his destination. Meanwhile, Song Qiongyu deftly traversed the rooftops, making his way directly to Zhang Ji's abode. Without needing to lift a tile, he could hear the sound of footsteps within. Soon, a guard entered to announce that the lord had departed. Reunited, adopting a facade of authority before pacing the room once more. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to solidify his resolve. With a firm fist, he pushed open the door, opting not to summon a carriage, and discreetly exited through the back. Song Qiongyu followed closely, confirming his destination was indeed the county magistrate's residence. Instead of using the front entrance, Qiongyu knocked 3 long and 3 short knocks at the back door. A maid quickly opened it, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before reluctantly admitting him inside. Song Qiongyu, perched on a nearby rooftop, raised an eyebrow in curiosity at the audacity of the maid to disregard the county official. Chapter 85, The Concubine. Overthinking was futile. It was better to follow directly and observe. Song Qiongyu trailed behind, but the maid did not lead Qiongyu to the magistrate. Instead, she brought him into her own chamber. Earlier, Song Qiongyu had found it peculiar. The maid's attire did not resemble that of a typical servant, adorned as she was with exquisite jewelry, and her demeanor towards the official was anything but respectful. Moreover, she seemed to occupy a room of her own. As soon as they entered the room and closed the door behind them, the two could hardly contain their eagerness and embraced one another. It was then that Song Qiongyu grasped the true nature of their relationship. However, she found herself perplexed as to how Zhang Ji's paramour was maintained within the county magistrate's residence. With this intrigue in mind, she continued to observe both the couple and the decor of the room. Seated at the edge of the bed, the maid-like paramour expressed her mild grievances, lamenting that he had not visited her in quite some time. She confided that residing there alone, without permission to seek companionship, was exceedingly dull. Others? Song Qionyu's eyes darted, and she abruptly rose to scrutinize her surroundings, only to realize that this chamber was but a single room within a larger courtyard, where the layout appeared remarkably similar. Why was the magistrate's residence so expansive? She had failed to notice this during her nocturnal visit a few nights prior. At that moment, she decided to set aside her musings and listen to their conversation. Qiongyu, in a soothing manner, embraced her, caressing her shoulder in an intimate fashion. "It is for your safety, as you are well aware that I have many enemies." The girl playfully pushed him away, chiding him, "Why must you accumulate so many foes? You should be considering the well-being of our future children." He sighed, expressing a desire to do something for his children, tightening his embrace in silence. The girl nudged him again. "What brings you here now? Did you not instruct me not to seek you unless it was of utmost importance? If there were no pressing matters, I would not have come. It is precisely because there is something I must discuss that I find myself here, and I cannot escape a scolding for it." He gazed earnestly at the girl, adding, "If one day I should fall into disgrace, do not seek me out, nor reveal our acquaintance to others." With a playful punch, she retorted, "At that time, not only will I not seek you, but I will also draft a complaint against you." Qiongyu laughed heartily, affirming her jest and praising her, before reclining on the bed, though a shadow of sorrow lingered in his eyes. The girl understood his unspoken sentiments. Her words belied the absence of a smile on her face as she turned away from him. Perched upon the rooftop, Song Qiongyu sensed an ominous undertone. It appeared as though they had prepared themselves for death, while her own companions remained blissfully ignorant, with only a vague suspicion lingering in her mind. Subsequently, the couple fell into a comfortable silence, embracing one another as they lay on the bed. After a brief while, a knock at the door interrupted them, with a voice announcing, "Master Zhang, the magistrate summons you." He tenderly caressed the girl's face, adopting a demeanor of noble resignation as he exited the room. Following the guards outside, Qiongyu followed at a leisurely pace, her eyes surveying the locale. She discovered that this area was not part of the designated magistrate's estate, but rather an adjacent plot enclosed by walls distinct from those of the magistrate's residence. Thus, whether viewed from inside or out, it was not readily apparent that it was linked to the magistrate. Nevertheless, its use was firmly under the magistrate's control, with guards stationed at every exit and corner of the courtyard. The common folk, unaware that the owner was indeed the magistrate, had gradually forgotten its existence due to years of neglect and lack of visitation. Upon careful consideration, there are several rooms, faintly echoing with the voices of women from within. In some courtyards, garments belonging to ladies are hung out to dry. Qiongyu pondered for a moment and began to understand that this place was likely a special courtyard established by the county magistrate to keep a close watch on every official. By confining their concubines here, the magistrate held their vulnerabilities, ensuring they dared not oppose him, regardless of their desires. Given the existence of such a place, it was reasonable to surmise that officials who did not maintain concubines were also ensnared by the magistrate's other means of leverage. Accompanying Qiongyu, they passed through a concealed side gate and arrived at the magistrate's residence. Upon entering the magistrate's study, Qiongyu, as was her custom, crouched on the roof, lifting a tile only to be met with darkness. Initially, she thought there was an issue with her vision, but upon raising her head to inspect the surroundings, it remained dark when she lowered it again. Confounded, she reached out, gently poking at the ceiling, only to discover an additional layer of wood atop the roof. Resigned to her situation, she prepared to replace the tile when she suddenly realized she could still hear the ongoing conversation within the study. Delighted, Qiongyu pressed her ear closer to the opening, grateful for her keen senses lest she miss a vital clue. Inside, the magistrate seemed to be seated, inquiring whether he had not already spoken to them. He mentioned that a few troublesome individuals had recently appeared and urged them to avoid encounters. If one arrived hastily without a pressing matter, they would face consequences. Qiongyu quickly interjected, asserting that he indeed had business, as earlier that morning, a certain minor official had sought him out to inquire about Changlo. A sigh escaped the magistrate, expressing that such alarm was unnecessary, without evidence. Even if suspicions lingered over them, there was nothing to be substantiated. Yet Zhang Ji's trepidation did not abate. The magistrate had also inquired about Tao Huan. The sound of the magistrate's teacup shattering on the floor pierced the air, followed by his voice demanding confirmation of Zhang Ji's assertion regarding Tao Huan. Hang Yi affirmed, expressing that he would never dare approach the magistrate at such a time unless it were true. It appeared he had knelt before the magistrate, exclaiming, "What shall we do?" The magistrate rose from his chair, pacing within the study, as if to soothe both Qiongyu and himself, murmuring, "Do not panic. They have no evidence. Perhaps it is merely a ruse." Suddenly recalling something, he asked whether Qiongyu had gone himself. Qiongyu likely nodded, then shook his head, mentioning he had brought along a beautiful concubine, though she had not uttered a word. After a pause, he cautiously questioned whether the magistrate suspected the woman's identity. The magistrate seemed to nod, and Qiongyu continued, "I found nothing amiss. However, the woman appeared delicate, yet bore the unmistakable air of a concubine." From her perch on the roof, Qiongyu nodded in agreement. Her innate strength surpassed that of most men, and having trained in martial arts since childhood, she possessed a seemingly frail appearance, unlike the robust figures of others. The magistrate's voice then echoed, "Perhaps I am overthinking. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that she is not an ordinary concubine." Chapter 86. The assassin. On that day, we employed a cunning strategy, orchestrating a scenario in which the concubine of the young lord was found in the company of a man. At that moment, she appeared exceedingly flustered. The county magistrate, inexplicably producing a string of beads, played with them, creating a clattering sound. Amidst that noise, Qiongyu inquired, "My lord, what made you suddenly perceive something amiss with her?" The magistrate did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued to manipulate the beads. Initially, he found nothing unusual, but the following day, her demeanor was entirely unchanged. Lacking any sign of guilt, if not for her exceptional intellect, it could only be assumed that her identity was a facade. Perhaps she was confident that the magistrate would not disclose this incident, considering it occurred within the confines of the magistrate's residence. If Pei Xinying were to learn of it, the magistrate would find himself in a precarious situation as well. Qiongyu pondered this. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Qiongyu was taken aback. Realizing that her performance had revealed such a significant flaw, she lowered her gaze, contemplating that indeed, her skills required further refinement. The two individuals within the room had fallen silent, likely deep in thought. Qiongyu turned over, lying on her back on the roof. It was now afternoon, and the sun was no longer blinding, instead casting a gentle warmth upon her. A soft breeze swept by, and Qiongyu closed her eyes, experiencing an unusual sense of tranquility, devoid of thoughts, simply enjoying the wind. It was only when she heard the magistrate's sigh that she opened her eyes, remaining still and quietly listening. He sighed and remarked to Qiongyu that further discussion of this matter was futile, and they could not simply execute them. "You may return," he instructed. "If they make any further moves, come to me." Qiongyu perhaps nodded, then suddenly added, "Since they can seek me out, they will undoubtedly approach others. What they speak carelessly." After a strange silence, the magistrate assured him it would not happen. Qiongyu said nothing further, took his leave, and exited the door, presumably heading to find that woman. After contemplating for a moment, Qiongyu decided to remain atop the magistrate's roof, as there might be more information to glean. As expected, the magistrate soon summoned someone. This individual, clad in the attire of a guard, did not resemble an ordinary sentinel. Qiongyu shrank back slightly, sensing that this person possessed formidable martial skills, likely capable of matching Qiongyu in prowess. It was astonishing that such a skilled individual resided in a small county, serving the magistrate. It all seemed rather peculiar. However, this notion was swiftly dispelled, as the individual was not under the magistrate's direct command. "My master has stated that I should not be summoned for trivial matters," he spoke in a detached tone. The magistrate queried, "You did eliminate those individuals I instructed you to kill a few years ago, did you not? There are no lingering threats, I trust?" The man, somewhat impatient, replied, "That is indeed the case. If you doubt my word, you may speak with my master and request a replacement." The magistrate respected this individual, yet he also regarded him with caution. He would not risk offending him, especially with investigators arriving to probe the case. "I fear they may uncover traces leading back to me." After deliberating, he tentatively inquired, "If you were to confront that general, what would be your chances of victory?" "I have never engaged her in combat. Therefore, I cannot answer your question. If what those brothers say is true, I certainly would not stand a chance against her." After a moment, he realized, "You do not wish for me to kill her, do you?" The county magistrate remained silent, seemingly in agreement with the implication. The man scoffed. "How naive you are to think that. Even if you were to slay countless foes, you could never harm her." The magistrate, growing anxious, questioned, "Why is that?" "I am unwaveringly loyal to you. Could I not be valued more than an adversary?" The man retorted, "Who do you think you are? If you could boast years of undefeated service at the frontier and command a Song army, perhaps you would be safeguarded. But can you?" With that, he dismissed the magistrate's aspirations with a derisive snort. Silence enveloped the room, and Qiongyu remained composed, knowing that the forthcoming dialogue held greater significance. As she awaited, she contemplated the nuances of their exchange, which revealed much. They shared a common leader with grand ambitions, and they harbored a palpable wariness towards her, even hinting at an intent to recruit. Suddenly, the magistrate spoke. "In a few days, seek an opportunity to silence Qiongyu." The man laughed. "You truly are a spectacle of dog-eat-dog. What a grand performance." He then exited with a hearty chuckle. A sudden crash echoed within the room, and at first, Qiongyu assumed he had fallen. Following, there were sounds of clattering, likely the magistrate in a fit of rage. With no promising leads, She surveyed her surroundings for danger before stealthily departing. Upon returning to the inn, Qiongyu and Pei Xinying had been waiting for quite some time. They eagerly anticipated Qionyu's arrival. As she opened the door, Qiongyu rushed towards her, exclaiming, "General, you have finally returned. I nearly dozed off waiting with Pei Xinying." She affectionately ruffled Qionyu's hair and turned to Pei Xinying. "Did you uncover anything?" Qiongyu, nestled in her embrace, raised her face in surprise. "How did you know, General?" After a moment's thought, she realized. Did the magistrate say something to Qiongyu? Qiongyu playfully tapped her head, guiding her a few steps before sitting down. "You're quite astute. I did overhear some details from the roof." Qiongyu interjected. "No wonder you appeared somewhat darker upon your return." Qiongyu shot her a look. "How could I have darkened so quickly?" The trio laughed together. Pei Xinying spoke first. "I visited each of the addresses you provided. Either no one resides there, or the occupants have changed. I also inquired among the neighbors, and they haven't seen those individuals in quite some time, indicating dire circumstances." After he finished, Qiongyu added, "The ones I investigated have also been missing for ages." After listening, Qiongyu recounted what she had overheard on the magistrate's roof, omitting her own involvement. "So, these individuals have been murdered, and it was by the magistrate's orders." Pei Xinying pondered aloud while toying with his cup. Qiongyu, observing his cup, retrieved another filled with tea from the tray and offered it to Qiongyu, casting a reproachful glance at Pei Xinying as she remarked, "It is not the magistrate's hands that are stained with blood. He merely issued the command, and others acted on it. We must be precise." Her stern gaze left Pei Xinying somewhat perplexed, yet he acquiesced. "Indeed, what Miss Qiongyu says is correct." As they lifted their heads, they found Qiongyu watching them with a smile, causing an air of discomfort among them. Qiongyu said nothing further, merely letting out a sigh as she lifted her face to Pei Xinying. "What shall we do next?" Pei Xinying met her gaze for a brief moment and replied, "Perhaps we should keep an eye on Qiongyu." Chapter 87. With the tiger, he must know something, and in times of crisis, he might choose not to keep secrets for that person. However, that individual is highly skilled, and only Qiongyu and Qiongyu can contend with him. Thus, the task of watching over Qiongyu must fall to the two of them in turns. "I will go tonight. You should rest well," Qiongyu said, observing the weariness in their eyes. Qiongyu intended to refuse, but fatigue overwhelmed her, and as she opened her mouth to protest, a yawn escaped her lips, rendering her unable to voice her objections. Qiongyu had already risen, looking down at them with determination. "This matter should not be delayed. I shall leave now. If you discover anything else, send someone to call for me." When she pushed open the window, she realized that night had already fallen, bringing with it a chill. The moonlight spilled over the rooftops outside, casting a shimmering glow reminiscent of falling snow. Looking up, she saw the full moon, explaining the brightness. After casting one last glance at them and offering a smile, she leapt out. Upon reaching the rooftop of Zhang Ji's study, she found the room ablaze with light. He was seated by the window, engrossed in a book, though he had not turned a page in quite some time, suggesting his mind was elsewhere. After a brief moment, he sighed and held the book over his face, becoming still. Qiongyu watched him with an unperturbed heart, reclining on the rooftop to gaze at the moon. When he finally seemed ready to rest, she shifted her position to continue admiring the moonlight. Days passed, and both Qiongyu and Qiongyu took turns keeping watch. Yet they encountered no assassin. Just as Qiongyu began to think the threat had passed, one night, while she was vigilantly observing, she suddenly noticed several figures approaching swiftly. She stood slowly, and as they reached the rooftop, she saw a woman clad in dark attire, her face obscured, waiting for them. The assassins exchanged glances, and the leader stepped forward, boldly inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed name, and why do you obstruct us?" Qiongyu remained silent, gradually twisting her neck before drawing her sword from her back, performing a flourish with it, her arm hanging at an angle as she regarded her adversaries. Realizing negotiation was futile, the leader drew his sword and cupped his fist, launching an attack, while his companions dispersed to engage the guards below. Qiongyu aimed to intervene and thwart them, but the leader blocked her path, making it clear that she would have to eliminate him to proceed. Thus, She focused intently on the duel before her. After several exchanges, the opponent's eyes gleamed brighter and his movements quickened. Unable to restrain himself, he suggested, "Why protect this person? Join us instead. Your skills are formidable, and you may find it difficult to encounter a worthy opponent. Why oppose us?" Qiongyu did not respond, merely scoffing before turning to strike again with her sword. In the midst of the skirmish, she momentarily diverted her gaze to observe the unfolding chaos below. The guards displayed a clear inferiority in skill compared to the assassins, and the tide of battle was decidedly against them, as the intruders were poised to breach the study. Qiongyu felt a pang of anxiety, yet her hands were tied. As the door to the study creaked open, Qiongyu was forcibly dragged out, a blade already poised at his throat. Qiongyu himself had closed his eyes, his countenance serene, as if only Qiongyu were troubled by the circumstances. Suddenly, an arrow soared through the air, its tremendous force pinning the hand of the assassin about to strike against the wall. The leader of the assassins turned to see Qiongyu, shrouded in black garments, her hair and face concealed beneath the veil of darkness. While Qiongyu could discern her lady amidst the shadows, others could not, and they stood ready, eyeing Qiongyu with caution. With a few swift strides, the leader of the assassins narrowed his eyes, questioning whether they were allies. As Qiongyu arrived, Qiongyu visibly relaxed and regained her spirited demeanor, retorting that they were not mere accomplices but a family. Perhaps the leader ought to reconsider his words. One of the assassins attempted to seize the moment of their standoff to eliminate Qiongyu, but without even glancing back, Qiongyu flicked her wrist, accurately embedding a dagger into the assailant's left leg. Observing this deft maneuver, the leader realized why Qiongyu had suddenly relaxed. This individual was not only beyond his capacity to confront, but even collectively, they were formidable. He placed his hand to his mouth, whistling a long, piercing sound. The assassins below paused, swiftly retracting their murderous intent, scaling the rooftops with minimal hesitation before making their exit. The leader lingered momentarily, casting a few lingering glances at them before departing in silence. Qiongyu remained vigilant against any potential incoming arrows, while Qiongyu leapt down to approach Qiongyu. Hearing the commotion, Qiongyu opened his eyes, unperturbed at the sight of a masked woman, and inquired whether they were agents of Pei Xinying. Qiongyu contemplated a rebuttal, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts, unwilling to admit the truth. Their silence did not irk Qiongyu. He rose, dusting off his attire, and proceeded toward the study, asserting that if they believed rescuing him warranted extracting secrets from him, they were gravely mistaken. He would divulge nothing. Qiongyu, eager to confront him, was restrained by Qionyu's hand, which shook gently in a gesture of caution. Just before he entered the study, she remarked that of the companions who once stood in defense of those few individuals, only he remained alive. Even so, he still wished to keep secrets for them. Did he not? Qiongyu leaned against the doorframe without turning back, his voice steady, declaring that whatever she said would not sway him. She should cease her attempts to sow discord. Frustrated, Qiongyu turned to voice her grievances about his abhorrent behavior to Qiongyu, only to find her merely observing his retreating figure, silent. In that moment of distraction, Qiongyu had already crossed the threshold and closed the door behind him. With the door now shut, there was little left to discuss. Qiongyu turned to leave, and Qiongyu hurried to follow, pleading, "Miss, will you not attempt to persuade him once more?" When one consorts with a tiger, they ultimately reap the consequences of their own actions. He will come to understand. Upon concluding her words, Qiongyu leaped onto the rooftop, reclining upon it. As Qiongyu contemplated her mistress's remarks, she too lay beside her. After a while, it dawned upon her, should we not remind him? If every detail must be clarified to this general, this young official has surely prepared well for him. However, reflecting further, she felt such a statement might indeed be somewhat cruel, and continued, "Let us wait for another hour. If he remains oblivious, we shall remind him once more." After a moment of silence, she feared that even if we informed him now, it would be futile. Just then, a guard rushed in from the direction of the county magistrate's residence. "Well?" Qiongyu inquired. The guard shook his head, murmuring by the time we arrived, she had already departed this world. With that, he lowered his gaze, awaiting further orders. Song Qiongyu waved him off, instructing him to retreat. Qiushi tilted her head slightly, perplexed as to when the general might have perceived that those individuals would act against that woman. She sighed, lamenting, "Alas, we could not save her. Had we recognized their vile intentions sooner, perhaps we could have spared her life." Not receiving a response, Qiushi turned to look at Song Qiongyu, who had closed her eyes. Assuming her mistress was fatigued, she refrained from further commentary. Moments later, she heard a voice nearby utter, "Even if we had acted sooner, we could not have saved her." Qiushi was momentarily bewildered, but then recalled that the woman resided at the county magistrate's house. If the magistrate harbored any malicious thoughts, she would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. As they conversed atop the roof, suddenly, Qiongyu forcefully flung the door open, stumbling outside, presumably from the direction of the magistrate's residence. The two ceased their conversation and followed him until they reached a concealed back door. Standing at the foot of the steps, his hands trembled as he staggered forward, resting his palms against the door, closing his eyes, and raising one hand to knock the agreed-upon signal. After a considerable time, no one answered the door. They observed his silhouette from the rooftop behind him, noting that he wiped his sleeves, perhaps to conceal tears. He knocked once more, yet still received no response. He struck the door with force, the sound echoing the decay of aged wood, and pushed mightily against it, but it did not yield. He was acutely aware that someone was following him, yet he did not turn around, softly uttering, "I implore the hero to lend me a hand. I shall speak truthfully thereafter." Qiushi glanced at Song Qiongyu, who nodded in affirmation. Qiushi lightly leaped onto the door and entered from within, unlocking it for him. Before she could utter a word, Qiongyu pushed past her, rushing inside. The words of reproach caught in his throat as he beheld his frantic silhouette, leaving him momentarily speechless at the threshold. There was no outcry of agony. Shortly thereafter, Qiongyu emerged, drenched in blood, cradling the woman in his arms. His expression remained impassive as he exited the gate, casting not a glance at them, merely uttering, "Come along," as he strode purposefully away from that chilling residence. Upon their return to Zhang Ji's abode, Pei Xinying had already arrived, standing at the entrance, observing their return with an inscrutable expression. Until Song Qiongyu passed by him and gently patted his shoulder, he remained outside, where the dew was heavier, asking why he did not wait inside. Only then did his expression soften, and in a lowered voice, he confessed that he was somewhat concerned for their safety, and being here allowed him to see their situation firsthand, bringing him solace. Hearing this, Song Qiongyu smiled kindly and reassured him that there was no need to worry about them. His own well-being was of greater importance. With that, she gently nudged him, and they entered the hall together. The three of them waited for Qiongyu in the hall, and after a considerable time, as dawn approached, he had yet to arrive. Qiushi, unable to remain seated, prepared to stand and see what he was doing. With her eyes closed, Song Qiongyu accurately grasped her hand, advising her not to seek him out and to let him gather his thoughts before returning. Qiushi settled back down, restlessly scanning the surroundings. "There is no need to rush. He will not go back on his word." Pei Xinying comforted her, her gaze resting on Song Qionyu's face, which was now revealed, having removed her black veil to show a gentle countenance. Before long, Qiongyu arrived, appearing as though he had aged several years overnight, a stark contrast to the vibrant individual he had been just days prior. As soon as he took his seat, he expressed gratitude to Song Qiongyu and Qiushi, acknowledging their intentions to save Wanyang's life, albeit too late. Nevertheless, he thanked them for preserving her remains, encouraging them to ask whatever questions they wished. "What we wish to inquire about, you should be well aware. However, before that, I wish to know, since you loved her so dearly, how could you entrust her to the county magistrate?" Song Qionyu's question struck him like a dagger to the heart. He managed a pained smile, declaring that he did not trust the magistrate, but was left with no choice. Countless individuals who had doubted him had perished, and while his own death mattered little, if Wanyang lost her life as a result, no number of deaths could atone for that. After explaining, he lifted his head as if reminiscing about his childhood friendship with Wanyang, recalling their promise to marry once he reached adulthood. Yet, fate's whip often strikes the most unfortunate. Her alcoholic father was in debt and had suffered a broken leg, leaving her to support her family. Though he had passed the scholar's examination, his impoverished background meant he could not afford to treat her father's illness. Just as they were in despair, the county magistrate approached him. He informed Qiongyu of a talented student from a humble background whose achievements were desired by others, yet he refused to comply. And then, Qiongyu continued. The magistrate explained that although the county examination was rigorous, there were still loopholes to exploit, namely bribing all the guarantors to switch the examination papers at the last moment, thereby altering the students' results. Initially, Qiongyu was opposed to this, recognizing the considerable risk and inherent injustice to the humble student. Pei Xinying raised an eyebrow, questioning, but he used what you lacked most to entice you, did he not? Qiongyu lowered his head in silent acquiescence. At that time, Wan Yang's father's condition could not be postponed, and the magistrate promised a substantial sum, assuring him that such dealings would occur only once. Thus, he consented, but he went back on his word, did he not? Qiongyu had already surmised the words he was about to utter. I too am filled with sorrow and indignation, yet he possesses the evidence, leaving me powerless. At that time, I had already entered the officialdom. Should the truth be revealed, my entire life would be ruined. After saying this, he lowered his head and rubbed his face vigorously with his hands. In my folly, I constantly thought that he, being so talented, would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. After all, it was merely 1 or 2 failures in the examinations. Surely nothing would come of it. However, you did not cease after 1 or 2 attempts. 5 years. How many 5-year spans can one person endure in a lifetime? Qiongyu slammed his hand on the table, leaving a deep imprint. Qiongyu covered his face, lamenting, I simply wanted to provide Wan Yang with a home. Qiongyu scoffed and retorted, enough. You people are always eager to justify your actions. If it were truly for her sake, you would find a way to overcome the difficulties, rather than leaving her without even the status of a legitimate wife, relegating her to the role of an external concubine in another's household. She even stood up and approached him, demanding, ask yourself honestly, is everything you have done truly for her? It is for your own sake, for your career, for your own vanity. Chapter 89. The Flood. Qiongyu. Upon hearing Qiongyu's voice, Qiongyu, albeit reluctantly, shot an angry glare at Qiongyu before sitting down. Yi, with a wry smile, said, I know you do not believe me. If I had recounted these events to my former self, I too would have found it hard to believe. In retrospect, it feels like a dream. Perhaps this is a punishment from the heavens, condemning me to forever lose her. Qiongyu paid no heed to his confession and continued, what happened afterward? Was it you who was involved in his mother's affair? He shook his head in panic, exclaiming, how could that be? These matters are already heartless enough. If I were to commit such an act against him, I would have no face to seek Wan Yang in the afterlife. His expression did not suggest deceit, and Qiongju's demeanor softened slightly. What happened next? Where'd he go? He was perplexed by the significance of their inquiry, but answered truthfully. After his mother passed away, he went out to visit relatives and encountered bandits. He was injured in the struggle and succumbed to his wounds. This is how it is recorded in the household registration. Household registration? Pei Xinying suddenly recalled this document. Feeling it had been suspicious during their investigation, the memory resurfaced now. She gently rubbed her hands on her knees, and amidst her reverie, some sensations from that day floated back to her mind, hinting at a potential clue. Upon hearing his words, Qiongyu noticed the subtle movement of his hands and realized he had some leads. He continued to speak with Qiongyu. Did you see his corpse with your own eyes? Qiongyu shook his head. The county magistrate said so. I did not see it myself. He claimed the body was too horrific to behold and forbade us from looking. Qiongyu nodded. Do you have any correspondence or evidence left behind? Qiongyu was taken aback. None. He always summoned us for face-to-face admonitions and never left any evidence. That complicates matters, Pei Xinying said gently while rubbing her fingers. If we directly accuse him, he will surely claim we are framing him. Zhangji's expression visibly dulled for a moment, before he suddenly grew flustered. Rising to pace and hall, what should he do? Should he allow the murderer to roam free? Upon hearing this, Qiongyu shot him a fierce glare, turning her face away in an effort to resist the urge to strike him. Let us hold on for now. We still need additional evidence. Having not closed her eyes for a day and a night, Qiongyu rubbed her eyes and pinched her brow, forcing herself to open them wide. It seems we cannot apprehend the county magistrate immediately. We should rest first. Pei Xinying halted her actions and stood up. The others dispersed as well. Qiongyu went to the back hall to sort through Yang's belongings. Qiongyu, wishing to inquire about Pei Xinying's thoughts, found that once she relaxed, drowsiness washed over her like a tide. After boarding the carriage and ensuring the guards were watching Qiongyu, the group returned to the inn. Ascending the stairs, she waved her hand and made her way to her room. Upon entering, she sank into her blankets and fell asleep. When she next awoke, it was already evening. Blurrily opening her eyes, she gazed at the dim sky outside, momentarily thinking she had just fallen asleep. Struggling to rise, she stepped out of her room and knocked on the door across the way, which was Pei Xinying's room. Hearing an invitation to enter, she pushed the door open. Pei Xinying was reclining on the bed in nightclothes, a smile on his face as he read a small booklet in his hands. "What are you reading?" Qiongyu lightly approached the table and sat down, her curiosity piqued by the booklet he held. Pei Xinying lifted the booklet and waved it, asking, "Do you remember the household registration booklet? I sensed something was amiss at the time, though I couldn't quite recall why. A few days ago, I had a guard brother urgently borrow a paper booklet from the manufacturing bureau, and it confirmed my suspicions." Qiongyu raised her eyebrows, remaining silent. He smiled and explained, "Do you remember I mentioned that the household registration paper is specially made by the government? To prevent any interference, this paper is replaced every 3 years, ensuring no identical styles remain. Only the hidden patterns change. They appear the same, but if one lacks familiarity with it, they might not notice the difference." Qiongyu did not fully grasp his words, but nodded slightly as if she understood. Noticing her expression, Pei Xinying chuckled and continued, "The page concerning Tao Huan in that register has been tampered with." She was taken aback, soon feeling puzzled. The register was in the county magistrate's office. If he intended to make alterations, he could have done so directly without such elaborate efforts to change a page. "Ah, but you may not be aware. Any trace of alteration on the household registration booklet renders it void. Thus, those who write the registers are typically appointed by the court. They merely record the facts accurately, without bending to the magistrate's whims. Whatever he says is what is written." Feeling a flicker of understanding, Qiongyu nodded, and suddenly it dawned on her. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "If we can obtain that register, wouldn't it serve as evidence?" Upon hearing this, Pei Xinying paused slightly, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should be. She prepared to rise and leave, but Pei Xinying stopped her, advising against haste. "We have just thwarted his scheme. He may very well be waiting for us at the county magistrate's office. Let us dine first and deliberate afterward." Qiongyu blinked, still yearning to depart. But upon seeing Pei Xinying's hand gripping her sleeve, she halted her steps. She called for the waiter to bring their meal and stood by the window, gazing toward the direction of the magistrate's office. Halfway through their meal, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Initially inclined to ignore it, Qiongyu burst through the door, breathless. "General, it's bad," she exclaimed. "What is it?" Qiongyu mumbled with a mouthful of food, tilting her head in inquiry. Qiongyu, momentarily charmed by her mistress's adorable demeanor, quickly regained her composure and stated earnestly, "General, the magistrate's office is on fire." Noticing the sincerity in her expression, Qiongyu was momentarily at a loss for words. She stood up, intent on rushing to the magistrate's office, but Pei Xinying swiftly grasped her arm. Facing Qiongyu, he asked, "Did you see which direction the fire is coming from?" Qiongyu scratched her head, recalling that it seemed to be the tallest building in the magistrate's estate. Pei Xinying looked at Qiongyu, who still appeared ready to leave. He gently pulled her back down, resting his hand on her shoulder, gazing into her eyes. "He must have been prepared long ago. We cannot go. If we do, we may fall into his traps. Are we to let him destroy the evidence?" Qiongyu was incensed. "If I had not dined and had gone directly, perhaps I could have seized it. If you had gone directly, you would have walked into a snare." Pei Xinying continued to persuade her. The speed at which this fire ignited indicates they were well prepared. Chapter 90. A familiar plot. After a moment, Qiongyu, now more composed, sighed. Do I not know that they were likely prepared? I had only just surmised the existence of evidence, and it has been reduced to ashes. It is truly difficult for me to accept. However, this incident confirms our suspicions. He must have a guilty conscience, or else why would he resort to such measures? It was the first time Pei Xinying had seen Song Qiongyu so disheartened, and he found it quite rare. He smiled and affectionately patted her hair. Song Qiongyu exhaled deeply, her body slumping onto the table. What shall we do next, Lord Pei? He glanced out the window. Night had fallen. Rising, he closed the window and turned to her. Rest for now. I believe he will make a move tomorrow. Song Qiongyu nodded and returned to her chamber. After a whirlwind of events, the clarity gained from rest was always fleeting. Before she reached her room, drowsiness enveloped her once more. Yet, once she lay down, sleep eluded her. With one hand under her head, she stared at the patterns on her bedspread, unusually reflective about the matter at hand. Initially, they had agreed that Pei Xinying would investigate this issue, and she trusted his capabilities, allowing herself to be a mere executor. But now, unable to find slumber, Song Qiongyu replayed all their experiences in her mind. A vague intuition stirred within her. This was likely the work of that individual once again. Unbeknownst to me, I had drifted into slumber, and upon awakening, the dawn had already broken. As I sat up, Qiongyu pushed open the door, proclaiming that the magistrate had sent us an invitation. She entered gracefully, taking a seat beside my bed, gently arranging Song Qionyu's hair. Shall we go or not? Naturally, we must go. Since he dared to extend such an invitation, he must have his reasons. It is only prudent to discern what he is truly up to. Following her lead, Song Qiongyu also touched her hair, acknowledging the necessity to play along. With a smile directed at Qiongyu, she requested, "Might you style my hair for me?" To this, Qiongyu showed no sign of displeasure being commanded. Rather, her face brightened with delight. As Song Qiongyu rose from her bed and seated herself at the vanity, she gazed into the somewhat unclear bronze mirror, which reflected a beautiful visage with downcast eyes. It was only at this moment that Qiongyu, observing Song Qionyu's gentle demeanor, belatedly realized that her mistress would soon marry a frail young man, a stranger to her. Ever since the decree of marriage had been issued, Qiongyu had subconsciously viewed it as a mere figment of imagination, akin to a mirage. Now, however, it felt all too real, as if she were truly standing on solid ground. Noticing Qiongju's distracted expression, Song Qiongyu turned to her and inquired, "What occupies your thoughts? You seem quite absent. Must you marry Miss? Why can't we remain together at the frontier, as we always have?" She crouched down, wrapping her arms around Song Qionyu's legs. Song Qiongyu stroked her head in silence. Assuming her mistress was upset, Qiongyu quickly lifted her gaze to Song Qionyu's face, where she discerned a trace of a helpless smile. "Qiongyu, this matter is beyond our control. Moreover, my father desires peace in the realm. That is his wish." Though Song Qionyu's words trailed off, Qiongyu grasped the unspoken sentiment. As a distinguished general within the military, her marriage had never been hers to dictate. Let us not dwell on this. We must prepare to depart. Song Qiongyu wished to change the subject. She tapped the rouge on the wooden table, curiosity prompting her to open each jar, yet she could not discern any difference. "Do not fidget, miss. Each shade serves its purpose, and mixing them could lead to an unsightly appearance." Song Qionyu's eager hands retreated quietly to her lap, waiting for Qiongyu to apply her makeup. Once her appearance was transformed, she joined Pei Xinying in the magistrate's carriage as they proceeded to the magistrate's residence. The magistrate awaited them outside, but he bore none of the spirited demeanor from their previous encounter. When they arrived, he lowered his head, his expression somber. Only as the carriage came to a halt did he lift his gaze, revealing his face and forcing a smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, young sir." He welcomed them into his abode while offering apologies. "My lord, I should have invited you sooner, but last night, a sudden flood caused extensive damage, destroying many items in my storeroom. I hope you will forgive my tardiness." Pei Xinying shook his head, replying, "You speak too harshly. Your life is of far greater importance than any invitation." "Thank you, my lord." As the county magistrate conversed with him, his gaze frequently darted toward the door, evidently awaiting someone's arrival. Before long, the person he anticipated appeared, the girl who had vehemently berated the scoundrel alongside Song Qiongyu. Upon entering, she fixed her gaze directly on Song Qiongyu, striding towards her and settling beside her. Leaning on the small table that separated them, she remarked, "You seem even more beautiful than I remember. I would like to invite you to view the blossoms together, if I may be so bold." Just as Song Qiongyu was about to acquiesce, she suddenly recalled her current status as Pei Xinying's concubine. With a bashful glance at Pei Xinying, she felt a shiver run down her spine. The expression on her face was more chilling than witnessing a murder. He offered a subtle smile and nodded, granting her permission to proceed. A fleeting expression of reluctance crossed the girl's face, soon suppressed as she donned a smile and led Song Qiongyu towards the garden. After only a few steps into the garden, the girl feigned a sudden stomach ache, claiming she needed to relieve herself and urging Song Qiongyu to explore on her own. With a hint of exasperation, Song Qiongyu recognized the klitsch ploy and pretended to be unaware, moving forward alone. As expected, someone awaited her ahead. She feigned panic, attempting to retreat, and the individual took the bait, stepping forward to block her path. It was the man they had placed on her bed the other day. Song Qiongyu rolled her eyes in his direction, finding the scenario even more predictable. The man, tall and robust, had to lower his head to meet her gaze. As he advanced, Song Qiongyu found herself retreating until she collided with the artificial mountain behind her. The impact was jarring. She frowned at the hardness of it. She had deliberately chosen this path, having noted the faux mountain on her way here. If they intended to create a clandestine rendezvous, this structure served as an excellent prop. True to her expectations, as she collided with the mountain, the man drew nearer, and just as they were about to be pressed together, someone arrived. It was the county magistrate. Affectedly, he pointed at them, exclaiming, "How can you two behave in such a way toward Pei Xinying?" Song Qiongyu pinched herself hard, feigning tears as she addressed the magistrate. "It is not as you perceive." Chapter 91. Conspiracy Humph. Do you truly believe I am unaware of everything? My dear lady, perhaps you should consider how to explain this to Pei Xinying. The magistrate had emerged from his astonishment, arms crossed, regarding them with a cold stare. Faced with such a magistrate, Song Qiongyu suddenly straightened, gently pushing the man aside and approaching the magistrate, circling him. The magistrate's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. "What are you doing? Do you intend to threaten me?" At that moment, the magistrate neither shouted nor summoned Pei Darin, as he likely had matters to discuss with me. If that were the case, why adopt such a posture of righteous indignation? With that, she suddenly stepped forward, grasping the magistrate's chin. "I detest being gazed upon in such a manner. Although aligning with him was a calculated choice on my part, it does not grant you the liberty to underestimate me." With a forceful shove, she added, "If we are to collaborate, you must at least exhibit some semblance of cooperation." With that, she turned and retraced her steps along the narrow path from whence she came. Qiongyu, concealed among the nearby trees, observed their every move. The county magistrate fixed his gaze on her retreating figure and ominously remarked, "Humph, do not fall into my clutches, or you shall regret it." The man beside him, somewhat dull-witted, was taken aback by the sudden shift in Song Qionyu's demeanor, glancing at the magistrate in astonishment, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. The magistrate shot him a sidelong glance and said, "What do you know? This is not a mere change in temperament. This is her true nature. To have caught the eye of the son of the prime minister and not to be subdued by that general indicates she is no ordinary parasite, but rather a man-eating flower." Yet, the man hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, he sensed she might consider us valuable, using her appearance to beguile us. The magistrate, watching her disappearing silhouette, declared firmly, "Let us depart." The man scratched his head, feeling something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint it. His intellect was not as sharp as the magistrate's. Concluding that if the magistrate had not perceived it, he likely would not either, he followed the magistrate away. Qiongyu sat perched on a tree, pondering that while the man may lack intelligence, his instincts were remarkably accurate, an intriguing individual. As they moved further away, Qiongyu hurriedly followed suit. Upon returning to the main hall, Song Qiongyu was about to be questioned by Pei Xinying when she subtly shook her head, signaling him to remain silent. He then loudly inquired, "What took you so long?" Song Qiongyu, appearing delicate and frail, replied. That young lady had an urgent need and went to relieve herself. I cannot find my way back alone, hence my tardiness. Rising, Pei Xinying let out a discontented huff, flicked his sleeve, and said, "Come, we must return." Those eavesdropping behind the screen were momentarily stunned, contemplating how to keep them from leaving, when they heard Song Qiongyu say, "Pei Lang, I have a prior arrangement with that young lady to dine together this evening. Might I stay for the night and return tomorrow?" Pei Xinying frowned, offering no response. The person behind the screen felt their heart leap, and upon hearing his dismissive remark of a woman's perspective, they grew increasingly anxious. A pair of hands gently wrapped around his arm as Song Qiongyu looked up, saying, "Pei Lang, have you not always told me to be a person of my word? I have already promised her, just for one night, please." In resignation, it seemed Pei Xinying nodded, and upon hearing Song Qionyu's small exclamation of delight, he realized that Pei Lang was particularly fond of her. Pei Xinying felt himself lost in the repeated calls of Pei Lang, becoming somewhat disoriented. Suddenly, a sharp pinch on his arm revealed it was Song Qiongyu, and the force of it promised a bruise by nightfall. He cleared his throat, stating, "In that case, I shall discuss this with the county magistrate. This shall be a one-time exception." Though it was a warning, it was laced with affection. The person behind the screen smiled in satisfaction. Song Qiongyu did not partake in their negotiations. Instead, she sat on a bench beneath the eaves, gazing at the sky. Today was devoid of clouds. The heavens a brilliant blue, a rare and splendid day. Soon, Pei Xinying and the county magistrate emerged from the building, one after the other. As they passed Song Qiongyu, the magistrate intentionally glanced at her, and she did not flinch, boldly rolling her eyes in response. Extending a slender, alabaster hand, she tossed a crumpled piece of paper towards the county magistrate. Startled, he cast a hurried glance at Pei Xinying, fumbling to conceal the paper in his sleeve while glaring at Song Qiongyu. At that moment, Pei Xinying turned her head, observing the peculiar tension between the two, and narrowed her eyes, inquiring why they had not yet departed. The magistrate hastily assured her that he was indeed preparing to leave, tightening his grip on the paper to prevent it from accidentally falling to the ground. Pei Xinying, fully aware of their clandestine gestures, wore an expression of impatience as she urged them to move faster, declaring her fatigue. It was only after settling onto the bed that she exhaled deeply, regarding Song Qiongyu with a question about when she intended to meet him. "Tonight," she replied, emphasizing the necessity of choosing a time when he would already be asleep to gain his trust. Song Qiongyu, distractedly toying with her teacup, pondered aloud. Will he truly believe you? Pei Xinying harbored reservations about the perilous nature of their plan. Shaking her head, Song Qiongyu confessed uncertainty, yet acknowledged their lack of alternatives. They had only to attempt it, for what harm could come from trying? If I were indeed a fool, they would still collaborate with me, albeit in a different manner. Presently, I appear as a clever individual, and clever people are always inclined to possess certain desires, making them easier to manipulate. With a playful wink and a faint smile, she queried, "What do you think?" Momentarily dazzled by the smile, Pei Xinying instinctively nodded, only to realize moments later, as she turned her gaze away, that Song Qiongyu was lost in thought. As night deepened, Song Qiongyu quietly rose from the bed, prompting Pei Xinying to immediately open her eyes. With a gesture of silence, Song Qiongyu indicated for her to remain quiet. She donned her outer garments in the dim light of night and slipped out the door. Pei Xinying lay in bed, wide awake and unable to sleep, yet unable to follow her. Song Qiongyu made her way along the narrow path to the magistrate's study, where two guards stood watch at the door. Upon seeing her, they opened it, allowing her to enter directly. Inside, the magistrate was engrossed in his reading. After her entrance, he remained silent, not lifting his gaze. After a moment, Song Qiongyu scoffed, "If the magistrate wishes to read, then read to your heart's content. I shall not disturb you." With that, she rose to leave. The magistrate set aside his book and descended from his seat to block her path, exclaiming, "I was merely engrossed in my reading." Momentarily lost in thought. "Is it true?" Song Qiongyu asked, her skepticism apparent. As she observed the magistrate's expression of delight, she spun around and sat down, challenging, "Who are you trying to fool?" Can you deceive others and still fool me? Is this merely an attempt to intimidate me? A look of panic crossed the magistrate's face as he prepared to explain, but Song Qiongyu interjected, "There is no need for explanations, regardless of your intentions. It would be wise to conceal them. I am not susceptible to your tricks." Repeated attempts to speak were stifled, and his demeanor darkened. Yet he could do nothing but force a few awkward chuckles as he settled into the chair opposite her. Song Qiongyu crossed one leg over the other, leaning back against the chair, her hand resting on the nearby table, exuding an air of languid arrogance as she stared at him impassively. "It is you who has a request of me, not the other way around, so there is no need for you to adopt such a condescending demeanor." The county magistrate choked slightly, fixating on her intently, and after a lengthy pause, he let out a scoff. "Are you not afraid that I will inform Pei Xinying of your dealings? At that point, you shall see whom he chooses to believe." Ignoring his words, the study fell into silence. Just as the magistrate prepared to speak again, Song Qiongyu glanced up at him, her gaze so piercing that he dared not move. It seemed to penetrate through his very being, striking at his heart. She lowered her eyes, then raised them once more, returning to her obstinately defiant demeanor. "There is no need to provoke me with words. We both know the truth of the matter. Do not attempt to play tricks on me." Moreover, after a deliberate pause, she continued, "What makes you think he would trust you? After all, he is investigating your case." At her words, the magistrate's expression shifted dramatically. "He is investigating me?" Song Qiongyu feigned surprise, covering her mouth. "You truly did not know?" Yet a smile danced upon her lips, betraying no genuine astonishment. The magistrate composed himself. "Since you have come here and spoken with me, I presume you have some ulterior motive." Song Qiongyu clapped her hands, rising to stand before the magistrate. Though she was clearly shorter than him, she somehow emanated a more commanding presence. She chuckled softly, "That goes without saying, but first, you should outline what you require of me, so I may determine my price. My requirements are quite simple. Since you are aware he is investigating me, you must also know the reasons behind it." His words trailed off, hanging in the air like an unasked question. "I have told you, my knowledge far exceeds your assumptions. There is no need to test me." Song Qiongyu was not easily deceived and continued, "However, since you harbor doubts regarding my intentions, I can certainly demonstrate some goodwill." With that, she leaned closer to the magistrate, whispering in his ear, "Tao Huan, Chong Lu." The magistrate's pupils dilated. They had indeed uncovered the truth. He stepped back a few paces. "Since I can confirm you possess knowledge of the situation, we may now discuss a transaction. What is it that you desire?" "What I seek is, naturally, wealth. Money can sway the heart." Song Qiongyu lifted her hand, delicately blowing the dust from it. The magistrate narrowed his eyes as his consort. "Could it be that you are in want of funds?" Pei Xinying does not seem like a miser. He was still probing. "He is certainly not a miser. However, I am merely a consort. His father disallows me from entering the household, even as a minor concubine, which means my entire future rests precariously upon him. Yet, men are capricious. Today he may shower me with gifts, but should he grow weary of me tomorrow, casting me aside like a discarded shoe, I will be left with no recourse. Only wealth can serve as my safeguard. As a man, the magistrate likely does not suffer from such anxieties." Realizing the flames of this predicament were nearing his own feet, he hastily interjected, "In that case, I demand Qiongyu's life. His life is worth this sum." With that, he dipped his finger into his teacup and inscribed the numeral 50 upon the table. 500,000 taels. The county magistrate, a man of great stature, was taken aback by her words. "I thought you might desire to purchase the life of the young official." Song Qiongyu lowered her gaze, an enigmatic light flickering in her eyes. The magistrate, startled, retorted, "What are you suggesting? That is impossible. He is the son of Minister Pei, the young official of the Supreme Court. If he were to perish in my jurisdiction, I would surely lose my head. How considerate of you to think that way. In that case, I shall seek an opportune moment. We are now in a cooperative relationship, so you should hasten to procure the funds," she stated, making an exit the room. "Wait a moment." The magistrate intercepted her, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "You wouldn't divulge our conversation to the young official, would you?" "Of course not. This is my contingency plan. Revealing it to him would sever my means of financial support," she replied, fixing her gaze upon him. As I mentioned before, men are inherently untrustworthy. With that, she turned and departed the study, leaving the magistrate to ponder alone in the chamber. Upon returning to her room, Qiongyu found Pei Xinying with his eyes closed and his body still. Assuming he had fallen asleep, she quietly removed her outer robe and slipped onto the covers. Just as she settled down, a hand reached out beside her, firmly grasping hers. Is your riding going smoothly? Have you sustained any injuries? His movements were gentle, causing a tickling sensation in her palm that stirred something within her. Receiving no reply, Pei Xinying grew anxious and attempted to sit up to see her. But Qiongyu held his hand firmly. In the warmth of his palm, she replied, "Everything is going well, and I have not been harmed. Why have you not yet retired for the night?" Relieved by her assurance, Pei Xinying continued, "I was somewhat worried about you and could not find sleep." After that, they both remained still, their hands intertwined. In this tranquil atmosphere, Pei Xinying, fatigued from the day, soon drifted into slumber. Listening to his even breaths, Qiongyu propped herself up, illuminated by the moonlight, studying Pei Xinying's features. His handsome countenance resembled the moonlight itself, and although he appeared weary, with dark circles beneath his eyes from concern for her, he had held on until he confirmed her safety before surrendering to sleep. In this discreet ambience, their subtle gestures revealed a hint of sincerity amidst the political marriage that bound them. Not wishing to dwell further, she closed her eyes and lay down, her breathing synchronizing with his tranquil presence. When Pei Xinying awoke, he found Qiongyu still with her eyes shut, her long lashes soft and endearing. He felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch her, but just as he was about to, she let out a soft cough, prompting him to withdraw his hand. Feeling somewhat guilty, "When did you awaken?" Qiongyu stirred slightly, lying flat. "Not long ago, just a bit earlier than you." Pei Xinying whispered, "You rarely linger in bed. Do you wish to stay a while longer?" Chapter 93. A turn of events linger in bed? Qiongyu chuckled lightly, turning to meet Pei Xinying's gaze, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "It is not uncommon for me to indulge in such luxury. After all, I am now your concubine. How could a concubine rise so early?" "Oh," Pei Xinying stammered, suddenly realizing, "So you have been awake all along?" As Pei Xinying suddenly widened his eyes, Qiongyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. "Of course, I noticed as soon as you awoke." Infuriated and embarrassed, he turned away forcefully, pulling the blanket with him. Behind him, the sound of Qionyu's hearty laughter echoed, while Pei Xinying buried his flushed face into the blanket, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. "All right, I shall no longer tease you." Qiongyu suppressed his laughter, yet his tones still held a hint of mirth as he patted Pei Xinying's back. "We ought to rise." Pei Xinying sat up, clutching the blanket, his hair in disarray. He ran a hand through his hair and inquired with curiosity, "Can we return now regarding the matter we discussed?" Observing his tousled hair, Qiongyu playfully ruffled it and casually remarked, "While we do have an agreement, it depends on whether I choose to follow through." Lowering his gaze to meet Pei Xinying's eyes, he added reassuringly, "No need to worry. He will come looking for me." With a mysterious smile, he averted his gaze. The two then bid farewell to the county magistrate, who, after a few attempts to retain them, eventually sent them off with a beaming smile. Qiongyu lagged a few paces behind Pei Xinying, walking parallel to the magistrate. When the magistrate turned to stare at Qiongyu, she sensed his gaze upon her. Turning her head, she found him staring intently, forming the shape of the character Zhang with his lips. She nodded slightly and withdrew her gaze, maintaining a neutral expression. The magistrate sensed something amiss but could not discern its source, choosing to set aside his thoughts and trust her for the time being. Days passed since their return, yet no news, be it good or ill, reached them. The magistrate grew anxious and handed Pei Xinying a letter of greeting, but it fell into silence as if cast into the ocean with no response forthcoming. His anxiety heightened. That night, he dispatched someone to investigate. They had been residing in an inn for several days, with guards venturing out for supplies, while the two of them, along with Zhang, had vanished from sight for quite some time. Restlessness crept into his heart as he, under the cover of night, approached the inn. Upon learning of Song Qionyu's room, he stood below, observing just as she opened the window and caught sight of him. Backlit, her expression remained obscured from the magistrate, and he felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness. Suddenly, Song Qiongyu waved him up. After a moment's hesitation, he ascended, aware that the situation likely resembled a banquet of treachery, yet feeling he had no other choice. Upon pushing the door open, he found only Song Qiongyu within the room. The magistrate surveyed the surroundings. There were no obstructions, confirming that she was indeed alone. Cautiously, he approached the table and sat down. For a time, neither spoke. Song Qiongyu sat with a book in hand, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Eventually, unable to contain himself, the magistrate spoke. "So, you have been deceiving me all along? It appears you actually care about this question." "My lord, I thought you might inquire about Zhang's situation first." Song Qiongyu did not put down the book, merely allowing it to sit untouched for a long while. The magistrate fell silent, his expression contorted. "You are indeed in league with them. What can they offer you that I cannot? Perhaps you should reconsider and collaborate with me." As the conversation unfolded, confidence surged within her, and she reminded him that the wealth promised would only increase, questioning the advantages of aligning with someone of such lofty pedigree. After all, he would eventually marry a general's legitimate wife, and her life would likely be fraught with difficulties. Why then should she stand by their side? His tone, laced with persuasion, suggested that should she choose to ally with them, affluence and grandeur would be within her grasp. With a soft scoff, Song Qiongyu rose to close the window before returning to her seat. "My lord, let's not forget that you are merely a lowly county magistrate. Well past your 40th year, even with promotion, how far could you truly ascend?" After a brief pause, she continued, "No matter how frail Pei Xinying may be, he is the son of a prime minister, and the path laid before him is undoubtedly far easier than yours. Why would I forsake him for you?" He fell silent, and she smiled, suggesting that if he could answer a few of her queries, she might reconsider. After all, he had no other recourse, did he? The magistrate could not refute her, bowing his head, only to chuckle suddenly. "You have no evidence. His testimony alone cannot condemn me. If I were to assert that you were slandering me, no one could convict me." With that, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize Song Qionyu's expression, only to find it unchanged. A chill ran through him. Her demeanor suggested she had anticipated his retort, producing a small fan from somewhere. She tapped it rhythmically in her palm, each sound echoing like a chilling beat against his heart. "While it is true that without evidence, one cannot be convicted, should this be reported, your tenure as an official may very well come to an end." He was rendered speechless. She smiled again, adding, "I am not well versed in the intricacies of officialdom. Yet, if I were a commoner, I would certainly not wish for a magistrate embroiled in a murder case. Would you not agree? What do you wish to inquire?" he asked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his voice. "Will you truly let me go?" The question escaped him, and he almost laughed at the absurdity. If she truly intended to release him, she would not have posed such inquiries. Song Qiongyu remained silent, and the magistrate grasped her intent, covering his face with laughter. After a few chuckles, he abruptly ceased, his expression turning icy. "If you have questions, ask away. Did you kill those individuals?" "Sort of. I issued the order. I did not wield the blade myself." "Why, when they had done so much for you? Did you resort to such lethal measures?" "They knew too much and attempted to blackmail me. I had no choice but to eliminate them for my own protection," he replied, his demeanor indifferent, as if the matter were of no consequence to him. "Then why did you kill Zhang Ji's wife? She bore no ill will towards you." Having divulged much already, the magistrate felt unencumbered. He leaned back, nonchalantly stating it was merely to silence her. Keeping her alive would have posed a danger. Eventually, she would become a fire that would consume me. "Why then did you exchange Tao Huan's examination papers for another's? You, who participated in the imperial examination, should know that with his talent, he would certainly remain in the capital." As she spoke, she observed his expression closely. His countenance remained unchanged, indicating that he understood. Indeed, what they sought to investigate was the case of Tao Huan. Chapter 94. Betrayal. If that is what you wish to inquire, I must regrettably respond with silence. The county magistrate evades the question, which, in itself, reveals his inner deliberation and choice to conceal the matter deep within his heart. He is still alive, you know? The magistrate wore a mask of surprise and fear, yet Song Qiongyu squinted, discerning his pretense. Having interrogated numerous offenders, she could easily tell the difference between genuine fear and mere facade. Not lingering on his expression, Song Qiongyu turned away, deep in thought. The fact that he knows Tao Huan is alive, yet falsifies the household registration indicates ulterior motives behind his actions. Although the ultimate objective remains elusive, she senses a vague connection to the previous case. She pressed on, stating, "You must realize that students who ascend through such means cannot consistently rely on fortune. Moreover, if discovered, you would surely face collective punishment. Yet, despite this, you have persisted in such actions for several years. So, are you unafraid? Or do you have some assurance?" Leaning over the table, she locked her gaze onto the magistrate's eyes. "I suspect there is a puppet master behind you. One who has promised you numerous benefits and resolved many matters on your behalf, thus securing your unwavering loyalty to him. Am I correct?" Observing a flicker of fear in his eyes confirmed her suspicions, and she found it somewhat amusing. The machinations of a mastermind, undoubtedly, would not extend protection to him this time. Such a grave incident, if he insisted on safeguarding himself, would likely expose some incriminating evidence. Perhaps it would be wiser to abandon him altogether than to risk detection of their covert maneuvers. "Shall we wager?" Song Qiongyu narrowed her eyes, studying him. "Wager on what?" The magistrate lifted his head, meeting her smiling gaze, though a chill pervaded the air surrounding him. "Let us wager whether anyone will come to your rescue." After a brief moment, she heard a low, reluctant agreement. Song Qiongyu stepped outside, her ears attuned to the slightest sound. In a swift motion, she pivoted to the left, narrowly evading a dagger that came from behind her. As it missed, the assailant swung again with force. Reacting quickly, she spun around and delivered a powerful kick, sending the dagger flying from his grasp while he collapsed to the ground. The dagger embedded itself into the wall from the force of her kick. Turning back, she beheld the magistrate's astonished face, looking down upon him in silence. Outside, noises began